Introduction. Xia Changqing stands at the crossroads of life, and before he can decide whether to turn left or right, he is unexpectedly selected by the system. Game of Thrones. Option 1. Defend the power of the living. Option 2. Establish the realm of the dead. Pirates of the Caribbean. Option 1. Become the king of pirates. Option 2. Don the mantle of justice as a naval commander. Chapter 1. Entering King's Landing. Xia Changqing, 22 years of age, male, with a penchant for the fair sex. At this moment, he stands at the crossroads of his existence, engulfed in confusion and inner turmoil. Should he return home to inherit the family business or embark on an entrepreneurial venture? This is a formidable dilemma. System has been bound. Dimensional search successful. Preparing to enter. 10, 9, 5, 3. What is happening? A multitude of questions flooded Xia Changqing's mind, and he could assure himself that he was not hallucinating. As the synthesized voice in his mind reached one, the world around him abruptly darkened, and he swiftly lost consciousness. What the hell? This was the sole thought racing through Xia Changqing's mind before he succumbed to the void. Option 1. Defend the power of the living. Option 2. Establish the realm of the dead. Please make your choice promptly. As Xia Changqing regained consciousness from the darkness, these messages instantly manifested in his mind. I choose to go home, Xia Changqing fervently shouted in his heart. But alas, the system that had chosen him appeared to be a cold, unfeeling machine, indifferent to his desperate pleas. Time's up. Host has not made a choice. Randomly selecting a task. Selection successful. In the continent of Westeros, where the Iron Throne stands, lies King's Landing, the political epicenter of the Seven Kingdoms. Flea Bottom is a haven for the impoverished, where in this ignorant medieval world, most struggle in destitution unless they ascend to the ranks of the wealthy elite. The inhabitants of Flea Bottom, however, are the most wretched of all. In this squalid environment, disheveled pedestrians wander by, and even those clad in golden robes would not dare step foot here, let alone the noble lords. As Xia Changqing opened his eyes, he beheld this backward and ignorant world. He furrowed his brow and instinctively covered his nose, for a nauseating stench wafted through the air, nearly provoking him to retch. On the narrow, muddy streets, tattered individuals trudged past, seemingly oblivious to the sudden appearance of Xia Changqing. Before he could unleash a torrent of curses upon the enigmatic system, an unfamiliar influx of information surged into his mind. Name: Xia Changqing. Current world: Game of Thrones. Chosen task: establish the realm of the dead. Acquired skills: super sensation passive, return of the dead LV11. Ice spear technique LV11. Under the system's prompt, Xia Changqing realized that he had been transported by the canine system into the world of Game of Thrones, a realm steeped in blood and death, reminiscent of the Middle Ages. In the north, the White Walkers had awakened, and across the narrow sea, Daenerys of House Targaryen had married the Horse Lord, officially embarking on her path to ascendancy. Meanwhile, the struggle for power on the continent of Westeros continued unabated, unfolding daily in a relentless display of ambition and treachery. Fortunate enough to be drawn into this tumultuous saga, Xia Changqing found himself in a state of profound despair. For unbeknownst to him, the canine system had already assigned him a task: to establish a realm for the deceased. This thrust him into the ranks of the White Walkers, aligning his objectives with those of the Night King. A flicker of realization dawned upon him. Should he fail this mission, he would be forever trapped in this world, a place marked by ignorance, backwardness, and a constant threat to life. The thought of spending his existence in such a grim reality engulfed him in darkness. Better the death of a comrade than my own, he resolved. To escape this world, he would indeed establish a kingdom for the dead. Yet, as he surveyed his surroundings filled with the living, despair washed over him, leaving him uncertain of how to accomplish this daunting task. Fortunately, the system had granted him a fragment of the Night King's powers, bestowing them upon him. Return of the Dead LV11. Skill description: summon the departed souls of the dead, allowing them to return to their corporeal forms. The dead shall obey the summoner without question. The dead retain their memories from life. Note: contribute to the fight against global warming. Ice spear technique LV11. Skill description: summon a spear of ice, capable of being thrown or thrust. Note: you are destined to be the next javelin champion. These two skills, once wielded by the Night King, had diminished in potency upon reaching Xia Changqing. However, the transformation into skills afforded Return of the Dead some unique alterations. Standing in the shadows by the roadside, Xia Changqing absorbed the myriad pieces of information displayed by the system, then took his first step into this new world. In an instant, it felt as though the entire world had acquired sound and color. A cacophony of chaotic voices surged into his consciousness. The system's capabilities were undeniably formidable, having automatically equipped Xia Changqing with attire befitting this realm and enabling him to comprehend all its languages. Shameful traitor. Eddard Stark deserves death. Traitors must perish. Fragmented and disordered clamor, whispers of conspiracies, continually flowed into Xia Changqing's ears. With the enhancement of heightened perception, he could discern every utterance surrounding him. From the myriad conversations, he began to ascertain the current narrative unfolding around him. The absurd King Robert Baratheon of the Seven Kingdoms met a ridiculous demise recently, falling victim to the tusks of a wild boar. Subsequently, Joffrey Baratheon ascended the Iron Throne, claiming kingship. However, the Duke of Eddard Stark, acting as regent and hand of the king, contested the legitimacy of Joffrey's claim to the Iron Throne and was imprisoned. In truth, Eddard was correct, yet his integrity and compassion ultimately led to his own ruin, as well as the suffering of all those from Winterfell. This represents the most significant event transpiring within the capital, King's Landing. What could possibly be more captivating than the treachery of the Prime Minister? Xia Changqing wandered through the muddy streets of Flea Bottom, contemplating how best to take his first step. Perhaps Eddard Stark was a pivotal figure in establishing his footing in this world. However, with Eddard currently confined within the Black Cells, Xia found himself powerless to rescue him and realized he might need to seek assistance. Dressed in gray attire that blended seamlessly with the characteristics of this world, Xia Changqing went unnoticed among the impoverished inhabitants of Flea Bottom. He kept his head down and his posture low, discreetly merging into the surroundings as he strolled through the streets, his ears keenly attuned to gather a myriad of information. Although much of the information proved to be inconsequential to Xia, the sheer volume eventually yielded some valuable insights such as news concerning the local gangs, gambling houses, courtesans, and whispers among the nobility. Chapter 2. The Return of the Dead. As night fell, much of King's Landing succumbed to darkness, yet certain areas remained brilliantly illuminated and bustling with activity. Xia Changqing concealed himself in the shadows, his stomach occasionally betraying him with a growl of hunger. To be honest, Xia considered himself among the more unfortunate of time travelers, though not the most unfortunate. His circumstances were hardly enviable, having spent an entire afternoon without securing a proper meal. At that moment, Xia found refuge in a dim corner outside a gambling house, his gaze fixed intently upon the establishment, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Beneath him lay a puddle formed from the melting ice spears he had conjured. Xia had experimented and discovered that while the ice spears possessed the flaws of melting and breaking easily, their tips were exceptionally sharp. If they struck a vital point, they could effortlessly extinguish a life. In such a world, Xia Changqing was compelled to cast aside his indecisiveness. He found a certain comfort in targeting a gambler or a scoundrel rather than an ordinary person. After a patient wait, Xia finally spotted his intended target. Through the faint glow emanating from the casino, a gambler and drunkard, his complexion flushed and a smile gracing his lips, staggered toward the alley where Xia Changqing awaited, humming the renowned tune from Westeros. The king undresses, the queen disrobes. Xia Changqing suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Although Westeros remained in the midst of a long summer, the weather was not suffocatingly hot, yet beads of sweat began to form on his forehead and palms. The arrow is on the string, and it must be loosed. In his mind, Xia Changqing recited the incantation for the ice spear technique, feeling a slight heaviness in his head as a 30-centimeter-long ice spike materialized in his outstretched palm. With the icy spike firmly grasped in his hand, Xia Changqing's tension dissipated. He held his breath, quietly awaiting the moment his prey would stumble into the trap. The unfortunate soul appeared thoroughly intoxicated, swaying dangerously as he leaned against the wall to navigate the alley. He spat onto the ground and began muttering to himself, oblivious to the world around him as he unfastened his trousers to relieve himself. Emerging from the shadows, Xia Changqing approached the hapless figure from behind, raising the ice spike, aiming for the vulnerable neck. A forceful thrust would silence him before a cry could escape. His life would be extinguished in an instant. A voice echoed within Xia Changqing's heart, urging him to strike swiftly. Yet, the moral compass shaped over 2 decades left him hesitating. He felt as if he stood on the precipice of an abyss. One more step forward would plunge him into unfathomable depths. Suddenly, the unfortunate man finished his business, shivering in relief, releasing a sound akin to a climax from his throat. Xia Changqing jolted, instinctively driving the ice spike downward. By the time he grasped the situation, the sharp spike had already pierced the man's neck. He involuntarily relinquished his grip and took a step back. The man uttered not a sound, failing even to pull up his trousers, as he collapsed forward, kneeling against the wall, his head tilting as he succumbed to the void. I have killed man with my own hands. Xia Changqing opened his palms before him, momentarily lost in thought. After an indeterminate time, he suddenly shuddered, snapping back to reality. He looked down at the corpse before him, clenched his teeth, and placed his hand upon its back. Return of the deceased. Xia Changqing silently intoned. Ugh. He let out a muffled groan just as he mentally invoked the activation of the skill. A sudden sensation of emptiness enveloped his spirit, accompanied by a sharp pain in his head. Beneath his palm, the corpse began to undergo a violent transformation. A chilling wind swept through, and whispers that seemed to arise from the depths of hell echoed in Xia Changqing's ears as he felt the body beneath his hand quivering. Ugh! The lifeless corpse suddenly emitted a sigh from its throat, then reached out a hand to steady itself against the wall, attempting to rise from ground. Xia Changqing was taken aback. He quickly withdrew his palm and stepped back, watching in disbelief as the body, which should have been cold, stood upright. A sudden clarity surged within him, and he commanded, "Turn around." The corpse's movements froze momentarily before it obeyed Xia Changqing's order, slowly turning its head, a rigid smile adorning its face. "Greetings, master." The sound that emerged from the corpse's throat was a harsh, grating noise akin to metal scraping against metal. What? It can still speak? The astonishment lingered on Xia Changqing's face as he meticulously observed this semblance of a living dead before him. Aside from an icy spike protruding from its throat, it bore no significant difference from a regular human. "Of course I can speak." A voice suddenly echoed in Xia Changqing's mind, prompting him to glance at the revived corpse with a peculiar expression. Tentatively, he said, "Put on your pants. First we need to leave this place. I wanted to wear them ages ago, damn it. I have no habit of exposing myself in front of men." It was evident that Xia Changqing could hear the thoughts of the entity before him. Despite its crude language, he felt a surge of joy. The skill of the resurrected was indeed formidable. Half an hour later, Xia Changqing and Maris found themselves in a hotel room. Maris had paid for the room, having won a handsome sum at the casino before Xia Changqing had dispatched him. Xia Changqing perched on the edge of the bed, while Maris fidgeted uneasily on a stool opposite him, attempting to touch the hollow void at his throat. The atmosphere grew momentarily awkward. "You know what happened, don't you?" Xia Changqing initiated the conversation. Maris's expression shifted dramatically as he suddenly knelt before Xia Changqing. "Master, I know what transpired. I have perished. Thank you for granting me a new life." As he spoke, Maris leaned forward, attempting to kiss Xia Changqing's shoes. "Get up first." Xia Changqing hastily interjected, unaccustomed to such gestures. In response to Xia Changqing's words, Maris's soul instinctively complied without hesitation. He quickly rose from the floor, standing obediently before him. "Tell me, what differences do you perceive in yourself now?" Xia Changqing inquired with curiosity. After a brief moment, he gleaned the distinctions between Maris's resurrected state and his former self. Chapter 3. The Eternal Emperor Joffrey. The return of the dead Maris had a body temperature significantly lower than that of an ordinary person, his skin feeling somewhat frigid to the touch. While a normal heartbeat averages over 70 beats per minute, Maris's pulse had slowed to a mere 10 beats. Furthermore, his sensitivity to pain and other sensations had diminished considerably. After Xia Changqing pierced his body with an ice spike once more, Maris merely felt a slight prick of discomfort. Overall, if Maris could somehow seal the gaping hole in his throat, he would appear indistinguishable from a living person. This thought filled Maris with grievances. "My master, why did you not choose to strike my heart when you ended my life? That way, I could have concealed it beneath my garments." Despite the reality of his own demise, Maris felt no discomfort. Although he retained his thoughts and consciousness, he was wholly subservient to Xia Changqing. At most, he would mutter a few complaints, but he dared not harbor any thoughts detrimental to his master. Upon recognizing the myriad changes in Maris, Xia Changqing felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had not inadvertently conjured a soulless specter devoid of thought, but rather had created an entirely new race of the undead. Time swiftly passed. In King's Landing, within the Red Keep, in the regal chambers of King Joffrey, The decor was both opulent and elegant. At this moment, the young king wore a smug smile, standing before his bed while two handmaidens busily attended to him. King Joffrey boasted a mane of golden hair, crowned with a magnificent stag hewn from gold, the sigil of House Baratheon. Although whispers circulated throughout the Seven Kingdoms suggesting he should bear the surname Lannister, none dared voice such sentiments in the presence of Joffrey. Dressed in a knee-length crimson robe and tailored black trousers, he draped a cloak embroidered with the crowned stag and the roaring lion over his shoulders, complementing his handsome visage. Joffrey was brimming with pride, eagerly anticipating the moment he could flaunt his grandeur before Sansa, eager to hear her flattery and, before her, order the execution of her treasonous father. The sight of disappointment on Sansa's face delighted Joffrey immensely. Today's trial must proceed flawlessly. After Eddard Stark confesses, I shall strip him of all titles and power, commanding him to don the black garb and journey to the wall. The nagging words of his mother, Cersei, echoed in his mind, causing Joffrey to briefly furrow his brow before quickly relaxing it into a smile as he turned to gaze at her. Fear not, mother. I have it all memorized. No, I shall command his execution. I am the king. Joffrey mused silently. The pair then exited, ascending the carriage under the vigilant protection of the Kingsguard. The carriage departed from Maegor's Holdfast, setting forth from the Red Keep towards the Great September of Baelor, where the trial was to take place. Within the carriage, Sansa Stark, a lady of House Stark from the north, sat restlessly in her seat. The procession began to move slowly. In front of the Great September of Baelor, residents from all corners of King's Landing had already gathered, tightly packed together, awaiting the judgment of highborn nobles. As King Joffrey descended from the carriage, a fervent cheer erupted from the crowd, calling out the name of their king. Look, they know who the true king is. Joffrey, filled with self-satisfaction, turned to glance at his mother, only to find her engaged in quiet conversation with Sansa, utterly oblivious to the fervor surrounding them. This displeased his majesty, and he could not restrain himself from calling out, Sansa. Startled, Sansa, who had been conversing with Queen Cersei, quickly lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting the innocence of a fawn as she looked towards King Joffrey. Fear not, Sansa. I shall render a just judgment upon your traitorous father. Thank you, your grace. Sansa replied, her eyes glimmering with gratitude, which brought a smile to the king's lips. He imagined how amusing it would be to witness Sansa's reaction when he ordered the execution of her father, and he felt a surge of impatience. Before long, the king was not kept waiting. A contingent of knights cleared the way, and Eddard Stark was shoved onto the raised platform. I am Eddard Stark, Warden of the North and Hand of the King. Eddard spoke, having lived his life for honor. Yet now he was sacrificing that very honor for the sake of his daughter, gazing down at the crowd filled with scorn, delight, and malice. For the first time, Eddard Stark doubted the honor he had steadfastly upheld. Remembering the agreement made with Cersei, he proclaimed loudly, Today, I stand here, before the gods above and the mortals below, to confess to my treason. Ignoring the growing uproar from the crowd below, Eddard continued, I have betrayed my king, my brother, Robert. I have betrayed his trust. Now, let the seven gods and the old gods bear witness that Joffrey Baratheon is the one true heir to the Iron Throne, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of all the realm. As Eddard's voice fell, he bowed his head in despair, having lost all sense of honor. The shouts of traitor, kill him, from the crowd no longer pierced his heart. As long as Sansa and Arya remained safe, he would gladly embrace death. The cacophony of the crowd ignited a fervor within King Joffrey. Behold, this is the voice of the people. How could he, a king who prides himself on his love for his subjects, betray their wishes? Joffrey gripped the sword hanging at his side, disregarding his mother's admonitions and Sansa's desperate pleas. Turning his gaze towards the executioner, my mother urged me to dress Duke Ed in black, and Lady Sansa pleaded with me to spare her father. Yet, these were merely the whims of their feminine hearts. Why the seven? As long as I reign as king, I shall never show mercy to traitors. With that declaration, King Joffrey exclaimed with fervor, Sir Island, behead him. The masked executioner stepped forward, drawing forth his colossal sword intended for the execution. Amidst the thunderous cheers, he raised it high, the blade carving an arc through the air before descending with ferocity. The sword, sharp and precise, grazed Ed's neck, delivering him into eternal darkness with minimal pain. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of jubilant cheers, their voices echoing throughout the skies of King's Landing. Ravens took flight, and the Seven Kingdoms trembled. Chapter 4. The corpse robbery. As Eddard Stark faced judgment upon the church dais, Xia Changqing stood among the throngs below, fixated upon him. Eddard Stark was executed with a single stroke, his head rolling upon the ground, blood gushing forth to create a large pool. A wave of terror washed over Xia Changqing, instinctively turning away from the sight of Ed's headless body. Having grown up beneath the Red Banner, he had never witnessed such a scene. Though portrayed in various films and dramas, those depictions paled in comparison to the visceral impact of witnessing it firsthand. The jubilant cheers that filled the air sent shivers down Xia Changqing's spine. The residents of King's Landing, witnessing the decapitation of such a noble figure, reveled with an unsettling malice. Lower your voice, Maris. Do not forget my instructions. Keep a close watch on Eddard Stark's corpse. Rest assured, my lord. I have given all necessary orders and will not let your significant affairs be jeopardized. Maris replied, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. His life of late had been nothing short of a dream, acquiring extraordinary abilities, rising through the ranks within the gang, and seizing control of a faction in the flea market, reaching the peak of his existence. Now that his master had set his sights on Eddard Stark, the prospect of the Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms, the Duke of Winterfell, meeting a fate akin to his own, sent tremors of excitement coursing through Maris. Xia Changqing regarded Maris with a grave expression. Eddard Stark bore immense significance for his forthcoming endeavors, and he was resolute in his pursuit of the corpse. Sensing the seriousness of his master, Maris's smile gradually faded, and he adopted a more earnest demeanor. Fear not, my lord, I shall personally keep watch. Xia Changqing averted his gaze from Maris and returned his attention to the dais. After a brief moment of adjustment, he was now able to gaze upon Ed's headless corpse with an air of nonchalance. Upon the dais, King Joffrey had already departed, flanked by knights, with Queen Cersei close behind. As for Lady Sansa, she had succumbed to sorrow, fainting shortly after her father's execution. The scene was overtaken by the gold cloaks, who seized Eddard's head and lifted his lifeless body, preparing to depart. Xia Changqing, well-versed in the narrative, was acutely aware that Eddard's head would soon be mounted upon a spear by King Joffrey, displayed atop the castle walls, and that Sansa would be coerced into witnessing this grotesque spectacle. While Eddard's head was easily locatable, the whereabouts of his body remained a mystery to Xia, compelling him to instruct Maris to keep a vigilant watch on the gold cloaks. Maris, stay close. Do not lose sight of them. As the gold cloaks carried Eddard's corpse away, Xia beckoned Maris to follow without delay. Maris, positioned at Xia's side, felt confident he would not falter in his task, for the gold cloak's intentions were glaringly apparent. Moreover, in adherence to Xia's command, he had dispatched all members of their faction, seamlessly blending them into the crowd to avoid drawing attention from the gold cloaks. Although Xia sensed Maris's untroubled thoughts, he refrained from comment. As long as Maris executed his duties with dedication, he would have no qualms about dealing with him later if need be. If I can bring you back from death, I can just as easily allow you to perish in misery once more. During this period, Xia had garnered a profound understanding of the world's darkness. In Maris's ascent to power alone, no fewer than 3 lives had been extinguished, while these 3 individuals were subsequently resurrected by Xia. The reality of life being as disposable as straw had left an indelible mark upon his soul. Without further ado, Xia and Maris merged with the throng, their eyes fixed on the gold cloaks bearing Eddard's corpse. Upon exiting the Great September of Baelor, the gold cloaks were intercepted by a man wearing a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. Observing the reverential demeanor of the gold cloaks towards this individual, Xia turned his gaze to Maris. My lord, that is Peter Baelish, the master of coin. It is said that half the brothels in King's Landing are under his purview, each young lady more enchanting than the last, though I have yet to experience them myself. Maris lamented with a click of his tongue. So this was Peter Baelish. Xia mused internally, recognizing him as a consummate schemer, the architect of the discord between House Stark of the north and House Lannister of the west. Chaos is a ladder, a principle Baelish had always adhered to. On the street, it remained unclear what Baelish conveyed to the gold cloaks, but he brazenly presented them with a purse of coins. Even from a distance, Xia could ascertain that the purse was brimming with golden dragons. In deference to the golden bounty, the gold cloaks bowed respectfully to Baelish before the group divided, one faction escorting the box containing Eddard's head towards the Red Keep, while the other trailed behind Peter Baelish. Xia Changqing and Maris followed closely behind, witnessing firsthand as the golden-robed men handed over the lifeless body of Eddard Stark to the agents of Peter Baelish. It was a tragic fate for Eddard Stark, whose illustrious reputation was to be exploited as a mere stepping stone for others in their ascent. Xia Changqing was uncertain of Peter's intentions behind acquiring Eddard's remains, yet it was evident that he would not act out of benevolence in retrieving the corpse. Maris, summon our men. Tonight, we shall retrieve Eddard Stark's body. Yes, my lord. Maris showed no signs of defiance towards Xia Changqing's command. Despite the grave risks involved in stealing a duke's corpse from the hands of the master of coin, an act that could justly lead to his execution or a sentence of wearing the black. After confirming the location of Eddard Stark's remains, Xia Changqing and Maris returned to their hideout, the Flea Bottom. Under Maris's leadership, their small band, though numbering just over 20, regarded him as an idol, possessing a fervent admiration for his audacity. Xia Changqing remained in the shadows, accompanied by 3 individuals who had perished in the gang conflicts. Although they harbored jealousy towards Maris, they dared not oppose Xia Changqing's will. As per Xia Changqing's strategy, after midnight, Maris would lead their comrades to steal Eddard's body from Peter Baelish. Meanwhile, the 3 transformed into undead would venture to procure Eddard's head, displayed upon the walls of the Red Keep, due to the presence of the golden-robed guards. This endeavor posed significant danger, prompting Xia Changqing to issue a stern decree. Even at the cost of their own lives, they must retrieve Eddard's head. Even Xia himself was oblivious to how one could eliminate these resurrected beings. Chapter 5. The patchwork creature of Eddard Stark as night deepened. The city of King's Landing succumbed to an enveloping darkness and silence. On the walls surrounding the Red Keep, a small squadron of the City Watch, donned in golden robes, stood vigil as part of their routine duty. Currently, the commander of the City Watch was Janos Slint, a man of humble origins, a native of King's Landing whose father toiled as a butcher. His lowly background instilled in him an extraordinary fervor for the Golden Dragons. In this environment, the members of the City Watch, emulating their commander, naturally adopted the belief that wealth afforded one authority. Furthermore, as the City Watch owed its loyalty solely to the crown and was responsible for the security of King's Landing, their status was somewhat elevated. With Janos aligning himself with the Lannisters during the struggle for power, the entire watch gained favor from Queen Cersei. In such circumstances, the golden-robed guards exhibited a lack of diligence during their nocturnal watch along the walls, dismissing the likelihood that anyone would dare approach at this hour. Aside from severed heads, there was little of significance to be found. Who, at this juncture, would concern themselves with the heads of these northerners? Besides the perverse King Joffrey, there were no others. As Xia Changqing stealthily approached the base of the city wall with his 3 loyal subordinates, they soon realized that the guards were not particularly vigilant. With a commanding shout from Xia, the trio dashed forward, beginning their ascent of the wall, having witnessed the brutal execution of Eddard Stark earlier in broad daylight. They were acutely aware of the Prime Minister's appearance. However, as Xia had anticipated, their actions quickly drew the attention of the gold-robed sentinels, plunging the area into chaos. Xia remained composed, confident that these fearless undead would successfully procure Eddard Stark's severed head for him. After a mere 10 minutes of patient waiting, one of the subordinates rushed back to Xia, cradling a spherical object in his arms. "Master, we succeeded," he exclaimed, though it was evident that only one had returned. "We must go." Xia did not inquire about the fates of the other 2. With a beckoning gesture, he watched as the remaining figures swiftly dissolved into the shadows. He had previously issued a directive that, regardless of who among them was captured by the gold-robed guards, none would divulge any information regarding Xia Changqing. Meanwhile, the commander of the capital garrison, Janos Slint, was abruptly awakened in the dead of night. Before he could express his anger, his subordinates informed him that someone had absconded with Eddard Stark's head. Any ire he might have felt quickly turned to concern as he contemplated how to report this incident to His Majesty Joffrey. He had every reason to believe that Joffrey would be incensed upon learning of the theft. However, when the gold-robed guards later reported the capture of 2 criminals, Janos breathed a sigh of relief. The following day, when Joffrey discovered that Eddard Stark's head was missing, he erupted in rage within the confines of Maegor's Holdfast, issuing stern orders for the apprehension of the culprits. In a concealed location within Flea Bottom, Xia Changqing gazed with gleaming eyes at the reassembled corpse of Eddard Stark. Akin to beholding an exquisite beauty, he could not help but feel a twinge of abnormality within himself. Yet, a pressing question remained. "Malice, Mark, who among you can assist me in stitching Eddard Stark's head back onto his body?" Malice and the fortunate Mark exchanged apprehensive glances, both inhaling sharply. Although, in a certain sense, they could be considered the undead, the task of reattaching a person's head to their body left them at a loss. Nevertheless, under Xia's commanding insistence, the 2 revenants suppressed their nausea and discomfort, employing a simple sewing needle and thread to affix Eddard Stark's head to his torso. To be revived from death was already a monumental fortune. Surely, Duke Eddard Stark would not mind, would he? Xia gazed at the grotesque scene, unsure to whom he was speaking. Maris and his companion nodded in agreement, acknowledging their limitations as mere amateurs rather than skilled artisans. Their ability to achieve such a level of suturing was commendable enough, and it was best not to push them further. With a sigh, Xia Changqing resolutely placed his hand upon Ed's form, for the golden-robed figures were fervently scouring King's Landing for the accomplices of the traitor Ed Stark. Leaving him little time to squander in this place, he silently intoned, "Return of the dead." It was as if whispers from the abyss reverberated through the dimly lit basement, which had transformed into a site of malevolent sorcery. Although this was not his first encounter with such a scene, a chill still crept into Maris and his companions' hearts. As Xia Changqing's mental energy waned, the corpse beneath his palm began to convulse violently. Having faced this ordeal before, Xia Changqing remained unfazed, calmly releasing his grip and awaiting Ed Stark's resurrection. The skill Return of the Dead has been successfully activated. With a jolt, Ed Stark, once a lifeless corpse, suddenly sat up. He exhaled a long, deep breath. Am I still alive? The moment he spoke, Ed was startled by his own voice, hoarse and somber, as if it had emerged from the depths of the grave. Duke Ed Stark, welcome back from the underworld. Indeed, I have perished. Did you bring me back to life? Ed Stark articulated, each word deliberate. Although phrased as a question, a glimmer of understanding illuminated his eyes. He had begun to grasp his current predicament. Rising from the bed, Ed stood upon the ground, resembling an infant taking its first steps, unsteady and awkward, as his stiff arms brushed against the grotesque stitches marring his neck. Then, under the expectant gazes of Maris and Mark, Ed Stark slowly knelt beside Xia Changqing. I pay my respects to my master. Though Ed Stark had already resolved in his heart that Xia Changqing was an evil sorcerer, employing sinister necromancy to revive him merely to command his obedience, the deep-seated compulsion etched into his very soul compelled him, once the former Prime Minister, Warden of the North, and Duke of Winterfell, to kneel before Xia Changqing. Xia Changqing paid no heed to Ed's internal musings. He was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome. With Ed under his control, the North was now firmly within his grasp. Chapter 6. Littlefinger in a state of utter terror in King's Landing, the Flea Bottom. Rumors circulated wildly in the outside world, with whispers suggesting that Ed Stark had left contingencies in King's Landing, though he had not anticipated his own untimely demise. Yet, the measures he had put in place had managed to reclaim Ed's corpse. In the Grand Hall of Maegor's Holdfast, the formidable King Joffrey Baratheon unleashed his fury upon the unfortunate Sansa Stark. Concurrently, both the young wolf Robb Stark and the formidable Tywin Lannister received the harrowing news of Eddard Stark's demise. The flames of war between the North and the West intensified. The resurrected Eddard Stark, yearning to return to the North, found himself torn. He was no longer under the sway of his own will, and Sansa remained ensnared in Joffrey's clutches. Eddard was resolute in his unwillingness to see Sansa wed to Joffrey. In the secret chamber of the Flea Bottom, Eddard gazed at Changqing with pleading eyes, hoping to escape King's Landing with Sansa. This was a source of great distress for Changqing. King's Landing had become a den of strife, with the gold cloak scouring the streets for the body of Eddard. Changqing believed that every moment spent in King's Landing increased their peril. It would be far wiser to depart at once. Beyond the city's walls lay boundless opportunities, free as the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky. Yet, seeing the desperation in Eddard's gaze, Changqing's heart softened. In his plans, Eddard Stark was a pivotal element, and the resurrected Eddard was no mere automaton. Changqing did not wish to command him solely through forceful orders. Eddard, I promise you this, he declared. However, I shall not place myself in jeopardy. In times of crisis, your safety must be paramount. Caution is the mother of safety. Eddard, having no capacity to defy Changqing's commands, offered no dissent. In King's Landing, chaos was already apparent. Due to the conflict between the North and the West, many ordinary citizens displaced by war flocked to the city, beseeching King Joffrey to advocate for their plight. Having occupied the Iron Throne for some time, Joffrey gradually discovered that ruling was not as enjoyable as he had imagined. The Iron Throne, forged from countless melted swords, was still littered with sharp edges. It was said that several Targaryen kings had met their ends upon it, impaled by its cruel blades, which made Joffrey feel a profound discomfort while seated. After yet another tedious day of delegating responsibilities to his advisors, King Joffrey returned to Maegor's Holdfast with a sense of satisfaction, finding much more joy in tormenting Sansa than in the drudgery of governance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, another day came to a close. The advisors, having dealt with the day's affairs, dispersed. Peter Baelish, the master of coin, rubbed his temples, a rare frown replacing his usual smirk. The disappearance of Eddard Stark's body filled him with dread. He was uncertain who was responsible. If it were indeed the Northmen, were they aware of his betrayal of Eddard Stark? Until this matter was resolved, Peter could find no peace, feeling restless and anxious. Littlefinger emerged from the Red Keep, his demeanor heavy with unspoken concerns. He traversed the cobblestone square and entered a narrow alleyway. Despite the multitude of worries weighing on his mind, his daily duty of auditing the brothels could not be neglected. Every day, the numerous establishments across King's Landing delivered an endless stream of golden dragons into his coffers, and it was his routine to meticulously examine the day's accounts before taking respite in one of the houses. The thought of those glimmering gold coins alleviated some of his distress over Eddard's missing corpse. As he approached the end of the alley, his steps abruptly halted, and his expression darkened. Not far from him, a shadow draped in a black cloak leaned against the wall, the hooded figure's gaze fixed upon him. A sense of foreboding gripped Littlefinger's heart. Had the Northerners come for vengeance? Uncertainty clouded his mind, prompting him to swiftly turn back. If he could reach the mouth of the alley and call for the gold-cloaked guards, he would be beyond harm. Yet, as he turned, a chill coursed through him. A tall shadow had silently positioned itself behind him, and as he spun around, a sharp dagger was effortlessly pressed against his throat. The cold steel sent shivers down his spine, and he knew that a mere flick of the wrist could extinguish his life. The imminent danger made him tremble. He felt a wave of pain wash over him. His life had just begun to flourish, and he was not yet ready to meet the gods. Do not kill me. I possess golden dragons. Just tell me how many it would take to spare my life. Littlefinger blurted out, revealing his most potent bargaining chip. Aware of the allure of wealth, he believed that no one could resist the lure of gold, even if his adversary was a northern man, as unyielding as stone. Surely the right sum would sway him. I am Peter Baelish. I have countless golden dragons. Spare me, and they shall all be yours, he exclaimed, increasing his offer. Alas, Littlefinger was oblivious to the fact that the foe he faced was already among the deceased. Would a corpse be swayed by the promise of gold? Moreover, though the dagger-wielding figure was indeed a northerner, he was no ordinary man. Lord Baelish, it is good to see you again. The towering silhouette spoke, his voice grating like metal scraping against metal. As the shadow slowly removed his hood, a helpless groan escaped from Littlefinger's throat. He was truly confronted by a wight. Trembling not from the joy of reuniting with an old acquaintance, but from sheer terror, he felt his body quake uncontrollably. His eyelids twitched, his teeth chattered, and his knees buckled, nearly bringing him to the ground. Eddard Stark? Littlefinger gazed in disbelief at the figure before him. He had envisioned numerous individuals seeking vengeance on his behalf for Eddard Stark, yet he never anticipated that it would be Eddard Stark himself who stood before him. Littlefinger prided himself on his audacity. Otherwise, he would not have incited Lysa to poison Jon Arryn. However, when a deceased man reappeared before him, the courage within Littlefinger dissipated instantaneously. He could only hope that this was but a nightmare, one he fervently wished would soon pass. Chapter 7. Eddard's Revenge. Observing Littlefinger's intriguingly complex expression, Eddard had long foreseen this reaction. He attempted to summon a smile, yet it seemed he had lost the ability to do so. With a slight twitch of his lips, Eddard spoke in a stiff voice. Lord Peter. It has been a long time. Bang. Just before Littlefinger could succumb to his fear, a heavy blow struck the back of his head, rendering him fortunate enough to faint. Perhaps for him, losing consciousness at that moment was the most blissful outcome imaginable. My Lord Eddard, let us not waste time. Our master awaits our return. The one who had struck Littlefinger was Maris, who impatiently addressed Eddard. Speaking this way to a duke nearly sent Maris into ecstasy, a thought he could scarcely have entertained in his former life as a commoner. Eddard remained silent, unconcerned with Maris's demeanor. A deceased man had little left to care about. In the darkness, two corpses escorted a living man away. Ultimately, to dwell among the dead is to become one of them. Huff, huff. Littlefinger awoke from the darkness, first gasping for breath, followed by a fit of coughs induced by terror, relentless and violent, as if he might expel his very lungs. After the tumult of coughing subsided, he was finally able to survey his surroundings. He found himself in a dimly lit room where an unpleasant odor lingered, characteristic of the lower districts. Before him stood three figures, their features unmasked, allowing Littlefinger to discern their identities clearly. Two of them were unfamiliar, but the one in the center was none other than Eddard Stark. My Lord Eddard. Littlefinger's lips quivered as he yearned to greet him with a smile and congratulate him on his miraculous return from death, yet fear constricted his breath. By the seven, he had witnessed Eddard Stark's head severed from his body with his own eyes. Upon noticing Littlefinger's awakening, Eddard rose from his silence and approached him, drawing a short sword from his waist. Lord Peter, thank you for the lesson you imparted to me. I return it to you now. With that, before Littlefinger could react, Eddard plunged the sword into his abdomen. Ugh! Littlefinger cried out in pain, wishing to plead for mercy. However, Eddard's actions were relentless. He drew his sword and struck. This blow is in gratitude for Sansa. He thrust. This blow is for Arya. Another strike. And this one is for Jory. Eddard spoke calmly as he continued to plunge his sword into Littlefinger. In truth, by the time he delivered the third blow, Littlefinger had already succumbed to agony and terror. Yet Eddard persisted, delivering one blow after another in honor of the fallen servants and retainers of Winterfell. Such actions were unbecoming of a lord. But what dignity remained for a dead man? Cease this, Eddard. Xia Changqing emerged from the shadows, observing the composed Eddard and then casting his gaze upon the lifeless Littlefinger. whose abdomen and chest were reduced to a gruesome pulp. A shiver involuntarily coursed through him. This honest man, once roused to wrath, was indeed formidable. Eddard nodded apologetically to Xia, his tone serene as he remarked, "I beg your pardon, my lord, for the disturbance I have caused." Eddard was aware of Xia's imminent intentions, yet felt powerless to intervene, nor did he wish to, for the forthcoming endeavor to rescue Sansa rested upon Littlefinger's shoulders. Unfazed, Xia merely found Littlefinger's pitiful state distasteful. To spare his eyes from the wretched sight, he swiftly placed his hand upon Littlefinger's head, invoking the skill of resurrection. "My lord, I have an ungracious request." At that moment, as Xia cast his spell, Eddard suddenly spoke. "Speak," Xia replied. "I hope you can resurrect those who accompany me to King's Landing. They are unfortunate souls who perished by Cersei's command due to my actions." Xia turned to look at Eddard, his gaze complex. Eddard was indeed a compassionate man. "However, Eddard, reviving them will not yield any benefit for me. On the contrary, it may invite catastrophic consequences. Joffrey will undoubtedly tighten his grip on their remains because of your involvement. We have no opportunity." Xia coldly rejected Eddard's plea. He might agree to assist in rescuing the living Sansa, but would not risk himself for a host of the deceased. During his time in the world of the Game of Thrones, Xia had undergone considerable changes. Eddard fell silent, standing with his hands at his sides. The room descended into stillness until Littlefinger's cry shattered the quiet. Another member joins the ranks of the undead. Lord Peter Baelish's routine audit was not delayed, though he arrived slightly later than usual. No one perceived any difference in Lord Peter's demeanor from before. However, Littlefinger is acutely aware that he has undergone a profound transformation. A deceased man has returned to the realm of the living, an occurrence that reeks of sinister sorcery. The fate of the Seven Kingdoms is poised for upheaval. A smile reminiscent of his past, tinged with cunning, graces the corners of Littlefinger's mouth. For he recognizes that fear no longer holds sway over him. What is there to fear from a corpse? Restless throughout the night, his thoughts turned to the dark sorcerer, the enigmatic figure known as Xia, who had entrusted him with the perilous task of secretly extricating Lady Sansa from the Red Keep without alerting a soul. The daunting nature of this mission sent a pang of discomfort through his abdomen, and he cursed Eddard Stark under his breath. Nevertheless, the task must be fulfilled. Defying the mysterious commands was not within Littlefinger's purview, nor did he dare entertain the notion that it was in any way improper. Each reanimated soul, brought back by Xia, would undoubtedly strive to accomplish his bidding with utmost dedication. As he contemplated his assignment, one person came to mind: Varys, the Master of Whisperers. A key figure in the realm of intelligence. Yet, Varys was a wily individual, and Littlefinger lacked the means to clandestinely eliminate him and recruit him into his fold. Fortunately, Littlefinger possessed certain advantages, including the formidable resources of the Golden Dragons, which could aid him in achieving his ends. Chapter 8. The Exhilaration of the Undead Cobain, my lords. The influx of refugees converging upon King's Landing is steadily increasing. If this continues, within a fortnight, the city shall be utterly overwhelmed. Varys commenced the latest session of the Small Council as scheduled. The infamous Master of Whisperers, Varys, reputed for his network of informants that span the globe, is said to be privy to all matters of significance. While such rumors may carry an element of exaggeration, they nonetheless attest to Varys's formidable prowess in intelligence gathering. In his youth, he had suffered a grievous loss at the hands of sorcery and liss, and no one knows how he managed to escape from the clutches of the warlock, ultimately establishing an omniscient intelligence organization across the narrow sea. It is undeniable that Varys possesses a natural talent for intelligence work that is unparalleled. Otherwise, he would not have been appointed as the Master of Whisperers by the Mad King himself. Having served under 3 monarchs, Varys's thoughts remain inscrutable, and Littlefinger's gaze is fixed upon him, uncertain whether this is a harbinger of fortune or misfortune. During the small council meeting, King Joffrey, as was his custom, departed prematurely, leaving all matters of state to Queen Cersei and the other counselors. Recently, King Joffrey had acquired a new toy, which seemed to assuage his anger regarding the theft of Eddard Stark's corpse. He exited the council chamber, flanked by his guards, making his way to the dungeons of the Red Keep, where a laboratory had been constructed specifically for Cobain. Corbin was originally a scholar from the Old Town, expelled from the Academy of Sciences due to his fervent passion for human experimentation. Upon arriving in King's Landing, he joined the Blood Theater. However, it could not satiate his experimental aspirations. Thus, he turned his gaze towards the most powerful monarchs of the Seven Kingdoms. This was undoubtedly a strategic move, as the infamous King Joffrey was exceedingly intrigued by such matters. In his childhood, driven by curiosity about how many kittens a mother cat bore, he had brutally dissected the creature to showcase the still-forming kittens to Robert Baratheon. King Robert, appalled, had delivered a severe reprimand, instilling a deep-seated fear in Joffrey thereafter. Yet now, with Robert deceased, King's Landing was under Joffrey's dominion, granting him the liberty to act as he pleased. Even when Queen Cersei struck him, he threatened her with the death penalty for treason. Thus, the like-minded Joffrey generously commissioned the construction of a laboratory for Corbin beneath the Red Keep. Joffrey hurried down the stairs, utterly vexed by the endless political affairs he deemed far less pleasurable than observing Corbin's experiments. Entering the laboratory, he found Corbin waiting eagerly. Knowing that if he pleased the young king, financial support would flow abundantly. "Corbin, how progresses the experiment? Speak to me," Joffrey exclaimed with excitement. "Your Majesty, there has been groundbreaking advancement. Please, follow me," Corbin replied, leading the king into his laboratory. At the heart of the spacious room lay 2 beds, each secured with a pair of naked figures bound in chains. No matter how fiercely they struggled, they remained trapped. "Your Majesty, this is indeed a remarkable discovery. By the 7, they each possess astonishing vitality. I have attempted to kill them multiple times, yet to no avail," Corbin declared. "Corbin, I forbid you to kill them." "That is a royal command," Joffrey responded with displeasure. He could hardly tolerate the thought of losing such exquisite playthings. "Your will shall be obeyed, my liege," Corbin answered. Trembling with respect, Joffrey waved his hand dismissively, indifferent to Corbin's demeanor. "Show me." Corbin nodded obediently and stepped forward, disregarding the desperate struggles of the 2 individuals on the beds. He grasped a sharp scalpel from a nearby table. "Your Majesty, behold," he announced, gesturing as he drew the blade across the chest of one specimen, slicing from the throat down to the abdomen. With great force, he cleaved open the man's chest, perfectly exposing his organs. However, to their astonishment, no blood flowed from within the man's body. "Ah!" Joffrey's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the king's guard beside him. "Look, he has been eviscerated, yet he still moves." The king's guard, though renowned as the mightiest knights in the realm, displayed expressions of sheer terror. They had never before witnessed such a scene. How could anyone survive after being so brutally mutilated? "Quickly, remove the gag from his mouth. I have questions for him," Joffrey commanded, his demeanor devoid of fear as he watched the bizarre spectacle with unsettling curiosity, ordering the removal of the foreign object stuffed in the man's mouth. Once granted the liberty to speak, the man spat vehemently at Joffrey, though, due to his restraints, the saliva did not travel far, landing instead on his own body. This elicited hearty laughter from King Joffrey, who, had it not been for the man's identity, would have been inclined to reward his guards with gold dragons on the spot. "You low-born wretch, reveal your identity. How is it that you can still live in such a state? And why did you steal Eddard Stark's corpse?" Joffrey's mind was awash with inquiries. However, after that defiant spit, the man fell silent, showing no inclination to respond to Joffrey. Indeed, the 2 men being used as test subjects were among the trio dispatched by Xia Changqing to retrieve Eddard's head. Yet, unbeknownst to Joffrey, both had been instructed by Xia Changqing not to divulge any information regarding him. Thus, disappointment was inescapable for King Joffrey. Enraged, Joffrey commanded Maester Coben to extract the man's innards. Under the king's watchful gaze, Coben meticulously removed the heart, lungs, stomach, and other organs from the man's chest. Remarkably, the man continued to glare defiantly at Joffrey, refusing to succumb to death. At this juncture, Joffrey began to feel a flicker of fear. Such a violation of natural law was enough to instill dread. Humanity has always harbored a reverence for the unknown. Consequently, Joffrey's fear cast a shadow over King's Landing, intensifying the scrutiny of the gold cloaks in their search. Chapter 9. The spider offers the Red Keep's secret passage. Xia Changqing observed the gold cloaks galloping past, a flicker of anxiety crossing his mind as their patrols intensified. He increasingly felt that King's Landing was not a place for him to remain. Despite the formidable power of his necromantic abilities, they were reliant upon others. As for Xia Changqing himself, he remained vulnerable. A single sword or dagger could spell his demise. He needed to hasten Littlefinger's actions. The sooner Sansa was rescued, the sooner they could depart from King's Landing. In a certain brothel, Littlefinger burned the letter in his hand with a candle, letting out a sigh. He resolved to adhere strictly to the urgings from Xia Changqing, implementing his plans with renewed urgency. In his quest to extricate Sansa from the Red Keep, Peter Baelish deemed it indispensable to enlist the assistance of the enigmatic Varys, the Spider. To expedite the execution of the order from the ever-ambitious Lord Peter, he showed no qualms about dragging Varys into the murky waters of intrigue. As Varys contemplated the note in his hand, his expression remained inscrutable, yet turmoil raged within him. The contents of the note were starkly simple, bearing but a single name. However, this solitary name was sufficient to draw beads of perspiration upon Varys's brow: Daenerys Targaryen. This was the name inscribed on the note, delivered to him by Peter Baelish. What was Peter's intent? Had he discerned something amiss? And what was the significance of this note? Varys could not help but indulge in anxious speculation. The treasonous implications of such a revelation could lead to dire consequences. Though a eunuch, Varys was not yet ready to embrace death. Thus, he resolved to seek an audience with Peter. The fact that Peter had refrained from immediate exposure of this matter suggested that there remained a possibility for negotiation, contingent upon whether he could meet Peter's conditions. With the assistance of a little bird, Varys easily located the brothel where Peter was to rendezvous that evening. The discussions he intended to have with Peter were of such a sensitive nature that he prudently chose to go alone, eschewing the company of any others. Having lost his manhood at a tender age, Varys had always held a disdainful view of such establishments. Yet now, he found himself compelled to step into this loathsome realm. Lord Varys, what a rare visitor. Have you finally decided to experience what it is to be a man? Peter quipped, shooing away the nearby courtesans with a familiar, sardonic smile. Lord Baelish, you are well aware of my condition. I implore you not to jest about this matter, for it would greatly displease me. Varys replied, a hint of admonition in his tone. Very well, I apologize, Lord Varys. What brings you to my humble abode? Observing Peter's feigned ignorance, Varys found himself momentarily uncertain of the other's true intentions. During the morning council, Lord Baelish presented me with a note bearing the name Daenerys Targaryen. I seek to ascertain your meaning, Varys inquired, his hands clasped within his sleeves, his voice soft and measured. He had no intention of engaging in a perilous game of riddles with Peter. Nothing more than a simple request for you to visit my establishment, Peter sighed, his tone laden with complexity. Simultaneously, wariness surged within Varys. What did Peter mean? Was he deliberately ensnaring him in this trap? What ulterior motives lay beneath? Varys's breath hitched as he caught sight of a tall, shadowy figure emerging suddenly from behind the bed curtains. Foreseeing the impending danger, Varys chose neither to flee nor to cry out, but instead swiftly drew a small crossbow from his sleeve, intent on turning the tables against his adversary. Though diminutive in size, the crossbow could deliver a lethal blow within a span of 5 paces. My lord, I implore you to remain still, dear stranger, Varys declared, unwavering as he aimed the bolt steadily at the stranger's heart. The stranger, seemingly oblivious to the threat posed by Varys, maintained an unchanged, mocking smile, uttering not a word. My lord? Varys pondered in confusion, questioning the stranger's intentions. Did he doubt Varys's resolve to shoot? Slightly tilting his head, Varys glanced toward the shadowy figure and calmly asserted, Dear stranger, I urge you to halt. The life of Lord Peter lies within your grasp. His tone dripped with veiled menace, hoping to instill a sense of caution in his opponent. The shadow paused momentarily, yet before Varys could breathe a sigh of relief, it continued its advance. A flicker of darkness crossed Varys's expression. He had no desire to worsen his rapport with the stranger, but the audacity displayed this evening was intolerable. Contemplating this, he suddenly adjusted the aim of his crossbow towards the encroaching figure and pulled the trigger. A barely perceptible whoosh sliced through the air as the bolt pierced the room's drapery and embedded itself within the shadowy form. Varys was certain he had found his mark. Yet why did the figure not falter? His hand trembled slightly. The shadow reached out to part the drapery, revealing its true visage, a face as resolute as stone, with a black crossbow bolt protruding from his chest. Eddard Stark, Varys exclaimed in shock, akin to a startled maiden. Eddard nodded slightly and spoke, I bid you farewell. Lord Varys. What? Before Varys could voice his outrage, Eddard swiftly drew his sword. In a flash of steel, the blade pierced Varys' somewhat rotund form. Though the realm was home to many swordsmen, Eddard Stark ranked among the very best, and Varys, unskilled in combat, stood no chance against him. A quarter of an hour later, Varys, with a wry smile, touched the wound on his chest, which had yet to fully mend. Lord Peter, you have truly put me in a dire predicament. The stranger's mocking grin remained unchanged. Welcome to the ranks of the undead, Lord Varys. With a bitter smile adorning his plump face, Varys glanced at the unyielding countenance of Eddard Stark, then at the cloaked figure of the enigmatic Shaggy. Unsure of what to say. Just days prior, he had marveled at King Joffrey's capture of 2 undead. Now, he found himself fortuitously inducted into their ranks. A curious twist of fate, indeed. My lord, if you wish to rescue Miss Sansa from the Red Keep, I possess a solution. Varys slowly revealed a shocking secret regarding the Red Keep. Within its walls, a labyrinth of secret passages sprawls. The 8-legged spider can traverse them at will. Chapter 10. The Imp. The sky was clear, unmarred by clouds. Within the Red Keep of King's Landing, a grand tournament was fervently underway in celebration of the king's name day. King Joffrey reclined in his central seat, watching with keen interest the bloody duel between 2 knights. His Majesty held a particular fondness for such spectacles. Sansa sat to Joffrey's right, her gaze fixed vacantly on the combat, her face a mask devoid of expression. Since the death of her father, Eddard, Sansa had gradually learned to veil her emotions, mastering the art of displaying the appropriate demeanor at the right moments, a necessary skill for survival within the Red Keep. As Sansa's mind wandered, the duel concluded with a decisive victor. The defeated knight was unceremoniously hurled from the battlements, igniting a flicker of concern within Sansa for this unfamiliar combatant. King Joffrey bellowed for the next challenger to step forth, and shortly thereafter, a corpulent, inebriated knight arrived belatedly. Joffrey, witnessing his lackluster performance, burst into laughter and commanded the gold cloaks to bring forth a barrel of wine to pour down the unfortunate knight's throat. Sansa felt a pang of sympathy and yearned to intercede, yet she understood the peril of openly pleading. Such an act would only incite Joffrey's wrath further. "Your Majesty, today is your name day. It is ill-advised to spill blood," she articulated with grace. Her words, though seemingly compassionate, were cleverly crafted to placate Joffrey's temperament. To her surprise, Joffrey found amusement in her plea and ordered the gold cloaks to release the unfortunate rotund knight. In merely a few months, Sansa had transformed from an innocent noble maiden into someone adept at navigating the treacherous waters of court life. One could only wonder how Eddard would feel upon witnessing this transformation, whether he would rejoice or lament. The tournament continued. Before long, two figures appeared atop the battlements. The foremost individual stood no taller than an average adult's thigh, with short arms and legs, ascending the steps with an amusing awkwardness. Yet, no one dared to laugh. For the newcomer was none other than the infamous imp, Tyrion Lannister. Though the imp may not have enjoyed the favor of Lord Tywin, he undeniably bore the Lannister name and blood, an irrefutable truth acknowledged by the gods themselves. Thus, to mock the imp was to deride the Lannisters and Lord Tywin. In all of Westeros, who would dare to jest at the expense of Tywin Lannister? The Lannisters always repay their debts. And the tales of Casterly Rock's rainy season echoed throughout the Seven Kingdoms. None would dare to infringe upon the dignity of Lord Tywin. Cersei harbored an intense desire for the imp to meet his demise, having even attempted such a deed during his childhood. Thus, upon the imp's arrival, her countenance transformed dramatically, as though she had ingested a fly. "My lady, I express my deepest condolences for your father's plight," she heard, though Sansa held no faith in the imp, or indeed in any soul within the castle walls. Turning her gaze towards Joffrey, she declared, "My father is a traitor, as are my mother and brother. My unwavering loyalty lies with my beloved King Joffrey." The imp was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Sansa's unexpected proclamation, which was far beyond his anticipation. After a brief pause, he departed the battlements, heading towards the council meeting. His purpose was not for leisure. In truth, he bore no affection for his sister or nephew. Yet the will of his father was not to be defied. The imp was there to assume the role of Hand of the King in place of Lord Tywin, a fact unbeknownst to Cersei and Joffrey at that time. At the council, the imp confidently took his seat at the head of the table and produced Lord Tywin's letter of appointment. Peter Baelish, Varys, and Grand Maester Pycelle were acutely aware of who truly wielded power in King's Landing. Officially, authority belonged to King Joffrey, yet all understood that it resided with Lord Tywin. No dissent was voiced. After all, these matters pertained to the Lannister family, and the astute individuals present comprehended the true parentage of Joffrey. Nonetheless, under the sword and shield, Joffrey was recognized as the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms, a fact that could not be denied. Among the prominent officials, only one opposed the imp's ascent to Hand, the regent queen, Cersei, who longed to see him dead. Following a fierce exchange of words, the imp disowned that only one Stark remained within the walls of King's Landing. He openly derided his sister. "Once, there were 3 Starks capable of exchanging for Jaime. Your foolishness has reduced them to but one." Despite her anger at the imp's scorn, Cersei found herself without a retort. His words, "You may explain it to father," effectively silenced her. If Cersei feared anyone, it was undoubtedly Lord Tywin. The inaugural council meeting presided over by the imp ended in discord due to his quarrel with Cersei. After the meeting, he eagerly sought out the newly hired courtesan, Shae, reveling in the bliss she brought him, reminiscent of his first love. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, 2 figures discreetly observed his retreating form. "My lord, what are your thoughts on the appointment of Tyrion Lannister as Hand of the King?" Peter Baelish inquired, a familiar smirk gracing his lips. "I believe Lord Tyrion will prove to be a most capable hand," came the assured response. Varys exuded a faint scent of powder, his voice soft and deep, akin to a lover whispering sweet nothings into the ear of his beloved. "My lord, I wonder if you have heard of the events that transpired atop the Red Keep?" "Peter, speak plainly," came the reply. "Upon our esteemed Prime Minister's arrival at the Red Keep, he was the first to seek an audience with Lady Sansa, expressing his regrets." "What does my lord imply?" A sly smile crept further across Peter's lips. Given the Prime Minister's evident concern for Lady Sansa, Coupled with Ser Jaime still in the clutches of the king in the north, do you not think he might? Out of sympathy for her plight and a desire to secure Ser Jaime's release, arrange for her clandestine escape from the Red Keep? Oh, Varys's interest piqued, he pondered aloud. Yet these motives do not substantiate the Prime Minister's unilateral decision to release Lady Sansa. Few would lend credence to such a notion. Varys remained skeptical of this theory. However, Peter exuded confidence. The Queen Regent would surely believe it. Chapter 11. Sansa's narrow escape. The Red Keep, shrouded in the cloak of night, appeared eerily tranquil. Under ordinary circumstances, absent a banquet, the castle would exude an overwhelming silence after dusk. The nocturnal amusements of this world are exceedingly meager, and the nobility, mindful of their station, refrain from engaging in debauchery akin to that of the common folk. Thus, the majority of noble pursuits during the night revolved around the pleasures of the bedroom. For instance, within the confines of Maegor's Holdfast, Lancel Lannister had already ensconced himself in the bed of his cousin, Cersei, in the absence of Jaime. The strikingly handsome Lancel had become a substitute, striving to satiate Cersei's desires, yearning to usurp Jaime's place in her heart. Little did they realize. Mere walls separated them from a group stealthily traversing the secret passages, keenly aware of Cersei's every utterance. Were Cersei to discover this unfolding reality, one could only speculate whether she would be so mortified as to leap from the heights of the Red Keep. Xia Changqing remained oblivious, disinterested in such knowledge. Indeed, the silent procession navigating the secret passageways comprised none other than Xia Changqing and his companions. After determining that the imp would bear the blame for Sansa's disappearance, Varys had guided Xia Changqing and Eddard through the hidden corridors into the depths of the Red Keep. The labyrinthine passageways within the castle connected every chamber, each concealing secret exits known solely to Varys, a notion both daunting and dauntingly powerful. Yet for Xia Changqing and Eddard, this presented an invaluable advantage. Through these clandestine routes, they could surreptitiously extract Sansa from the Red Keep. Varys advanced silently, not having traveled far. In truth, Sansa's quarters were not distant from Cersei's chamber. Varys stepped forward and activated a mechanism, revealing a concealed door seamlessly integrated into the wall. Gazing at the door that retracted into the wall, Xia Changqing could hardly conceal his astonishment. The complexity of such a contraption was beyond his imagination, a marvel of this era. The trio passed through the hidden entrance and found themselves in a room. It was now midnight, and all were in slumber. Eddard parted the curtains of the bed and beheld Sansa, who lay in a deep sleep. The poor girl revealed her vulnerability only at night, the tear stains at the corners of her eyes indicating that she was not as resilient as she appeared during the day. Eddard felt a deep pang in his heart. Although his current state rendered him largely numb to pain, witnessing his daughter's plight brought forth a profound sense of sorrow. Eddard, we must hurry. Xia Changqing's voice broke through Eddard's self-reproach, prompting him to realize the urgency of their situation. Eddard understood that this was no place to linger. He removed his hood, crouched down, and gently covered Sansa's mouth with his hand, slowly shaking her awake. Startled by the sounds from the outside world, Sansa opened her eyes to see a tall shadow before her, eliciting a scream that she nearly let out. Eddard's decision to cover her mouth was indeed wise. Sansa, do not scream. It's me. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Sansa instinctively halted her impulse to scream, her eyes widening as she focused on the figure before her. The face was unmistakably familiar. How could she ever forget? Father, Sansa exclaimed, overwhelmed with disbelief as joy engulfed her, prompting her to leap into Eddard's embrace. Sansa, we must leave this place, Eddard whispered, holding his daughter close. Father, can we take Annie with us? Sansa suddenly peered out from Eddard's embrace, urgency in her voice. Indeed, Sansa was a kind-hearted child. Even on the brink of escape from her confinement, she did not forget her companion in suffering. Annie had accompanied Sansa from Winterfell to King's Landing, and after her father was slain by the gold cloaks sent by Cersei, it was Annie who stood by Sansa's side in the days following Eddard's death, preventing her from succumbing to despair. Father, can we? Sansa pressed again, yet Eddard remained silent. Directing his gaze towards Xia Changqing, who stood at the entrance of the secret passage, Xia Changqing silently nodded. He was not devoid of compassion. If they did not take the girl named Annie with them, once the Red Keep discovered Sansa's absence, they would undoubtedly unleash their wrath upon her. And her tragic fate was all too easy to envision. Upon receiving the consent of Xia Changqing, Eddard set Sansa down and proceeded into the outer chamber, where and a handmaiden sent by Cersei were resting. Sansa remained rooted to the spot, her gaze a mixture of trepidation and curiosity directed at Xia Changqing. With a friendly nod towards Sansa, Xia Changqing couldn't help but lament internally. After all, Sansa was merely a girl of 13 or 14. It was no wonder that Eddard was concerned for her well-being in such a perilous environment as the Red Keep. Observing Sansa, Xia Changqing was involuntarily reminded of Eddard's other daughter, Arya Stark, who had endured a tumultuous journey and ultimately transformed into a faceless man. In the original narrative of A Game of Thrones, it was Arya who ultimately vanquished the Night King, saving the realm of Westeros. One wondered, under his influence, whether Arya would still tread the path of the faceless men. An absurd thought crossed Xia Changqing's mind. Perhaps it would be Arya who would ultimately bring an end to his reign as the Undying King. Before Xia Changqing could ponder further, Eddard entered the chamber, leading the trembling handmaiden and accompanied by a faint scent of blood. Xia Changqing cast a questioning glance at Eddard, discerning that his sword had tasted blood, waking and had startled the other handmaidens, and Eddard offered a calm explanation. At that moment, the young handmaiden had already embraced Sansa. Poor child, still struggling to comprehend the unfolding chaos. From 3, they had become 5. Varys had re-engaged the mechanism, sealing the hidden door, rendering it imperceptible. The 5 stumbled onward, hastening through the Red Keep and into the tunnel, with Varys leading the way, torch in hand. Shortly after, a glimmer of starlight pierced the tunnel, and upon emerging, Sansa realized they had departed the Red Keep and arrived at the seaside. "Master, over here." In the distance, 2 figures were waving their arms, holding torches. Maris and her companion had been waiting there for quite some time. Chapter 12. The choice of the journey. When it was discovered within the Red Keep that Sansa and her handmaidens had seemingly vanished without a trace, Xia Changqing and his companions were already sailing upon the boundless sea, heading northward. King's Landing lay in the heart of Westeros, backed by the narrow sea. Following the elongated coastline northward would lead one to the very edge of the wall, a feat achievable only by large sailing vessels. However, the small wooden boat carrying Xia Changqing and his comrades could not endure long on the open sea. Even a minor storm could spell disaster, leading to shipwreck and loss of life. Including Xia Changqing, there were a total of 6 individuals aboard the small craft, and even this modest number rendered the vessel uncomfortably cramped. Nestled beside his father, Sansa gazed with a mixture of awe and reverence at Xia Changqing, whose form was shrouded beneath a dark cloak and hood. From Eddard's words, she had learned that Xia Changqing was a messenger of the old gods, and it was through their divine intervention that Eddard had been granted a second chance at life. The old gods were the cornerstone of faith for all the people of the North. Sansa held unwavering belief in Eddard's assertions. After all, she was merely a child of 13 or 14, and she had never questioned his words. Furthermore, if not for the power of the divine, how could Eddard have returned from death? Thus, she felt no discomfort with the crew aboard the ship obeying Xia Changqing's commands. "Shall we sail to Dragonstone first? With our vessel, it would be arduous to sustain a prolonged journey. Moreover, Dragonstone is the domain of His Grace, Stannis Baratheon, the sole legitimate heir to the Iron Throne. We could change ships there and proceed directly to White Harbor," Eddard suggested at an opportune moment. It was evident to all present that relying on this small craft, they could not fathom how long it would take to reach the north. "No, Eddard, we shall not go to Dragonstone," Xia Changqing replied, casting a surprised glance at Eddard. "Have you forgotten what you did before your demise? Before all the citizens of King's Landing, you openly acknowledged Joffrey's legitimacy. If you were to head to Dragonstone now, Stannis would never accept you." A smile played upon Xia Changqing's lips. Even though Eddard had returned from death, he was still ill-suited for the political arena. Moreover, as Xia Changqing was aware, at this juncture, Robb Stark had already declared himself king, a grievous affront to Stannis. To venture to Dragonstone now would be tantamount to courting disaster. Xia Changqing had no inclination to place himself in peril. Furthermore, within his grand design, he intended to utilize the northern forces as his primary military strength, gradually resurrecting fallen soldiers as the undead on the battlefield, thereby sweeping across the entirety of Westeros. Consequently, Stannis was envisioned as one of his adversaries. A confrontation between the North and Stannis was inevitable. As Xia Changqing pondered, he recalled that a follower of the Lord of Light, the Red Priestess Melisandre, had recently arrived on Dragonstone. Though the divine was not overtly manifest in this world, their existence was irrefutable. Whether it was Melisandre's ability to glimpse the future within flames or her subsequent prayers to the Lord of Light that resurrected the deceased Jon Snow, these instances undeniably illustrated that the gods could exert their influence upon Westeros. At present, Xia Changqing felt too weak to gamble on whether Melisandre might see through him, or whether the Lord of Light would gaze upon him through her eyes. To be scrutinized by a deity was not a pleasant experience. After all, while Xia Changqing's ambitions diverged from those of the Night King, he nonetheless posed a substantial threat to the realm of the living. He certainly did not wish to be considered a follower of the cold god, and dealt with before he had grown stronger. "My lord, what shall we do?" Maris inquired with a hint of concern etched on his face. This was a request from Xia Changqing, instructing Ed and the others to address him as my lord, as the title of master was indeed unnecessary. Naturally, Xia Changqing could not adopt a congenial demeanor and refer to them as brothers, even if he had the inclination. Ed and the others would surely feel uncomfortable. We shall sail northward for a time, then disembark and traverse the King's Road back to the north, Xia Changqing decisively proclaimed. At this moment, he was preoccupied with thoughts of Arya, who should be among the Night's Watch, heading towards the wall. If they moved swiftly, there was a chance they could reach her before the forces of the West captured her. My lord, if we take the King's Road, we may encounter the gold cloaks patrolling back and forth between the North and King's Landing. Ed expressed his concerns. After all, he had once been the Duke of Winterfell in the hand of the king, fully aware of the uproar that would ensue from Sansa's sudden disappearance from the Red Keep. Joffrey would undoubtedly dispatch the gold cloaks to search the north. If conditions permitted, sailing directly to White Harbor would be the optimal choice. Xia Changqing merely shook his head. Speaking with confidence, Stannis of Dragonstone and Renly of Storm's End are both eyeing the Iron Throne in King's Landing, under the threat posed by the two. The city will not deploy too many personnel to apprehend us. Despite Xia Changqing's insistence, Ed and the others felt powerless, as they were bound to obey his commands. The small vessel carrying Xia Changqing and his companions glided through Blackwater Bay, landing at Rosby, not far from King's Landing. The small boat had its advantages, allowing them to directly approach the shallows without the worry of running aground. However, after departing the vessel, the remainder of the journey would be on foot. This proved to be a torment for Xia Changqing, who had lived a life of comfort. He had never traversed such a distance in a single day. For him, it was undoubtedly a trial. Even Sansa and the young maiden fared much better than Xia Changqing, which caused him to blush unexpectedly. Nonetheless, Ed and the others found this version of Xia Changqing to be more approachable. After Xia Changqing's feet were blistered from the trek, they finally arrived at Rosby. The news of Ed's death had spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms, while the Lannisters kept Sansa's disappearance under wraps. Consequently, upon their arrival in Rosby, they encountered no gold cloaks. This alleviated some of Ed's anxiety as he journeyed with his daughter, which added to his concerns. Frankly speaking, if they were to encounter even a small squad of gold cloaks, despite their seemingly immortal bodies, they would undoubtedly suffer a devastating defeat. Through their extended interactions, Ed had long since realized that aside from the ability to resurrect the dead, Xia Changqing possessed no combat prowess whatsoever. To be precise, Xia Changqing is akin to a feeble creature with a combat prowess of merely 5. Chapter 13. The King's Road. The King's Road commences from King's Landing, traversing northward through the Trident Basin, crossing the Neck and the ancestral burial mounds, before reaching Winterfell. From Winterfell, it continues onward to the Black Castle at the Wall. Should one venture south, the road extends from King's Landing all the way to the Whispering Castle. This grand thoroughfare may well be regarded as the Highway of Westeros, renowned as the most significant route of transportation. Regrettably, this era lacks any concrete technology, rendering the King's Road nothing more than a somewhat orderly dirt path. Xia Changqing and his companions resupplied in Rosby, equipping the 3 principal combatants, including Eddard, with suits of chainmail and accompanying longswords, with Xia Changqing following suit. However, he found the chainmail to be uncomfortable, as he was unaccustomed to encasing himself in such a heavy shackle. Consequently, Eddard selected for him a leather armor akin to Sansa's. Although lighter, the leather armor still offered some protection. Xia Changqing also donned a long sword at his waist, and thus he bore a semblance of an adventurer or mercenary. Having amassed a considerable surplus of golden dragons extorted from Littlefinger, Xia Changqing and his companions purchased several horses. Considering the arduous journey on foot, he doubted he could reach the north by the end of the War of the Five Kings. Yet, he found himself embarrassed by his inability to ride. While Sansa and the handmaiden, Annie, rode gracefully on their steeds, Xia Changqing had to share a horse with Eddard. Watching Sansa and Annie stifle their laughter only deepened his sense of isolation. You country bumpkins, what is so impressive about riding? Have you ever driven a car? Have you ever seen an airplane? Of course, such thoughts remained unvoiced, for he deemed it beneath him to quarrel with a girl like Sansa. Neither Eddard nor the others dared to mock him. Thus, Xia Changqing occupied himself by soliciting Eddard for lessons in horsemanship, as he was keen to avoid an extended period of this humiliating experience of sharing a mount. With diligence in learning and dedication in teaching, he began to grasp the rudiments of riding as they traversed the King's Road. At the very least, he could now manage a slow advance atop a horse. The sole spectacle of the King's Road lay in the majestic trees that lined its sides, towering and intertwined, their lush branches and trunks entwined to form a canopy that obscured much of the sunlight. Rays of light filtered through the leaves, casting a magical ambience that rendered the surroundings breathtakingly beautiful. There was no need for the group to dismount. As long as they continued along the King's Road, they would eventually reach Winterfell. Yet, with concern for Arya weighing upon him, Xia Changqing urged the others to quicken their pace. Eddard and his companions had initially hesitated to increase their speed due to concerns regarding Xia Changqing's riding skills. However, now that Xia Changqing had taken the initiative to request a faster pace, there was little left to discuss. They galloped ahead. As they sped along, Xia Changqing marveled at the trees whizzing by, finding the exhilaration far more thrilling than driving a car. The wind whipped against his face, making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. After a brief acceleration, Xia Changqing strongly urged the group to slow down. The two young ladies, Sansa and Annie, were even more delighted by the change of pace. Gradually, the number of pedestrians on King's Road increased. To avoid attracting the attention of the gold cloaks, they donned hoods and proceeded discreetly. Indeed, there were more gold cloaks patrolling than before. Though it was unclear whether they were searching for Sansa or hunting down Robert's illegitimate son, either scenario posed a threat to Xia Changqing and his companions. However, as Xia Changqing had surmised, King's Landing was actively preparing for conflict. The gold cloaks dispatched were relatively few, typically consisting of pairs or small groups of 4 or 5. For Xia Changqing's party, this was not a significant concern. Nevertheless, out of caution, he refrained from provoking the gold cloaks. By day, they advanced, and by night, they camped at the edge of King's Road. Thus, over the span of just a few days, they distanced themselves from King's Landing. One night, shortly after Eddard and the others had set up camp and begun preparing dinner, a troop of cavalry suddenly approached from the distance. Clad in black armor and draped in red cloaks, each soldier bore a torch. In the dim light cast by the flames, Xia Changqing immediately recognized them as soldiers from House Lannister of the Westerlands. Westerlands cavalry? In the blink of an eye, a memory flashed through Xia Changqing's mind. The group that Arya was with had been pursued by the cavalry from the Westerlands, and the Night's Watchman, Yoren, had perished at their hands. Xia Changqing was uncertain if the cavalry that had caught up with the Night's Watch was the same as this one. Nor did he know when the two encounters had occurred, so he chose not to gamble on it. He leaped down from a stump at the edge of King's Road and called out, "Eddard, gather your things. We must follow the cavalry ahead." "What, my lord? That is the Lannister army. We should be fleeing from them," Maris shouted in alarm. Xia Changqing jogged forward and gave Maris a swift kick. "Stop talking so much. Didn't you hear my command? Eddard, forget the gear. Quick, grab the horses, and we leave." Under Xia Changqing's firm directive, Maris ceased his objections. Eddard and the others hastily packed up, extinguished the fire, discarded most of their belongings, and mounted their horses to pursue the Lannister cavalry. Aware of his own inadequate riding skills, Xia Changqing, prioritizing the overall speed of the group, unhesitatingly allowed Eddard to hold him as they shared a mount. The King's Road appeared even more somber at night, shrouded in shadows and foreboding. If given the choice, no one would opt to traverse this road after dusk. Thus, it was evident that the cavalry from the Westlands had urgent matters to attend to. "My lord, you have yet to enlighten us on the purpose of following the Westland cavalry. This is hardly a prudent choice, as they are at least 30 or 40 fully armed knights." Ed's anxious words echoed in Xia Changqing's ears. He was deeply concerned for his daughter's safety. This sentiment resonated profoundly within Ed's heart. Once battle commenced, though he possessed an immortal body, he could not simultaneously face the enemy and safeguard Sansa's well-being. Xia Changqing smirked slightly, having discerned Ed's innermost thoughts. This man, with his prominent brows and eyes, was, at such a critical juncture, primarily worried about his daughter's safety. Yet, this was a natural instinct, and Xia Changqing bore no ill will towards Ed. "We shall rescue your other daughter," Xia Changqing declared. Chapter 14. The threat of night. The cavalry swiftly advancing on the King's Road was led by the notorious Amory Lorch, second only to the Mountain among the villains of the Westlands. Amory, a landholding knight, had entered the service of Lord Tywin at a young age and had committed heinous acts during the rebellion against the Mad King that rivaled those of the Mountain. Despite his infamy in the Westlands, few had heard of Amory's name across the Seven Kingdoms, which incited a maddening jealousy within him towards the Mountain. He was a thoroughly wicked man who regarded his malevolence as a mark of honor. Amory's pursuit of the Night's Watch was rooted in King Joffrey's decree to eliminate all of the late King Robert's bastards. Among those currently following Yoren and heading for the Wall was Gendry, one of Robert's illegitimate sons. The Gold Cloaks had uncovered this information and threatened Yoren to surrender Gendry. However, Yoren would never yield to the Gold Cloaks, who had tasted defeat at his hands and were unwilling to relent. Amory, en route to Harrenhal, did not mind addressing this minor threat for King Joffrey. "My lord, we have detected the traces of the Night's Watch ahead," reported a scout. relaying the information Amory sought. Raise the banners. Eliminate them all. Amory licked his parched lips. Having finally caught up with Uranus Night's watch after a day of relentless pursuit. Behind Amory, the golden lion banner and the sigil of the scorpion-tailed beast rose high, as his cavalry brandished their swords and notched their arrows. Such was the nature of a general that his soldiers mirrored him. Those following Amory were all ruthless killers, and they wore their savagery as a badge of honor. The cavalry approached the encampment of the Night's Watch, where the commander, Lord Crow Euron, was not a man of gentle disposition. With sword drawn, he stepped forward alone, devoid of any trace of fear. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air as an arrow flew by. Euron grunted softly, lowering his gaze to find an arrow embedded in his chest. The men of Amory showed no mercy. Slightly dazed, Euron was struck again by another arrow, yet astonishingly, he did not succumb immediately. A fierce roar erupted from his throat as he charged at the cavalry from the west. The battle commenced, with the sounds of clashing steel and anguished cries echoing around the camp, flames erupting in every direction, instilling fear in the hearts of all. On one side stood the disciplined soldiers of the west, while on the other were ordinary folk yet to join the Night's Watch, leading to a stark disparity in combat prowess. The conflict had scarcely begun when the Night's Watch found itself in disarray. At this moment, Summer and his companions had trailed behind Amory's forces to the scene. "My lord, that appears to be Euron's Night's Watch," one remarked. "What shall we do?" Eddard, sword in hand, was poised to charge forward. Euron was his friend, and their bond had been forged long ago. Witnessing his friend's peril, he could not stand idly by. He would not be Eddard Stark if he did. Yet, he felt compelled to consult Summer before acting. Summer gazed at the distant flames and the West's cavalry pursuing civilians. His hand clenched involuntarily. How could he remain unmoved by such wanton slaughter of the innocent, having been nurtured in the ideals of righteousness? "Sansa and Annie, stay here and ensure your safety. Eddard, do what you must." With a resolute expression, Eddard met Summer's approving gaze, tightened his lips, and urged his horse forward. "Charge!" With unwavering determination, Eddard raced towards the West's cavalry. "Maris, you too assist Eddard." "Yes, my lord." Maris and his companion drew their swords, following closely behind Eddard. Though their swordsmanship was lacking, their indomitable spirits allowed them to inflict some trouble upon the enemy. As Summer observed the retreating figures of Eddard and his companions, he felt a twinge of apprehension regarding the fierce battle. However, after spending considerable time in this world, he had cultivated a resilient mindset, no longer trembling in fear at such scenes. "Sansa, you two protect yourselves. I will aid Eddard," Summer instructed Sansa, who nodded obediently as the two girls took cover in the shadows. With a gentle nudge to his horse's flank, Summer cautiously approached the battlefield. Due to Eddard's unexpected emergence, the cavalry under Amory, after losing a few men, quickly regrouped and began to encircle Eddard and his companions. Meanwhile, the civilians who had been fleeing were now safe, as all attention from the West's cavalry had shifted towards Eddard and his allies. Initially, the cavalry of the West did not regard the trio of unexpected assailants with any seriousness, although their sudden onslaught resulted in a minor toll on their ranks. Once they regained their composure, how could 40 men possibly be defeated by 3? Observing the distraction caused by Ed and his companions, Xia Changqing dismounted and stealthily approached the Night's Watch camp. While he dared not engage in direct confrontation, he felt confident in executing covert maneuvers. The lifeless body lying beside him belonged to Yoren, the chief of the Crows, who had succumbed to the assault. The dead return. As Xia Changqing touched Yoren, he activated his skill, feeling a wave of ennui wash over him after a brief tremor. Yoren, however, grasped his sword and rose from the ground. "What the hell? I thought I was dead. Have I truly encountered a White Walker?" "Keep your voice down," Xia Changqing admonished, delivering a sharp slap to Yoren. He had no desire to attract the attention of the West cavalry. Yoren's eyes widened in surprise, and he nearly let slip a torrent of expletives. But Xia Changqing's fierce gaze compelled him to swallow back his words. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and assist Ed and the others." Xia Changqing could not restrain himself from striking Yoren once more, as he found the latter's tendency for grandiloquence quite distasteful. Yoren, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied with a reluctant acknowledgement, only for his face to light up with astonishment. "Ed is here too? I thought his head was severed." As soon as the words left his lips, Yoren realized the absurdity of his situation. If he could be resurrected, then it was hardly surprising that Ed could as well. "Ed, I come to aid you," Yoren shouted, oblivious to the arrows protruding from his body, and he dragged his sword into the fray. Amory was taken aback. He had personally slain Yoren, yet here he was, alive and spiritedly rejoining the battle. Chapter 15. A reunion of father and daughter. With Yoren now part of the skirmish, Xia Changqing remained industrious. seeking out the bodies of several West cavalrymen slain by Yuan. The dead return. The dead return. Without pause, Xia Changqing employed his skill on the corpses, reviving them to bolster his forces. Unexpectedly, the system, which had been silent for some time, sprang to life. The dead return level 20. Xia Changqing had never noticed that his skill, the dead return, had reached its maximum level and ascended to the second tier. The effects of this upgraded skill instantly materialized in his mind. He no longer needed to physically touch the corpses to cast a spell. Instead, the area of effect would now emanate from his body, creating a circular radius of 1 meter. Though this range remained modest, it was undoubtedly a boon for Xia Changqing, who had long harbored grievances against the necessity of touching bloodied remains to activate his abilities. With a wave of his hand, Xia Changqing commanded the fallen Westland's cavalry at his feet to rise, and under his will, they joined the fray. Amoli's heart undoubtedly shattered at the sight of his once-dead subordinates standing before him, swords drawn in his direction. He realized the gravity of his predicament. This extraordinary phenomenon evoked memories of a species that had vanished from the continent of Westeros for millennia, White Walkers. The dead had been resurrected. As the ranks of his own men dwindled, the enemy's forces only swelled. How could Amoli continue this battle? He gathered his remaining men, feeling a strong inclination to retreat, determined to report these events to Duke Tywin. Meanwhile, Xia Changqing's act of resurrecting the dead had not escaped Amoli's notice, as even in the darkness, Xia Changqing stood out conspicuously. Yet now, Xia Changqing had no reason to fear a beheading from Amoli. He was surrounded by a cadre of resurrected Westland's cavalry, safeguarding him. The unknown breeds terror. Even a villain like Amoli found fear creeping into his heart. We must withdraw, back to Harrenhal, he commanded, ready to make his escape. My lord, it seems we cannot leave, stammered the standard-bearer, trembling as he spoke, for they were encircled by a host of cavalry. Those who had once been their comrades now turned their blades against them. Most alarmingly, these were men who should have been dead. Leave no one alive, Xia Changqing decreed to his undead subordinates. It was still premature to reveal his secret to the great powers of the Seven Kingdoms. Thus, none present could depart. The counter-encirclement commenced. The Westland's cavalry, whose combat prowess was already closely matched, now faced Xia Changqing's revived warriors, each fearless in battle. The tide of war had radically shifted. With Amoli's forces now on the defensive, the conflict raged on for over an hour, culminating in the complete annihilation of Amoli's cavalry. These soldiers were then resurrected by Xia Changqing, forming an orderly line behind him. War, indeed, is the most effective means of rapidly expanding one's power, Xia Changqing mused, reflecting that a mere skirmish had dramatically multiplied his forces. These cavalrymen represented the foundation of his control over the entire continent of Westeros. Amoli, too, met his end at the hands of Eddard and Yoren, beheaded by Yoren's sword, avenging the death he had caused. Not choosing to resurrect the infamous villain Amoli, Xia Changqing concluded that all battles had ceased. The once-dead Westland's cavalry, though wounded, clad in tattered armor and looking disheveled, stood resolutely, while only Amoli lay lifeless upon the ground. The once peaceful civilians among the Night's Watch stood in stunned silence, their hearts gripped by terror as they knelt on the ground, trembling in fear, their limited understanding leaving them bewildered by the unfolding chaos. My lord, how shall we deal with these people? Maris inquired, approaching Xia Changqing with his sword in hand, its tip still dripping with blood, his eyes reflecting a murderous intent. Where is Arya? Arya. Suddenly, Eddard's voice rang out, filled with urgency. After a fierce battle, he had paused to reminisce with Yoren, only for Yoren to suddenly recall that Arya was amongst his group. The tumultuous scene raised his concern for her safety. Having already faced death once, Eddard could not bear the thought of his daughter meeting the same fate. Ignoring Xia Changqing's thoughts, he called out Arya's name. Among the Night's Watch, Arya, disguised as a tomboy, knelt beside the towering Jandrai, concealing herself, when she suddenly heard her name being called. The familiar voice stirred her emotions, and she sprang to her feet, surprising Jandrai in the process. Father, is that you? Beneath the glow of the fire, Eddard had removed his hood, revealing his familiar visage. Seeing her father's face before her, Arya disregarded the danger and rushed through the crowd to throw herself into Eddard's embrace, calling out father, as tears streamed down her face. The commotion between Eddard and his daughter dissipated Maris's bloodlust, leaving him somewhat speechless at the sheer number of Eddard Stark's daughters, encountering them at every turn. My lord, what shall we do with these people? Shall we release them? Maris sought Xia Changqing's counsel. Xia Changqing stroked his chin, recognizing that while the Night's Watch was comprised of relatively weak fighters, there were formidable individuals hidden among them. Arya Stark, daughter of Eddard Stark, the Warden of the North. Jandrai, the last surviving son of Robert Baratheon, and Jaqen Hagar, the premier assassin of the Faceless Men. Compared to these figures, the likes of Rorge and Biter were mere footnotes. Especially Changqing, whose ability to change his appearance was astonishing, an ability Xia Changqing greatly admired. Gather them together. Confine them in the wagon, and let them accompany us to Winterfell. Yes, my lord. Maris responded, promptly commanding the cavalry that had originally belonged to the Westerlands, now under Xia Changqing's authority, to usher the civilians onto the wagons. Although the Westerlands cavalry felt discontent, they had no choice but to obey Xia Changqing's orders. The kneeling civilians, including Changqing and Rorge, surrendered to the sword's threat and begrudgingly boarded the wagons, returning to their confines. Chapter 16. Digging a pit for Changqing. As the darkness receded, light emerged. The expedition to the north resumed its journey along the King's Road. Xia Changqing rode leisurely atop his steed, flanked by the vigilant Ed and Yoren. Arya nestled in her father's embrace, displaying no signs of trepidation. Her wide eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at Xia Changqing. He, too, removed his hood, revealing a sun-kissed visage, and flashed a disarming smile at Arya, momentarily captivating the young girl. Xia Changqing's appearance deviated completely from Arya's expectations. She had envisioned him as an elderly man, weathered and grim. Yet he turned out to be strikingly youthful and even handsome. Surrounding the procession were cavalrymen who had cast aside their red cloaks and banners of the West, encircling the group, ensuring that the ordinary folk bound for the wall remained docile within their carts. Xia Changqing tapped his head, suddenly recalling unfinished business. Under the protection of Ed and Yoren, he rode to the rear of the convoy and encountered Changqing Hagar. Even within the confines of his cage, Changqing comported himself as if in the comfort of his own home, sitting calmly in a corner with an air of tranquility. In stark contrast to the likes of Qianya and Rorge, both of whom trembled with palpable fear under Xia Changqing's gaze, Changqing remained composed. Changqing Hagar? Xia Changqing inquired, his attention solely on the man before him. Changqing, tall and imposing, wore shoulder-length hair of a striking duality, half white, half red, dressed with an air of refinement, and possessed a handsome countenance. Typically, he would be a figure hard to overlook, yet had it not been for Xia Changqing's purpose in seeking him, he might easily have been disregarded. My lord, it is rare to find a friend like someone. I do not recall this friend, Changqing replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Xia Changqing with intrigue. The Faceless Men bore no names, thus they referred to themselves in the third person. Xia Changqing observed Changqing with keen interest. Despite being one of the world's foremost assassins, he had nonetheless fallen prey to the gilded robes of King S. Landing, imprisoned in a dark cell. To Xia Changqing, the constraints faced by the Faceless Men seemed excessively severe. They possessed formidable strength, yet could not act freely against others. Changqing, do you wish to live? Xia Changqing asked directly. Though my existence is fleeting, my time has not yet come. However, while I desire life, I refuse to become a Night's Watchman. The oath required to join the Night's Watch was a burden too great for someone as devoted to vows and promises as a Faceless Man. Although Changqing could abandon his name and escape through death, relinquishing an identity was not a simple endeavor. I shall not compel you to become a Night's Watchman. Simply work for me, and I will grant you your freedom. I will not serve anyone, Changqing declared resolutely. Changqing chuckled softly, suggesting that one could hire someone to commit murder simply by providing a name, be it a king, a commoner, a knight, or a lord, perhaps within a month, or even a year. Once the name was uttered, death would arrive. A life for a life, my lord. Will you share a name with me? His nonchalant tone, however, caused Ed and Yoren, who stood beside Xia Changqing, to change countenance. Such arrogance was rarely witnessed. Ed had only encountered someone as audacious as Changqing once before, prompting a sudden recollection of a mysterious organization. My lord, this man is not to be trusted. I suspect he is a member of the Faceless Men. Ed whispered urgently into Xia Changqing's ear. Although he had never seen a faceless man, as the Duke of Winterfell and the Protector of the North, he had heard their names spoken with trepidation. The cost of employing a faceless man was exorbitantly high, yet their formidable reputation was deeply ingrained in the hearts of the Westerosi nobility, for they brought only death and destruction. Ed, sensing imminent danger, drew his sword, its tip aimed directly at Changqing. Despite the barrier that separated them, he felt no sense of safety. The poison capabilities of the Faceless Men were notoriously elusive. Changqing had not anticipated that Ed would discern his origins, yet he remained unfazed, for he could easily identify the leader among this group. Thus, he did not spare Ed a glance, his gaze firmly fixed on Xia Changqing. My lord, will you share a name with someone? Changqing, are you a Faceless Man? Despite having confirmed Changqing's identity, Xia Changqing sought a verbal admission from him. My lord, one is but a nameless entity. Very well, Changqing. I do not intend to reveal a name. Instead, I desire you to bestow upon me the abilities of the faceless men. Xia Changqing articulated his request. Coveting the extraordinary skill to alter one's visage, it was nothing short of divine. Upon hearing Xia Changqing's demand, a barely perceptible tremor coursed through Changqing's features as he regarded Xia Changqing. My lord is not a devotee of the many-faced god. Is that a refusal? Xia Changqing regarded Changqing with a glint of malice, causing Changqing to feel a flicker of unease. You swear that if I utter a name, death will inevitably follow. One swears. Changqing exhaled a sigh of relief, finding humor in his earlier anxiety. One swears by the name of the many-faced god. My lord, once the name is spoken, death shall follow, and the vow shall not be broken. Changqing, anyone at all. The smile on Xia Changqing's lips widened, as he, well-versed in the unfolding narrative, methodically dug a pit for Changqing. A king will do, a beggar will do, as long as my lord speaks the name. Very well, I shall reveal a name. Leaning closer, Xia Changqing whispered into Changqing's ear, enunciating each word so that only Changqing could hear. Changqing Hagar. Indeed, Xia Changqing had uttered Changqing's very own name. Once the name was spoken, death would descend. Calm and serene, Changqing's body suddenly convulsed, his complexion paling as though he had been struck by an invisible fist, causing his entire frame to tremble. My lord, perhaps you could consider adopting another name. Changqing Hagar, murmured Xia Changqing, his lips moving silently as he repeated the name once more. The smile on Changqing's face faltered, revealing a glimmer of desperation in his gaze. My lord, may we change the name? No. Xia Changqing resolutely shook his head. You must either impart to me the abilities of the faceless men, or else let death befall a certain individual. My lord, it is beyond my capabilities to grant you the powers of the faceless men, for I am not a devotee of the many-faced god. Changqing reiterated his argument. However, Xia Changqing remained unmoved. Chapter 17. All mortals must die in the original narrative. It was Arya who saved Changqing and the two others imprisoned in a cage. Consequently, Changqing granted Arya 3 names, after he had eliminated the first 2. Arya uttered the name of the third, Tywin Lannister. Yet by that time, Tywin had departed Harrenhal en route to Casterly Rock. Displeased, Arya revealed his name, effectively seizing Changqing's vulnerability, leaving him powerless. After Arya and her companions escaped Harrenhal with Changqing's assistance, he presented her with a coin, which later served as her ticket to Braavos. Arya eventually became a formidable faceless woman, avenging House Stark and ultimately vanquishing the Night King, thereby saving Westeros. However, Xia Changqing could not fathom that Arya had become a true believer in the many-faced god, as her subsequent actions demonstrated a complete lack of faith in the deity. Nevertheless, Arya emerged as a powerful faceless woman. If she could achieve this, then why could not Xia Changqing? Perhaps Arya was chosen by the many-faced god to partake in the struggle between the god of winter and the king of light. Yet, Xia Changqing firmly believed that if exceptions had already been made, then another exception would not be out of the question. Changqing, you have no choice. Ignoring Changqing's pleas, Xia Changqing intensified his pressure. My lord, someone has acquiesced to your request. Please retract that name. Xia Changqing felt a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, when the right approach was employed, even the formidable faceless men could be compelled to yield. Yet, a flicker of caution arose within him. Should someone enlist a faceless man to assassinate him, Xia Changqing harbored no confidence in his survival. Setting aside the faceless men's exquisite mastery of poison, their uncanny ability to alter their appearance, voice, and physique rendered them nearly impossible to guard against. A person once deemed a close companion could, by the next day, be a faceless man in disguise. Merely contemplating such a possibility was chilling. Very well, I shall retract that name. Upon receiving Changqing's agreement, Xia Changqing swiftly retracted his stance. The faceless men are bound by their principles. They are incapable of breaking their word. Changqing genuinely felt a sense of relief, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he realized that Xia Changqing had astutely seized upon a loophole in his promise, compelling him to acquiesce to Xia Changqing's demands. Thank you, my lord. However, it must be noted that one did not deceive, nor did one impart the ability to become a faceless man. Xia Changqing's expression remained unchanged as he awaited Changqing's next words. Changqing retrieved a coin from his waist pocket, extending it through the bars of the cage into Xia Changqing's hand. My lord, should you wish to learn the arts of the faceless men, simply carry this coin aboard any vessel bound for Braavos and inform the captain that all mortals must die. They will escort you to the House of Black and White, where you shall find what you seek. All mortals must die. This phrase, uttered in Valyrian, corresponds to the notion that mortals must pay tribute. Xia Changqing carefully placed the coin into his bosom. I understand. Now, my lord, may I take my leave? Changqing's expression returned to calm as he regarded Xia Changqing with a serene gaze. He had already bestowed the token for joining the House of Black and White. Yet whether Xia Changqing would be accepted by the acolytes remained beyond his concern. Eddard, release him. At Xia Changqing's command, Eddard reluctantly approached to unlock the cage. In truth, Eddard believed that such a dangerous individual as the Faceless Man ought to remain confined, or perhaps it would be better to eliminate him entirely. Indeed, Xia Changqing possessed the capacity to slay Jacquin and subsequently resurrect him, thereby not only gaining a Faceless Man as a subordinate, but also acquiring the means to learn the ways of the Faceless Man. However, Xia Changqing was unwilling to take that risk. When confronting figures like Peter Baelish or Varys, Xia Changqing had the audacity to act decisively, for he understood that they, despite their high rank, were ultimately mere mortals. Yet Jacquin was different. As a mysterious Faceless Man, he wielded formidable power, and no one knew the extent of his hidden strengths. Xia Changqing harbored no doubts regarding Jacquin's ability to kill him in an instant. Yet he lacked confidence in Eddard and the others' capacity to eliminate Jacquin. Jacquin leisurely exited the cage, even taking the time to adjust his attire. Unperturbed by the point of Eddard's sword. "My lord, I am grateful for the restoration of my freedom. Farewell." With an elegant bow towards Xia Changqing, Jacquin, though unarmed, regarded the surrounding guards with indifference. He made his slow descent from Xia Changqing's company, traversing down the King's Road. No one noticed that Jacquin's visage had transformed entirely, his identity no longer that of Jacquin Hagar. "My lord, are we truly allowing him to depart?" Eddard inquired, a hint of dissatisfaction lacing his voice. "We possess over 40 cavalrymen. Can we not spare him?" "Ed, Jacquin is not our enemy. Let him go and avoid unnecessary complications. We should hasten to the north." "There is no need, as Xia Changqing is reluctant to provoke Jacquin, the Faceless Man. My lord, we are eager to kill on your behalf. Grant us the opportunity." Just as Xia Changqing was about to depart, Royer and Feng Ya began to shout loudly from their cage, for Jacquin's departure had ignited their hopes for freedom. Xia Changqing paused in his steps, intrigued by the two men in the cage. "Kill for me? But I lack no one who can slay in my stead. Whether you are here or not makes little difference. My lord, I do not boast. With these cavalrymen, Feng Ya alone could contend with 3 or 4, Royer proclaimed, pointing at Feng Ya, his tone laced with disdain for the Western cavalry. Of course, there might be an element of exaggeration, yet Royer was confident that given the chance, the two could undoubtedly prove their worth. While Xia Changqing did not regard their combat prowess with much concern, their appearance certainly bore the hallmark of villains. Fierce enough to silence a child's night cries. "Since you wish to serve me, I am not an unreasonable man, however. I shall ask you once more, do you truly desire to work for me?" "My lord, it is our honor to serve you," Royer replied hastily, casting a pointed glance at Feng Ya, prompting him to nod vigorously. "Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Ed, execute them," Xia Changqing commanded directly, ordering the two to be killed. Chapter 18. The scheme in the Demon Mountain. The party heading towards the north continued its journey, and Royer and Feng Ya, having achieved their desired freedom, found themselves crammed onto a wagon due to the lack of spare horses. This too could be seen as a semblance of freedom. Within half a day's travel, Ed turned to Xia Changqing, saying, "My lord, just ahead lies Herrenberg. I have confirmed with the Western cavalry that the notorious Demon Mountain currently occupies it, and Duke Tywin is soon to arrive with his army. Should we take a detour?" "The most notorious villain? The Demon Mountain?" Xia Changqing inquired with interest. "Ed, are you truly afraid of this Demon Mountain? Afraid of the Demon Mountain?" "My lord, do not jest," Ed replied, a hint of displeasure on his face. "I am the guardian of the North, the Duke of Winterfell. How could I fear a mere Demon Mountain? Yet, its fearsome reputation precedes it, and we are unaware of the number of guards in Herrenberg. It would be prudent to take a detour." "A detour?" Xia Changqing could not dismiss Ed's suggestion lightly. With their current numbers, he was not yet prepared to confront Tywin head-on. However, Tywin was not present within Herrenberg at this moment, and the Demon Mountain commanded only a small contingent of soldiers. Xia Changqing contemplated taking the risk. "Ed, how confident are you in taking Herrenberg?" "I have no confidence," Ed replied earnestly. Xia Changqing looked at Ed's serious face. As resolute as the frozen stones of the north, feeling speechless, this was rather too sincere. "Ed, do not be afraid." Xia Changqing patted Ed's shoulder, saying, "Even if your heads are severed by the Demon Mountain, I can help you reattach them, rest assured. But if your head is severed, who could possibly help you?" Ed remained reluctant to risk an assault on Herrenberg, considering it far too perilous with their limited number of combatants. All right, I will heed your advice. We shall not initiate an attack on Herrenberg." Although Xia Changqing could enforce his command upon Ed, he understood that Ed was ultimately looking out for his well-being, and there was no need for obstinacy in this matter. However, Ed, have you considered letting the Demon Mountain take the initiative to attack us? Herrenberg may be easily defensible, but instead of assaulting it, we could provoke the Demon Mountain to draw their forces into battle. Xia Changqing pondered this strategy. There was no necessity to confront the Demon Mountain head-on. The Demon Mountain would undoubtedly need to allocate troops to defend Herrenberg, thereby dividing their already limited forces, resulting in even fewer troops available for engagement. The more Xia Changqing contemplated, the more convinced he became, a smile emerging on his face. We shall wait and ambush them, catching the Demon Mountain unawares. Even if their numbers are twice ours, I am confident we can overcome this wave of their forces. After hearing Xia Changqing's reasoning, Ed suddenly felt a sense of possibility. His reluctance to provoke the Demon Mountain stemmed partly from Herrenberg's defensibility and partly from the enemy's numerical superiority. However, if the Demon Mountain could indeed be lured out to fight, Ed felt a surge of confidence. But my lord, how could the Demon Mountain possibly act according to our wishes and venture out to battle? Ed questioned, perplexed. In response, Xia Changqing pointed towards the black-armored cavalry surrounding them. Ed, who are these people? Cavalry under Amori's command, Ed answered. Indeed, these are Amori's cavalry, also part of the Western Realm. I am uncertain of the relationship between Amori and the Demon Mountain. But if I send a rider to Herrenberg to inform the Demon Mountain that Amori has been attacked and urgently requires assistance, do you think the Demon Mountain would come? If the Demon Mountain's relationship with Amori were poor and they were to stand by as Amori fell, Duke Tywin would undoubtedly exert pressure on the Demon Mountain, as they are both colleagues within the Western Realm. If the Demon Mountain disregards Amori's plight, Tywin would certainly not spare them. Furthermore, while I concede that the Demon Mountain's martial prowess is unmatched across the Seven Kingdoms, I do not believe his intellect to be unparalleled either. Intelligence is a valuable asset. Xia Changqing concluded decisively. This is indeed feasible. Damn it, I have long harbored disdain for the Demon Mountain. This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Euron, standing aside, grumbled, the mountain is the mightiest among the Seven Kingdoms, the most vicious, and possesses the greatest number of enemies. My lord, you speak the truth. If the mountain had any wit, it would not be the mountain. If you are resolute, I shall obey. After a moment of contemplation, Ed also concurred with Xia Ji's sentiment. Once the leaders reached a consensus, the next step was the meticulous execution of their plan. Xia Changqing and Ed selected a particularly battered cavalryman from over 40 western border riders, one who bore the scars of a fierce battle, and dispatched him to Harrenhal. Under Xia Changqing's absolute control, there was no fear of the cavalrymen betraying them. Descending from King's Road, before even reaching the Trident River basin, Harrenhal stood majestically on the mountainside, not far from the road. As the largest castle on the continent of Westeros, Harrenhal played a crucial role in guarding the road between the North and King's Landing. Thus, Tywin had dispatched his most formidable subordinate, the Mountain, to seize Harrenhal in anticipation of his arrival. At this juncture, Duke Tywin had yet to arrive at Harrenhal. The Mountain and his men occupied the castle, taking pleasure in tormenting captives, seemingly relishing their grim pastime. The cavalrymen sent by Xia Changqing galloped to Harrenhal, shattering the castle's seemingly tranquil atmosphere. Lord Gregor, I am a cavalryman under Lord Amory's command. We were ambushed by the Night's Watch on King's Road, suffering heavy casualties. Lord Amory has dispatched me to seek your assistance. The cavalryman knelt at the Mountain's feet, imploring urgently. The Mountain, seated like a titan, erupted into laughter upon hearing the cavalryman's words. Amory sent you to plead for my aid? Huh. He finally faces a day of reckoning, as Xia Changqing had surmised. There was indeed a deep-seated animosity between the Mountain and Amory. The Mountain's heart swelled with delight at the prospect of Amory's plight, his face betraying no effort to conceal his scorn. My lord, for the sake of Duke Tywin, I implore you to send troops to rescue us. The Mountain's expression suddenly shifted. He made it clear he had no desire to aid Amory. The two had long been at odds, with frequent friction in the West. Now presented with such an opportune moment for Amory's demise, the Mountain was more than willing to witness this unfolding drama. Chapter 19. A Twisted Path. The Mountain mobilizes. The Mountain sat imperiously in his chair, exhibiting no intention of mobilizing his forces. Boy, since you have returned alive, consider yourself fortunate. Now leave. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the Mountain intended to send the cavalryman away, showing no inclination to assist Amory. The kneeling cavalryman, momentarily stunned, realized that if the Mountain did not mobilize, his mission would remain unfulfilled, and Xia Changqing's orders mandated that he compel the Mountain to act. Resolving himself, the cavalryman gritted his teeth and did not heed the Mountain's command to withdraw. My lord, both you and Lord Amory serve under Duke Tywin. Should anything unfortunate befall Lord Amory, and the Duke learns that it is due to your inaction, I fear that you too shall find no favor in such a scenario. As the cavalry's words faded, The atmosphere within the room thickened, as if frozen in time. The demon mountain, momentarily stunned, was soon consumed by rage. "I shall sever your head," he roared, his fury boiling over as he prepared to enact violence. With a hand as large as a fan, he swiftly grasped the cavalryman's head, and with a mere exertion of strength, the man's skull would burst like a watermelon. "Please, my lord, hold." Suddenly, someone interjected, halting the demon mountain's wrath. He turned, his face contorted with murderous intent, to regard his confidant, sweet-tongued Raph. If Raph could not provide a satisfactory explanation, the demon mountain would not hesitate to crush another skull today. The evil of the demon mountain was beyond measure in his youth. He had brutally slain his father and sister simply for daring to challenge him with their words. His brother, the Hound, had suffered a horrific fate when, as a child, he played with a toy discarded by the demon mountain, resulting in his face being scorched and one ear lost. Such a man, capable of mercilessly turning against his own kin, would surely be indifferent to the fate of a mere subordinate. Indeed, after speaking, sweet-tongued Raph felt a twinge of regret. Yet he was unafraid of the demon mountain's wrath. His admiration for the demon mountain was fervent, to the extent that he would willingly lay down his life for him. "My lord," Raph implored, kneeling before the demon mountain, "I believe the cavalry speaks the truth. If you were to send troops to rescue Lord Amori, would it not demonstrate your unparalleled valor to Duke Tywin? Amori's failure only serves to highlight your own bravery, not only sparing you from the Duke's punishment, but also elevating your own importance." Raph's intentions were indeed for the betterment of the demon mountain. After all, he and the demon mountain's band of followers were brash warriors devoid of strategy, while Raph stood out as the sole individual willing to employ his intellect. "I desire Amori's death," the demon mountain retorted, still reluctant to save him. "My lord, Amori is but a coward, a pitiful creature. To kill him would be as simple as squashing an insect. However, enhancing your status in the Duke's eyes is a far more daunting task than merely extinguishing Amori's life." It must be said that Raph understood well what truly concerned the demon mountain. He was indifferent to the lives of his kin, unconcerned with the honor of knights. His only preoccupation was his standing with Duke Tywin, the sole authority he acknowledged. "Denson, Polyphor, what do you both think?" Sweet-tongued Raph, Denson, and Polyphor were the three most esteemed officers under the demon mountain, having followed him the longest. Their survival amid his capriciousness attested to their significant status in his ranks. In the ordinary course of events, Denson and Polyphor maintained a rather discordant relationship with sweet-tongued Raph, as all three harbored an intense admiration for the Mountain of Magic, each aspiring to be the one most favored by him. However, today, Raph's proposal served the interests of the mountain itself, and neither of the two would jeopardize his welfare. Thus, upon inquiry from the mountain, both expressed their agreement with Raph's assertions. At that moment, the cavalryman, still firmly grasped by the mountain, felt a considerable sense of relief. At least his task had been accomplished, albeit through a rather circuitous route, yet the outcome remained favorable. As for his own life or death, the cavalryman did not concern himself with such trivialities. "Very well, since you all concur, let us mobilize our troops and rescue that imbecile Amori," the mountain commanded, casting a glance at the cavalryman in his grip. "As for you, dare to threaten me with the Duke's name, and I shall snap your neck." The mountain snarled, although he had agreed to the rescue mission. He had no intention of sparing the messenger's life. Denson and Polyphor observed coldly, aware that as subordinates of the mountain, they too possessed a heart capable of cruelty. Regarding the life of a mere cavalryman as inconsequential, "My lord, I beseech you to spare his life. We still require his guidance," Raph interjected, being the only one among them who exercised a modicum of reason, understanding the utility of preserving the cavalryman's existence. The mountain shot Raph an irritated glare, his fury mounting as he yearned to spill blood. "Begone!" The mountain hurled the cavalryman violently to the ground. Had he been an ordinary soldier, that blow would have surely cost him half his life. "Get out. After we have rescued that fool Amori, I shall settle the score with you," the mountain bellowed ferociously, his words unfiltered by reason. The mountain's subordinates, accustomed to such brutality, regarded his fierce demeanor as a mark of honor. Within the confines of Hellenberg, the soldiers began to assemble, preparing for departure. The mountain himself led the charge, commanding 100 cavalrymen to rescue Amori. Denson and Polyphor flanked him, while sweet-tongued Raph remained behind to guard Hellenberg. Once the preparations were complete, guided by the messenger, the group set forth from Hellenberg, heading towards King's Landing. The mountain, towering and formidable, took the lead. His legs dangled nearly to the ground from his steed, while another horse bore his armor and a third carried his massive sword. This was the mountain, the most feared man across the 7 kingdoms. Meanwhile, Xia Changqing sensed the position of the dispatched cavalrymen in his mind, and upon realizing they were approaching their location, he too felt a wave of relief wash over him. The return of the cavalrymen signified the successful completion of their mission, and the team tasked with rescuing Amori was en route. Ed, Urin, Maris. Xia Changqing called out loudly, "Everyone, prepare for battle." "Yes, my lord." Eddard and his companions received their orders. They had already secured the civilians, including Sansa and Arya, who were unable to fight. The cavalry of the Westerlands, capable of battle, had been poised and ready, anticipating the arrival of the mountain. The mountain's doom was imminent. Chapter 20. Ambush and assault. Everyone, prepare your bows. Eddard commanded in a hushed yet firm tone. They had made all necessary preparations, waiting for the mountainous forces to approach. In a world devoid of telescopes, predicting the enemy from afar was impossible. However, they had the extraordinary ability of Xia Changqing. As long as he wished, he could sense the distance to every individual he had resurrected. With this remarkable power, every movement of the mountain's party was under Xia Changqing's control. The continent of Westeros was not lacking in mountains and forests. Although a group of 40 cavalrymen appeared to be a considerable force, it was, in fact, a mere handful. Westeros, despite being termed a continent, was roughly comparable in size to the European continent that Xia Changqing knew so well. The 7 kingdoms, each with relatively small territories, meant that military forces were quite limited across the board. Even the mightiest of them, the Westerlands, could muster only around 40 to 50,000 troops. In less than half an hour, a troop of cavalry emerged before Xia Changqing and his companions. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, Xia Changqing nervously stroked the neck of his steed, yet the war horses he rode had been battle-hardened and remained unfazed by the pre-battle atmosphere. Ironically, it was Xia Changqing who felt the most tension. Eddard and the others remained steadfast, drawing their bows, silently awaiting the mountain's forces to enter their effective range. 100 paces, 80 paces, 60 paces. The cavalry charged swiftly, in the blink of an eye reducing the distance to less than 30 paces. With the speed of their steeds, it would take but a few breaths before the enemy would reach the hillock where Eddard and his companions lay in ambush. Eddard drew back the bowstring, the arrow aimed squarely at the mountain. At that moment, the mountain was unarmored, presenting an optimal opportunity to strike. The cavalry thundered past. "Loose!" Eddard bellowed, and the arrows flew like shooting stars, hurtling towards the mountain. Though Eddard had long since laid aside his martial prowess as the Duke of Winterfell, the mountain's imposing figure made him an exceptionally perfect target. The sound of arrows slicing through the air resonated, and the mountain was struck by 2 arrows, one in the right shoulder and another in the lower abdomen. Eddard exchanged a glance with Yoren, both men sharing a moment of mutual respect. Those 2 arrows had been fired by them. "Enemy attack!" A voice cried out from within the mountain's ranks. In the chaos of the sudden rain of arrows, the entire troop fell into disarray. Many cavalrymen instinctively pulled on their reins, halting their advance and scanning for the source of the threat. "Charge!" Eddard shouted, drawing his sword as he kicked his steed fiercely in the belly. A group of black-armored cavalrymen, without any banners, surged down from the adjacent hill. The towering terrain afforded the war horses a moment to accelerate. Ed and Euron rode side by side, serving as the spearhead of their entire brigade, crashing forcefully into the cavalry ranks of the Demon Mountain. At that moment, the Demon Mountain could only retrieve his colossal sword, yet he was unarmored as the battle commenced. Ed and Euron, leading the charge, each wielded a sword, swiftly dispatching 2 unsuspecting cavalrymen. "Ed, eliminate the Demon Mountain." "Euron, take down the Demon Mountain." In unison, they shouted, exchanging a glance before galloping directly towards their foe. Both Ed and Euron, masters of swordsmanship, now wielded their immortal forms with reckless abandon, disregarding defense entirely in their relentless onslaught. Before they even reached the Demon Mountain, several adversaries had already succumbed to their blades. "Protect the Lord." Among the ranks of the Demon Mountain, valiant warriors like Dinson and Polifer turned their mounts, obstructing the path before Ed and Euron. Undeterred, Ed and Euron clashed their swords against their foes, engaging Dinson and Polifer in battle. The warhorses neighed, and the clashing of blades echoed through the air. Ed exhibited no semblance of defense. His swordsmanship was bold and unrestrained, yet this left him wide open to counterattacks, exposing numerous vulnerabilities. Polifer, the Demon Mountain's premier swordsman, wore an expression that twisted and contorted, as his technique was as cunning as a serpent emerging from its den. Ed's strikes were heavy, while Polifer's were agile. Within mere exchanges, Polifer had inflicted numerous wounds upon Ed, reveling in the thought of mocking these overconfident intruders. However, unbeknownst to him, Ed was indeed immortal. The wounds he bore were intentional, designed to mislead his opponent. After several more exchanges, Polifer's eyes glimmered with anticipation as he seized an opportunity, his sword striking like a venomous snake, sinking deep into Ed's neck. Yet, before Polifer could revel in his perceived victory, Ed's left hand grasped the sword lodged in his throat, while his right swept horizontally with iron resolve. decapitating Polyphar in an instant, much to the disbelief in Polyphar's eyes. Blood gushed forth from the severed neck, and this malevolent figure died, without comprehending why Ed, pierced through the neck, had not fallen immediately. Ed sheathed his sword, diverting his gaze from Polyphar's headless corpse to the side, as Yurin had just dispatched Denson. 2 of the Demon Mountain's 3 trusted subordinates had now perished. They exchanged a knowing glance, and then simultaneously turned their attention to the Demon Mountain, no longer impeded by any barriers. Witnessing the demise of his loyal followers, the Demon Mountain bellowed in fury, hurling the iron helmet he had yet to don with tremendous force towards Ed. His rage had eclipsed reason. Ed raised his sword to meet the oncoming helmet, which crashed against his blade and was deflected aside, causing his sword to tremble violently, as did his hand. He was inwardly astonished. The Demon Mountain possessed immense strength, and in this regard, Ed was no match for him. Yurin, surround the Demon Mountain, Ed commanded, feeling uncertain of his own capabilities. Furious, Yurin had already galloped towards the Demon Mountain, and as they brushed past each other, he struck the Demon Mountain with his sword. The Demon Mountain, mounted on his steed, was indeed a colossal figure, charging through the battlefield with relentless might. However, maneuvering in confined spaces proved to be an arduous task. As the Demon Mountain attempted to turn his mount to slay Yurin, Ed had already surged forward, sword in hand, delivering a diagonal strike from above. The Demon Mountain, feeling the pressure, raised his sword to meet the attack, his massive blade resembling a door as it crossed before him. He wielded it as if it were a mere door panel, swinging it towards Ed with tremendous force. The resounding clash reverberated through the air, sending Ed staggering backward. The shockwave startling his steed, which neighed in alarm, its hooves thrashing wildly. The might of the Demon Mountain was truly fearsome. Ed's heart raced, and even Xia Changqing, who had been observing the battle from a vantage point, felt a mix of fear and excitement. The power of the Demon Mountain was already formidable enough to challenge the 7 kingdoms, should he gain immortality, who could withstand him across the continent. At that moment, Xia Changqing gazed at the Demon Mountain as if beholding an unparalleled beauty. Chapter 21. The 4 heroes battle the Demon Mountain. Indeed, the Demon Mountain was a fierce warrior. Xia Changqing could not help but marvel. While he could not compare the Demon Mountain to the legendary warriors he knew, within the context of Westeros, the Demon Mountain certainly deserved the title of a mighty warrior. How could such a villain truly be considered a warrior? Just watch, my father will surely sever his head. As Xia Changqing pondered, a clear voice suddenly rang in his ears. Xia Changqing's expression shifted abruptly. Arya, did I not instruct you to stay with your sister? What are you doing here? He glared at Arya, who was covered in dirt, revealing the difficulty of her ascent up the hill. Adorning her head was a makeshift helmet, and her dirty little face bore no resemblance to that of a child from a noble family. There's no danger here. Besides, if there were, would you really abandon me? Arya retorted mischievously, having discerned long ago that despite being an adult, this man was more afraid of death than she, a mere girl. If there were true peril, Xia Changqing would have fled long ago, which left Arya feeling utterly unafraid. Xia Changqing could hardly fathom that he was being mentally mocked by a little girl. He gazed at Arya, who resembled a wild child, and a wicked smile crept onto his lips. Fear not, Arya. Even if you were to fall to the Demon Mountain as cavalry, I would bring you back to life. I wonder if you would like to experience the sensation of death? At that moment, Xia Changqing's expression resembled that of a mischievous uncle trying to entice a little girl to gaze at goldfish. Arya shivered, shooting Xia Changqing an annoyed glare before turning her attention back to the battlefield. Below, the clash of combat raged on. The cavalry summoned by the Demon Mountain has entirely succumbed to adversity. Aside from the formidable commander, the Demon Mountain itself, the remaining cavalry merely clings to a futile resistance. Their defeat is but a matter of time. The confrontation between Edgar, Yuluin, and the Demon Mountain promises to be far more captivating. The immense stature of the Demon Mountain, clad in half-body armor and wielding a colossal sword, bears an unimaginable weight. Even the finest warhorses find it arduous to endure such a burdensome existence. Thus, agility becomes a critical limitation to the Demon Mountain's prowess. If Xia Changqing's memory serves him well, the Demon Mountain is destined for a future defeat at the hands of Prince Oberon of Dorne, who excels in nimbleness, outperforming the Demon Mountain by leaps and bounds. Subsequently, Oberon thrusts a long spear, leaving the Demon Mountain in a state of agony. Alas, Oberon's reckless bravado leads to his downfall, as the Demon Mountain retaliates fiercely, crushing his skull with a single blow. It seems the Demon Mountain has realized that rather than serving as an asset, his steed becomes a hindrance to his potential. Though quick to anger, the Demon Mountain possesses a keen instinct in battle. After deflecting a strike from Yuluin aimed at his back, the Demon Mountain presses down on his horse's back. The steed lets out a pained whinny, bending its front legs and collapsing to the ground, allowing the demon mountain to dismount and position himself with his sword drawn before him. The solid ground beneath his feet instills a sense of satisfaction in the demon mountain. The two pesky adversaries, one harassing from behind, the other drawing his attention from the front, have incited his wrath to its zenith. With newfound freedom, the demon mountain glares menacingly at Yuluin, the wretched figure in black, who persistently seeks opportunities to strike at his vulnerable spots. Though fearsome, the demon mountain is still quite fond of his kidneys. Letting out a thunderous roar, he charges forth like a behemoth, raising his colossal sword at his waist. Secretly gathering strength. Yuluin, be cautious. Edgar perceives the impending peril and urgently warns. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yuluin hastily pulls the reins, urging his mount to evade the oncoming threat. Yet, it seems the horse, possibly daunted by the demon mountain's murderous aura, stands frozen in place, anxiously flailing its front hooves and failing to retreat in time. In the blink of an eye, the demon mountain has reached Yuluin, his massive sword swinging down with lethal intent, aiming to cleave both Yuluin and his steed in twain. Damn it! Yuluin curses, disregarding his ire towards the horse. He leaps from his saddle, landing clumsily on the ground. Glancing back at his mount, he sees it has been split in half by the demon mountain's strike. The horse's blood splattering the demon mountain, rendering him a fearsome sight. Yuluin swallows hard, a sense of dread creeping into his heart, despite his immortal nature. Being bisected is certainly not an enjoyable experience. At that moment, Yuluin suddenly spots a figure that has stealthily approached the rear of the demon mountain. The long-hidden Sharp Fang seizes the opportunity as the demon mountain's strength wanes, successfully launching a surprise attack. With a swift motion, Sharp Fang plunges his sword into the seams of the demon mountain's armor. The demon mountain, in agony, let out a furious roar as he swung his left hand backward, aiming to grasp the sharp tooth. Had he succeeded, the sharp tooth would undoubtedly have suffered a grievous blow. Unfortunately, after delivering two swift strikes, the sharp tooth adeptly leaped back, narrowly evading the demon mountain's grasp. At that moment, the demon mountain's attention was drawn to the sharp tooth, allowing another figure, lurking in the shadows, to make a bold move. This assailant was Royer. With a face twisted in malice, Royer wielded a single-handed axe, launching himself from the demon mountain's blind spot. He seized the axe with both hands and brought it crashing down onto the demon mountain's right shoulder. Crack! The axe cleaved through the demon mountain's armor, tearing into the flesh and lodging itself against the bone. Royer's expression shifted as he found the axe firmly trapped. Despite his efforts, he could not free it. In a swift decision, he relinquished the axe and rolled away, slipping beneath the demon mountain's legs to position himself behind. The wound to his shoulder elicited a pained cry from the demon mountain, which quickly transformed into fury. Although Royer's axe remained embedded in the demon mountain's shoulder, the creature seemed oblivious, gripping the hilt of his great sword and swinging it wildly, cleaving through everything in his path. Both Royer and the sharp tooth were overwhelmed by the demon mountain's frenzied aura, retreating far out of reach, hesitant to approach. Ed made several attempts to strike at the demon mountain, but was thwarted by the might of the greatsword. The force of each blow causing his hand to tremble uncontrollably, nearly causing him to drop his weapon. For a time, none could draw near the imposing figure. The four were intimidated by the demon mountain's ferocity, their faces pale with trepidation. However, the demon mountain's frenzied state could not be sustained indefinitely. His colossal physique demanded far more stamina than that of an ordinary man. After several minutes of the whirling onslaught, the demon mountain finally succumbed to fatigue. Halting his assault and leaning heavily on his sword, gasping for breath. Seizing the opportunity, Ed, Urin, Royer, and the sharp tooth launched an all-out attack on the demon mountain. Chapter 22. A mighty warrior gained today in his rage. The demon mountain's offensive power surged, his resilience increased, but his agility waned. Once he had expended his formidable skills, he fell into a state of rigidity. Although the four did not possess the instincts of true kings, their experience at the gold and platinum levels was evident. They resolved to strike while he was down. From four directions, 3 swords pierced into the demon mountain's body, and Royer took the chance to extract his axe from the monster's flesh. The demon mountain trembled violently, letting out a roar that echoed into the heavens. His bearded face contorted with rage and murderous intent. He summoned the last remnants of his strength and swung his sword horizontally. The four were taken aback, unprepared for the demon mountain's ability to retaliate even in such a state. They abandoned their weapons and retreated hastily. The great sword swept through the air, leaving a desolate silence in its wake. Ultimately, the demon mountain could no longer maintain his stance, kneeling on the ground, head bowed, uncertain if he had indeed succumbed to death. The four individuals exchanged glances, hesitating to advance, uncertain whether the demon mountain had truly perished, despite each possessing an immortal essence. The formidable presence of the Demon Mountain instilled a palpable fear within them. The cavalry's conflict was nearing its conclusion. Although the warriors of the Western realm were relatively evenly matched, those resurrected by Xia Changqing exhibited a reckless valor that made their victory inevitable. Charge. Kill. Arya, who had been quietly observing from the hillside, suddenly let out a shriek, drawing her sewing needle and dashing down the slope. Xia Changqing was startled by Arya's abrupt action. Glancing at her retreating figure and then at the battlefield, he noted that the battle was nearly over, with the cavalry engaged in finishing off their foes, alleviating his concern for Arya's safety. However, witnessing even Arya's boldness made him feel overly timid for remaining on the hillside. Charge. Xia Changqing silently urged himself, feeling a surge of enthusiasm as he sprinted after Arya, racing down the hill. With the Demon Mountain already on its knees, and the casualties among the cavalry substantial, there was no time to waste in delivering the final blows. Armed with a sword, he rushed onto the battlefield, intending to strike the Demon Mountain, but was swiftly restrained by the vigilant Ed. "My lord, be cautious." Ed's warning prompted Xia Changqing to heed his advice, pausing beside him. He was merely indulging in theatrics. Well aware of how Prince Dorn had met his demise, avoid recklessness in a favorable wind. Steadiness is paramount. "Arya, why did you charge down here? Why not stay with your sister? Do you not realize how perilous this is?" After securing Xia Changqing, Ed swiftly turned to reprimand Arya, clearly troubled by her impulsiveness. "Ed, do you believe the Demon Mountain is truly dead?" Xia Changqing inquired, contemplating the possibility himself. He knew that if he approached within a meter of the Demon Mountain and successfully invoked the resurrection, it would confirm its demise. Yet, that proximity was exceedingly perilous. With his slender frame, should the Demon Mountain seize him, he would be crushed like an insect. "My lord, I cannot be certain. The Demon Mountain is not to be judged by ordinary standards." The half-kneeling figure of the Demon Mountain, head bowed and chest devoid of movement, appeared lifeless. "Maris," Xia Changqing called out, "where are you?" "My lord, I am here." Maris, rummaging through the spoils in the distance, perked up at the call and hurried over, beaming with delight. "My lord, how may I serve you?" "Leave it to me." Shooting a sidelong glance at Ed, his eyes gleamed with pride. Maris was the first to be resurrected by the Lord, and his standing in Xia Changqing's heart was unparalleled by anyone else present. Xia Changqing discerned the thoughts that lingered within Maris's mind, not out of malice, but rather as a consequence of the increasing number of resurrected beings under his command. He had been diligently restraining himself from eavesdropping on the inner musings of these individuals. However, he was taken aback by Maris's surprising thoughts. Casting a peculiar glance in his direction, "Maris, proceed to ascertain the fate of the Demon Mountain," Xia Changqing commanded. "My lord, it appears that the Demon Mountain is indeed lifeless." "Surely, this does not require confirmation," Maris responded, his earlier sense of pride swiftly evaporating as he wore a morose expression. Hesitating, the formidable power of the Demon Mountain had been evident to Maris. Should it feign death, it could deliver a lethal blow the moment he approached. "Go," I said. "Enough with the prattle," Xia Changqing ordered with a stern countenance. His summon of Maris had been a mere reflexive act, a thoughtless utterance, yet with Maris now present, it fell upon him to undertake the task. Maris, with a despondent expression, gazed at Xia Changqing, his eyes reflecting a silent accusation of cruelty and ingratitude. Yet, with the command given, Maris had no choice but to comply. He cautiously approached the Demon Mountain, sword in hand, tentatively probing its form with the blade's tip. In a moment reminiscent of the proverbial last straw that breaks the camel's back, Maris's jab caused the Demon Mountain to crash to the ground. Startled, he recoiled as though confronted by a mouse, swiftly retreating to Xia Changqing's side. Observing the motionless form of the Demon Mountain sprawled on the ground, Maris managed a sheepish smile. "My lord, it indeed seems that the Demon Mountain has perished. Do I need you to state the obvious?" Xia Changqing retorted, casting an exasperated glance at the timid Maris. "Ed, clear the battlefield and allow the brothers to rest. We shall seize Heluan Fortress." Xia Changqing's eyes gleamed with determination as he regarded the immense corpse of the Demon Mountain. Initially, he harbored doubts about conquering Heluan Fortress, but now, bolstered by the Demon Mountain's addition to their ranks, their strength had multiplied exponentially, rendering the capture of Heluan Fortress a trivial endeavor. "Yes, my lord," Ed replied. "Maris, my lord, I am here. Gather the bodies and place them in a pile." "Yes, my lord," Maris answered with a frown, lamenting inwardly why such menial and arduous tasks always fell to him. Yet, reality was undeniably harsh, being at the lower echelons of the team and familiar to Xia Changqing. He was the one chosen for such assignments. Maris understood Xia Changqing's intent to collect the fallen cavalry's bodies for the purpose of resurrection, and thus refrained from stripping the armor from the corpses, which significantly increased the difficulty of his task. Chapter 23, Mastery of Herrenberg Evil Whispers. The blasphemous voices from the depths of hell reverberated through the forests and mountains. A dense mass of corpses lay piled together, with Xia Changqing standing amidst them. While others encircled the periphery, their emotions a tumultuous blend of excitement, reverence, and dread as they beheld the scene. It appeared to be a grand malevolent ritual, destined to be scorned by the deities above. As Xia Changqing moved, the lifeless bodies behind him rose, warriors resurrected from death, scattering around him, casting an eerie and terrifying atmosphere over the gathering. Eventually, Xia Changqing arrived at the foot of the demonic mountain, pausing for a moment. Although his skill of bringing the dead back to life had undergone an upgrade, the extensive exertion had severely drained his spirit. His body swayed slightly, his mind blank, and waves of pain occasionally surged through him. It was a curious turn of events. Having resurrected so many before reaching the demonic mountain, he found his mental fortitude faltering, making the mountain appear particularly unique. The overwhelming mental exhaustion left Xia Changqing teetering, yet the onlookers, entranced by the bizarre atmosphere, assumed he was preparing for some ritual, failing to offer their assistance. Cursing internally, Xia Changqing resolved to maintain his composure for the sake of his image. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Half an hour passed. The crowd stared at Xia Changqing in confusion, uncertain of his intentions. His ability to resurrect the dead was so peculiar that they had no prior reference and believed it to be a normal phenomenon. A group of people stood motionless for half an hour, and the absurdity of the scene was almost comical. After that duration, Xia Changqing's feet began to numb. And at last, his spirit regained some strength as he prepared to resurrect the demonic mountain. With only the demonic mountain remaining unrevived, it was important to note that, despite his formidable prowess in life, he was no different in death than the others, experiencing the same mental drain. As Xia Changqing summoned his mental energy, the demonic mountain wobbled and rose unsteadily, his bloodthirsty eyes opening to glare at Xia Changqing before he slowly knelt before him. Startled, Xia Changqing felt a surge of pressure facing the demonic mountain up close. Although aware he could exert complete control over him, the psychological weight was not easily dismissed. After resting for an hour, Xia Changqing finally regained his composure and called upon Aid and the others. Aid, relay the order to reorganize the troops. Cavalry in front, civilians behind. We march towards Herrenberg. Yes, my lord. Aid replied, carrying out the command, prompting the entire group into action. Xia Changqing led the charge, clad in chainmail. Sword drawn, flanked by Aid on one side and the demonic mountain on the other, his sword directed towards Herrenberg, filled with vigor as the entire army surged forward. The troops marched swiftly, with the cavalry leading the way, led by the demonic mountain. In less than half an hour, the entire cavalry unit had arrived outside the walls of Herrenberg. The formidable demon mountain rode at the forefront, and without uttering a word, the soldiers stationed atop the castle towers had already spotted his imposing figure. In the 7 kingdoms, there was no one else of such colossal stature. The gates of Herrenberg swung wide open to welcome the return of the demon mountain. However, the soldiers of the Western Realm were unaware that this was no longer the demon mountain they once knew. My lord, we welcome your return. I hope your journey was fruitful. Where is Lord Amoli? Sweet-tongued Raff stood in the central street of the castle, respectfully greeting the demon mountain's return. He had observed closely that the party had returned with many more members than they had departed with, and the armor of the cavalry was riddled with scars, clearly indicative of a fierce battle. Yet, Raff did not see Amoli. The primary purpose of this expedition was to rescue him. When I arrived there, Amoli was already dead, the demon mountain declared, dismounting his steed with a thunderous voice. At that moment, over 400 soldiers from the Western Realm remained within Herrenberg, and it was crucial for the demon mountain to assert control over them. What? Lord Amoli is dead? Raff exclaimed in shock. The death of Amoli rendered him worthless. Failing to bring him back would mean the demon mountain's efforts were in vain. My lord, did you not bring back Lord Amoli's body? Raff continued to inquire, as presenting Amoli's remains to Duke Tywin would at least serve as a form of accountability. No, Raff, I am weary. Make the necessary arrangements. I wish to dine. The demon mountain retorted, glaring at sweet-tongued Raff. If you utter another word, I shall sever your head from your shoulders. Raff trembled at the threat, realizing that the demon mountain's mood was far from pleasant, and prudence dictated he refrain from provoking him further. Under the demon mountain's orders, the castle swiftly prepared a feast. The more than 100 cavalrymen under Xia Changqing feasted and replenished their strength. During this time, Xia Changqing also took stock of the situation within Herrenberg. Herrenberg was a quintessential stone fortress, vast enough to accommodate thousands of inhabitants. Currently, apart from the soldiers of the Western Realm, the largest group within Herrenberg consisted of captives taken after the Demon Mountain's conquest of the castle. These individuals were imprisoned in cages, and Xia Changqing noted that soldiers were engaged in the cruel and brutal treatment of these captives. Though Xia Changqing was not a sentimentalist, the scenes of such barbarity were deeply unsettling to him. Thus, he altered his plans. He had originally intended to lead his soldiers swiftly back to the northern realm, utilizing aid to command the northern forces and gradually undermine other lords. However, now, Xia Changqing felt compelled to take a risk. Not only did the unfolding narrative suggest as much, but the Demon Mountain had also informed Xia that Duke Taiwan would soon lead a grand army to Herrenberg. Xia Changqing intends to remain in Hellenberg, utilizing the Demon Mountain to assassinate Taiwan, thereby seizing control over the entire Westerland's army through Taiwan. With the combined might of the Westerlands in the north, they would be capable of sweeping across the continent. Undoubtedly, this is a perilous undertaking. However, Xia Changqing profoundly understands a fundamental truth. Fortune favors the bold. As Taiwan's most trusted subordinate and his foremost general, it is inconceivable that Taiwan would suspect the Demon Mountain of plotting his assassination. Although Taiwan holds a position of great power, he is merely an aged man. He could just as easily fall victim to a pair of crossbow bolts from the imp as he could be struck down by a dagger from the Demon Mountain. The more Xia Changqing contemplated, the more he felt compelled to pursue this course of action. He approached Ed and shared his audacious plan. Ed, taken aback by Xia Changqing's boldness, recognized the significant rewards but also the immense risks involved. He urged Xia Changqing to think carefully before proceeding. Chapter 24. Unlocking swordsmanship skills. The idea of assassinating Duke Taiwan under the very noses of the Westerland's army is exhilarating. Although Xia Changqing often unwittingly reveals his cowardly nature, he possesses a spirit of adventure deep within. Moreover, the task of assassinating Duke Taiwan lies with the Demon Mountain. Should Taiwan seek retribution, it would be against the Demon Mountain, not Xia Changqing. Resolute in his decision, Xia Changqing and Ed temporarily took residence in Hellenberg, clad in the attire of Westerland soldiers. As remnants of the Amory army, now under the management of the Demon Mountain. Hellenberg is vast, and with so many soldiers present, Xia Changqing and Ed blended in seamlessly, akin to droplets merging into a flowing river, unnoticed by anyone. Sansa, Arya, and the civilians who were originally heading to the wall were led by Yoren, along with the sharp-toothed and Ralj, as they continued their journey northward. During their time in hiding at Hellenberg, Xia Changqing suddenly found himself with an unexpected abundance of leisure. Since being brought to King's Landing by the system, he had been in a constant state of busyness. Now, amidst the enemy camp, he found a peculiar sense of respite. With this newfound free time, Xia Changqing began to consult Ed on swordsmanship. He could not remain in the shadows forever. A day would come when he would have to step into the limelight. Therefore, strengthening himself was of paramount importance. My lord, it would be my honor to impart my knowledge of swordsmanship to you. Indeed, it is imperative that you refine your martial skills. However, if I may be frank, you have surpassed the optimal age for such rigorous training. Achieving significant progress in swordsmanship may prove challenging for you. The straightforward Lord of Winterfell was completely oblivious to the discomfort his bluntness could cause others. Xia Changqing waved his hand wearily, casting a complex gaze at Ed, a man as unyielding as the northern tundra, who seemed incapable of speaking with more finesse. Ed, just focus on teaching. How much I learn is my own responsibility, and I will not hold you accountable. Ed drew his sword, a standard longsword crafted for the soldiers of the West, rather than a legendary blade. In his youth, Ed was renowned for his unparalleled swordsmanship, ranking among the elite in the Seven Kingdoms. He had once competed with the Dawnblade, though he was utterly overmatched. Yet this encounter remained a source of pride for him. However, after he ascended to the title of Duke of Winterfell, the comforts of a privileged life led to his physical decline, and consequently, his swordsmanship waned. As the Guardian of the North and Duke of Winterfell, he delegated all matters to his subordinates, rendering his skills with the sword largely irrelevant. Although Ed's swordplay had grown somewhat mediocre, his theoretical knowledge remained vast, making him more than capable of instructing the novice Xia Changqing. Ed's swordsmanship emphasized strength and ferocity, characterized by sweeping, powerful strikes suited for the battlefield. After Ed elaborated on the nuances of sword techniques and the essential precautions to Xia Changqing, the long-dormant system suddenly sprang to life before Xia's eyes. Ed Stark is teaching you swordsmanship techniques. Swordsmanship skill unlocked. Basic skill. Swordsmanship 10. Xia's heart stirred. He promptly unsheathed his own longsword and began practicing slashes and thrusts, emulating Ed's movements. The system panel in his mind began to evolve gradually. After half an hour, Xia concluded his initial training session in swordsmanship, having gained a clear understanding of the fundamentals. Glancing at the system, he noted, basic skill, swordsmanship 15. In just 30 minutes, he had improved his swordsmanship by 5 points, granting him a lucid awareness of his progress. In the days that followed, Xia fully immersed himself in honing his swordsmanship. He was no prodigy, nor could he instantly transform into a master swordsman. However, with the aid of the system, he could visually track his advancements daily, which fueled his motivation to practice diligently. Upon unlocking the swordsmanship skill, Xia also gained proficiency in archery, complementing his close combat abilities with ranged expertise. His thoughts wandered back to the coins he had received from Jacqueline, contemplating that the House of Black and White was indeed a place for nurturing true talent. Though he had yet to make plans to travel to Bravos. While refining his basic skills, Xia did not neglect the additional ability bestowed upon him by the system. To be candid, his usage of the ice spear technique had been minimal. The skill of resurrection was on the verge of leveling up to 3. While ice spear remained stagnant, showing no signs of improvement. His time in Harrenhal afforded Xia ample opportunity to recharge his skills, swordsmanship, and abilities. He was determined to master them all. The entertainment of this era was notably scarce, especially during wartime. The soldiers of the West stationed at Harrenhal had little to occupy their time apart from their routine training. Thus, Xia engaged Ed daily for sparring sessions, rapidly accumulating practical experience. Half a month later, Duke Tywin led his army to Harrenhal. Summer Changqing and Eddard stood among the crowd awaiting the Duke's arrival. This was Summer Changqing's first encounter with Tywin Lannister. The Duke possessed a visage of formidable authority, his countenance stern and unyielding, with short golden hair resembling the mane of an enraged lion. In the presence of Duke Tywin, no one dared to raise their voice in jest, for to offend his dignity was unthinkable. As the Duke rode into the city, he surveyed the respectful mountain, his expression devoid of any semblance of mirth. Dismounting, he approached the mountain and, with a voice as cold as ice, commanded, "Mountain, come with me." The towering figure of the mountain appeared as docile as a kitten before the Duke, bowing his head and following obediently in Tywin's wake. This display of compliance was not a result of Summer Changqing's insistence, but rather a reflection of the mountain's long-standing deference. Historically, he had heeded only the commands of Duke Tywin among the 7 kingdoms. Tywin led the mountain into the great hall, taking his rightful place at the head of the table. "Mountain, how did Ser Amory die?" he inquired icily, although he had already received correspondence detailing Amory's demise. A sliver of doubt lingered in Tywin's mind regarding the mountain's account. Aware of the discord between Amory and the mountain, he had ample reason to suspect the mountain might have stood idly by as Amory met his end. With a resounding thud, the mountain knelt before Tywin, his voice rumbling as he replied, "My Lord Duke, Ser Amory was slain by the members of the Brotherhood without banners. I was too late by the time I arrived." Amory had already fallen to the hands of Beric Dondarrion. The Brotherhood without banners. Tywin's tone betrayed no emotion, yet he had never regarded the Brotherhood as a serious threat. Now, however, their actions had cost him a knight. Originally formed under the command of Eddard Stark to capture the mountain, the Brotherhood had morphed into an outlaw organization opposing House Lannister following the deaths of King Robert and Prime Minister Eddard. With such a convenient scapegoat at hand, the mountain readily placed the blame squarely upon the Brotherhood. Tywin held no doubts regarding Amory's death at their hands. Rather, he questioned whether Amory had already succumbed by the time the mountain arrived on the scene. "Where is Ser Amory's body?" he pressed further. "The body was taken by the Brotherhood. I was unable to retrieve it," the mountain responded, and this was indeed the truth. He had never laid eyes upon Amory's remains. "Mountain, I am deeply disappointed in you." Duke Tywin's icy gaze bore into the mountain, for he understood that to master such a fierce warrior, one must occasionally administer discipline. "Indeed, my lord, I have disappointed you." The mountain spoke in a subdued tone, slowly lifting his lowered head. A barely perceptible frown crossed Duke Tywin's brow. He sensed a subtle shift in the mountain's demeanor today, an unsettling divergence from the norm that stirred a sense of unease within him. "The gold dragons for this month shall be reduced by a third as a punishment for failing to rescue Amory." The mountain, a noble in his own right, possessed a modest domain in the Westerlands. Driven by his passion for poppy wine, he had compelled the few peasants under his jurisdiction to cultivate poppy, resulting in a barren land devoid of any substantial yield and, consequently, an absence of economic resources. His entire livelihood relied upon the Duke's generosity. Thus, a reduction of 1/3 of his monthly gold dragons was a significant blow to the mountain's former self. Yet, this was no longer the same mountain. While the gold was indeed vital, it paled in comparison to the orders bestowed upon him by Xia Changqing. The mountain raised his gaze, locking eyes with Duke Tywin. Though filled with respect, the Duke could not shake off his discomfort. At this moment, the mountain ought to have been quaking in fear, acknowledging his transgressions. Who granted him the audacity to meet his gaze? It was, of course, the courage instilled in him by Xia Changqing. The sound of armor clinking echoed as the mountain rose from the ground. "My lord, I have disappointed you, he reiterated. Despite his obligation to execute Xia Changqing's orders against the Duke, his reverence for Tywin remained unblemished. What are you doing, Mountain? Tywin observed the unusual behavior and felt a disquieting shift, yet he maintained his composure. His years of cultivated authority leading him to believe the Mountain would not dare act against him. My lord, I have disappointed you, the Mountain repeated, advancing with determined strides. Tywin's expression finally shifted, his brow furrowed, puzzled by the Mountain's unprecedented conduct. The arrogant Duke did not immediately summon the guards. Mountain, tell me what has transpired. The Duke attempted to regain control through words, still unable to fathom that the Mountain would inflict harm upon him. This was Tywin Lannister, a man exuding an extreme level of arrogance and confidence. The Mountain extended his massive hand, swiftly seizing Duke Tywin by the throat. My lord, I have disappointed you. Upon hearing this once more, panic began to seize Tywin. He opened his mouth, intending to call for the guards, but the Mountain's other hand swiftly covered his mouth. With both hands gripping the Mountain's arm, Tywin found himself utterly unarmed, having long since abandoned the habit of carrying weapons. Faced with the imminent threat posed by the Mountain, he realized he possessed no means of resistance. The formidable Duke Tywin, who instilled fear across the West and even among the Seven Kingdoms, was, at his core, merely a fragile mortal. With a crisp sound, the spark of life in Tywin's eyes gradually faded, and his hands, bereft of strength, fell limply to the ground. The Demon Mountain released his grip. Gazing serenely at the lifeless Duke, a cold-hearted and ruthless individual, the Demon Mountain felt a fleeting pang of guilt at Tywin's demise, which quickly dissipated, restoring his composure. He adjusted Tywin's posture, ensuring the Duke appeared to be seated upright in his chair before he exited the room. The guards stationed at the door stepped back in trepidation as the Demon Mountain approached, for even the soldiers of the West harbored a deep-seated fear of this fearsome figure. As the Demon Mountain departed, one of the guards moved forward to close the wooden door, catching a brief glimpse of Duke Tywin, seemingly lost in contemplation. Seated with his back to the entrance, the guard, not pondering further, shut the door decisively. Within Harrenburg, Xia Changqing, who was discussing a return to their encampment with Eddard, remained unaware that upon Duke Tywin's arrival, the Demon Mountain had swiftly executed the task assigned to him. When the Demon Mountain summoned Xia Changqing to serve as Tywin's cupbearer, Xia was momentarily taken aback. However, he soon heard the voice of the Demon Mountain in his mind, revealing the shocking news of Tywin's death. After a brief moment of shock, Xia followed the Demon Mountain. With Tywin deceased, it became imperative for Xia to resurrect him before anyone else discovered the truth. Using the pretext of fetching a cupbearer for Tywin, the Demon Mountain led Xia to the Duke's chamber. In truth, the guards dared not impede the Demon Mountain. Everyone knew he was the Duke's most loyal hound, and to provoke him would invite fatal consequences. In the aftermath, the Duke would merely reprimand the Demon Mountain with a few words. Upon entering the Duke's room, the Demon Mountain swiftly closed the door, obstructing the guard's view. Xia hurriedly approached, circumventing the chair to stand before Tywin, allowing him a close view of the highest ruler of the West. The old lion had his eyes tightly shut, his neck askew, resting motionless against the chair. Wasting no further time, Xia focused his thoughts, activating the skill of resurrection. Moments later, Duke Tywin's eyes suddenly opened, his gaze still commanding. His expression stern, though the dislocated neck and tilted head significantly marred his imposing image. Chapter 26, Convergence. Duke Tywin, resurrected from death, regarded Xia Changqing before him with an expression of profound complexity. The Seven Kingdoms were indeed on the brink of a dark epoch. A person capable of restoring the dead undoubtedly harbored intentions beyond the comprehension of others. Drawing from his extensive experience over the years, Duke Tywin was resolutely certain that Xia Changqing was the harbinger of change for the continent of Westeros. The nature of this transformation, whether it is beneficial or detrimental, remains uncertain even to the Duke of Tywin. Subsequently, Xia Changqing summoned Eddard, a guardian of the North and a guardian of the West, who astonishingly convened under such circumstances. They held a remarkable meeting, articulating their visions for the future of the Seven Kingdoms and expressing their diverse opinions. Consequently, the two forged a cordial agreement between the North and the West, pledging to honor Xia Changqing as their sovereign, with aspirations of cultivating a brighter future. In truth, it was under Xia Changqing's guidance that the erstwhile adversaries of the North and the West reconciled, with Eddard agreeing to release Ser Jaime, and both parties uniting to eliminate other pretenders to the throne. Eddard and Xia Changqing departed from Harrenhal, hastening to the Trident region, where the newly anointed King Robb Stark was encamped with the Northern Army. The Duke of Tywin had already received intelligence regarding Robb's intention to launch a surprise assault on Casterly Rock, prompting Eddard to return swiftly to thwart Robb's plans. Alongside Eddard and Xia Changqing, they also took with them the more than 100 knights of the West, resurrected by Xia Changqing. After leaving Harrenhal, the knights discarded their Western insignia to avoid attracting unnecessary troubles, such as the Brotherhood without banners. Xia Changqing, currently preoccupied with the task at hand, needed to swiftly locate Rob and reign in the northern forces. Both the northern and western armies now belonged to him, Xia Changqing. Setting off from Harrenhal and proceeding along King S Road, their mounted convoy moved expeditiously, reaching the Trident area within a matter of days. Long before, Rob had already reunited with Sansa, Arya, and others, learning from them the astounding news of Eddard's revival. Initially taken aback, Rob quickly came to accept the miraculous event. Acknowledging the existence of the divine, the people of the North revered the old gods. Rob silently expressed gratitude for their blessings. Though he was now hailed as the king in the North, with all lords and nobles pledging their fealty to him, he firmly believed that upon Eddard's return, those same lords would undoubtedly advocate for Eddard as the rightful king in the North. However, Rob held no fervent desire for power and was indifferent to the title of king in the North. Upon Eddard's arrival in the Trident region, scouts from the Northern Army promptly detected him, relaying the news to Rob. Before Eddard and Xia Changqing reached the encampment of the Northern forces, Rob, accompanied by various lords, came forth to greet Eddard. They met midway along the route. Leading the charge was Rob, the young wolf lord. Robustly built with a mane of fiery red curls inherited from his mother, Rob galloped to Eddard's side, swiftly dismounting, and rushed to embrace Eddard, exclaiming, "Father." His voice trembled with emotion as he found solace in Eddard's embrace. As Rob arrived, a throng of lords from the north gathered around him. "Old gods bless, Lord Eddard. You have truly returned," they exclaimed. "Welcome back, my lord. Your grace." Clad in their formal attire, most were robust in stature, their rugged appearances reflecting the harsh climate of the north. The lords, their expressions a blend of excitement and joy, encircled Eddard, drawing close to him. Eddard, overwhelmed with emotion, wept for joy. He had once thought he would never again behold the faces of the north, yet here he was, returned. "Rob, you are now the king in the north." Eddard affectionately patted the young wolf lord's shoulder, gently urging him to rise. As the king in the north, Rob must maintain a suitable air of authority in front of his vassals. "Father, now that you have returned, it is only fitting that you reclaim the throne of the north." Upon hearing this, Summer Changqing observed a shift in the countenance of some nobles, though the majority still radiated sincere smiles. They simply believed that with Eddard's return, he ought to resume the role of king in the north. "We shall discuss this matter later. Rob, where is your mother?" Eddard had returned with the intention of assisting Summer Changqing in commanding the northern forces, and thus he sought to reclaim the position of king from his son. However, he knew that this could not be rushed, and he was aware of Rob's dutiful nature. He would willingly relinquish the title without prompting. This thought brought a twinge of guilt to Eddard's heart, a sentiment that contributed to his reluctance to broach the subject. "Mother has gone to Storm's End. Once she has persuaded Renly and Stannis, under your leadership, we shall surely vanquish the Lannisters." "Has Catelyn gone to Storm's End?" Eddard's expression faltered slightly at the mention of the alliance with Renly and Stannis. He wondered how Rob would react upon discovering that the North had effectively allied with the West. For now, however, the atmosphere remained jovial, untouched by such concerns. "Lord Eddard, which of you is the old god's emissary?" After the initial pleasantries, someone inquired about Summer Changqing. The title of Old God's Emissary had been a mutual decision between Eddard and Summer Changqing, as the people of the North predominantly worshipped the old gods. Holding such a title would facilitate their endeavors. The Northern Lords had long looked up to Summer Changqing as the emissary, one capable of resurrecting the dead, instilling in them a sense of reverence. The Red Priestess of Dragonstone, who could merely glimpse prophecies in the flames, was no match for the esteem in which Stannis held her. Even before Summer Changqing's arrival, many lords were eager to meet him. In this time of war, no one can guarantee a smooth journey. Should misfortune befall anyone, the presence of an ancient deity's messenger would serve as their greatest assurance of revival. Xia Changqing removed his hood, facing the lords of the north, eliciting gasps of astonishment as if they were in the presence of divinity, with many gazes reflecting awe. "This is the esteemed messenger of the ancestors," Ed introduced to the gathered lords. Chapter 27. Ed for King Xia Changqing's appearance before the lords of the north was met with the most extravagant display from Rob. The young wolf lord parted the throng, kneeling before Xia Changqing in a gesture of fealty akin to a vassal pledging allegiance to his sovereign. "Esteemed messenger, on behalf of House Stark, I thank you for saving my father. From this moment forth, the North shall be your most loyal ally." Rob's act of loyalty pleased many lords, as the honorable young wolf was the candidate they wished to see as king of the North. However, some nobles harbored discontent, feeling that Rob, still the king of the North, should not kneel before anyone. even if Xia Changqing was an emissary of the old gods. The assembly returned to the camp where the Northern Army was stationed, located south of the Wanha city. A strategic position that enabled swift movement towards King's Landing or the west. The Lord of Wanha city belonged to the Fry family, and Xia Changqing vividly recalled the infamous Red Wedding, orchestrated by Old Lord Fry, an event rooted in betrayal when the young Wolf Lord broke his vow. At the onset of the war, Robb sought to lead his forces across the Trident, requiring passage through Wanha city, with Old Lord Frey's condition being that Robb would marry one of his daughters afterward. However, during the conflict, Robb fell in love with Jane Westerling and married her, thus violating his oath. Enraged, Old Lord Fry allied with the Lannisters and masterminded the Red Wedding. Another key figure behind this treachery was Roose Bolton of the Drefort, who was also present among Ed's retinue. It remained uncertain whether Old Lord Fry and Roose Bolton would still possess the audacity to betray House Stark following Ed's return. Upon returning to the camp, after extending a warm welcome to Ed, the noble lords gathered in the large tent that traditionally belonged to Robb. Ed occupied the seat of honor, with Robb positioned to his left and Xia Changqing seated to his right. As the lords assembled, they swiftly noted the arrangement of seats. In truth, most Northerners were characterized by their rugged demeanor, unencumbered by trivialities, and possessed a bold disposition. Even Robb embodied this nature. Observing that the majority of the lords had arrived, Robb rose from his seat. Esteemed lords, you are the most steadfast allies of House Stark. Upon learning of my father's misfortune, it is through your unwavering support that I have repeatedly triumphed in battle, and for that, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. By the grace of the old gods, a messenger has returned my father, your Lord of Winterfell. Previously, you collectively proclaimed me the king in the north. But that was in my father's absence. Now that he has returned, the rightful king in the north should be he. Robb exclaimed. Eddard Stark is the king in the north. Do you concur? The crowd responded with fervor. Indeed, Lord Eddard should reign. He is our king in the north. The resounding cheers echoed from the great tent, reverberating throughout the entire camp as they hailed Eddard Stark's name. A new king in the north had been born. Yet, despite Eddard's ascension, the war did not cease immediately. Both Eddard and Summer understood that these northern lords supported House Stark primarily to exact vengeance upon the Lannisters. Should Eddard suddenly declare a truce with the Lannisters, these forthright northern lords would vehemently reject such an outcome. Indeed, some might even betray House Stark as a result. Thus, Eddard required a catalyst. Until a full confrontation unfolded, the Northern Army remained encamped, and skirmishes with the Western forces continued, albeit without escalating into significant warfare. Eddard and Tywin tacitly sustained the conflict between the North and West, with minor clashes ongoing while avoiding a major war. Yet, none could discern the underlying intricacies at play. This precarious balance remained until Catelyn returned from the Storelands. Catelyn Tully, once destined to be Eddard's sister-in-law, ultimately became his beloved wife. Together, they had borne 5 children. And their marital bond was one of harmony. Upon their heartfelt reunion, Catelyn delivered grave news. Renly Baratheon had been slain by a shadow, and she suspected Stannis was responsible. Summer subsequently confirmed the veracity of her claim, revealing to the Northern Lords that Melisandre, the Red Woman of Dragonstone, was an emissary of the Lord of Light, a shadowbinder capable of employing shadow assassins to eliminate foes undetected. Renly's death sent shockwaves across Westeros, where killing one's kin is deemed reprehensible and often cursed. Once this atrocity was verified, the prospect of an alliance between the North and Stannis against the Lannisters swiftly dissipated. Not a single Northern Lord wished to ally with one who had slain his own blood. The dynamics of the war grew increasingly murky, with no one able to predict its future trajectory. Yet, just as one storm subsided, another arose. Roose Bolton delivered alarming news. Winterfell had been breached by Theon Greyjoy and his men. The young wolf was immediately consumed by rage upon hearing the news. For it was he who had initially promised Theon Greyjoy that he would journey to the Iron Islands to seek the support of Balon Greyjoy. Now, to his dismay, Theon had turned against him, and Robb, who regarded Theon as his closest brother, could not help but feel furious. Father, I implore you to allow me to lead our forces back to Winterfell and take Theon's head. The depth of his love had now transformed into an equally profound hatred. Had Theon stood before Robb at that moment, he would have unhesitatingly severed his head from his shoulders. Young lord, the situation grows dire. The Lannisters lurk nearby, watching for any opportunity. If we recklessly return to Winterfell now, it would provide them with the chance they seek. Lord Roose Bolton opposed Robb's suggestion, having already devised a strategy to keep Winterfell firmly within the grasp of House Bolton. My lord, my lands of the Dreadfort lie not far from Winterfell. I can send my bastard son Ramsay Snow to seize Winterfell from Theon's grasp. Eddard Stark regarded Roose Bolton with a peculiar expression, recalling that Summer had warned him of Bolton's rebellious inclinations and the need for caution. Roos's proposal to have his illegitimate son reclaim Winterfell raised suspicions about his true intentions. Nevertheless, Eddard acquiesced to Roos's suggestion, recognizing that the Dreadfort's proximity to Winterfell was a significant advantage. Chapter 28. The return to Winterfell. A wooden sword danced gracefully before Summer, akin to a nimble butterfly flitting through a garden of blossoms. In a moment of distraction, Arya had already sheathed her sword, standing with her hands behind her back, a triumphant smile gracing her lips as she looked up at Summer. What kind of swordplay is this? Summer mused, acutely aware that had Arya wielded a blade of steel, his face would have surely borne the marks of her skill. The water dance, a style from Bravos, Arya declared, her voice laced with pride, yet tinged with an undercurrent of sorrow that was not easily discernible. Her instructor, Syrio Farrell, had perished in King's Landing while sacrificing himself to ensure her escape. Syrio was Arya's first swordmaster and the one who ignited her passion for the art of combat. Impressive swordsmanship, Summer generously praised, eliciting a radiant smile from Arya. During this period, Summer had found moments of leisure, dedicating his days to the study of swordsmanship. The others in the camp regarded Summer with a sense of awe, which made him feel rather uncomfortable, yet Arya seemed to connect with him effortlessly. Lord Summer, are you present? Just as Summer and Arya were engrossed in their discussion of swordplay, Eddard Stark suddenly sought him out. Summer welcomed Eddard into their midst, accompanied by Robb. In the presence of others, Summer was particularly mindful to show respect to Eddard. My lord, may I inquire what brings you to me? Eddard divulged to Xia Changqing the alarming news of Theon's conquest of Winterfell, along with the proposal put forth by Roose Bolton. My lord Xia, I implore you to join Robb in rallying forces to Winterfell. Bran and Rickon remain in the castle, and my heart is heavy with concern for their safety. Bran and Rickon, Eddard's two younger sons, had been left behind in Winterfell during Robb's campaign, with Bran having sustained a leg injury that rendered him immobile. Eddard feared for their well-being in the face of Theon's treachery. Should anything befall Bran and Rickon, I hope you will have the power to resurrect them. This was Eddard's true purpose for seeking out Xia Changqing. Had it merely been a matter of returning to Winterfell, Robb could have handled that task alone, rendering a plea to Xia unnecessary. Eddard's earnest words were underscored by a gaze filled with desperate appeal. My lord Xia, I hope you will accompany me back to Winterfell. Young Lord Stark echoed the sentiment. Please agree, Xia. Father, I too wish to return to Winterfell, Arya chimed in, brandishing her wooden sword with fervor, her youthful determination reflecting her desire for vengeance against Theon for his betrayal of House Stark. Very well, I shall not refuse you. I agree, Robb. When shall we set forth? Xia Changqing had no reason to decline, especially in light of his long-standing friendship with Eddard. Moreover, remaining idle in his current location offered little merit. He was eager to witness the beauty of the North. In just a few days, once preparations are complete, I will inform you, Robb replied with palpable excitement, while gratitude shone in Eddard's eyes, and Arya, filled with exhilaration, embraced Xia Changqing. With Xia's presence, Eddard and his companions felt a renewed sense of resolve, particularly Eddard, who found solace in the belief that even if Bran and Rickon faced misfortune, Xia Changqing possessed the means to bring them back. Perhaps, he optimistically mused, Bran would even recover from his injury upon resurrection. However, mobilizing an army is no simple task. It requires meticulous coordination and vigilance against potential incursions by the Lannisters, although such a threat seemed unlikely at present. The other lords of the North remained unaware of this situation, and upon learning of Robb's intent to lead a portion of the army back to Winterfell, they engaged in considerable debate. This was especially true for Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort, who had suggested sending his illegitimate son to Winterfell for assistance. The prospect of Eddard now ordering Robb to return with troops was perceived as a clear sign of mistrust. Roose, having shown no inclination towards betraying House Stark, required careful appeasement from Eddard. After lingering for over 10 days, the army finally completed its preparations under Robb's command, comprising 2,000 cavalry. They traversed through the lands of the Last River and commenced their journey toward the north. As they traversed the city of Wanha and entered King's Road, Robb was consumed by anxiety regarding the uncertain state of Winterfell, prompting him to opt for a rapid march. The cavalry passed through Jingza and tread over the ancient graves of their forebears, journeying day and night. Just as the relentless summer Long Qing was nearing his limit, Robb finally informed him that they were approaching Winterfell. The army's mission was to reclaim Winterfell, and it was likely that a fierce battle awaited them. Thus, Arya's plea to accompany them was coldly dismissed by Eddard. Not far from Winterfell, Robb called for a brief respite for his troops before they set forth once more, determined to seize Winterfell from the grasp of Theon. However, upon their arrival at the city gates, they were met with the grim sight of the flayed banner of House Bolton hanging from the battlements. Who occupies the castle? Robb called out, halting his horse. The one who had taken Winterfell was Ramsay Snow, the bastard of House Bolton. Yet, it could hardly be described as a conquest, for by the time Ramsay arrived, Theon had already fled with his Ironborn followers. Bearing the notorious moniker of Little Flayer, Ramsay commanded the gates of Winterfell to be opened. Though the Bolton family still held fealty to House Stark, Ramsay dared not deny Robb entry. As Robb entered the city, the surviving residents instinctively lined the streets, tears of joy streaming down their faces upon seeing him. Robb's gaze searched fervently. He sought his two younger brothers, but, regrettably, could not find them. Approaching Ramsay, he demanded in a booming voice, "Where are my brothers?" A faint smile adorned Ramsay's face, inciting a sense of revulsion in Summer Chang, who could clearly perceive the hidden disdain in Ramsay's eyes. With a mock semblance of sorrow, Ramsay addressed Robb, "It is with great misfortune that I must inform you. After I took Winterfell, I learned that Theon Greyjoy, in a fit of madness, ordered the execution of your two Stark brothers, and the poor maester and the scholar as well. I apologize, my lord, I did not commit their names to memory. However, this Theon is truly despicable. I have heard he was once your closest companion." With a tone dripping in sarcasm, Ramsay brutally wrenched at the wounds in Robb's heart. Chapter 29. Fury enshrouds the North. After enduring such trials over time, Robb could not possibly be oblivious to Ramsay's mockery. Indeed, it was well known throughout the North that Theon Greyjoy, as Eddard Stark's ward, was Robb Stark's closest ally. Their futures were intertwined, one destined to inherit the North and the other the Iron Islands, akin to the bond shared between Eddard and King Robert. Yet, while Eddard had never betrayed Robert, Theon had now betrayed Robb, marking a profound disgrace for House Stark that could not be easily erased. Robb was consumed by anger and fury. Yet he found himself bereft of any means to counter the taunts of the impudent Reek, for the words spoken were undeniably true. The betrayal of his kin and the death of his loved ones had already ignited a tempest within him, and now Reek's mockery served only to kindle that inferno further. Seizing Reek by the collar, Robb was aware that this act might tarnish his reputation, yet who would dare provoke him further in this moment? "Bastard! Where are my brothers?" he bellowed at Reek. The term bastard struck a deep chord within Reek, a bitter reminder of his loathed identity. He despised being labeled as such, loathed the audacity of anyone who dared utter it before him, and harbored an especial hatred for the man who had bestowed this title upon him, Roose Bolton. A shadow of despair clouded Reek's eyes, which now glinted with malice and hatred as he regarded Robb. Given the chance, he would relish the opportunity to flay Robb alive. However, his attention was abruptly drawn to the young man standing beside Robb, whose gaze bore an unmistakable warning. Xia Changqing understood Reek's true nature. The man exuded a cruelty that surpassed even that of King Joffrey, while Joffrey, despite his own ruthlessness, held a certain reverence for his father, the late Robert. Reek would not hesitate to slay his own father without a second thought. As a fellow bastard, Jon Snow had endured far less scorn than Reek. Of course, Reek had faced particular disdain at the Dreadfort due to his illegitimate status, which elicited sympathy from Summer. He contemplated revenge against those who had wronged Reek, even to the point of contemplating the death of Roose Bolton, but such matters did not concern him. Still, Reek could not afford to act too brazenly in Summer's presence, lest he find himself on the receiving end of a well-placed blow. Reek was acutely aware of Summer's reputation as a former servant of the Old Gods, and coupled with Summer's distinct appearance, he recognized the threat posed by him. Out of caution, Reek concealed his murderous intent deep within. He was perceptive, thus he chose to ignore Robb's crude behavior, plastering a smile upon his face instead. "I eagerly anticipate the expression on your face when you behold the corpses of your two brothers," Reek maliciously mused. "My lord, do not be agitated. That wretched Theon not only burned your two young lords, but also cruelly hung their bodies for all to see. After I seized Winterfell, I gathered their remains," Reek stated. A flicker of pain crossed Robb's eyes as he released Reek's collar, striving to steady his voice. "I apologize, Ramsay, I lost my composure. Please, take me to see my brothers." "It is quite all right, my lord. I understand the anguish that accompanies the loss of loved ones," Reek replied. Sensing that his earlier smile was inappropriate, he quickly suppressed it, adopting a sorrowful expression, while internally he reveled in delight. "Only an adult. Your two brothers have been burned beyond recognition. It would be best not to look. No, regardless of their state, they are still my kin. Take me to them." Robb persisted. "Very well, my lord, since you insist, as you wish." The small Skinner led the way, with Robb and Summer following closely behind, and the trio arrived at a chamber. Inside the stone room lay two wooden beds, each draped with white cloth concealing the frail bodies beneath. Robb's heart shattered, trembling. He slowly lifted the white cloth. However, upon a mere glance, he could bear no more and hastily covered them again. Witnessing this scene, the small Skinner felt a wicked sense of satisfaction. The corpses beneath the cloth were indeed a sight unfit for the living. To instill fear in the residents of Winterfell, Theon had callously seized two farmers' sons to masquerade as the Stark heirs. To avoid raising suspicion, he had ordered the unfortunate children to be incinerated. Now, apart from a semblance of human form, all distinguishing features had been obliterated. Lord Summer? Rob turned to Summer, his gaze pleading. Meanwhile, the small Skinner scrutinized Summer as well. He had long received word that this old god's emissary possessed the ability to resurrect the dead, with Eddard Stark being one of his returns. Could these two unfortunate souls, now so charred, still be revived? Summer ignored the small Skinner's malevolent scrutiny and shook his head at Rob. He understood his own abilities well. The corpses of the deceased remained as they were upon resurrection. Rob, while I possess the power to bring them back, I cannot restore their former visage. Do you wish for them to endure in this state? Rob instinctively shook his head. The thought of Bran and Rickon living in such a form was unbearable. They would be better off resting in peace. Their father and mother would surely not condone resurrecting them either. Rob sighed in disappointment. He had hoped that returning with Summer would ensure Bran and Rickon's revival, regardless of any misfortune. He never anticipated Theon's cruel act of incinerating them, leaving little more than ashes. This deepened Rob's loathing for Theon. In truth, Rob, there is no need for such sorrow, Summer suddenly spoke, observing Rob's confusion. He revealed the truth directly to him. I can assure you, these two corpses are not Bran and Rickon. What? The small Skinner was the first to voice disbelief. If these were not the Stark children, then his joy had been for naught. How can you be certain they are not Bran and Rickon? The small Skinner blurted out, casting a skeptical glance at Summer. Rob, seemingly oblivious to the small Skinner's agitation, mirrored his curiosity as he too looked towards Summer with intrigue. Xia Changqing cast a profound glance at little Skinner before explaining to Rob, whether you believe it or not, this is what my eyes have witnessed. I can see that Bran and Rickon, despite facing trials, are still alive. Chapter 30. The miracle since Xia Changqing had proclaimed himself a messenger of the old gods. He had no qualms about playing the role of a prophet. As soon as he finished speaking, little Skinner's face contorted with disbelief, asserting that anyone could make such claims. Yet Xia Changqing provided no tangible evidence to support his assertions. However, Rob held Xia Changqing's words in unwavering faith, his face alight with excitement as he eagerly inquired. My lord Xia, can you discern the current whereabouts of Bran and Rickon? Xia Changqing furrowed his brow slightly. He had merely inferred from the original narrative that Bran and Rickon had not perished. Moreover, with the three-eyed raven continuously watching over Bran, Xia Changqing doubted that Bran would meet an untimely demise. He recalled that Bran had journeyed northward, beyond the wall, in search of the three-eyed raven, while Rickon had been captured by little Skinner. Yet now that Rob had returned to Winterfell, he should be able to retrieve Rickon. As for Bran, Xia Changqing did not believe that under the auspices of the three-eyed raven, Rob would be able to locate him. I can only surmise that they are advancing northward. The specifics of their location are beyond my capacity to ascertain. After all, I am not a true deity. Xia Changqing could only convey this information to Rob. North? Rob murmured to himself, suddenly enlightened as he exclaimed, of course. If Bran and the others escaped from Theon, they would undoubtedly head northward. Jon is at the wall. They must be seeking him. The more Rob contemplated, the more convinced he became, his expression brimming with fervor. I must write to Jon at once, instructing him to prepare for their arrival at the wall. Xia Changqing watched as Rob hurriedly departed, harboring little hope that Rob would easily retrieve Rickon, let alone Bran. The three-eyed raven, as a being capable of traversing the world, required Bran to seek him out, and thus would not permit Rob to reclaim Bran so readily. In the realm of Westeros, few entities could instill apprehension in Xia Changqing, and the three-eyed raven was certainly among them. Though the three-eyed raven lacked the direct threat posed by figures such as Melisandre, the Red Priestess, or the Night King, he possessed the ability to traverse the past and observe history. Xia Changqing was uncertain whether entering the gaze of the three-eyed raven would unveil his origins and intentions. Yet it was a concern that warranted caution. However, as Bran now journeyed northward in search of him, the three-eyed raven's primary focus was on Bran, leaving little time to attend to other matters. Regarding the time when Bran would eventually become the three-eyed raven, Xia Changqing believed he would have already solidified his own power by then, rendering any auxiliary threats inconsequential. Upon his departure, Rob promptly penned a letter for the raven to deliver to Jon at the wall. He then personally led a contingent northward, meticulously searching for Bran and Rickon. As for Winterfell, Rob unceremoniously entrusted all matters to Summer. Watching Rob ride out with cavalry that very day, Summer let out a resigned sigh. Fortunately, Rob had left him with 300 horsemen, or else Summer would have truly struggled to rein in the impetuous little flayer. Then came the issue of reinstating the various affairs of Winterfell. Summer wished to express his utter lack of understanding in this regard. Thankfully, even though he lacked knowledge and was disinclined to manage the affairs of Winterfell, there were still individuals within its walls who were well-versed. Among the prominent figures slain by Theon were Sir Roderick, the former weapons master, and Maester Lewin, who had assisted the Duke in governing Winterfell. Summer commanded the soldiers of the north to gather the bodies of all those who had perished due to Theon's treachery. Initially, some residents of the north vehemently protested this action, deeming it a desecration of the deceased's final rest. Although Summer's reputation as a servant of the old gods was well known among noble lords, it held little weight in the countryside. He instructed his soldiers to proclaim his identity as a servant of the old gods and assured them that he would provide an explanation, which quelled the unrest. However, Summer was acutely aware that if he failed to resurrect these departed souls in a public forum, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a blasphemer of the dead and a heretic against the old gods. Many with nefarious intentions, such as the little flayer Ramsay, were eagerly awaiting his downfall. Several days later, Summer gathered the entire populace outside the Duke's castle in Winterfell, regardless of whether they had lost family members or not. All assembled. A vast expanse of burlap was laid out in front of the castle, displaying the meticulously cleaned bodies. The crowd's gaze was fixed upon Summer, who did not keep them waiting long. I am Summer, the servant of the old gods. The old gods above, today in this place, Winterfell. By the divine power of the old gods, I shall resurrect those who perished due to the ravages of war. After proclaiming this, Summer did not delay further. He stepped into the throng of bodies, and amidst an eerie silence, the first corpse stirred from its slumber, then the second and the third. As the first individual was resurrected, the onlookers erupted into fervent cheers, many of whom were relatives of the deceased, their eyes brimming with tears of joy. By the old gods above, they have truly risen. This is nothing short of a miracle. The people of Winterfell called out various praises, expressing gratitude for the blessings of the old gods and for Summer's benevolence. The resurrected souls, still bewildered by their return, were swiftly embraced by their loved ones. Amidst the clamor of voices, all present, including Sir Roderick and Maester Ruin, gradually grasped the unfolding events. The common folk knelt before Xia Changqing in gratitude, while Sir Roderick and Maester Ruin gazed at him with eyes filled with appreciation and a hint of wonder. Xia Changqing smiled at the scene. Though he attributed the power of resurrection to the old gods, he felt no trepidation regarding potential repercussions from them. While deities exist in this realm, the old gods are not a monolithic entity. Rather, they encompass various nature spirits of the north. Thus, Xia Changqing remained untroubled by the prospect of any old god seeking him out. The resurrection of so many souls was a rare and momentous occasion for Winterfell and indeed the entire north, a tale destined to be recounted through the ages. After resurrecting the significant figures of Sir Roderick and Maester Ruin, Xia Changqing entrusted the governance of Winterfell entirely to them. With one skilled in diplomacy and the other in martial prowess, and having lived in Winterfell for many years, they adeptly managed the town's affairs without requiring Xia Changqing's oversight. Chapter 31. The seed of unifying the Seven Kingdoms. Xia Changqing was pleasantly surprised to discover that the castle of Duke Eddard within Winterfell had been equipped with a radiant heating system. According to Maester Ruin, a hot spring existed beneath the castle, and the craftsmen of Winterfell had ingeniously installed iron pipes within the castle walls to channel the spring water, thereby warming the chambers. This was an aspect Xia Changqing had overlooked while watching Game of Thrones, as Winterfell's harsh environment had left him somewhat dissatisfied. Fortunately, this geothermal heating system added considerable value to Winterfell. In the present day, a subtle sense of leadership enveloped Xia Changqing in Winterfell. On the second day following the resurrection of the townsfolk, Littlefinger hastily concocted an excuse to return to Harrenhal. Xia Changqing paid him little mind. As long as Littlefinger did not linger in his presence, he was disinclined to engage with him. After Littlefinger's departure, Xia Changqing entrusted the affairs of Winterfell to Maester Ruin. Despite his advanced years, Maester Ruin appeared rejuvenated following his resurrection, brimming with energy each day. Subsequently, Xia Changqing devoted himself to sword practice with Sir Roderick, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction as his proficiency improved daily. More than 20 days later, while training with Sir Roderick in the practice yard, Maester Ruin rushed in to inform him of Rob's return. In the Lord's Hall, Xia Changqing was reunited with Rob. The weeks of searching had etched signs of wear upon Rob's face. Upon seeing the resurrected Sir Roderick and Maester Ruin, Rob expressed fleeting astonishment before embracing them both. "Welcome back," he exclaimed. The two venerable lords of House Stark, though nominally subjects, held a bond with Rob and his kin that transcended mere servitude. Xia Changqing noted that only a single youth accompanied Rob upon his return, indicating that Rob had yet to uncover Bran's whereabouts. "My lord Xia, this is Rickon. I followed your instructions and encountered him shortly after leaving Winterfell, but alas, I could not ascertain Bran's location." As he spoke, a shadow of disappointment crossed Rob's face. He felt a sense of failure for not retrieving Bran. "Rob, do not despair," Xia Changqing reassured him. Bran has his own destiny, and in the not-so-distant future, you shall reunite. Bran has his own destiny? Robb gazed at Xia Changqing with a hint of skepticism. He is but a child. What destiny could he possibly have? Realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much, Xia Changqing reconsidered. Robb was likely already aware of the Night King and the White Walkers, and sharing this information would bear little consequence. Robb, have you heard that the Night's Watch beyond the wall has discovered traces of the White Walkers? White Walkers? Lord Xia, are you jesting? Exclaimed Robb, along with Ser Roderick and Maester Luwin. Were they not vanquished thousands of years ago? Ser Roderick remarked incredulously. Wait. Robb suddenly appeared contemplative. I believe I received a message from Lord Commander Mormont of the Night's Watch via Raven, stating that they had indeed detected the presence of White Walkers and Whites. Yet, at the time, my thoughts were consumed with avenging my father, and I dismissed it. Indeed, the letter from Lord Commander Mormont is genuine. The White Walkers have returned to the land of always winter, and we are on the precipice of a cataclysmic battle for the survival of humanity. If this is true, I must inform my father at once. The north, near the wall, will be the first to face their onslaught. Robb exclaimed. Robb, there is no need for haste. The White Walkers will not strike so swiftly. We still have time to gather our strength. Xia Changqing urged the impetuous Robb, adding that to prevail in this war against the White Walkers, the North alone would not suffice. It was imperative to consolidate the might of all 7 kingdoms. How is that even possible? Robb questioned Xia Changqing, unconvinced. The 7 kingdoms are embroiled in their own conflicts, even in the face of the White Walker threat. True unity among them seems unattainable. Robb, let me ask you, what is the reason the 7 kingdoms cannot unite? After a moment of contemplation, Robb replied earnestly. It is the Iron Throne. More precisely, it is the struggle for power. Precisely, Robb. You have articulated it beautifully. Xia Changqing commended him. Throughout the entirety of this Game of Thrones, the struggles of all, be it Daenerys, Cersei, or Stannis, are fundamentally for that Iron Throne in King's Landing. Or rather, it is all for the pursuit of power. But Robb, have you ever contemplated the nature of those who vie for the Iron Throne? Without waiting for Robb's response, Xia Changqing articulated his thoughts, stating that it is the great nobles and lords who contend for the Iron Throne. Do common folk aspire to claim the Iron Throne? Such notions do not cross their minds. Therefore, Robb, once the great nobles and lords are vanquished, the commoners will care not who occupies that Iron Throne. Xia Changqing gazed at Robb, revealing the thoughts that dwelled within his heart. Robb, consolidating the strength of the 7 kingdoms is quite simple. Eliminate House Lannister, eradicate House Baratheon, and obliterate House Greyjoy. By dismantling all opposing forces, you shall naturally unify the entirety of Westeros, and then concentrate the power of the 7 kingdoms to confront the White Walkers. Robb stared in astonishment at Xia Changqing. He had never contemplated such matters before. When he set forth to battle, his sole intention was to avenge Eddard, and later, when the lords proclaimed him king in the north, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The thought of extinguishing other factions and unifying Westeros was an ambition he had never dared to entertain. Robb, how can you be certain that something you have yet to attempt is unattainable? From this day forth, let the unification of the 7 kingdoms become your objective. Xia Changqing patted Robb's shoulder, exuding a confidence in his potential. He certainly harbored his own plans. The system demanded the establishment of a realm of the undead. Yet it did not stipulate that he must personally construct it. Xia Changqing intended to use Robb to unify all of Westeros, to ascend the Iron Throne. Or perhaps even Eddard could fulfill that role. When that time arrives, as long as the upper echelons of the nation are comprised of the undead transformed by Xia Changqing, would not this realm of the undead be established? A unified continent would not only be equipped to confront the White Walkers, but would also render the Dragon Queen, lurking on another continent, less formidable. Chapter 32. Sharpening swords and preparing for battle against the Iron Islands after Xia Changqing's persuasive discourse. Robb felt a whirlwind of confusion in his thoughts, contemplating matters he had never previously considered. Unsure of how to navigate his bewilderment, Robb resolved to consult his father. Thus, he meticulously penned a letter to Eddard, detailing all that Xia Changqing had imparted regarding the White Walkers and the unification of Westeros. As one of the first to be resurrected by Xia Changqing, Eddard, upon reading Robb's letter, mused that unifying all of Westeros did not seem an insurmountable task. Currently, Tywin of the Westerlands was also under Xia Changqing's influence, with the 2 most formidable factions in Westeros, the North and the West, now under his control. Furthermore, the warriors resurrected by Xia Changqing all possessed a fearless disposition towards death, leading Eddard to believe that the unification of Westeros was merely a matter of time. With the specter of the White Walkers looming, Eddard felt that the moment for unifying Westeros had finally arrived. in order to combat the others and secure the future of humanity across the continent of Westeros. It is only just that House Stark of the North unifies the Seven Kingdoms, with the threat from the Westerlands now diminished. Eddard Stark's foremost thought is to eradicate the Iron Islands. The Greyjoys of the Iron Islands are nothing but a band of marauders, ungrateful and treacherous. As their family motto suggests, we do not, so this blatant declaration of piracy reflects a harsh truth embraced by the Greyjoys. However, one can understand their plight. As a collection of rugged islands in the harsh western seas of Westeros, their environment is unforgiving, their terrain treacherous, and their resources meager. Most Ironborn rely on fishing for sustenance, and in pursuit of a better life, they often resort to piracy, plundering to acquire wealth. Years ago, King Balon was defeated by Eddard and Robert, severely weakening the Greyjoy family. Yet, Eddard had shown mercy, sparing the Ironborn at that time. Now, with the Greyjoys leading a second rebellion, Eddard vows to break their will decisively this time. Launching an expedition to the Iron Islands is the first step he intends to take towards unifying the Seven Kingdoms. Eliminating the Ironborn is an essential measure, as they predominantly act as pirates, capable of sailing directly to the north and wreaking havoc from behind. With Tywin Lannister currently maintaining a tacit understanding with him, Eddard sees an opportunity to strike the Iron Islands without hesitation. Thus, he calls upon the Lords of the North to share his intentions. The fall of Winterfell, Bran's disappearance, and the heavy losses suffered by the North have culminated in a profound disgrace for House Stark. As vassals of House Stark, none would dare oppose this course of action. Who would dare question the assault on the Iron Islands? Would one suggest an alliance with the Greyjoys? At such a juncture, no fool would arise to voice dissent. The only concerns voiced by some lords revolve around whether the Lannisters might take advantage of the situation, but Eddard dismisses these fears. Currently, Stannis Baratheon on Dragonstone has consolidated Renly's forces, preparing to march upon King's Landing, while the Old Lion neglects to support the capital, fixated instead on the north. Eddard's reasoning is sound. The War of the Five Kings has devolved into a series of conflicts where each house pursues its own interests. After Stannis' assassination of Renly, no one has proposed an alliance with him. It is prudent to seize this moment while Stannis and the Lannisters are at odds, allowing the North to first resolve the threat posed by the Iron Islands before confronting the victor. With the decision made, Eddard writes to Robb, informing him of the plan. Robb will lead forces from the Stone Shore, while Eddard will advance from the south, executing a pincer movement against the Iron Islands. Thus begins the campaign for the unification of the Seven Kingdoms, with the War of the Five Kings poised to reach its inevitable conclusion. However, to launch an expedition against the Iron Islands, the Northern Army will require a substantial fleet of ships. To embark on a military expedition, one must first construct ships. Meanwhile, on the other side, King Balon Greyjoy was tormented by the news of Eddard Stark's resurrection, a revelation that robbed him of sleep. The nightmares brought upon him by Eddard and Robert over a decade ago were still vividly etched in his mind. The fleet he had dispatched to plunder the North was now returning, while the young Lord Stark had personally come back to command the North, instilling fear among the Ironborn. Upon his return to Pike, Theon Greyjoy found himself consumed by regret for betraying Robb Stark. Just after his return, provoked by his father's taunts, branding him a coward, Theon, blinded by rage, had led an assault on Winterfell to prove his worth. Now, in a moment of clarity, he was filled with dread and remorse. He sought out his father Balon, expressing that the Iron Islands stood no chance against the Stark forces and it would be wiser to surrender now. However, Balon harbored no such naive notions. He recognized the North's preparation for war was blatant, and a confrontation between the Greyjoys and Starks was inevitable. "You are indeed a coward," Balon declared, causing Theon to flush with shame. As Theon attempted to argue, he was dismissed by Balon, who had been gathering strength for years and could not afford to beg the Starks for mercy. War was now unavoidable. As the North sharpened its swords, King Balon also summoned his troops from the Iron Islands. Due to the unique nature of the Ironborn, each man transitioned from fisherman to warrior upon boarding a ship. Every faction was gearing up for the impending conflict. 2 months swiftly passed, and a rare peace blanketed Westeros, though it was uncertain when this facade would shatter. Robb Stark's warships were finally completed. Although they paled in comparison to the Ironborn vessels, they were nonetheless capable of ferrying troops across the sea. Concurrently, Robb received word that Eddard would also launch an assault from the southern shores of the Iron Islands. Brave warriors of the North, the Ironborn have audaciously rebelled and are slaughtering our people and plundering our wealth and women while we are engaged in battle with the Lannisters. What shall we do about these Ironborn? Robb delivered his final speech before the battle. Annihilate them! Annihilate them! There was no stirring slogan, merely a stark declaration of intent. By the old gods, Robb exclaimed, this esteemed individual beside me is the emissary of the old gods. Soldiers of the North, fear not. Even if we perish, the emissary can resurrect us. The emissary. The emissary. The knowledge of the emissary's power to revive the deceased was well known among the people of the North. And with such backing, the soldiers felt no fear of death. All hands. Our target is the Iron Islands. Advance. With Rob's command, the battle horn sounded, and the Grand Army set forth toward the Iron Islands. Chapter 33. The naval encounter. The fleet of the North set sail in magnificent formation, its sights firmly set on the Iron Islands. To speak candidly, it was the very first time in his life that Xia Changqing found himself aboard a vessel at sea. Born in an inland province, he had seldom laid eyes on the ocean, let alone embarked on a ship. However, Xia Changqing possessed remarkable adaptability. Within just a few days aboard the ship, he acclimatized to the life and combat at sea, long before Rob's fleet could reach the Iron Islands. Scouts dispatched by King Balan had already detected their presence. After all, such a sizable fleet, with a clear objective, would be difficult to conceal. The sailing skills of the Ironborn from the Iron Islands were indeed formidable. Rob attempted to pursue the scout's vessel, but to no avail. Nevertheless, Rob remained undeterred. Having previously conferred with Xia Changqing, they had never intended to engage in naval combat with the Greyjoys. This was not solely due to the inferior combat capability of the Northmen at sea compared to the Ironborn. Rather, it stemmed from the grim reality that any soldiers who perished in battle would sink into the depths of the ocean, beyond Xia Changqing's reach for resurrection. Hence, a land battle was the most favorable option for the soldiers of the North. Unfortunately, King Balan was no fool. He understood the advantages of the Iron Islands. Just as Rob's fleet was on the verge of arriving at the Iron Islands, they were intercepted by the Greyjoy fleet. It appeared that this confrontation was inevitable. Rob gazed with a grave expression at the opposing fleet, a myriad of ships sprawling across the waters, a sight that was profoundly impactful. Thus, it was time to prepare for battle. Standing beside Rob, Xia Changqing felt a thrill coursing through him, eager to showcase the swordsmanship he had tirelessly practiced. The battle horn sounded across the sea, instantly thickening the atmosphere with tension. This was Xia Changqing's inaugural experience of such a large-scale conflict. And it was a naval engagement at that. Bound by the constraints of the era, artillery and similar weaponry had yet to emerge. The most formidable ranged weapon available was the bow and arrow. The fleets of both sides drew closer, signaling a head-on clash was imminent. "Fire the arrows," Rob commanded. As a soldier atop the lookout waved flags, relaying orders to each ship. After a brief delay, a veritable storm of arrows soared from every vessel. Simultaneously, the fleet from the Iron Islands unleashed their own volley of arrows. Xia Changqing crouched beneath the wooden rail of the ship, feeling the whistling arrows was past his head, embedding themselves in the deck. Occasionally, a hapless soldier would be struck, their anguished cries piercing the air. Such long-range attacks, where aiming was a challenge, relied entirely on luck and the density of the arrow rain to inflict harm. After several rounds of arrows, the distance between the two fleets had diminished to mere feet. Xia Changqing distinctly observed a woman standing at the prow of the enemy flagship. The most brutal phase of the battle was about to commence. With a resounding crash, the vessels collided fiercely, planks spanning the gap between the two ships as the Ironborn surged forth, weapons drawn, howling in a fervor. With sword in hand, Rob's countenance darkened. He was taken aback by the audacity of the enemy to launch a counterattack, as if they were eager for death. "Kill!" the young wolf lord bellowed, leading the charge at the forefront of his soldiers. Such fearless bravado significantly bolstered the morale of the Northmen. Akin to a game mechanic where the soldiers were imbued with a courage aura, enhancing both their spirits and combat prowess. Observing Rob's advance, Xia Changqing intended to follow suit and rally the Ironborn's morale. However, as he made his move, a dozen Northmen swiftly surrounded him. This was a task entrusted to them by Rob. At all costs, they must safeguard the envoy's safety. The soldiers tasked with protecting Xia were the elite of the North, encircling him closely to shield him from harm, thereby thwarting Xia's desire to join the fray. The identity of the old goddess envoy afforded Xia numerous advantages, yet simultaneously imposed significant restrictions. The Northmen revered Xia as a deity incarnate, unwilling to permit him to encounter any peril. With a sense of helplessness, Xia gazed at Rob, who was embroiled in the frontline skirmish. Though the battle had only just commenced, chaos reigned, with combatants engaged in a frenzied melee. Ironborn fell in droves, and Northmen suffered their share of casualties as well. Xia felt a surge of anxiety. "Rob, do not act rashly. Remember our battle plan." In the thick of battle, Rob heeded Xia's words, withdrawing momentarily from the fray. Wiping the blood from his face, he shouted, "Everyone, form ranks. Form ranks." Following Rob's command, the Northmen began to converge deliberately, and although many fell during this process, they ultimately succeeded in forming a cohesive formation, with broad shields raised before them. The soldiers aligned them seamlessly, resembling a turtle retreating into its shell, leaving the Ironborn with scant opportunities to attack. At this juncture, the Northmen's long spears proved invaluable. This weapon's length was at least thrice that of a standard iron sword, and its straightforward usage meant that soldiers could master it with minimal training. As the Northmen's formation solidified, the Ironborn continued to surge forward without any semblance of strategy. Yet, the interlocking shields of the Northmen effectively repelled the Ironborn's onslaught, while the spears protruding from the gaps between shields harvested the lives of their foes. This scene was not confined to Robb's flagship. Similar scenarios unfolded across all vessels hailing from the north. The Ironborn, stricken with fear, jostled among themselves, hesitant to advance further into battle, a most astonishing turn of events for those accustomed to dominance at sea. They realized that shattering the Northmen's turtle-like defense was beyond their capability. And now, being at sea, they lacked the means to soar above and breach the enemy's rear. After suffering a defeat in battle, the Ironborn fleet began its retreat. Robb did not issue orders to pursue. His mind remained clear. He understood that any attempt to chase would disrupt the formation of his northern soldiers, rendering them vulnerable in the tumultuous waters, where they would be no match for the Ironborn. Robb's original intention was to eradicate the Ironborn on land. So upon witnessing their fleet retreat, he commanded his men not to recklessly pursue, instead opting to harass them with a steady barrage of arrows. As the Ironborn fleet vanished from sight, Robb commenced the organization of his own ships, gathering the fallen, both northern soldiers and Ironborn alike, because once Xia Changqing was revived, they would all be considered his allies. Chapter 34. Delivering warmth to the Ironborn heavily guarded, Xia Changqing was unable to showcase his abilities during the battle. However, now that the fighting had subsided, it was his time to take action. As the fleet set sail once more, Xia Changqing embarked in a small boat, deftly navigating between the various warships. Each time he departed from a vessel, thunderous cheers erupted behind him. The revival of fallen comrades before their very eyes served as the most effective morale booster for these valiant soldiers. They no longer had to fear the specter of death, although they still needed to exercise caution to avoid falling overboard. Otherwise, not even the esteemed envoy could save them. With spirits soaring, the northern fleet gradually approached the Iron Islands. The Iron Islands consist of 7 principal isles, with the castle of House Greyjoy perched upon Pike Island. Robb did not immediately launch an assault on Pike. In fact, prior to the commencement of their mission, Xia Changqing had earnestly informed Robb that their objective was not merely to defeat the Greyjoys, adhering to the ancient ways of the Ironborn, even if they surrendered this time. The Greyjoys would undoubtedly rebel again at the next opportunity. Xia Changqing's goal was straightforward: to shatter the Ironborn's backbone, cutting off their resources at the source. The expanse of the north stands unique within Westeros, yet its inhabitants are few, with many areas remaining uncultivated. Currently, the residents of the Iron Islands are ensnared in dire straits. Xia Changqing's mission was not to bring them war, but rather to extend warmth. Leaving the barren Iron Islands for the north, every individual could receive a parcel of land, although winter loomed imminent. The north possessed ample supplies to help its people endure the harsh season. Once this long winter passed, the Ironborn would naturally become subjects of the north. As for those Ironborn reluctant to accept the warmth offered by Xia Changqing, that could be easily remedied. Under the point of a spear and the edge of a sword, he was confident they would acquiesce. Robb and his men landed on Saltcliffe Island, long before the northern fleet arrived. The Ironborn on Saltcliffe had already detected the presence of northern soldiers. After all, the existence of such a vast armada was difficult to overlook. However, it is rather awkward that Lord Balon Greyjoy had already gathered his formidable forces on Pike Island, anticipating that Robb would land there for a decisive confrontation. To his utter surprise, Robb, heeding the counsel of the old god's emissary, Xia Changqing, resolved to transport the Ironborn of the Iron Islands directly, thus opting against landing on Pike Island. Consequently, upon his arrival, Robb's army encountered no substantial resistance. The Lord of Saltcliffe, the Sutcliffe family, was swiftly overwhelmed after a brief struggle, leaving them in disarray. The northern soldiers, following the will of Xia Changqing, the ancient goddess messenger, exterminated every Ironborn who dared to resist, only for Xia Changqing to resurrect them amidst their astonished cries. The resurrected Ironborn, now docile and obedient, displayed a demeanor of utmost compliance. These Ironborn, who had lived on Saltcliffe Island for years, were unfamiliar with the tales of Xia Changqing, witnessing such a miraculous display of resurrection. Their faith in the drowned god began to waver. Subsequently, the northern soldiers razed the Ironborn's homes, compelling them to board ships bound for the north. Robb proclaimed himself the young Lord of the North, promising food, shelter, and land for every Ironborn willing to journey northward. Initially, under the threat of northern spears and swords, The Ironborn had no choice but to obey Rob's commands and board the vessels with their families. However, many found themselves swayed by Rob's assurances, contemplating that perhaps a journey to the north was not such an ill fate after all. Centered around Saltcliffe Island, the northern soldiers set sail for other islands beyond the Iron Islands, enforcing the same policies as on Saltcliffe: immediate execution of resistors, destruction of all habitable structures, and the compulsory boarding of all Ironborn, regardless of age. Rob, accompanied by 1,000 soldiers, landed on Pike Island, while the northern forces established a defensive perimeter along the coastline, not to assault Pike Castle, but to buy time for their comrades heading to other islands. Even if Lord Balan became aware of the turmoil on the other islands, Rob intended to deter him from splitting his forces for a rescue. Meanwhile, Xia Changqing led his contingent, traversing each island, leaving behind a trail of lamentation and desolation. Observing this scene with a cold gaze, Xia Changqing did not perceive his coercion of the Ironborn to leave their homeland as a moral failing. Truth be told, the Ironborn's existence on the Iron Islands, reliant on fishing and raiding, was unsustainable. The Starks of the North, regardless of their shortcomings, were notably benevolent. Being a northern subject was far preferable to living as a pirate. While Xia Changqing and Rob were in constant motion, news of the unfolding events across the islands reached Lord Balan of Pike Castle, inciting an uproar among the nobility of the Iron Islands. "My lord, the whelp of the North seeks to sever the roots of our Iron Islands. Shall we simply stand by and watch?" "Indeed, my lord Balan. That whelp Rob Stark commands merely 1,000 soldiers. Grant me 500, and I assure you, I can annihilate them." The nobles erupted in a cacophony of opinions within the stronghold of House Greyjoy and Pike. Lord Balan, his gaze profound, simmered with unbridled rage, yet had long perfected the art of concealing his emotions. As he faced the chattering lords, he cleared his throat, an action that instantly silenced the hall, a testament to his long-established authority. "Asha, are you certain that Rob Stark has brought only 1,000 soldiers?" Balan inquired hoarsely. "Indeed, father. I can confirm that the forces stationed on Pike Island number merely 1,000. Years ago, during the rebellion, 2 of Balan's children perished at the hands of the Starks, while his third son, Theon, was taken as a hostage to Winterfell. For many years, Balan had devoted himself to nurturing his daughter Asha, hoping she would one day govern Pike. "Asha, lead a force to eradicate those arrogant northerners," Balan commanded, but he added, "with one condition: leave Rob Stark's life intact." Asha regarded her father with confusion, unable to fathom why he would wish to spare Rob, for Balan was not known for his mercy. Clearing his throat again, Balan addressed the assembly, saying, "If we capture Rob Stark, we shall possess leverage to negotiate with the North, so I expect no one to intentionally take his life. Do you all understand?" The lords exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to believe these words had come from Balan Greyjoy. Chapter 35. The siege approaches. Lord Balan was, after all, growing old. Upon learning that Eddard Stark was still alive, a flicker of trepidation ignited within him. Yet, the title of King of the Iron Islands compelled him to mask his fears. However, when dispatching Asha to assault Rob's forces, that flicker of fear involuntarily surfaced. Fortunately, this brief moment of vulnerability went unnoticed by the lords of the Iron Islands. Watching Asha depart, Balan was enveloped in a shroud of despair. His life seemed perpetually overshadowed by Eddard Stark, hindering his ascent. After years of waiting, he had finally anticipated Eddard's demise. Yet, who could have foreseen the emergence of an ancient god's emissary, resurrecting the old dire wolf? "Oh, drowned god, if you can hear my prayers, I beseech you to send forth an emissary to the Iron Islands." Alas, it appeared that the drowned god was indifferent to Balan's entreaties. Asha led the Ironborn army forward, initiating their assault on Rob. Rob fortified his position along the coastline, forming a steadfast line of shields and spears, repelling the Ironborn with heavy casualties. Among the nobles of the Iron Islands were not a few astute minds. They recognized the glaring flaw in Rob's formation. A strategic strike from behind would undoubtedly cause his ranks to crumble. The Ironborn had been raised in the sea from a young age, exhibiting exceptional swimming skills and formidable prowess. Although Rob commanded a position perilously close to the tumultuous shoreline, there remained Ironborn capable of navigating the treacherous reefs to strike at Rob's rear. As the Ironborn faced imminent defeat, the nobles of the Iron Islands promised substantial bounties. As the saying goes, great rewards incite brave men, and given the impoverished resources of the Iron Islands, the Ironborn's lives were already fraught with hardship. Motivated by the promise of riches, the Ironborn soldiers embarked on ships to launch an assault on Rob. "Look, what is that?" Suddenly, an Ironborn shouted. Following this exclamation, the Ironborn attacking Rob turned their gaze toward the distance, and those with keen eyesight discerned an expansive shadow approaching from the horizon. After a moment of silence, Some Ironborn had clearly identified the distant spectacle. It was a fleet of warships, countless vessels. An air of uncertainty began to spread among the Ironborn. Whether the approaching ships heralded friend or foe was uncertain. Yet, the sheer mass of dark warships evoked an overwhelming sense of dread. Before the Ironborn could react, the fleet had already closed in on Pike Island. Each ship bore the proud banner of the Stark family, the sigil of the Direwolf. It was the Direwolf, the army of the North. In an instant, the atmosphere of uncertainty transformed into sheer panic. The Ironborn glanced at their small boats and then at the massive warships advancing from afar. None were foolish. The Ironborn scattered in disarray, wishing their small vessels could sprout wings to fly back to Pike Island. Standing on the shore, Rob too watched the approaching fleet with bated breath, exhilaration swelling within him. After enduring so long, reinforcements had finally arrived. From the south, the northern fleet, led by Eddard, began to encircle Pike Island. Upon receiving the news, King Balan summoned all his forces back to Pike, realizing that other locations were no longer tenable. He resolved to make a final stand against Eddard and Pike. Troops from the north continued to disembark from the warships, forming ranks on the shore, awaiting Eddard's command. "Father, you have finally come," Rob exclaimed as he reunited with Eddard, who embraced him tightly. "Rob, you have done exceedingly well. There is no need for self-reproach. But father, I still have not found Bran. This is my fault. If I had not allowed Theon to return." "Enough, Rob." Eddard firmly clapped Rob on the shoulder. "I have said it before, you need not blame yourself. Moreover, did not the messenger say that Bran has his own destiny? He will ultimately return to us. Father, once we deal with House Greyjoy, I intend to journey north across the wall to seek Bran's whereabouts." Eddard silently regarded Rob for a moment, knowing he could not dissuade his eldest son. "Since you have made up your mind and determined what you wish to pursue, go forth and act. Father, I am immensely grateful for your understanding. When shall we commence our assault on Pike Castle?" Rob's worries finally began to dissipate. He had long been troubled by Bran's disappearance, for he felt solely responsible for everything that had transpired. With Eddard's return, Rob could confidently relinquish the governance of Winterfell back to him, as he intended to journey north in search of Bran. However, that would only occur after addressing the Greyjoy situation. At present, the Northern army was poised to breach the gates of Pike Castle. "Rob, where is the envoy?" Upon suddenly hearing his father mention Xia Changqing, Rob hastily conveyed the proposal that Summer had suggested to Eddard. Relocating all the Ironborn to the north was indeed an excellent idea. Eddard contemplated this in his mind, realizing it was a definitive solution to quell the rebellion in the Iron Islands. "Since it was the envoy's counsel, we shall abide by it. Relay my orders to raise all structures on the Iron Islands." As Eddard's command was issued, the northern forces swiftly transformed into fierce ice wolves, wreaking havoc on all edifices, ports, castles, and stone houses upon the islands. Everywhere their gaze fell, and every step they took left no remnants for the Ironborn. The soldiers of the north advanced steadily, each step deliberate and resolute. Upon the walls of Pike Castle, the noblemen of the Iron Islands wore expressions of utter dismay, for many of the castles being destroyed belonged to their estates. Yet, despite their anger, they lacked the courage to venture out and confront the northern soldiers, leaving them to grimace and seethe as they witnessed the destruction. By the time the northern army reached the foot of Pike Castle, it was already the second day. Xia Changqing concluded his brazen antics and joined the forces, meeting with Eddard. "We possess 10,000 soldiers. A direct assault on Pike Castle could see it fall within a day." Within Eddard's tent, a pre-battle conference was underway, with a member of House Stark speaking. "No," Rob immediately opposed, asserting that while a direct assault might succeed in capturing Pike Castle, our soldiers would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. "Heavy losses are a price we must bear. With the envoy present, once we capture Pike Castle, he can simply resurrect everyone." Chapter 36, The Assault on the Castle. Is such a thing even possible? Rob's heart stirred. He had instinctively opposed the notion of a direct assault, but now he realized the implications. He cast a peculiar glance at Xia Changqing. Summer shrugged innocently. Rob had merely overlooked this aspect momentarily. With the assurance of resurrection, Summer was confident that the northern soldiers would fearlessly attack Pike Castle. Rob found himself devoid of further objections, and within mere moments, the northern contingent had solidified their strategy for a vigorous assault on Pike Castle. On the following morning, as the first light of dawn broke, the soldiers of the north encircled the hold of Pike. "Eddard Stark, it has been far too long." Lord Balan Greyjoy, accompanied by the nobles of the Iron Islands, emerged upon the walls of Pike. Upon hearing Balan's greeting, Eddard stepped forth, gazing upward. "Balan Greyjoy, we meet again." Eddard's countenance was resolute, his voice resonant, as he regarded his adversary, his heart tranquil as still water. Balan, leaning against the wall, trembled slightly. whether from fear or some other cause remained uncertain. My lord Balan, open the gates and surrender. I command 10,000 northern soldiers at your doorstep. To resist will only lead to grievous losses for your iron men. Eddard spoke earnestly, for at the core of House Stark lay an inherent compassion, and he was willing to extend Balan a chance for mercy. No, I shall not surrender again, Lord Balan retorted with steely resolve. Recalling his capitulation from over a decade past, a fate he was unwilling to face once more. The walls of Pike are high and thick, but you command 10,000. My iron men are numerous as well. Only through battle shall we ascertain victor and vanquished. My lord Balan, why cling to such folly? This is my companion, the old god's envoy, Lord Xia. My northern soldiers fear not death, for the envoy shall revive them after the fray. Your iron men, however, once fallen, remain so forever. Humph, Balan scoffed, having noticed the stir among the lords of the Iron Islands behind Eddard following his declaration. Theon? Balan called with an icy countenance. Theon stepped forth from behind Asha, his expression fraught with conflict, yet Balan would not permit any hesitation. Asha, heed my command. Should Theon fail to slay that old goddess envoy, you must eliminate him. Balan commanded coldly. Theon, a renowned marksman in the north, was tasked by Balan to end Xia's life. Fear washed over Theon as he beheld his sister draw her sword, realizing that he had no choice but to comply with his father's orders. With a bow and arrow retrieved from his back, Theon approached the edge of the wall with measured steps. Upon witnessing Theon's sudden appearance, Rob's expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted, Theon, whoosh, before Rob could finish. An arrow soared through the air, aimed directly at Xia. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd, none anticipating such a perilous gambit from Balan. Especially Xia, who, fixated on the lethal projectile hurtling toward him, felt his heart race. In that fleeting moment, he was bereft of time to contemplate any means of defense. In the instant before the arrow would strike, Xia leapt, tumbling ungracefully from his horse. Ugh! A muffled grunt escaped him as he fell abruptly, twisting his ankle in the process. Fortunately, he evaded the arrow, but the northern soldier standing behind him was far less fortunate, pierced through the neck by Theon's shot. The prowess of Theon Greyjoy is indeed well-deserved. Eddard and the others, transitioning from shock to fury, swiftly encircled Xia Changqing for his protection. On the walls of Pike, King Balan struck the rampart with palpable frustration. This misstep would certainly compel the Northerners to shield Xia Changqing vigilantly, leaving Balan with no further opportunities. Theon, you have disappointed me gravely, Rob proclaimed, his sword pointed accusingly at Theon, his expression one of intense anger. Theon opened his mouth as if to protest, but under Balan's fierce glare, he swallowed his words. Commence the assault. Having reached this juncture, Eddard was unwilling to grant Balan a second chance. The near miss with an arrow aimed at Xia Changqing had instilled profound dread within him. Drawing his sword, he resolutely issued the command to attack. The nobles, enveloping Xia Changqing, began a slow retreat, while the northern soldiers rallied and commenced their siege. Various siege engines were hoisted, including ladders and battering rams, as the soldiers braved the rain of arrows, striving valiantly to scale the walls. The cries of the wounded echoed relentlessly, and within mere moments, the northern forces suffered grievous losses. King Balan remained on the walls, his gaze fixed on the bodies of fallen soldiers, his fists clenched in silent exhilaration. Perhaps defeat was inevitable, yet before yielding, he desired to showcase the might of the Ironborn to Eddard. He cast a glance at his daughter Asha. The outcome at Pike was already sealed, but he wished to spare her from meeting the same fate. Asha, Balan called gently to his daughter. Father, Asha replied. Asha, listen to me. Yes, father. You must take the hidden path beneath the castle and flee the Iron Islands. Daenerys Targaryen awaits across the narrow sea. Seek her out. Remember, do not contemplate returning to avenge me until you possess the strength to do so. Balan relayed his instructions to Asha with urgency, his eyes betraying a rare tenderness as he regarded her astonished visage. Asha, my daughter, do not hesitate. Go swiftly, and ensure no one detects your departure. What about Theon? Father? Asha hesitated, glancing towards Balan, the mention of Theon weighing heavily upon her heart, for he bore the blood of House Greyjoy. A flicker of coldness crossed Balan's features as he cast a disdainful look at Theon, having already severed the bond of fatherhood in his heart. Asha, leave at once. Understanding her father's intent, Asha found herself torn, for it was in this critical moment that she contemplated defying Balan's command. Theon was, after all, her brother, and she could not abandon him. Forgive me, father, Asha softly uttered before rushing to Theon's side without waiting for Balan's response. Do not speak. Come with me. Asha held on to Theon, cautiously surveying the surrounding noble lords. Upon noticing their anxious gazes fixed on the unfolding battle, she led Theon away from the city walls. Where are we going, Asha? Theon finally inquired. Asha glanced back at her brother, the person closest to her in the world after Balan. We are crossing to the other side of the narrow sea, to seek refuge with the Mother of Dragons, Daenerys. Chapter 37, Balan Falls, the Iron Islands collapse. Behind Pike lay a precipice, leading directly to the sea below. Asha and Theon paddled a small boat towards the distant shores of the narrow sea. As if sensing an impending doom, the siblings simultaneously turned to look back at Pike. Northmen soldiers swarmed the battlements of Pike like ants. Asha's face was etched with sorrow. Unlike Theon, she had deep emotional ties to Balan, having grown up by his side. Theon, however, wore a mask of confusion, a reflection of his uncertain future. The figures of the siblings receded into the distance, while atop the walls of Pike, King Balan observed the Northmen flooding the fortress, acutely aware of his impending doom. A flicker of sadness crossed Balan's eyes as he beheld the encroaching soldiers, yet a greater resolve took hold. A king and a formidable warrior, Balan understood he had no third chance, and thus had no intention of surrendering to Eddard a second time. Clang! Balan unsheathed his sword. Casting a lingering glance at Pike in the distant Iron Islands, where he faintly perceived Asha and Theon sailing away, the keen blade had slain countless foes. And now it was destined to claim its master. Balan positioned the sword against his neck. He would not yield a second time. The blade sliced through flesh. Blood gushing forth, pain surging as darkness enveloped him. As his consciousness faded, he saw Eddard Stark approaching him slowly. Balan was dead. Pike had fallen. The banners of the North's dire wolves already hoisted atop the walls. We have arrived too late, Robb lamented upon viewing Balan's lifeless body. Having previously surveyed the battlements without discovering Theon's whereabouts, Robb had long intended to confront Theon personally, to demand an explanation for his betrayal. Yet now, with Pike conquered, Theon remained elusive. Eddard, too, thought of his foster son. Even a small creature, after years of care, evokes deep affection, let alone Theon, who had grown up alongside the Stark children. Eddard felt a pang of sorrow regarding Theon's choices, but he bore no significant resentment towards him. This was the path Theon had chosen. In the end, even death would be a consequence of his own making. Just as Eddard Stark once chose to yield to Cersei in King's Landing, the outcome is solely a reflection of his own choices. Robb, if you wish to discern Theon's whereabouts, shall I resurrect the late Balan Greyjoy? In due time, you would naturally learn of Theon's fate. At this moment, Xia Changqing still walked with a slight limp. The memory of dismounting from his horse still haunted him. Had he not reacted swiftly, Theon could very well have pierced him with an arrow. One must forge oneself into a formidable entity. Xia Changqing mused silently, realizing he should refine his skills further. Yet, perhaps it is best left as is. Eddard's gaze shifted towards Xia Changqing. My lord, Balan Greyjoy has grown so frail. Let him pass in peace. May the old gods bless him. Xia Changqing smiled nonchalantly. Though he intended to build a realm for the deceased, the absence of one Balan mattered little, and the addition of another was inconsequential. Since Robb had no intention of inquiring about Balan, neither would he go to the lengths of resurrecting him. After their brief exchange, the soldiers of the North had already breached the inner sanctum of Pike, with sporadic cries of battle echoing. Following Balan's demise, the majority of the Ironborn chose to surrender. Even the fiercest of warriors felt trepidation in the face of death. As for the few who resisted, they were hardly a concern any longer. Standing atop the castle walls, Xia Changqing gazed down upon the flames engulfing Pike, the grand bastion of House Greyjoy that had stood for generations, now on the verge of obliteration. Henceforth, the Iron Islands would no longer harbor Ironborn. Perhaps in the future, others might migrate and settle anew on the islands, yet they would never be Ironborn. Robb, cast aside your fleeting sympathy, rather than pitying them now. Consider how to facilitate a better life for these Ironborn once they are brought to the North. As Xia Changqing turned, he caught a glimpse of the sympathy in Robb's eyes and realized that he was still but a youth, not yet 20, with a generous heart. Robb withdrew his gaze from the chaos within Pike, having momentarily succumbed to compassion upon witnessing the Northmen forcefully expelling the Ironborn from their homes. In truth, without Xia Changqing's prompting, Robb understood this rationale. Relocating to the North might indeed represent a more favorable choice for the Ironborn. While they might initially struggle with the transition, Robb was unperturbed by any resentment they may harbor towards the North or House Stark. Through his actions, he would demonstrate that the Stark family could offer a far superior life than the Greyjoys ever could. Within mere hours, the soldiers of the North quelled the rebellion posed by the scant few Ironborn who resisted. Subsequently, they methodically evicted the Ironborn from their homes, confiscating all valuables before demolishing their abodes. Those who resisted were met with no mercy. Beneath the sharp edge of justice, none could escape unscathed. Despite the fervent cries and pleas of the Ironborn, the soldiers of the North remained unmoved. sternly ushering the Ironborn onto the vessels bound for the north. While the soldiers were preoccupied with their duties, Xia Changqing was equally industrious. He first circled the city walls, reviving the soldiers and Ironborn who had perished in the war. This single endeavor elevated his skill level by 1 rank. However, the toll of the fallen in this conflict was excessively high, quickly depleting Xia Changqing's spirit. And he barely managed to hold himself upright, staving off unconsciousness. Fortunately, the process of relocating the Ironborn to the north was not a task to be accomplished in a day or two. Thus, Xia Changqing remained in Pike, where his daily routine consisted of the monotonous revival of one individual after another. Gradually, he sensed that the kingdom of the dead he envisioned was nearing fruition. From King's Landing to the north, and then to the Iron Islands, the individuals revived by Xia Changqing could easily form a legion of the undead. His skill of resurrection had progressed from level 1, requiring the revival of 10 people, to level 2 with 100, and now to level 4, having revived at least 1,000 souls. Given the power dynamics of Westeros, Xia Changqing was confident that a mere 1,000 fearless undead would suffice to sweep across the entire continent. Yet, he was acutely aware that these numbers were still insufficient. For his adversaries were not merely the nobles of Westeros, but the White Walkers from the lands of Eternal Winter. Chapter 38. The South instability. 3 months had elapsed since the Northern Army breached Pike and secured control of the Iron Islands. The ambitious immigration plan for the Ironborn had yet to reach completion, as they faced numerous challenges before they could truly establish their roots in the expansive lands of the North. For the time being, the wars across Westeros seemed to have little bearing on the Northerners. The anticipated betrayals of Old Town Fry and House Bolton had not transpired. The arrival of Xia Changqing had significantly altered the landscape of Westeros. However, many matters remained unchanged. Turning our gaze southward, Stannis Baratheon on Dragonstone, after consolidating the forces that once belonged to Renly, had grown considerably stronger. He also commanded Ser Davos to recruit several pirates, sharpening his resolve to seize King's Landing. It was rather unfortunate that the Tyrells, who held a significant position within Renly's army, had completely aligned themselves with the Lannisters in their quest for vengeance for Renly. After all, both the Knight of Flowers and the Little Rose were beloved of Renly. It was under such circumstances that the famed Battle of Blackwater ensued. The wildfire concocted by the pyromancers of King's Landing struck the forces of Dragonstone with devastating effect, annihilating the majority of their ships and soldiers. Yet, Stannis was unwilling to succumb to this defeat, for he was now but a step away from the Iron Throne. Under Stannis' command, the forces of Dragonstone launched a desperate assault. King's Landing organized a defense, led by the Imp. However, the pampered garrison of the capital proved no match for the soldiers from Dragonstone, and as soon as they clashed, the golden-robed defenders were left in disarray. Stannis saw a glimmer of victory and, with a battle cry, charged ahead of his men towards the golden-robed adversaries. With such a leader, the morale of Stannis' soldiers soared, and victory seemed within grasp. Yet, just as triumph appeared imminent, Duke Tywin suddenly led the soldiers of the Westerlands in a flanking maneuver. Caught off guard, Stannis' army was ravaged, countless soldiers perishing at the hands of the Westerland forces. Jaime and the Mountain accompanied Duke Tywin, and upon receiving his permission, they charged forth, initiating a one-sided massacre. Indeed, Jaime had returned to his father's side, although he himself was bewildered, unsure why Eddard Stark had permitted his departure. However, upon realizing the tranquility between the North and the West, Jaime deduced that an undisclosed agreement must have been reached between his father and Eddard Stark. Though he could not fathom why Eddard, who had just lost his head in King's Landing, could negotiate a truce with the West, this did not deter Jaime's longing to return to King's Landing, to be by Cersei's side. Yet, Duke Tywin forbade Jaime from returning alone to the capital. Fully aware of the nature of Jaime and Cersei's relationship, any rumors were not without foundation. The 3 children of Joffrey, a product of Jaime and Cersei, had just reached Tywin's ears, and he recognized them as fact, not mere gossip. The scandal of the incestuous affair between the Lannister twins had become yet another disgrace echoing across the continent of Westeros. Although Lannister rumors had never held much weight, this particular scandal ignited Tywin's fury. Thus, he kept Jaime close, denying him the chance to return to King's Landing. In truth, Tywin had long awaited this moment on the outskirts of the capital, poised to strike Stannis with ferocity that night. Following this battle, the political landscape of Westeros would see the North and West as dual powers, while the Southern Dorne remained a mere footnote. Stannis' forces faced total collapse, and under the cover of night, his personal guard shielded him as he fled the capital in disarray, making his way back to Dragonstone by boat. With Tywin's arrival, he swiftly took control of the situation in King's Landing. Queen Cersei, however, showed little concern for these events, reveling instead in her reunion with Jaime. Her thoughts far removed from all else. Moreover, Tywin was her biological father, and Cersei had always been reluctant to oppose him. Upon the arrival of Duke Tywin, the position of the Hand of the King was irrevocably his, leaving the imp not only stripped of his title, but also bearing a ghastly scar across his visage. A remnant of the war orchestrated by Cersei, who intended to have him assassinated amidst the chaos. Duke Tywin, fully aware of these machinations, exhibited no inclination to defend his son, revealing his apparent disdain for the imp. In the aftermath of war, King S Landing basked in an aura of peace and prosperity, in stark contrast to the north, which remained vigilant and prepared for battle. The primary concern in the capital revolved around the impending nuptials between King Joffrey and the Rose of House Tyrell. Since Sansa had been rescued from the Red Keep by Eddard and Summer, Joffrey had been in a perpetual state of irritation. Whether the arrival of the Rose would temper his temperament remained uncertain. In Winterfell, after nearly a year apart, Eddard Stark returned to his ancestral home. The North appeared to have regained its former order, yet only a few were cognizant of the looming, greater threat drawing near. One day, Robb Stark approached Summer, who was engaged in sword practice. "Lord Summer, I have a request," Robb stated, his demeanor unembellished, as was the custom of House Stark. Summer sheathed his sword and regarded Robb with a teasing tone. "What? In Winterfell? Is there a matter you, young Lord Robb, cannot resolve?" A hint of embarrassment crossed Robb's face, though it was scarcely discernible against his characteristic northern complexion. "It concerns Bran," Robb explained. "He has been missing for far too long, and I am deeply worried. I had intended to seek him out after addressing the Iron Islands situation, and I feel the time has come." Upon hearing this, Summer instinctively nodded. He was aware that in the narrative, Bran would ultimately become the Three-Eyed Raven and return to Winterfell, but that was a distant eventuality. The current storyline had been irrevocably altered by Summer's actions. While the Three-Eyed Raven possessed the ability to traverse time and witness history, he himself was remarkably fragile. There was no assurance that Bran would not fall prey to the White Walkers on his journey back to Winterfell. Such a fate was entirely plausible. Chapter 39. The Black Castle. The vast expanse of the world lay before them, unclouded and boundless. In the distance, a cavalry unit approached, bearing the sigil of the dire wolf of the north, its banner snapping in the wind. Summer rode alongside Robb, casting his gaze downward, a sigh escaping his lips as he observed the grass beneath them visibly yellowing since their departure from Winterfell. It would not be long before this verdant life withered completely. "Winter is coming." Summer furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he addressed Robb. The onset of the long winter heralded the arrival of the White Walkers. Although Xia Changqing's abilities are derived from the same source as those of the Night King sect, he is acutely aware that the two are irreconcilable, inevitably leading to a great conflict. "Winter is coming," Robb murmured, a shadow of worry etched in his eyes. He pondered how Bran could endure the frigid climate of the lands of eternal winter. "My lord, let us hasten our pace." "Very well, let us accelerate." Xia Changqing responded in agreement. The command was disseminated. "By order of the Lord, we shall quicken our pace." The entire convoy began to surge forward towards the Wall of Despair. As they ventured further north, the skies grew ever darker. At one moment, Xia Changqing felt a chill brush against his face. He looked up to see snowflakes gently descending from the heavens. "Who goes there?" A night's watchman called out from the Black Castle. The night had deepened, and a contingent from the north brandished torches as they arrived at the Black Castle. "I am Robb Stark," Robb called out from the forefront of the group, addressing the night's watchman. Just the mention of his name sufficed for the Night's Watch to discern the identity of their visitors. The gates of the Black Castle swung open, and the northern contingent entered slowly. Xia Changqing gazed into the distance, shrouded in the darkness of night. He could only faintly make out the silhouette of the Wall of Despair, looming like a slumbering beast. After a considerable time, Xia Changqing dismounted alongside Robb to greet their hosts. "Robb Stark? I wonder what brings you to the Black Castle?" asked Alicia, the new commander of the Night's Watch. "I seek to traverse the Wall of Despair to reach the lands of eternal winter. Might I inquire about the whereabouts of Commander Mormont?" The figure welcoming Robb was none other than Alicia, who had taken charge since Commander Mormont ventured into the lands of eternal winter. Recently, there have been reports of White Walkers in the north. Commander Mormont has personally led the Rangers to investigate the situation, Alicia informed Robb. "Might I ask, why does the young wolf venture north?" "I am in search of my brother Bran. I aim to bring him back from the lands of eternal winter." "Since Commander Mormont is absent, is Jon present?" Robb followed up with another inquiry. Although Jon is a bastard, Robb shares a harmonious bond with him. So upon arriving at the Black Castle, he felt compelled to inquire about Jon's whereabouts. Jon has accompanied Commander Mormont to the lands of eternal winter. Currently, the master of the Black Castle is Maester Aemon. "Thank you, Alicia. I shall seek out Maester Aemon." Could you arrange for my men to rest? It would be my pleasure. Although Alicia's relationship with John is strained, in the context of Westerosi culture, a bastard is not considered a member of the family. Thus, John is John, and Robb is Robb, and the two cannot be compared. Robb, do you not realize what time it is? Master Eamon has aged considerably. It would be unwise to disturb him at night, Xia Changqing interjected. You are right, Robb chuckled awkwardly. At this hour, Master Eamon must be sound asleep. And it is indeed not prudent to disturb an elder. Who is this esteemed individual? Suddenly, the trainer Alicia cast a puzzled glance at the two. Robb's subtle reverence towards Xia Changqing piqued Alicia's curiosity. This is Lord Xia, the old god's emissary, Robb introduced with utmost respect. Alicia immediately felt a surge of respect. Xia Changqing's reputation was not that of a mere charlatan, but rather that of a man who had endured trials. With all the inhabitants of the north bearing witness to his deeds, the Night's Watch had long since relayed Lord Xia's name back to Castle Black. Lord Xia, I have long heard of your esteemed name from Yoren. It is a great honor to welcome you to Castle Black. Alicia's words were imbued with warmth, in stark contrast to her earlier demeanor towards Robb. Although Robb was the young lord of House Stark, the Night's Watch remained independent of the Seven Kingdoms, and Alicia had not sought favor from him. However, Lord Xia was different, as an emissary capable of resurrecting the dead. Such formidable power compelled Alicia to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Feeling the warmth of Alicia's welcome, Xia Changqing offered an awkward smile. Trainer Alicia, I have traveled a long way today and feel rather fatigued. Might we be granted some rest? Certainly, Lord Xia, Lord Robb, please follow me, Alicia said, demonstrating utmost courtesy as she personally arranged accommodations for them. Xia Changqing, indeed weary, collapsed into bed upon entering his room, uttering not a word. The following morning, Xia Changqing enjoyed a simple breakfast within Castle Black. The Night's Watch, being separate from the Seven Kingdoms, and Castle Black, situated in the frigid north, had no possibility of cultivating crops. Their various needs could only be met through supplies from the Seven Kingdoms. In this regard, the Seven Kingdoms were generous. For those with insight understood that the Wall, despite having lost its ability to fend off the White Walkers over the years, still effectively hindered the wildling southern advances, a fact well recognized by the nobility. Particularly in the north, Winterfell was a prominent supporter of the Night's Watch. After breakfast, Xia Changqing and Robb jointly visited Master Eamon. Though Master Eamon's sight had faded, his heart could discern the innermost thoughts of any individual. Xia Changqing held Master Eamon in high regard. He was a wise elder deserving of respect. The group engaged in a discussion concerning the White Walkers, with Robb asserting that the North would always stand by the Night's Watch. Should the White Walkers indeed attack the Wall, the North would undoubtedly be the first to arrive on the battlefield. Bachelor Aemon smiled with a sense of relief. When he entrusted Robb with the task of journeying to the land of eternal winter, he requested that, should he encounter Commander Mormont and his entourage, he would extend some consideration towards the Night's Watch. Commander Mormont was already advanced in years. Chapter 40. Castor and his wife Xia Changqing exhaled a breath of cold air, involuntarily shivering as he rubbed his hands together, remarking to Robb, "It's unbearably cold." Robb cast a glance at Xia Changqing, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The latter's antics evoked a profound sense of familiarity within him. "My lord, we've barely begun our journey. It will only grow colder as we venture further north," Robb responded with a smirk. "Pray tell, you aren't regretting accompanying me, are you?" "Huh, Robb. Do you look down upon me?" Xia Changqing retorted, his eyes narrowing at Robb. The two engaged in playful banter as they led their party northward. Crossing the Wall, the northern contingent traversed the haunted woods, arriving near Castor's keep. Within the keep, Castor was the sole man. All others were his wives, and his daughter was among them as well. As for his son, Castor had offered him as a sacrifice to the others. Aware of this grim fact, Xia Changqing had no intention of sparing Castor from scrutiny. Robb issued orders to prepare for battle, as over 300 northern cavalrymen approached Castor's keep. In truth, Xia Changqing doubted that Castor possessed the means to resist them, given the overwhelming disparity in their forces. The matter of Castor being an ally of the Night's Watch was of no concern to either Xia Changqing or Robb, as they were not members of that brotherhood. The arrival of over 300 cavalrymen created quite a stir, and Castor sensed something amiss from within his castle. Although referred to as a keep, Castor's fortress was merely a crude structure of piled stones. Grabbing his long-handled battle axe, Castor cursed under his breath as he stepped outside. Years of complacent living had dulled his vigilance. In the lands beyond the Wall, the balance of power consisted of merely three factions: the Night's Watch at the Wall, the Wildlings of Eternal Winter, and the recently emerged others. Castor, being of Wildling descent, maintained a friendly relationship with the Night's Watch. having even sacrificed his own son to the others. In summary, regardless of which faction from Eternal Winter approached Castor's keep, he believed none would pose a threat to him. "Who dares disturb my peace?" Castor grumbled as he emerged. But his venomous tirade was abruptly silenced upon seeing the throng of riders. "Who are you?" he inquired, his demeanor shifting as he regarded the substantial cavalry with a wary eye. "Are you Castor?" Rob inquired from a position of superiority, surveying Castle Casterly with disdain. He could not comprehend how the Night's Watch would permit a wildling to establish a stronghold so near to the wall. Yet, such matters were of no concern to him. They were the responsibility of Commander Mormont. However, the act of Castor sacrificing his own child to the others was utterly unforgivable. "Did you offer your son as a sacrifice to the others?" Rob asked straightforwardly. At this, Castor's countenance shifted dramatically, his face contorting with rage as he unleashed a torrent of vitriol at Rob. "Get the hell out of here. You are not welcome, regardless of who you are. Leave now." Castor spat, his words laced with venom, causing Rob to grimace in disgust. As the eldest son of House Stark, Rob had been raised with noble values and had never uttered such coarse language. Castor's loathsome behavior instinctively incited feelings of repulsion within Rob. Rob unslung the bow and arrows from his saddle, knocking an arrow and aiming it at Castor. "You dare threaten me? This is the Night's Watch territory. I care not who you are. Lower your weapon and apologize, and I shall overlook your rudeness." Even in the face of death, Castor remained unyielding, brazenly threatening Rob once more. With a flick of his finger, Rob released the arrow, which whistled through the air and pierced Castor's chest. Castor faltered, disbelief flooding his features as he glanced down at the arrow quivering in his chest. "You." Another arrow flew, striking Castor, who stumbled as though struck by lightning. His eyes filled with fury and confusion before he collapsed to the ground, breathless. Xia Changqing, who had loosed the second arrow, returned his bow to its place. "Rob, do not waste words on him." As Xia's words fell, anguished screams erupted from within Castle Casterly. The onlookers turned to see a group of women fleeing the stone fortress, led by a woman with a wrinkled visage, Castor's first wife. They have slain Castor. Kill them. Avenge Castor. Her mind clearly unraveling. She was driven not by a sense of liberation at Castor's demise, but rather by a frenzied desire for vengeance. Not all were oblivious to the number of northern cavalry, and thus the response was tepid. Only a handful of older women, brandishing weapons, charged forward in a desperate bid. Rob stood momentarily bewildered after hearing Xia's account of Castor. He felt a profound anger swell within him. He had never before encountered a man who would take his own daughter as a wife. A man like Castor was undoubtedly deserving of his fate. But why? He avenged these women by slaying Castor and granting them their freedom. Yet they still harbored a deep-seated desire to see him dead. Rob remained in a state of stunned silence while Xia Changqing seized the moment, drawing his bowstring and effortlessly dispatching 4 mindless women with a single arrow each. Thus, it is said that a sound mind is a valuable asset. We hail from Winterfell, and this gentleman beside me is none other than Robb Stark, the young lord of Winterfell. Castor met a deserved fate. Now, you are free, if you so wish. The soldiers of the north can escort you beyond the wall. Xia Changqing called out to Castor's wives, proclaiming that there, they could truly attain a new life. You southerners cannot be trusted. Suddenly, one of Castor's wives cried out, "You killed Castor merely to sell us into brothels. We would rather perish here than journey south with you." Xia Changqing regarded the woman with a sense of helplessness. They were clearly northerners. When had they become southerners? Although to those from the land of eternal winter, anything south of the wall could indeed be deemed southern. Furthermore, the women's mistrust seemed excessively weighty. Chapter 41. Encounter with Mormont. A group of women failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. They faced fully armed elite soldiers from the north, outnumbering them tenfold. "Have you seen the sword in my hand?" Xia Changqing unsheathed his sword, skillfully performing a flourish. He had trained for some time, and his swordsmanship had reached a commendable level, the display dazzling in its elegance. However, upon noticing the lack of reaction from Castor's wives, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and cleared his throat. "This sword is sharp. One strike suffices to take a life. I do not believe any of you possess the skill to best me in combat. Therefore, should we truly wish you harm, you would stand no chance of stopping us. We come with good intentions, hoping to offer you a new life. Now, I have spoken. Who will inform me of your decision?" As soon as his words concluded, a hushed murmur arose among the women. Some expressed their distrust of Xia Changqing and his companions, while others indicated a willingness to head south. As the saying goes, 3 women can create a play. With this throng of 30 or 40 women gathered, their chatter was a cacophony, far more chaotic than a swarm of flies. "Silence!" Xia Changqing bellowed. "I do not have time for your deliberations. We shall camp here for the night, and by dawn, I expect to hear your decision. Now, return to your chambers. Upon witnessing Xia Changqing's fury, perhaps also intimidated by the sword in his hand, the women scattered in a flurry, retreating into Castor's castle. At last, tranquility returned. Xia Changqing sighed with relief. Rob, stop dawdling. Arrange for the brothers to burn Castor's body, and prepare provisions. We shall camp here tonight. Quickly, everyone. Follow Lord Xia's orders. Rob commanded loudly, shaking off his momentary distraction as he accompanied Xia Changqing into a stone chamber, his expression still somewhat troubled. What troubles you so? Xia Changqing observed Rob's unease and offered reassurance. These women possess no independent thoughts. Though Castor treated them as mere vessels for reproduction, they have grown accustomed to relying on him for their existence. With his demise, it is only natural for them to feel a profound sense of panic. Rob was not a foolish man. He simply needed time to comprehend the situation. By the time dinner was over that evening, his inner turmoil had dissipated. Over 300 northern cavalrymen were dispersed around Castor's keep, the night enveloped in silence. As the clock approached the late hours of the night, Xia Changqing faintly heard his name being called. He quickly opened his eyes, alert. In such a perilous world, particularly in the land of eternal winter, caution was paramount. Upon noticing Xia Changqing awake, Rob whispered, "My lord, rise quickly. There is something amiss outside." Xia Changqing sprang from his warm bed, not bothering to dress. For all were clad in their garments even in sleep. "Rob, what has transpired?" He drew his longsword, unperturbed by the external dangers. The 300 cavalrymen he had resurrected were elite warriors, the valiant souls of Winterfell. With them at his side, he felt assured that even in the face of the others, they need not succumb to fear. "I am uncertain. I merely heard the soldiers' warnings." "Let us venture out and investigate," Rob replied, drawing his own sword. Together, they stepped outside to find Castor's keep illuminated as if it were day by the flickering flames. Two opposing factions stood ready for confrontation, swords drawn. A distant clamor reached their ears, and exchanging a glance, Rob and Xia Changqing quickly separated their soldiers to form a defensive line. "Who are you? Where is Castor?" Before Xia Changqing could see anyone, he heard the inquiries from the other side, indicating familiarity with Castor. It remained unclear whether these newcomers were foes or allies. "I am Robb Stark." Hailing from Winterfell in the north, Robb stepped forward to the forefront of the group, but before he could fully discern the figures before him, he recognized they were a band of cloaked individuals. Narrowing his eyes for a closer look, his expression suddenly shifted. "Commander Mormont?" Robb exclaimed in astonishment. "Lower your weapons. These are brothers of the Night's Watch." Cough, cough. The elder Commander Mormont cleared his throat, his surprise evident. "Robb Stark? What brings you here?" "Let us set aside that matter for now. Commander Mormont, you are injured. Come inside at once." Xia Changqing and the northern soldiers sheathed their long swords in perfect unison, a display that astonished the Night's Watch. However, to Xia Changqing, the condition of the Night's Watch was decidedly disheartening. Not a single one bore a tidy appearance. "I am fine, Lord Robb. You have yet to inform me how you came to be here, and also, where has Castor gone?" Mormont cleared his throat twice, leaning on his sword, exuding an air of enduring strength. Robb hesitated momentarily in his attempt to assist Mormont, a hint of awkwardness flickering across his features. In the thick silence, he resolved to speak candidly. "I regret to inform you, Commander Mormont, that I have slain Castor." Mormont's movement toward the stone keep faltered. Yet his expression bore no trace of anger. In truth, most of the Night's Watch had overestimated Castor's significance. Commander Mormont had kept the wildling around solely to provide a supply point for the Night's Watch in the haunted forest. Otherwise, Castor, a mere wildling, along with his 3 or 4 wives, would hardly have commanded Mormont's regard. However, with Robb having killed Castor on the Night's Watch's territory, Mormont felt compelled to pose a question, if only to uphold the Watch's dignity. Upon hearing Mormont's inquiry, Robb's expression turned grave as he met his gaze. "Commander Mormont, there is a matter I wish to discuss." "What is it?" "Please, go ahead, Lord Robb. Are you aware of Castor's sacrifice of his son to the others? Does the Night's Watch know of this?" Now it was Mormont's turn to fall silent. Witnessing his reaction, Robb grasped the answer. "Commander Mormont, I find it curious that the Night's Watch's mission is to repel the others from crossing the wall, yet your tacit acceptance of Castor's actions poses a paradox." Chapter 42. The Ancestor's Fist. Robb's words rendered Commander Mormont speechless, shame coloring his features. "Lord Robb, this is not the time to pursue Castor's transgressions. The army of the others is advancing southward, and we must hasten back to the Black Castle to send ravens to the 7 kingdoms." "I am already aware of the others' impending arrival," Robb replied calmly, avoiding Mormont's astonished gaze. "Commander Mormont, I have my own matters to attend to. Bran is missing in the lands of Always Winter, and I shall not return without finding him. Lord Rob, you are a good brother. I cannot dissuade you. But as you journey north, be vigilant for the others. Remember, ordinary swords cannot slay those creatures. Only Valyrian steel and dragonglass can truly vanquish them. Commander Mormont, I will heed your words, Rob affirmed. Indeed, prompted by Xia Changqing, the northern soldiers were sufficiently equipped with a considerable number of dragonglass arrows for this expedition. While they lacked Valyrian steel, dragonglass was by no means a rare commodity. With the assistance of the northern soldiers, the Night's Watch was afforded sufficient rest. And after replenishing some supplies, they parted ways the following morning. The wives of Castor were among those heading south, a mere cluster of women who, having lost the pillars of their households, were akin to headless flies, compelled to heed the commands of Xia Changqing. However, Xia Changqing was acutely aware that the ranks of the Night's Watch were a mixed bag, apart from the noble youths who voluntarily joined. The majority comprised various brigands and thieves from the Seven Kingdoms. Having promised these women he would not sell them into a brothel, Xia Changqing was determined to uphold his vow. He first facilitated a conversation between Rob and Commander Mormont, then set his sights on a corpulent member of the Night's Watch whom he had observed exchanging glances with a young maiden. After arranging the group of women, Xia Changqing and Rob led their company back onto the road. Before parting, Commander Mormont recounted the circumstances of Jon's separation from them, expressing hope that Rob could also locate Jon in the vast expanse of the land of Always Winter. Finding two members of House Stark was undoubtedly akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Even Xia Changqing lacked the foresight of the Green Seers in Always Winter. He could only flounder in uncertainty. Which direction shall we take, my lord? Rob inquired. Xia Changqing strained to recall the scan images in his memory. He remembered Bran had traveled north, all the way to a massive fishbone tree, where the three-eyed crone now barely survived. Yet, Xia Changqing was oblivious to how one might locate the dwelling of the three-eyed crow, a place undetectable even to the Night King. The search for Bran would have to rely on fortune. However, he was aware of Jon's whereabouts. As long as they found the wildling army, Jon would surely be there. Rob, we shall first make our way to the Fist of the First Men, Xia Changqing suggested, conjuring a destination in his mind. The group then hastened towards the Fist of the First Men. After traversing the haunted forest, the entire landscape had transformed into a realm of stark whiteness. With the company trudging through the snow, their progress hindered. By the time they neared the Fist of the First Men, considerable time had already elapsed. The snow-laden ground stretched endlessly before them, interspersed with scattered wildling tents. Though Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall, had united the majority of the wildlings, numbering over 100,000, isolated encampments still dotted the vast expanse of Always Winter. Yet, as Xia Changqing and his party entered the Fist of the First Men, an ominous aura began to permeate the air. My lord, we have a situation, an alert soldier reported, his expression grave. All cavalrymen swiftly unsheathed their swords. Dragonglass arrows knocked to their bows. Send 2 men to investigate what has transpired, Rob commanded loudly. Shortly thereafter, 5 riders set out, and moments later, cavalry returned with a report. My lord, you must come and see. It appears a massacre has just occurred ahead. Xia Changqing and Rob hastened forward with the cavalry. And the wildling camp lay in an eerie silence, as still as death itself, devoid of any signs of life. The faint scent of blood permeated the air. Yet the northern soldiers scoured the surroundings and found no corpses. In the center of the camp, however, a grotesque shape had been formed from the remnants of animal carcasses. My lord, could this be the work of the others? Rob inquired gravely. Indeed, it is the work of the others. They surely have transformed the dead into wights. Rob, consider the multitude of wildlings beyond the wall. If these wildlings are systematically vanquished and converted into wights, even uniting the forces of the Seven Kingdoms would not suffice to halt the advance of the others. Yes, the wildlings are indeed far too numerous. They constitute the reserve force for the army of wights. Rob's expression grew increasingly somber. My lord, I believe we must take measures to prevent this calamity. Xia Changqing shook his head regretfully. Rob, I too recognize the necessity of averting this disaster. However, the animosity between us and the wildlings has not been forged in a day or two. It is a deep-seated hatred that has accumulated over millennia, not easily set aside. Alas, Rob sighed, coming to this realization. I fully understand the enmity between the Night's Watch and the wildlings, yet we cannot simply stand by as they are transformed one by one into wights. Do not be hasty, Rob. This requires a catalyst, for now. Only we perceive the threat posed by the others. Once the Seven Kingdoms comprehend the catastrophe that the others will bring, they will accept the wildlings crossing the wall. Rob's demeanor reflected his despondency, The young wolf was not a member of the Night's Watch and could not grasp the profound hatred that existed between them and the wildlings. Sometimes, idealism proves futile. Just like John, his love for Ygritte was genuine, yet in the end, the fiery kiss extinguished beneath the arrows of the Night's Watch. Xia Changqing ordered the soldiers to ignite torches, which he then used to set fire to the corpses on the ground. Unscientific as it seemed. Even though the bodies were covered in white snow, and much of them had already frozen, upon casting the torch upon them, the flames rapidly ignited. Perhaps due to the fact that these corpses had been slain by the others, the fire countered the others and thus reacted peculiarly to the remains they had claimed. The flames roared, thick smoke billowing forth, starkly visible against the expanse of white snow. Suddenly, a deep horn echoed from afar. Chapter 43. Encounter with Wildlings. The sudden sound of the horn startled both Xia Changqing and Rob. Hearing a horn in this desolate land was certainly no stroke of fortune. At that moment, the cavalryman stationed on guard rushed over. "My lord, we have discovered a significant number of human tracks over there. They seem to have noticed us." The cavalryman pointed in a specific direction. "Who are they?" As soon as Rob's words escaped his lips, an old soldier immediately responded, "My lord, it's the wildlings. I have heard the sound of their horns before. Prepare for battle." The mere mention of the term wildlings prompted Rob to issue commands without hesitation. Although he had previously engaged in discussions with Xia Changqing regarding the acceptance of the wildlings, upon their actual arrival, Rob was not naive enough to believe that a peaceful resolution was feasible. The ominous sound of horns grew louder, accompanied by the battle cries of a horde rushing towards them, dressed in primitive garb, clad in white, their expressions fierce, wielding weapons with no intention of negotiation. The young wolf was not one to show mercy. As soon as the wildlings entered range, Rob commanded the archers to release their arrows. Instantly, a deluge of arrows rained down. Each soldier from the north was a skilled archer, and after the concentrated volley, the initial wave of wildlings suffered catastrophic losses. Yet, the high casualties did not instill fear in the wildlings. Instead, they shouted louder, charging at the northern soldiers. "Dismount," commanded Rob. The northern soldiers moved in unison, swiftly leaping from their mounts to form a tight formation. Rob, displaying wisdom, recognized that the ground was laden with snow, rendering cavalry charges ineffective, as the horses would become ensnared in the drifts. Just as the northern soldiers completed their formation, the two forces collided violently. "Kill!" Rob shouted. And the northern soldiers sprang into action, ruthlessly slaughtering the wildlings, who charged like moths to a flame. In the distance, Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall, watched with a grim expression as his men were mercilessly cut down. "These are not crows. Can anyone tell me who they are?" The surrounding wildlings shook their heads, realizing that the combat prowess of these strangers far surpassed that of the Night's Watch. Only John's expression shifted subtly. Rob stood out prominently among the northern soldiers, making it impossible for John not to notice him. Although John's change in demeanor was slight, it did not escape the keen gaze of Ygritte, who had been observing him closely. Despite having developed some affection for John, the wildling woman had not forgotten her own identity. "Jon Snow, you seem to know these strangers. Tell me, did you bring them here?" Ygritte's eyes bore into John's, successfully detecting a flicker of panic in his gaze. However, instead of feeling pleased, a wave of sorrow welled up within her. The chasm between their identities was too vast, a fate intertwined, yet ultimately unattainable. "No, I do not know them," John replied emphatically. Disappointment washed over Ygritte as she watched the wildlings being slaughtered relentlessly. She pressed her sword against John's neck. "Regardless of whether you know them or not, we shall see." Ygritte pressed John forward, halting as they reached a point where the others could clearly see his face. "Stop, or I shall kill him," the wild woman shouted. Rob instinctively turned toward the source of the voice, and surprise washed over his face. "John!" Rob exclaimed joyfully. But the moment the words escaped his lips, his brow furrowed. The young man was being threatened with a sword, which left Rob feeling apprehensive. "Have your men step back, or I will not hesitate," Rob called out to Ygritte, his concern for John's safety tempered by a desire to protect his own soldiers from peril. "Fine, we will withdraw. But if I see any of you attacking," the wild woman threatened loudly, "I will kill him immediately." With Mance Rayder's command, the wildlings reluctantly retreated, still baring their teeth at Rob and his companions as they left. Rob scoffed. Had it not been for John's safety, he could have easily dispatched every last wildling with his soldiers. "I have followed your orders. Now release John," Rob demanded of Ygritte. The wild woman smirked cunningly. Having confirmed John's significance in their eyes, she would not easily let him go. "You have yet to tell me who you are and what your purpose is here. Where are the people of this place? Have you slain them?" Ygritte bombarded him with questions. The garb of Rob and his companions differed from that of the Night's Watch, and their lack of banners made it impossible to deduce their origins. However, Since they knew Jon's name, the king beyond the wall could surmise they were from the north. I am Robb Stark, son of Eddard Stark, king in the north. We did not kill the wildlings here. When we arrived, no one remained. Robb stated truthfully, maintaining his patience. Northerners, why are you here? Mance Rayder inquired, his brow knitted in concern. He needed to ascertain whether the northern forces were advancing into the lands of eternal winter. If so, preparations were essential. King beyond the wall, Mance Rayder? Robb suddenly questioned. An idea forming in his mind. Perhaps he could clarify certain matters with Mance at this moment. Indeed, I am Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall replied. We all know the White Walkers are upon us. Those monsters are our common foe, indiscriminate of wildling or man. Any living being is their target. Robb continued. If I can persuade the Night's Watch to accept your presence, would you be willing to settle in the north? There is ample land for you to establish roots. Mance Rayder regarded Robb silently for a moment, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Northerner, what reason do I have to trust you? Rather than placing my faith in your words, I find greater confidence in the strength of my own fists. With an army of 100,000 at my command, we are more than capable of breaching the Great Wall. We shall secure a refuge through our own might, so there is no need for your concern. Upon hearing this, Robb let out a cold scoff, raising his sword and pointing it at Mance Rayder. Faced with Robb's provocation, the wildling seethed with anger. Yet the sharp edge of the Northmen's swords dissuaded any from daring to charge forward. Chapter 44. The decision to slay the king beyond the wall. Robb, aiming his sword at the king beyond the wall, contemplated a scornful mockery of Mance Rayder. However, his upbringing instilled in him a sense of decorum that prevented such a disrespectful act. Thus, Robb resolved to speak plainly. Esteemed king beyond the wall, I possess merely 300 soldiers, yet they could effortlessly vanquish your 3,000 warriors. In the north, we boast over 30,000 such soldiers, which implies that your wildling horde would require in excess of 300,000 to stand a chance against us. Upon hearing Robb's declaration, the others remained largely unfazed. But Xia Changqing cast him a peculiar glance. Young man, your boast seems rather grand. However, when Xia Changqing beheld the expressions of Mance Rayder and the other wildlings, he suddenly recognized that the youth in question was himself. Mance Rayder displayed no indication of dismissing Robb's claims. Instead, his countenance was marked by concern as he regarded the Northmen. In truth, soldiers akin to these 300 were not absent. Yet there were not nearly as many as 30,000. These warriors were the resurrected dead, revived by Xia Changqing, fearless of death and harm. Their combat prowess was undeniably formidable. This accounted for the fact that, despite only a brief skirmish, not a single casualty had befallen Robb's side, while over 20 wildling corpses lay strewn on the ground. Another reason for Mance Rayder's trepidation regarding Robb's assertions was that, although the wildling army boasted a purported 100,000, the number of true fighters did not exceed 20,000. The remainder comprised the elderly, the weak, and women and children. Confronting the Night's Watch, Mance felt a degree of assurance, knowing they numbered merely a couple of thousand at most, unlike the Northmen. Observing the Northmen, their discipline evident in their demeanor and movements, they could indeed be deemed an elite force. My Lord Robb, while you may be the young lord of Winterfell in the north, I doubt you hold sway over the Night's Watch. I do not believe you possess the means to persuade them to allow us passage beyond the wall. The Night's Watch posed an inescapable dilemma. As Xia Changqing understood, a significant faction within their ranks harbored deep-seated animosity towards wildlings. In the original narrative, Jon Snow, despite being elected as the new commander of the Night's Watch, faced accusations of betrayal from many of his brethren for accepting wildlings, ultimately meeting his end at their hands. Fortunately, Jon possessed the protagonist's halo, later being resurrected by the Red Priestess, Melisandre. This predicament further illustrated that unless a substantial portion of the Night's Watch were to be eradicated, there would always be opposition to the acceptance of wildlings. Robb found himself momentarily speechless, acutely aware that the Night's Watch stood apart from the Seven Kingdoms, rendering his words of little consequence within the Black Castle. The situation seemed to have reached an impasse. At this juncture, Summer Longqing leaned closer to Robb, his eyes shimmering with the prospect of seizing control over the wildling horde. Robb, Summer Longqing whispered to the young wolf lord, how confident are you in annihilating these wildlings? Robb cast a surprised glance at Summer Longqing, instinctively turning to assess the wildling forces in comparison to his own. He replied in a hushed tone, if they do not flee and engage us head-on, vanquishing them entirely is merely a matter of time. However, we cannot prevent their escape. On snow-covered ground, we would be unable to pursue them. Summer Longqing pondered this. Acknowledging the validity of Robb's assertion, wildlings, with their long legs, would surely have some who could escape if they chose to run. What if we focus solely on Mance Rayder? Robb hesitated for a moment, then nodded decisively. If it is just Mance Rayder, I am confident I can ensure he does not escape. Rob's declaration exuded an unusual confidence. Rob, listen to me. This is an opportune moment. If we capture Mance Rayder, we can use him to control the entire wildling army. Missing this chance would make it exceedingly difficult to isolate Mance again. My lord, do you mean we should seize Mance Rayder? Rob began, but was interrupted by Xia Changqing. Rob, it is not about capturing him, but rather eliminating him. And concerning John, have you forgotten? Even if John is slain, I can resurrect him afterward. Therefore, your primary concern should not be John's safety, but rather ensuring Mance Rayder does not escape. My lord, I understand. Rob's expression turned solemn. For the North, for the living. Let John die once if necessary. Hey, what are you two whispering about? Are you conspiring? The wildling woman, Ygritte, could no longer contain herself. Her sword still pressed firmly against John's neck. Rob and Xia Changqing ceased their discourse, and instinctively, Rob glanced at John, whose eyes reflected an apologetic emotion, stirring a sense of foreboding within John's heart. All soldiers, heed my command. Rob suddenly pointed his sword at Mance Rayder, declaring loudly, kill Mance Rayder. The northern soldiers, obeying their lord's command, immediately charged forward. Are you mad? Do you not see that John is still in my grasp? Ygritte was initially taken aback by Rob's abrupt action, then immediately erupted in disbelief, her voice rising in a shrill scream. Her grip tightened, the blade drawing blood from John's neck. Yet, this threat seemed to lose its potency. As Rob appeared wholly unconcerned for John's life, the swords of the northern soldiers were swiftly closing in on Mance Rayder. Quickly safeguard Mance Rayder. The wildlings have finally realized that Rob is not jesting. They have gathered chaotically around Mance, with not a single one fleeing. Stop. I truly will kill him. Ygritte continues her futile attempts to thwart Rob's advance, only to be met with John's calm smile in response to her threats. It's useless, Ygritte. I understand Rob's character. His decisions are not easily swayed. Furthermore, I fear not death. If you wish to strike, do so swiftly, or you shall find no opportunity left. The wildling woman is filled with confusion and inner turmoil. She has developed a certain fondness for John. Yet the insignificance of romantic affection pales in comparison to the weight of their people's destinies. Ygritte knows what must be done. John, forgive me, she silently conveys. As she grips her weapon tightly, the blade slicing fiercely across John's neck, a vivid crimson hue spreading forth. From this moment onward, Ygritte's heart has ceased to beat. Chapter 45. Pursuit and John's resurrection. Jon Snow feels a sharp pain at his throat, warm liquid cascading down. Fully aware of the unfolding tragedy, Jon harbors no resentment. He is uncertain of Rob's reasoning behind such a choice, yet he cannot bring himself to blame him. Alas, he laments the loss of never knowing what his mother was truly like. Consciousness rapidly slips away from Jon, and as he descends into darkness, he vaguely perceives Rob leading the northern soldiers into the throng of wildlings. At the very moment Jon's throat is slit, Rob, keenly observant, witnesses the scene unfold, having kept a watchful eye on Jon's direction. However, there is no time for sorrow over Jon's demise. Once the battle concludes, summer will surely bring Jon back to life. In this instant, Rob's mind fixates solely on one thought: annihilate them all. With a fierce roar, Rob charges into the wildling ranks like a sharpened blade. The sound of steel slicing through flesh reverberates, blood splattering as the wildlings scream in agony, their front line swiftly obliterated. Annihilate them all, Rob bellows once more. Plunging into the fray with unrelenting ferocity, drenched in blood like a deity of war. Mance, we must depart. The wildlings, now gripped by trepidation, had ventured forth merely to assess the situation at the ancestral peak, their numbers woefully insufficient. The combat prowess of the northern soldiers proves insurmountable. The wildlings stand no chance. While wreaking havoc, Rob remains vigilant of Mance Rayder's location, for his primary objective bestowed by Summer is to eliminate Mance. Charge! Charge! Rob's roar echoed louder with each utterance, while the 300 soldiers of the north remained as unyielding and silent as the frozen stones of their homeland, engaging in a mechanical slaughter. In less than half an hour, the wildlings had completely collapsed. Even the most loyal among them would contemplate their own safety in the face of death's terror. A small faction of wildlings shielded Mance Rayder's rapid escape, while the vast majority scattered in flight. Rob paid no heed to the fleeing wildlings. Their singular aim was Mance Rayder. Rob, mount and pursue, commanded Xia Changqing. With that, all the northern soldiers hastily mounted their steeds and galloped after the direction Mance Rayder had fled. Engaging in combat on horseback amidst the snow proved to be a daunting task, but in terms of sheer speed, for legs would always outpace two. Despite losing some precious time, it was not long before they caught sight of Mance Rayder's fleeing figure. The treacherous men of the north are upon us. You must go ahead. I shall hold them off for a moment. Ygritte's eyes glimmered with madness. After having just slain Jon Snow with her own hands, She was already engulfed in despair. Now cornered at the precipice, she had no desire to flee any longer. Meanwhile, Xia Changqing watched Rob depart, harboring profound trust in him. He believed Rob would not betray that trust and would undoubtedly retrieve Mance Raider. Yet, he had an even more significant task at hand. Xia Changqing strolled over to John's side, observing him sprawled in the snow, the ground beneath him soaked in blood. He felt no sorrow for John. Instead, a laugh threatened to escape him. Though lacking professional training, his sense of humor was not absurdly low. It was merely that John's expression, with his eyebrows and unclosed eyes, was comically exaggerated. This sight was undeniably amusing. After a bout of laughter, Xia Changqing ceased. Mocking the brow of a deceased man was hardly commendable. Though he was the only living soul in the vicinity, he couldn't help but clear his throat, reining in his expression before activating his skill on John. 1 second. 2 seconds. Suddenly, John gasped as if a drowning man had found air, his body straightening as he took in deep breaths. His consciousness began to return, and his pupils gradually focused, landing first upon the gentle, smiling face of the young man before him. "Welcome back, Jon Snow." With each breath, John could not resist inhaling deeply again, savoring the sweetness of life that filled his lungs. Instinctively, he touched his neck. The blood there had dried. Yet the gash from the blade remained, the flesh grotesquely torn. Though it appeared horrifying to an outsider, John felt not a trace of discomfort. "I have returned to life." With a smile, Xia Changqing introduced himself to John. In the next moment, a look of realization dawned upon John's face as he gazed at Xia Changqing with a hint of astonishment. "You are the revered old god's envoy, Lord Xia. I have heard of your name and am immensely grateful for your rescue. Oh, and I must also express my gratitude for saving my father, Duke Eddard Stark." John's eyes brimmed with appreciation. In many ways, he was a rather naive individual. "There is no need for thanks. Your father has expressed his gratitude to me countless times. As has your mother, Lady Caitlin," Xia Changqing replied somewhat teasingly. "Lady Caitlin is not my mother," the young John retorted stubbornly, immediately regretting his words. "No, what I mean is that I am a bastard. Lady Caitlin would not acknowledge me as her son." "Enough, John. We do not have the luxury to dwell on this matter. Rob has taken men to pursue Mance Raider. We must hasten to join him. By the gods, I have no desire to encounter the others in this desolate place and face them alone." Xia Changqing swiftly redirected the conversation, disinterested in discussing John's status as a bastard. Indeed, upon hearing Xia Changqing's words, John promptly sprang to his feet from the snow, his expression now grave. "We must act quickly. If the snow conceals the tracks, we may very well lose our way." In truth, it was precisely this oversight that had caused John to lose contact with the Night's Watch. "Do not fret. Before we pursue Rob, we have other matters to attend to," Xia Changqing remarked with a cheerful demeanor, his gaze sweeping over the scattered corpses of the wildlings. These were diligent bodyguards who should not be wasted. Chapter 46. A move beyond the wall. Half an hour later, Xia Changqing and John swiftly followed the hoofprints left by the cavalry in the direction Rob had taken. Suddenly, Xia Changqing turned and looked at John with a playful smile. "John, why do you keep stealing glances at me?" "Oh, Caught in his covert actions, John felt his cheeks flush, but he discreetly glanced around before impulsively asking, "My lord, is it truly wise to bring these individuals along?" Xia Changqing, well aware of John's unvoiced concerns, deliberately scanned the surroundings, feigning a look of epiphany. "John, are you inquiring if bringing these wildlings poses a problem?" His voice was loud enough for the nearby wildlings to hear. John's face was etched with anxiety. There were only the two of them, while the resurrected wildlings numbered 4 or 5 dozen. Should a confrontation arise, they would be outmatched. Sensing John's tension, the resurrected wildlings grinned at him, which only quickened John's heartbeat further. "Enough, John. I shall not jest with you any longer. Rest assured, the wildlings I have resurrected will not harm us. Tell me, would you ever bring me harm?" Xia Changqing reassured, patting John's shoulder. John, with an expression of obviousness, replied, "I would swear my life to protect you. Is that not sufficient?" "You think so, and so do these wildlings." John remained unaware that from the moment he was revived, an instinctive urge to protect Xia Changqing and obey his commands had taken root within him, yet he felt no sense of wrongdoing. With John's concerns alleviated, their pace quickened. Following John's counsel, they aimed to rendezvous with Rob's party before the snowfall. In this desolate land, losing one's way was an easy misfortune. However, events did not unfold in the worst way John had anticipated. Before they could catch up with Rob, he had already returned with his men. From a distance, Rob spotted Xia Changqing's group and called out, "My lord, I have fulfilled my duty. I have captured Mance Raider." Upon hearing this, John's gaze turned complex as thoughts of Ygritte flooded his mind. To claim he held no feelings for the wildling woman would be a blatant falsehood. For Ygritte was undeniably striking. With Mance Rayder captured, could Ygritte possibly escape? Yet, simultaneously, Jon observed the expressions of the wildlings around him. None displayed anger upon hearing of Mance's capture, as if he had always been their adversary. This revelation stirred within Jon a profound admiration for Xia Changqing's strength and ignited a flicker of hope within him. As Robb approached, he immediately noticed Jon. The young wolf leaped from his horse and embraced Jon tightly. "Jon, do not blame me for not rescuing you earlier. Robb, it has been far too long. Lord Xia has informed me of the events. How could I possibly blame you? Look, I am well, am I not?" The long-separated brothers embraced fervently before parting. Though Jon was technically a bastard, in Robb's eyes, he was his brother. Now is not the time for nostalgia. Where is Mance Rayder? Xia Changqing interjected, interrupting the tender reunion between the two brothers. Indeed, he had a rather irksome demeanor. "Bring forth Mance Rayder," Robb commanded. As his words echoed, two northern soldiers dragged a struggling Mance Rayder before them. "My lord Robb, if you wish to kill me, do so. Must you humiliate me? I shall never surrender." Mance Rayder had lost the imposing demeanor he once held. His garments were tattered, and a fresh scar marred his face, with blood congealed into a stark line, rendering him utterly disheveled. Only when he perceived the presence of 4 or 5 dozen wildlings surrounding them did his pupils constrict sharply. "Have you all truly surrendered the north? Traitors!" Mance Rayder spat through clenched teeth. Yet, in an instant, he seemed to deflate, his vigor dissipating as he earnestly turned his gaze towards Robb. "My lord, I sincerely hope you can indeed grant the wildlings a new life, as you profess. Now act." After delivering his final words, Mance Rayder closed his eyes, presenting his neck for execution. "My lord, what shall we do?" Robb's gaze shifted towards Summer, for it was he who had initially issued the command. "Send the king beyond the wall on his way," Summer replied coldly. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Robb's eyes as he turned to face Mance Rayder, plunging his sword with unwavering resolve into the king beyond the wall's chest. With a pained grunt, Mance Rayder gasped, reopening his eyes to seize Robb's hand. Promise me, my lord. You must provide the wildlings with a new life. Promise me." Blood oozed from Mance Rayder's lips as he repeatedly implored, his body gradually succumbing to the inevitable. Alas, Jon sighed, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. He held a deep respect for Mance Rayder, though their opposing positions dictated a fatal conclusion. "What troubles you?" Summer inquired, puzzled by Jon's sigh. "I shall revive him momentarily." "What?" Jon's brows furrowed, astonishment filling his gaze. "Is that truly possible?" "Of course. We must utilize Mance Rayder to command the wildling army. We cannot simply allow him to perish." As Jon glanced back at the lifeless Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall had reopened his eyes, and their gazes met. Ignoring the wound in his chest, Mance Rayder stood and respectfully addressed Summer. "My lord, I am willing to assist you in commanding the entire wildling army." "Excellent, Mance Rayder. You shall lead these brothers back to the wildling camp," Summer instructed, gesturing towards the revived wildlings. "Your task is to swiftly march the wildling army southward. My lord Robb and I will return to the Black Castle to open a passage through the wall for you." Mance Rayder accepted Summer's command without question, his demeanor one of utmost respect. Summer then turned his attention to Robb as the group began to follow Robb in pursuit of Mance Rayder. Chapter 47. Advancing northward throughout the pursuit of Mance Rayder, Robb was unaware of how many wildlings he had slain to impede the cavalry's advance. Though these wildlings lay dead, in Summer's hands, they were undeniably invaluable assets. Summer would not be foolish enough to leave these corpses for the Night King. As he continued on his path, the fallen wildlings began to rise anew. Under the command of Xia Changqing, they resumed their following of Mance Rayder until the resurrection of Yegarite. "My lord Xia, might it be possible for Yegarite to accompany us back to the north?" inquired Jon, the illegitimate son from the north, now at the tender age of burgeoning emotions. "No. I refuse. I wish to return to the camp with Mance Rayder." The wildling woman glared fiercely at Jon with her beautiful eyes, her expression fierce. Yet her heart trembled with anxiety. She had personally taken Jon's life, an act that undeniably constituted betrayal. Now, to follow Jon across the wall with a clear conscience seemed beyond her capabilities. "Yegarite, regarding your act of killing me, I hold no resentment," Jon sincerely expressed to the wildling woman. "Look at us now. We are both alive and well, are we not?" "Jon, I am truly sorry. Even though you have been resurrected, it does not negate the fact that I took your life," she replied. "I cannot go with you." Observing the tumultuous relationship between the two, Xia Changqing and Robb exchanged a silent glance, aware that they could impart no wisdom to Jon regarding such matters. However, Xia Changqing could discern the growing rift between Yegarite and Jon. After all, at the moment Yegarite had been compelled to kill Jon, She had no knowledge of his subsequent revival. Thus, in a certain sense, Jägerite had indeed taken John's life. It could only be said that the two were fated to be star-crossed. Xia Changqing would not force Jägerite in this regard, and ultimately, the wildling woman returned with Man's Red, while John accompanied them back to the north. As for how their relationship would evolve after the wildlings crossed the wall, that was beyond Xia Changqing's influence, and he had neither the inclination nor the leisure to concern himself with such matters. The entire group once again divided, each departing their own way. Xia Changqing and Rob led the Northmen away from the first men's finger, a journey that proved fruitful. In truth, prior to arriving at the first men's finger, Xia Changqing had not anticipated such a significant gain. He had managed to exert control over the entire wildling army through Man's Red. Rob did not exhibit overwhelming excitement regarding this newfound power. His joy at having found John far surpassed his enthusiasm for commanding the wildlings. However, their journey beyond the wall carried an additional task, to locate Bran. "My lord, where shall we head next?" Rob asked from atop his steed, surveying the surroundings with a sense of uncertainty. John, having absorbed all the preceding events, felt an eagerness to uncover Bran's whereabouts. While Rob and John could seek Xia Changqing's counsel, Xia Changqing found himself without anyone to consult. He sighed deeply and candidly addressed Rob. "Rob, let us journey northward. Bran has been guided to the land of eternal winter by the three-eyed raven, a deity far more potent than I. I cannot ascertain Bran's exact whereabouts, and if we wish to locate him, we must rely on fortune." In the presence of others, Xia Changqing merely admitted that his abilities paled in comparison to those of the three-eyed raven, which was indeed the truth. While he possessed the power to resurrect the dead, it was undeniable that he lacked the strength of the raven. It is worth noting that after Bran underwent training with the three-eyed raven, he gained the ability to slightly alter history, a fact evidenced by the existence of Hodder. "Are we to rely solely on luck?" Rob sighed, a hint of disappointment in his voice. However, he quickly regained his composure. As long as there remained hope that Bran was alive, Rob felt a sense of contentment. "Then, my lord, let us proceed north." The group set forth on horseback toward the north. Xia Changqing did not oppose Rob's decision, as there was no urgency in aiding the wildlings toward the north. The sheer number of wildlings was overwhelming, and with such a multitude, their pace would inevitably slow. A migration involving hundreds of thousands was not something that could be accomplished in a mere day. Thus, Xia Changqing had ample time to explore the entirety of the eternal winter. Upon entering this frigid realm, he sensed a significant enhancement in his ice spear technique, a skill bestowed upon him by the system. The rate of proficiency gained here was far more rapid than during his time in the north. Therefore, this expedition was not only a quest to find Bran, but also a journey to bolster Xia Changqing's own power. The winds of eternal winter were biting, and after only a few days, heavy snow began to fall, casting the sky in a somber gray that made navigation exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, they had John with them. As a member of the Night's Watch for some time, John had also been accompanying Commander Mormont in investigating the White Walkers, thus familiarizing himself with the land of eternal winter. However, as Xia Changqing and his companions ventured further north, the intensity of the blizzards escalated. The frigid winds, laden with snowflakes, lashed against their faces, obscuring their vision of the path ahead. In such an environment, an ominous shadow loomed over everyone's hearts. Yet, aside from Xia Changqing and Rob, all present were individuals whom Xia Changqing had resurrected, endowed with the most resilient wills. As long as Xia Changqing continued to forge ahead, none would falter. With the storm growing ever fiercer, an unsettling premonition stirred within Xia Changqing. He knew that wherever the White Walkers appeared, blizzards would follow. In such dire conditions, they were undoubtedly in the realm of the White Walkers, and should they be ambushed at this moment? Xia Changqing was uncertain how much fighting spirit his band would possess. Xia Changqing had already begun to entertain thoughts of retreat, although he yearned to witness the appearance of the others and the army of whites, as these creatures would undoubtedly become his future adversaries. Engaging in battle in another's territory was not a prudent course of action. "Rob, we can advance no further. We must retreat. The Brangians have their destiny, and in such a place, we are likely to face an ambush." Even though the two were in close proximity, the howling winds necessitated Xia Changqing to raise his voice to convey his intentions clearly. Rob fell into a moment of silence at Xia Changqing's words, a flicker of unwillingness passing through his eyes. Yet, as he surveyed the low-visibility snowstorm ahead, he ultimately conceded to Xia Changqing's decision. "Very well, my lord. We shall turn back." However, before Rob could finish his sentence, his expression tightened. He felt his body suddenly descend, not because he had shrunk, but because the horse he was riding had inexplicably lowered itself. The startled steed let out a shrill whinny, its forelegs collapsing beneath it, sending Rob tumbling forward. Utilizing the momentum from his fall, Rob rolled on the ground and swiftly sprang to his feet, alertly scanning the surroundings. He soon discerned the cause of his horse's misstep. Before him stood an exceedingly terrifying creature, devoid of any flesh, its entire form comprised of gray, brittle bones reminiscent of fragile, crumbling remains. Yet, what confronted Rob was a skeleton that moved with an unsettling autonomy, draped in tattered strips of cloth, its bony fingers tightly gripping a rusted iron sword. It was this very sword that had sliced through the foreleg of Rob's mount, causing it to crash painfully to the ground. The skeleton's mouth moved soundlessly. Though its face bore no expression, Rob could still sense the mockery emanating from it. Enemy attack! Rob bellowed, rolling to the side and reaching his fallen horse. Drawing the longsword that hung from the saddle, no sooner had he spoken than the panicked sounds of the horse echoed around him. And a quick glance revealed an unending stream of skeletal creatures emerging from the ground. It's a white. Use dragon glass weapons. Xia Changqing immediately grasped the situation. Unlike Rob and John, who had only heard of the whites without ever having seen them, he recognized these uninvited skeletons from experience. Watch your footing, Xia Changqing shouted. Already drawing his dragon glass longsword, swinging it to cleave through a newly emerged skeleton. Rob, stop dawdling. Use your dragon glass weapon. As he shouted, he tugged on the reins, urging his steed to gallop, knowing that remaining stationary would only expose them to the encroaching whites. As Xia Changqing maneuvered his horse in a confined space, he deftly swung his sword to fend off the approaching corpses. The dragon crystal sword proved to be immensely effective in this chaotic skirmish. Ordinary weapons were utterly futile against the horde of undead. Even when severed in two, they could still move independently. However, the dragon crystal and flames inherently countered these ghouls. It sufficed for the sword to merely graze the monsters, causing them to collapse instantly. From the onset, the battle devolved into disarray, and Xia Changqing suddenly realized that the snowstorm surrounding him had intensified, obscuring his vision to mere shadowy figures. A sense of unprecedented vigilance surged within him, yet he held no concern for his northern soldiers, who possessed an undying nature. Even Xia himself had yet to discover a definitive method to eliminate them entirely. Nevertheless, a vague suspicion began to form in his mind, in a strict sense. His power echoed that of the Night King, with the White Walkers and ghouls both vulnerable to dragon crystal and flames. It was quite possible that those he had resurrected would also be susceptible to the same forces. However, the White Walkers, fully aware that dragon crystal could obliterate them, would hardly seek to gather such weapons. At this moment, Xia Changqing's primary concern lay with his own safety. His subordinates were immortal, while he, their master, was not. It seemed rather unjust. Yet, fear did not take root in his heart. In comparison to his initial arrival in this world, he had experienced significant growth. He could now consider himself a formidable warrior. A powerful warrior requires not only strength, but also a robust spirit. What Xia lacked at present was that formidable inner strength, the courage to confront and conquer fear. My heart is strong, he softly mused, standing beside his fallen steed. The dragon crystal's sword held aloft, his gaze alert to the surroundings. Beneath him lay several skulls that had already succumbed. Suddenly, Xia Changqing's ears perked up. Catching a faint sound from his right side, he swiftly pivoted, raising his sword in an upward arc. Through the previous skirmish, he had discerned that the ghouls exhibited simple combat instincts, predominantly relying on downward slashes. Their true menace stemmed from sheer numbers. Once he grasped their tactics, it became evident that these ghouls were merely a collection of easily vanquished remains. With a resounding thud, Xia felt his sword strike a solid object, the recoil causing a slight tingling in his hand, though it remained within tolerable limits. My lord, it is I. Just as Xia Changqing was about to change his strategy, a sudden, urgent voice pierced through his thoughts. Upon hearing it, he waved away the snowflakes obscuring his vision and discerned the identity of the newcomer. Rob, are you all right? Xia Changqing sheathed his sword and quickly turned to face his companion. Rob, understanding the reason for Xia Changqing's actions, leaned against him, standing back to back. The two remained vigilant, each scanning a different direction. My lord, I can still hold on. How about you? Rob wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had sustained injuries during the recent skirmish, though they were not severe. Fortunately, he had successfully located Xia Changqing, allowing them a brief respite. In solitude, the most exhausting task was maintaining constant vigilance against potential attacks from behind. I am fine, Rob. We cannot afford to exhaust ourselves against these corpses. We have no idea how many there are. My lord, what should we do? Rob gasped for breath, seizing the rare moment to recuperate. These corpses are resurrected by the whites. If we can eliminate the whites that revive them, the corpses will perish instantly. Our objective is to locate the whites that command them. Xia Changqing spoke rapidly. If there were no whites present, the number of corpses would be limited, allowing them to eradicate them. Rob, our immediate task is to determine if any whites are nearby, Xia Changqing declared, keenly observing an unusual bulge in the ground. Pressing his lips together, he gripped the dragon crystal sword and thrust it forcefully into the earth. The disturbance in the ground quickly settled, and as Xia Changqing withdrew his sword, he let out a heavy breath before addressing Rob again. I will conduct an experiment to see if I can draw out the whites. Be prepared. Understood, my lord. Rob replied eagerly. Xia Changqing extended his left hand, his lips moving slightly, as a crystal-clear spear of ice materialized in his palm, entirely composed of frost. This ability, tied to ice magic, was traditionally a privilege of the whites. Now, wielding it, Xia Changqing was uncertain whether it would successfully lure the hidden whites from their concealment. The ice spear, measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length, solidified in his grasp as the surrounding aura slowly dissipated. However, Xia Changqing knew that if any whites were indeed present, they would undoubtedly sense this unusual energy. Suddenly, both Xia Changqing and Rob felt the atmosphere around them thicken momentarily. The wind and snow ceased, and an ominous presence wafted toward them from the distance. A shadow gradually emerged from the distance, causing the wind and snow to part in reverence. Xia Changqing and Rob were no longer under attack from the whites. Unconsciously, the two held their breath, witnessing a dark figure materialize before them. The true visage of the white finally revealed itself to Xia Changqing and Rob. Its face seemed sculpted from ice, marked with deep furrows as if etched by a chisel. Pale hair cascaded down to its waist, and its cold, azure gaze emotionlessly scrutinized the ice crystal spear in Xia Changqing's hand. The white opened its mouth and slowly uttered a phrase, yet it remained unintelligible to their ears. Rob, flank it, Xia Changqing bellowed, knowing that no words were needed between sworn enemies locked in a battle to the death. With a powerful thrust, he hurled the spear directly at the white, while simultaneously charging towards it alongside Rob. The white's icy eyes flickered momentarily, indicating its sentience. It seized the incoming spear and, with a furious roar, crushed it with its hand. As the two humans approached, the white drew forth an ice sword from its back, swinging it menacingly towards Rob first. In the face of danger, Rob quickly planted his feet, adopting a stable stance to brace himself, and met the attack with his sword. The clash of ice against stone resounded like metal on metal, causing Rob's body to sink slightly under the force. What immense strength! Rob marveled internally. Had he not halted and steadied himself, that blow could have easily toppled him. My lord, the adversary possesses great power, he cautioned. I am aware, Xia Changqing responded as he maneuvered to the side of the white, his sword poised to strike at a cunning angle. Invoking the fluidity of the water dance, a technique he had learned from Arya, a distinctive swordplay of Bravos. The water dance was characterized by its agility, making Xia Changqing's thrust swift beyond measure. At that moment, the white had just completed its own strike and was momentarily unprepared to defend itself. Unexpectedly, instead of parrying with its sword, the white reached out with its left hand to grasp Xia Changqing's blade. To Xia Changqing's astonishment, this was a dragon crystal sword, naturally effective against whites. The audacity of this creature to attempt to seize it with its bare hand was remarkable. Dragon crystal, also known as obsidian, is a type of mineral believed to harbor the power of flames, enabling it to inflict damage upon whites. The weapon forged from dragon crystal is far less sharp than Valyrian steel. Its effectiveness against the White Walkers lies more in piercing than in cleaving. Yet, when the White Walker's left hand grasped Xia Changqing's dragon crystal longsword, Xia could distinctly see that the creature recoiled as if a mere mortal had thrust their hand into flames. It barely made contact with the dragon crystal before it was flung away once more. This brief impediment, however, granted the White Walker the opportunity to reclaim its sword. Just as Xia Changqing's next strike was aimed at it, the creature's ice sword intercepting his path, Xia was forcefully pushed back several steps by the immense strength of the White Walker. Rob had indeed been correct. The creature possessed formidable power. A realization struck Xia as he noticed Rob launching a surprise attack from behind the White Walker. He recognized this as a prime opportunity to vanquish the foe. Behold my 100-step flying sword, Xia Changqing suddenly shouted, raising his dragon crystal longsword and hurling it like a spear toward the White Walker. Although it did not reach 100 paces, it traveled 4 or 5 steps with great speed. In the face of the simultaneous assault from two skilled swordsmen, even a magical being like the White Walker found itself in a precarious situation, caught in a state of vulnerability. The White Walker could not dare to catch the incoming dragon crystal sword with its hands. Instead, it raised its ice sword to deflect Xia's weapon. At that moment, Rob had already launched his attack from behind, gripping his sword firmly and driving it deep into the White Walker's body. Not even the mightiest knight of the Seven Kingdoms. The Sword of Dawn could withstand a backstab, let alone a mere White Walker. Xia Changqing leisurely approached the fallen creature, gazing into its tumultuous, cerulean eyes. A hint of a restrained smile gracing his lips. This is the righteous backstab. Before his words could fully fade, the White Walker let out a piercing scream, and its entire form erupted in a violent explosion, disintegrating into imperceptible shards of ice. The fragments vanished into the howling winds of the blizzard, and Xia stepped forward to pull Rob up, patting him on the shoulder and praising. "Well done. My lord, have we truly slain it?" Rob asked, his voice laced with uncertainty, struggling to comprehend that the legendary, formidable White Walker had been so easily defeated. "Indeed, Rob, you have slain it," Xia affirmed. "I have told you before that dragon crystal and Valyrian steel are the White Walker's bane. Before these two, they are as fragile as paper." He moved aside to retrieve his dragon crystal longsword, then turned to the still-dazed Rob and said, "Rob, do not be in a daze, while the White Walker is dead. We do not yet know if the corpse's minions have been cleared. Our battle is not yet over." Rob regained his senses, and within his heart, he confirmed that he had indeed slain a creature of monstrosity, one that was surprisingly fragile. Alongside Xia Changqing, the two began to navigate in a singular direction, frequently encountering solitary soldiers from the north, who subsequently banded together for their onward journey. In a mere span of half an hour, Xia Changqing and Rob had managed to locate the majority of the northern soldiers. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Xia Changqing felt as though, since their vanquishing of the otherworldly foe, the surrounding storm had gradually begun to lessen. More importantly, they had not faced an assault from the Whites for an extended period. To prevent any further disorientation, the northern men linked hands, moving in close formation. As time elapsed, Xia Changqing could assert with clarity that the tempest indeed had diminished. He could barely discern the environment up to 10 meters away. Upon reaching John, most of the northern soldiers had already regrouped. Regrettably, the majority of their steeds bore injuries inflicted by the Whites and were no longer able to walk, while a few unscathed had vanished into the vast, swirling snow. "It appeared that we must return on foot," Xia Changqing chuckled, finding humor amidst the hardship. Originally, he could have outright refused Rob's request for this expedition to the land of eternal winter, adhering to the adage that a wise man does not stand beneath a perilous wall. However, after careful contemplation, he consented to the journey, perceiving it as a trial of his own fortitude. Xia Changqing understood well that he could not forever remain in the shadows of others. Only by fortifying himself could he adhere to the fundamental truth. He pondered whether, had he declined Rob's request, rejecting the venture into the land of eternal winter, he would have possessed the courage to engage in future battles. It was only after enduring the storm and the onslaught of the Whites that Xia Changqing could truly consider himself a warrior. Even if he were to lose the skills bestowed by the system or his ability to command a loyal following in future adventures, he could still rely on his own capabilities to survive in the myriad realms, growing ever stronger. Xia Changqing did not believe he would remain in this world indefinitely. "My lord, this is all my fault. Had I not insisted, you would not have been placed in danger," Rob confessed with a hint of guilt. Fully aware of Xia Changqing's significance to the north and indeed the entirety of Westeros, his decision to embark on this perilous adventure weighed heavily on his conscience. "Rob, there is no need for such words. This was my own commitment to you," Xia Changqing responded with a radiant smile, offering reassurance to Rob. "Moreover, have we not gained much from this endeavor? Not only did we locate John, but we also confirmed that the Whites are not invincible. This journey has certainly not been in vain. However, my lord, enough, Rob." Xia Changqing directly interrupted Rob's words, suggesting that rather than dwelling on feelings of guilt, they should focus on how to persuade Commander Mormont to open the gates of the wall and allow the wildlings into the north upon their return to Castle Black. Indeed, Rob's attention quickly shifted to the matter of convincing Commander Mormont. The commander was not an obstinate man, having witnessed the existence of the White Walkers firsthand. He understood that keeping the wildlings beyond the wall merely bolstered the enemy's ranks. If they could clearly articulate this reasoning to Commander Mormont, he would surely agree to let the wildlings in. At that moment, John interjected, as he was the most acquainted with the nature of Commander Mormont among those present. However, John added, "As far as I know, the Night's Watch is hardly a united front. Even if Commander Mormont consents, can you assure that the others will agree?" Xia Changqing's question plunged John into contemplation. He furrowed his brow, and after a moment's thought, he instinctively shook his head. Having been a member of the Night's Watch for quite some time, he understood the validity of Xia Changqing's assertions. They would follow Commander Mormont's orders, would they not? John spoke with uncertainty. Xia Changqing slightly shook his head, offering no response, yet John grasped the implication. Their journey back was surprisingly smooth. devoid of any attacks from the White Walkers or disturbances from wildlings. However, John and Rob had yet to devise a concrete plan for persuading the Night's Watch to accept the wildlings. Having spent considerable time with Xia Changqing, Rob had begun to form some ideas, yet he hesitated, uncertain whether to act upon them. As they drew closer to the wall, this notion grew stronger within him. Ultimately, upon reaching the base of the wall, Rob and Xia Changqing shared their thoughts with John. John, how many members are there in the Night's Watch at Castle Black? Rob posed the first question. Including rangers, craftsmen, and officers, the total strength of the Night's Watch was approximately 4,000, with over 2,000 stationed at Castle Black. Is the entirety of the Night's Watch merely 4,000 strong? Rob murmured in a tone that John could not decipher, adding, My northern soldiers number at least 40 to 50,000. John did not grasp the intent behind Rob's words, but Xia Changqing did. Rob, pursue the thoughts that dwell within your mind, Xia Changqing encouraged, disregarding the significance of the Night's Watch's duty to guard the wall or their contributions to the realm of Westeros. Rob's message was straightforward. If the Night's Watch refused to acquiesce, then northern soldiers would be dispatched to the wall. No, there is no need for the Night's Watch to acquiesce. Once they return to Castle Black, Rob can send out ravens to summon Eddard to lead the soldiers of the north to Castle Black. The threat of the White Walkers looms ever closer. Is it unreasonable to call for aid from the north in our defense against such peril? Not at all. Chapter 51. The Gathering of Forces in Winterfell. Within the Great Hall, Maester Luwin hurriedly approached Eddard Stark, the king in the north, clutching a letter that had arrived from Castle Black. Maester, do not rush. Speak your mind at your leisure, Eddard urged. Taking a moment to compose himself, Maester Luwin presented the letter to Eddard. My lord, this is correspondence from Castle Black. Eddard, upon receiving the letter, offered no immediate response. He reached for it, and, finding the contents succinct, scanned it with a discerning eye, absorbing the entire message in brief contemplation. After a moment's reflection, Eddard turned to Ser Roderick, who stood nearby. Ser, convey my command. Inform all lords of the north that I require them to gather their knights and men at Winterfell within a fortnight. We are to engage in a great battle. As you wish, my liege, replied Ser Roderick. One by one, the ravens took flight from Winterfell, delivering Eddard's missives to the lords of the north, and even to those of the Riverlands, summoning them northward. The ravens traversed the Trident, ultimately reaching King's Landing, where the missive landed in the hands of Lord Tywin Lannister. Once again, a council was convened, and Lord Tywin assertively proclaimed the mobilization of the Westerland's forces to march towards the wall. This decree left King Joffrey and Queen Cersei momentarily stunned. They had always regarded the Starks of the North as their greatest adversaries, and now they were to ally with them against the White Walkers. How utterly ludicrous! The king raged within the Red Keep, unable to fathom the unfolding events. In truth, aside from a select few, the majority of the nobility in King's Landing found it hard to believe that this was indeed Lord Tywin's command. Furthermore, Tywin's resolve was unwavering. His own daughter, the so-called Queen Regent Cersei Lannister, attempted to persuade him to reconsider, arguing that whether or not the threat of the White Walkers was genuine, it was the North that would bear the brunt of it. Once the North was vanquished, they could then turn their forces to eliminate the White Walkers, which would be far more advantageous. Cersei, however, failed to grasp the true horror of the White Walkers. According to insiders, after she finished her argument, Lord Tywin merely regarded his daughter with a cold stare and retorted, "How could I have begotten such a foolish daughter?" In that moment, the atmosphere in King's Landing grew tumultuous. Yet many failed to understand a fundamental truth. Power resides with those who wield strength. No matter the schemes or machinations, they crumble before absolute might. Even the immensely powerful Targaryen family must yield to the wishes of Duke Tywin and march northward. The wall, the Black Castle. Commander Mormont, you need not persuade me further. I have witnessed the existence of the White Walkers firsthand in the land of eternal winter. The struggle against the White Walkers is not solely the Night's Watch's responsibility. It is a duty that falls upon all living beings of Westeros. Young Robb Stark's countenance was resolute as he spoke with a tone that suggested he was prepared to face death. Indeed, all life on the continent of Westeros includes the wildlings beyond the wall. Yet, Commander Mormont failed to discern Robb's ulterior motives. Thus, Robb steadfastly remained at the Black Castle. Citing this rationale, with the arrival of the Northern Army, everyone labored diligently to prepare for the impending threat of the White Walkers. Soldiers trained rigorously and forged weapons of dragon glass, striving tirelessly to bolster their strength. My lord, this is a special gift for you. Eddard Stark also arrived at the Black Castle, bringing a present for Jon Snow. With a swift motion, Eddard drew a sword, its blade sharp and its hilt adorned with intricate engravings. My lord, this sword is forged from Valyrian steel. I hope it will aid you in vanquishing the threat posed by the White Walkers. Jon took the long sword from Eddard's hands and wielded it a few times, finding it surprisingly well suited for him. Eddard, where did you acquire such a Valyrian steel sword? Jon inquired. He knew that Valyrian steel was an exceedingly rare metal, and each weapon crafted from it could become a treasured heirloom for a family. I melted down the Stark family sword and reforged it into 2 swords. One I gave to Robb, and this one is for you, Eddard explained nonchalantly, showing no signs of sorrow over the loss of his family's treasured blade. Jon looked at Eddard in astonishment. He was aware that the Stark family possessed a Valyrian steel sword known as ice, but he had not anticipated Eddard's willingness to part with it. My lord, you need not worry. Ice was a great sword, far too heavy for combat. It is better to have it reforged, allowing it to serve its true purpose. Eddard himself appeared unfazed, and if Jon persisted in his reluctance, it would seem overly sentimental. Eddard, then I shall graciously accept. Jon did not conceal his admiration for the sword. A rare smile graced Eddard's face. He believed that a fine sword belonged in the hands of a worthy hero, and it would fulfill its purpose best with Jon. My lord, each Valyrian steel sword is a remarkable treasure. Perhaps you could bestow upon it a name. A name, you say? Jon mused, gently caressing the cold blade, reminiscent of ice. While contemplating thoughtfully, Eddard, the motto of your Stark family is winter is coming. Hence, this sword shall be named Winter. Winter? Winter. What a splendid name. Eddard praised. Just then, Robb abruptly entered the room, and Xia Changqing turned to see Robb's new sword, a long blade now adorning his waist. Robb, have you come to flaunt your newly acquired treasure? Xia Changqing jested. I regret to inform you, you are rather late. As he spoke, Xia Changqing showcased his newly obtained winter. Robb appeared bemused, gazing at Xia Changqing in silence. Good sir, I did not anticipate this facet of you. My intention was not to boast. A visitor has just arrived at Castle Black, and I thought you should meet her. Is it not commonplace for visitors to Castle Black now? Has Duke Tywin sent someone? Xia Changqing inquired, his curiosity piqued as he followed Robb outside. Castle Black has now become the epicenter of Westeros, with throngs of individuals converging daily. Thus, no visitor would surprise Xia Changqing. Chapter 52. A disagreement leads to decapitation. Lady Melisandre? Xia Changqing regarded the red-robed sorceress before him with a touch of astonishment. Were it not for the knowledge that she could be his great-grandmother in age, he might have found himself captivated by Melisandre's beauty. However, Xia Changqing was acutely aware of her true nature, and thus, despite her enchanting visage and form, he felt a chill of dread within. Of course, he would never allow such sentiments to manifest outwardly. Might I inquire the purpose of your visit? Xia Changqing maintained a sufficient level of respect for a true priestess of the divine. Although Eddard and Robb were taken aback by Xia Changqing's demeanor, they were aware of the Red Priestess's reputation, as she was believed to be in service to Stannis. Your Excellency, I have come in obedience to the will of the Lord of Light, to seek the reincarnation of Azor Ahai and assist him in vanquishing the emissaries of the Ice God. Oh, is not Lord Stannis the reincarnation of Azor Ahai? Why are you not aiding him on Dragonstone, but instead here at Castle Black? Xia Changqing could swear he meant no mockery toward Melisandre. In truth, despite her role as a priestess of the Lord of Light, he had yet to witness her making any significant impact in the battle against the others. She had resurrected Jon Snow, which could be deemed her singular commendable act. Nevertheless, her other endeavors, whether orchestrating the assassination of Renly through a shadow or misinterpreting the Flame's revelations, led Xia Changqing to perceive her as somewhat inept. However, her ability to manipulate fire was indeed noteworthy. Stannis is not the reincarnation of Azor Ahai. I have misapprehended the will of the Lord of Light, and thus I have come to amend my error. Melisandre's expression remained unchanged by Xia Changqing's words as she spoke with an air of indifference. Do you believe that the reincarnation of Azor Ahai resides in Black Castle? Xia Changqing's tone was polite yet distant, polite because Melisandre was a priestess of the Lord of Light, and distant because he could not abide her practice of sacrificing the living. Furthermore, with his resurrection of Jon Snow, he found no need for her and wished to keep her at arm's length. After all, the Lord of Light is a genuine deity. Melisandre sensed that Xia Changqing was far from welcoming. My lord Xia, you seem to harbor an aversion towards me, she remarked, feigning ignorance. Indeed, I do not like you. Xia Changqing replied candidly. Since you asked, I will respond honestly. Might you enlighten me as to why you hold such disfavor? Upon hearing this question, Xia Changqing was suddenly reminded of Stannis' unfortunate daughter, the poor child who was burned alive due to Melisandre's words. Why should I like someone who would willingly burn a little girl alive? He spoke coldly. A fleeting look of realization crossed the Red Priestess's face. Yet she displayed no hint of remorse. It was not a senseless sacrifice, but a tribute to my lord, the Lord of Light, to gain his revelation. Nonsense! Xia Changqing exclaimed, his anger surfacing. I have never heard of any deity requiring their followers to burn a little girl as a sacrifice. Not the seven. Nor the old gods, nor the drowned god. Why should the Lord of Light be any different? Ms. Melisandre, could it be that the Lord of Light is a false god, an evil deity? Xia Changqing felt his fury could no longer be suppressed, enraged by Melisandre's nonchalant demeanor. Stannis' daughter was utterly innocent. Any lofty ideals of saving Westeros were irrelevant, and Melisandre's intention when sacrificing Shireen was far from noble. Silence. The Red Priestess's expression changed dramatically at Xia Changqing's words, and she admonished him sharply. The majesty of the gods must not be blasphemed. Stranger, while I cannot discern your origins, you are certainly not a messenger of the old gods. Even the old gods would struggle to contend with my lord. I see the darkness in your eyes. Suddenly, Melisandre began to scream like a madwoman, her gaze filled with terror as she looked at Xia Changqing. However, her disparaging remarks about the old gods incited ire in both Eddard and Robb, for this was Black Castle, within the north, where every northerner revered the old gods. With a draw of steel, Eddard and Robb cast menacing looks at Melisandre, ready to drive their swords into her should she make any sudden movements. Xia Changqing's initial fury swiftly subsided, replaced by a chilling calmness. He recognized that he had gravely offended the sorceress in red before him, and perhaps even indirectly disrespected the King of Light behind her. After all, he had just referred to the King of Light as a false god and a wicked deity. His intention had been to distance himself, yet circumstances had unfolded in a most unexpected manner. With a bitter smile, Xia Changqing acknowledged that, despite deeply offending Melisandre, he harbored no regrets, as he had found her thoroughly disagreeable. Melisandre's gaze was fixed intently upon Xia Changqing, though her steps were cautiously retreating. Those who blaspheme the divine shall be scorned by all gods. After a moment's silence, Xia Changqing regarded the red-cloaked sorceress with a steely glare. Madame Melisandre, is this your curse upon me? Stranger, this is your inevitable fate, Melisandre asserted with unwavering conviction. Xia Changqing sighed inwardly, lowering his gaze to his own toes, and spoke in a somber tone. Madame Melisandre, I wonder if you have inquired about me. I am rather petty by nature. What? Melisandre stared at him in astonishment. I mean, you're doomed. Xia Changqing had grown weary of the sorceress's incessant prattle. In a bold move, he unsheathed his newly acquired Valyrian steel sword, Winter, and lunged towards Melisandre, determined to ensure she remained there. Since he had already offended her, he might as well go all the way. With a cold demeanor, the blade of Winter glimmered ominously. A sharp gust of wind accompanied his strike, catching Melisandre completely off guard. She had not anticipated that Xia Changqing would dare to attack her directly. Though she was a centuries-old priestess of the King of Light, she was still merely flesh and blood. As a mage, one must always remember, never allow melee fighters to close the distance. In a swift and chilling moment, a brilliant flash of cold light severed her head from her shoulders, blood spraying forth and staining the snow, creating a striking tableau of crimson against the white. Chapter 53. Gazing into divinity, beauty withers swiftly leaning on his sword. Xia Changqing stared at Melisandre's headless corpse, feeling no turmoil within. If she could not become one of his own, then he would create conditions to transform her into one. This thought flickered through his mind, though he sensed he had gone too far. Out of caution regarding Melisandre's formidable abilities, he had chosen the most extreme approach by decapitating her. Turning to glance at Ed and Robb, he noted that neither exhibited any sign of distress, which brought him a measure of comfort. Robb, you won't hold it against me for suddenly slaying this sorceress, will you? Xia Changqing asked with a narrowed gaze and a smile. Robb, however, wore a look of confusion as he inquired, why would I blame you? I have indeed heard whispers of this witch's notorious reputation. Stannis' defeat at the Blackwater is largely attributed to her machinations. Implicit in Robb's words is a sense of approval for the killing, as he harbors a deep disdain for Melisandre, who, after ensnaring Stannis, now seeks to manipulate them at the Black Castle. Given this, it seems prudent to enlist the help of the young wolf to restore her head, for as a priestess of the Red God, her mind is a repository of knowledge we desperately need. Naturally, Xia Changqing turned to Robb, acknowledging that with only the three of them present, this task fell solely to him. Robb, at a loss for words, cast a forlorn glance at Xia Changqing, fully aware that he could not escape this duty. Even if he did not have to dirty his hands, the errands would inevitably fall to him. Wait here, I shall summon someone, Robb said as he turned and strode into the depths of the Black Castle. Xia Changqing watched Robb depart with a smile, but as he shifted his gaze back, he was startled to notice something peculiar about Melisandre's corpse. The witch's mysterious powers flitted through his mind, and he exchanged a wary glance with Eddard, both instinctively drawing their swords and regarding the body with trepidation. Suddenly, the shadow beneath Melisandre's corpse stirred to life, moving fluidly as if it possessed a will of its own, crawling up her form. A humanoid silhouette ascended from her remains, flickering like a candle flame. Xia Changqing was struck with a sensation akin to being struck by a hammer. A deafening buzz filled his ears, and an overwhelming fear surged within him, as an immense pressure bore down upon him. What is this entity? His thoughts sluggish and disjointed, he attempted to raise his hand in defense, only to find his body as immovable as rusted metal. The shadow loomed as if a deity observing mortals, though it appeared a formless mass of darkness. Xia Changqing felt the piercing gaze of merciless eyes upon him. Do not gaze upon the divine. This thought flashed through Xia Changqing's mind. The sensation of the shadow evoking the presence of a god. Time seemed to stretch, whether seconds or days passed. The shadow that had risen from Melisandre abruptly shattered, vanishing without a trace. Freed from the oppressive weight, Xia Changqing bent over, retching violently, fighting against the nausea that threatened to overwhelm him. Straightening his back, he glanced at Eddard, whose eyes reflected equal astonishment. Lord Xia, what was that just now? Eddard could not contain his curiosity. Xia Changqing cast a wary glance at Melisandre's remains, murmuring, I suspect that was an avatar of the Lightbringer, beyond the gods themselves. It is difficult for me to conceive of any being in this world that could exert such pressure upon me. The sensation was akin to facing death itself. The Lightbringer? Ed's eyes still reflected a look of horror. My lord, could it be that you are mistaken? Xia Changqing did not respond to Ed's inquiry. He had not anticipated that slaying Melisandre would summon the true deity, the Light King. Nevertheless, Xia Changqing harbored little anxiety. Although he felt a certain trepidation regarding the divine entity, he was resolutely unafraid. If the Light King were truly to intervene personally, Xia Changqing believed he would have perished moments ago. Since he had survived, he felt no need to fear the Light King excessively. Father, Lord Xia, what has transpired? Rob approached with a few soldiers from the north, observing the two men's anxious demeanor, filled with confusion. He had only stepped away for a brief moment. What could have possibly occurred? Xia Changqing exchanged glances with Ed, then spoke. Rob, it is nothing of consequence. Have the men retrieve the witch's head. Xia Changqing chose to remain silent about the recent events, deeming it unnecessary to divulge the possible emergence of a deity, which would only incite panic. Xia Changqing and Ed shared a tacit understanding, opting to keep this matter to themselves. Rob, lacking the same level of discernment, ceased his inquiries upon Xia Changqing's decision to remain reticent and instructed the northern soldiers to attend to Melisandre's remains. Lord Xia, do you intend to wait here, or shall we return to your quarters? Once the arrangements are made, I will have a soldier inform you, Rob suggested, noting the discomfort of the icy weather. His advice was sound and considerate. Before Xia Changqing could reply, a sudden commotion erupted as several soldiers let out terrified cries. What has happened? Xia Changqing inquired, still wary of any further disturbances arising from Melisandre's corpse. My lord, come quickly, a soldier shouted, as it seemed something had occurred with Melisandre's body. The three men hurried to her side. What is this? Rob exclaimed in shock. They beheld that, although Melisandre's face retained the expression of fury from her final moments, her once youthful and beautiful visage was rapidly aging. It was as if she had traversed from the prime of life to the twilight of her years in mere moments. By the time the trio approached, her once fiery red hair had turned to white, and her face was marred by deep wrinkles and the signs of old age. Xia Changqing felt little astonishment, for he was aware that Melisandre was an ancient crone who had lived for several centuries. This was her true form. If his memory served correctly, Melisandre had maintained her youthful appearance through a magical ruby. As Xia Changqing's gaze fell upon the ruby necklace at her severed neck, he noted that the gem had lost its original luster. Chapter 54. The power of flames and shadows having lost her magical prowess, Melisandre's visage aged rapidly. One could only wonder how her sanity would fare upon beholding her elderly appearance after resurrection. Xia Changqing, with a hint of malice, mused that though she was now a woman of advanced years, she still feigned youth, almost wishing Stannis could witness Melisandre in her current state. Naturally, this thought of Xia Changqing's could very well materialize. It merely depended on his willingness to indulge in such immoral behavior. Do not be alarmed. Continue with your tasks. Xia Changqing reassured the northern soldiers, gesturing for them to proceed with their unfinished work. My lord, do you truly understand what has transpired? After the trio departed, Rob could not suppress his curiosity, questioning whether this was indeed the malevolent magic of a witch. Xia Changqing regarded Rob with a knowing glance, recognizing that anyone encountering such an event would be compelled by curiosity. Had he not been privy to the truth beforehand, he too would have felt a profound intrigue. Indeed, Rob, you are correct. This is indeed a form of magic. Do not be deceived by Melisandre's beauty. She has lived for 3 or 4 centuries. And this visage is her true form, he explained calmly. Upon hearing this, the young wolf lord gasped, a look of discomfort crossing his face as he stammered. This magic is exceedingly wicked, truly wicked. Xia Changqing found amusement in Rob's reaction. The thoughts of youth were easily discerned in the heart of a young man. In truth, he too had to concede that the youthful appearance of Melisandre held a certain allure. Yet, when he prepared to resurrect her once more, he hesitated, pondering whether it was too cruel to compel a woman to eternally bear such an aged countenance. However, this fleeting thought vanished quickly. He would not forfeit the witch as an asset. By my command, I summon you back. Xia Changqing invoked the skill of resurrection, and under the shared witness of Rob, Melisandre returned from death. She uttered a series of incomprehensible words before slowly opening her eyes. In mere moments, Melisandre accepted her current state, her expression revealing only indifference, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet, Xia Changqing keenly noted the subtle flicker of unease in her eyes. The witch was not as composed as she appeared. Lady Melisandre, he began, only to be interrupted. My lord, please grant me a moment, she implored. Allow me a brief respite to compose myself. It would be exceedingly discourteous to respond to your inquiries in this state. In silence, Xia Changqing felt a sense of resignation, yet he did not press the matter further. It is a fundamental courtesy to show respect towards the elderly, so he took hold of Rob and departed the room. It was not until half an hour later that he encountered Melisandre once more. Observing her unsteady approach, one could hardly believe that this was the original Red Priestess. Especially if Stannis were present, he would not recognize her. The witch had enveloped her entire form in a crimson robe, her head concealed beneath a hood, completely obscuring her aged visage. It was evident that Melisandre was quite concerned about her outward appearance. My lord, if you have any questions, please feel free to voice them, she said in a calm, measured tone. As Melisandre spoke, some of the queries that lingered in Xia Changqing's mind began to find resolution. As a priestess of the Lord of Light, she had journeyed from the continent of Essos to Westeros after receiving a divine prophecy through flames. Initially, her intent was quite simple, to aid the people of Westeros in vanquishing the White Walkers. However, she had misinterpreted the prophecy from the Lord of Light in the flames. She beheld the visage of Dragonstone, leading her to believe that Stannis was the prophesied hero. Yet Stannis was not the destined one. Dragonstone's significance lay in its abundant supply of dragonglass, a crucial element in defeating the undead army, which was why the Lord's prophecy had pointed to Dragonstone itself, not to a specific individual. After articulating these speculations, Xia Changqing observed Melisandre's momentary silence, followed by a long sigh. Unbeknownst to her, she had squandered much time and made numerous errors. When Xia Changqing inquired about the true reincarnation of Azor Ahai according to her interpretation, Melisandre uttered Jon's name. Only when ice meets fire can Westeros be truly saved, she proclaimed. The notion of ice and fire converging indeed resonated with the overarching theme of this world. Yet, Xia Changqing pondered whether this unexpected figure could also forge a new future for the continent of Westeros. Melisandre, is your ability to wield fire derived from your own strength? Or is it a gift from the Lord of Light? After hearing her elucidate his doubts, Xia Changqing expressed a keen interest in the witch's powers. Whether it was the force of flames or that of shadows, he found both subjects intriguing. My lord, I regret to disappoint you. Most of my power is a gift from the Lord of Light. When I perish, the Lord shall depart from me as well, and thus I will lose the majority of my strength, Melisandre replied calmly, her tone devoid of surprise. Upon hearing that Melisandre had lost much of her power, Xia Changqing felt a wave of disappointment. He recalled the witch's ability to imbue weapons with flames, which had proven immensely beneficial against the army of the dead. Alas, Xia Changqing sighed. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He wondered if he could possibly learn this ability. Although he did not worship the Lord of Light, he possessed a system that could grant him extraordinary advantages. A life enhanced by such a system requires no explanation. Under Xia Changqing's fervent insistence, Melisandre finally agreed to demonstrate her prowess. However, she remained rather dismissive of his desire to learn the powers of fire and shadow. Having lost much of her abilities, she was unable to cast particularly potent magic. Yet, upon touching Xia Changqing's longsword, she managed to ignite it in flames. Wow! Xia Changqing exclaimed in astonishment. The sword's surface erupted in flames without any combustible material in sight. If this were not magic, then what could truly be called magic? Chapter 55, Preparations for Battle. Melisandre teaches you fire magic. You have learned to control fire. Skill updated. Fire attachment level 10. Skill description. Using the weapon as fuel. It ignites with a blazing flame, possessing a slight anti-magic effect. The system is remarkable. Xia Changqing silently cheered within, confirming the system's extraordinary capabilities. He need not comprehend the principles behind the witch's magic. Under the system's powerful functionality, he could directly wield this newly acquired ability. Once the knowledge of controlling fire was systematized, Xia Changqing instinctively understood how to utilize this power. My current strength allows me only to ignite a longsword. I am powerless against the others. The red-robed witch rasped. However, Xia Changqing, elated by his new skill, hardly registered Melisandre's words. He waved his hand dismissively, eager to experiment with his newfound ability. As the flames on the sword gradually dissipated, revealing its smooth, gleaming blade, Xia Changqing was not only eager to test his power, but also keen to extract more abilities from Melisandre. Let us set aside other matters for now, quickly. Show me your other abilities. Xia Changqing's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Melisandre. The witch was truly a treasure trove, and he was curious to discover what further surprises she could unveil. Melisandre teaches you the power of shadows. You have learned to control shadows. Skill updated. Shadow power level 10. Skill description. Manipulate shadows, sharp as a spear, fierce as a sword. After extracting yet another skill from Melisandre, Xia Changqing finally felt a sense of satisfaction and released her. Once a priestess of the Lord of Light, Melisandre originally wielded powers over fire and shadow. Now, these abilities had manifested into two distinct skills under Xia Changqing's command. One skill involves imbuing a weapon with flames, seemingly possessing the ability to vanquish demons, which appears to be particularly effective against whites. However, it remains uncertain whether it inflicts damage upon the White Walkers. At present, Xia Changqing is unable to reach Melisandre's level of mastery, as he can only bestow flames upon a single weapon. Should he attempt to ignite a second, the flames of the first would undoubtedly extinguish. As for manipulating the power of shadows, Xia Changqing can presently only manage to make his own shadows shift, devoid of any lethal force. It is a taste without flavor, yet too precious to discard. One can only wonder if ascending in rank will bring forth new transformations. Melisandre is astonished by Xia Changqing's ability to grasp two skills in such a brief period. Since that day, a peculiar figure cloaked in red has been seen by his side. Currently, Melisandre prefers to remain hidden from the public eye, serving solely as Xia Changqing's magical advisor. Not long after Melisandre's arrival, Duke Tywin led the forces of the Westerlands to Black Castle, accompanied by his two sons, Jaime Lannister and Tyrion Lannister. The reunion between House Stark and House Lannister was palpably awkward, as former enemies now found themselves compelled to collaborate. However, with Xia Changqing present, no significant conflict arose between the factions. Thus, the entirety of the Night's Watch was now swathed in Xia Changqing's army, rendering the Night's Watch as inconsequential as waves merging into the sea, unable to stir up any substantial rebellion. Despite the discontent among many members of the Night's Watch regarding the assertiveness of Xia Changqing and his allies, the might of spear and sword left even the most defiant Night's Watchmen hesitant to act. Once the principal figures had gathered, Xia Changqing convened the first pre-battle meeting against the White Walkers. At this juncture, he unreservedly took his place at the head of the table, with Eddard Stark seated to his left alongside the Lords of the North, while Tywin Lannister led the Lords of the Westerlands to his right. Additionally, Commander Mormont of the Night's Watch added to the assembly, filling the meeting hall with notable figures. Following this conference, the attendees confirmed their immediate objectives: to forge a substantial number of dragonglass weapons and to transform the majority of soldiers into undead warriors. The dragonglass mines are primarily located on Dragonstone, which is currently under Stannis' control, and a unanimous agreement was reached regarding the strategic intentions towards Dragonstone. Xia Changqing hastened to convert soldiers into undead warriors, while simultaneously preparing to deploy forces to Dragonstone. A grand coalition of soldiers set sail towards Dragonstone, with Xia Changqing, Eddard, and Tywin personally leading the charge. The vast fleet encircled Dragonstone, and upon seeing the banners of the Stark Direwolf and the Lannister Lion together, Stannis was engulfed in despair. With little resistance, Stannis crumbled and surrendered, leading to the complete capture of Dragonstone by the Allied forces. Stannis, after all, is a member of House Baratheon. At Eddard's request, he received a respectable treatment. Although the position of commander was out of reach, henceforth, he would remain a leisurely duke. The soldiers of Dragonstone were entirely disbanded and reorganized, integrated into the coalition forces. Consequently, all the power of Westeros, save for Dorne in the south, was consolidated. This formidable force was unprecedented and unparalleled. Summer Changqing, brimming with confidence, believed that even without Daenerys' dragons, their own strength was sufficient to vanquish the White Walkers and eliminate the Night King. After seizing control of Dragonstone, a substantial amount of dragon glass was mined and transported by ship to the Black Castle at the Wall. The coalition also summoned numerous blacksmiths from the various territories of the Seven Kingdoms, offering them generous terms to gather at Black Castle to commence the forging of dragonglass weapons. Outside the wall, Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall, led his army of free folk inching towards the wall. As anticipated, a considerable number of Night's Watchmen expressed opposition to the entry of the free folk. Regrettably, the wall was no longer under the Night's Watch's control. It was now governed by Xia Changqing. The gates of the wall opened, and the free folk, vigilant and wary, passed through in a line, scrutinizing the coalition forces. Under Mance Rayder's guidance, the free folk did not erupt into significant turmoil. Minor disturbances were quelled by Rayder and his men. Meanwhile, the Night's Watch sadly discovered their utter lack of authority. Even if matters escalated to Commander Mormont, there was little he could do. The southward movement of the free folk was an inevitable tide that the Night's Watch could not hope to halt. The elderly, women, and children among the free folk were allocated vast tracts of land in the north, as Xia Changqing kept his promise, providing them with ample territory. Those capable of fighting trained alongside the coalition forces. Time passed swiftly. After 6 months, Xia Changqing's plan to transform coalition soldiers into undead warriors was successfully completed. Dragonglass weapons were continuously forged, and each coalition soldier replaced their mundane arms with these formidable weapons. Although the completion of these tasks consumed considerable time, the current pace suggested that the coalition would be ready far earlier than the timeline in the original narrative, when the White Walkers breached the wall. Coalition soldiers were sharpening their blades, yet the shadow of the White Walkers had yet to materialize. Unwilling to prolong the wait, Xia Changqing, after deliberation with Eddard, Tywin, and others, resolved to take the initiative. If the White Walkers would not come to them, they would strike first. Many were astonished by Xia Changqing's audacious plan, however. He perceived no madness in it. With undead warriors complemented by dragonglass weapons specifically designed to counter the Whites, they stood on equal footing. Why then? Should the human coalition fear the army of Whites? How can one lose to the Dragon Rider? Xia Changqing drew forth the winter, ablaze with flames. And with a single command, the coalition crossed the Great Wall, extending their front lines inch by inch towards the land of eternal winter. Elite cavalry formed reconnaissance units, relaying various pieces of information among the coalition. Although the march of the coalition was not swift, it was marked by steadiness, ensuring that the White Walkers were given no opportunity. At this juncture, the Night King had not yet amassed his full strength, nor had he received assistance from the dragon. And he had yet to locate the three-eyed raven. Xia Changqing pondered why the Night King was so fixated on the three-eyed raven. In the original narrative, the Night King was drawn to Bran, who had already become the three-eyed raven, leading to his downfall at the hands of Arya. A once great figure met his end in such a dramatic fashion. This time, I shall ensure your demise is most dignified. Xia Changqing silently vowed to the yet unseen Night King. Relay the command, accelerate our advance. The order emanated from the central command and was passed to the flanks. Lady Melisandre, are you aware of the three-eyed raven? The three-eyed raven? Of course, my lord, I am aware of its existence. This thought suddenly struck Xia Changqing. Since the Night King was still in search of the three-eyed raven, should they be able to locate its whereabouts, they could undoubtedly find the Night King as well. Do you know the current location of the three-eyed raven? Xia Changqing gazed at the red-robed sorceress with anticipation, but she simply shook her head in response. My lord, I have lost contact with the Lord of Light. Otherwise, I could have received a divine revelation from the flames to determine the location of the three-eyed raven. Alas, I am unable to do so now. Xia Changqing nodded slightly, feeling a tinge of disappointment, though he had not harbored much hope. My lord, as for familiarity with the land of eternal winter, there is no one present who surpasses me. At that moment, Mance Rayder suddenly spoke up. Xia Changqing looked at Mance Rayder with great surprise, nearly forgetting this old wildling. The free folk had lived in the land of eternal winter and were undoubtedly well acquainted with it. Immediately, Xia Changqing described the characteristics of the three-eyed raven's location. And after a long contemplation and discussions with true elders from the wildling army, Mance Rayder finally confirmed the location to Xia Changqing. It is near a place called Treehorn Mountain, not far from Whispers Canyon. Xia Changqing was overjoyed. He had feared that the three-eyed raven would use magic to conceal its whereabouts, but to his astonishment, the old wildling was aware of the place. In the absence of any leads on the White Walkers, Xia Changqing commanded the army to proceed to the location of the three-eyed raven. As the coalition ventured deeper, they finally encountered scattered corpses of the Whites. The time had come to assess the combat prowess of the soldiers. The Whites, known for their penchant for nighttime ambushes, found themselves met with little trepidation by the allied soldiers, bolstered by their undead resilience. Countless whites fell beneath the shimmering blades of the dragon crystal swords wielded by the allied forces, with fresh intelligence from the scouts reaching General Xia Changqing's central camp daily. Days passed, and after initially encountering scattered whites, the soldiers enjoyed an unimpeded journey until they neared the location of the three-eyed raven. Xia Changqing had reason to believe that the Night King had sensed their approach and was gathering his forces, preparing for a decisive confrontation with the Alliance. As they drew closer to Tree Corner Mountain, the Allied forces finally beheld throngs of whites. It was under the guidance of the human coalition that the Night King was able to locate the three-eyed raven's domain. Unbeknownst to Xia Changqing, he had unwittingly played the role of a guide. Even if he had known, he would not have altered the course of events. Without something to lure the Night King out, finding him in the vast expanse of the eternal winter would have proven a formidable challenge. When adversaries meet, the atmosphere brims with animosity. A fierce battle ensued, with the Alliance's orderly and dignified charge scattering the Whites' formations within mere exchanges. The Whites, however, thrived in their elusive nature, often catching the Allied forces off guard. Regrettably for the Whites, the soldiers of the Alliance were undead, even when ambushed, unless they suffered a grievous blow such as decapitation. Their movements remained largely unimpeded. What was dubbed war, in the eyes of Xia Changqing and his comrades, was but a relentless slaughter of the Whites by the human coalition. Recognizing that the Whites posed no real threat to the Alliance, the once unshakable Night King finally faltered. Mounted upon his undead steed, he slowly advanced, accompanied by a handful of otherworldly specters. Then, the Night King demonstrated the prowess of a javelin champion, striking with precision and lethality. The specters at his side followed suit, launching icy spears that finally inflicted casualties upon the Alliance. Perhaps it was the influence of the frost god that shattered the soldiers' undead fortitude. Xia Changqing maintained a steely gaze, resisting the urge to charge recklessly into battle. He felt confident in confronting ordinary specters, yet faced with the Night King, an apostle of the frost god, unease crept into his heart. It was not fear of the Night King, but rather a healthy respect for the frost god. After all, the demise of Melisandre had summoned the projection of the Light King. One must consider that the Night King's importance to the frost god far surpassed that of Melisandre to the Light King. Fortunately, the human coalition still employed a strategy of overwhelming numbers, no matter how adept the Night King was at hurling javelins. He could not transform his throws into the relentless barrage of a Gatling gun. The Night King's reliance on the vast army of the undead, employing a strategy of sheer numbers to conquer the continent of Westeros, now finds itself ironically defeated by the same tactic employed by the human coalition. The battle has finally come to a close, with a coalition soldier plunging a dragon glass sword into the Night King's body. The conflict reached its conclusion. The Night King shattered into crystalline fragments, and the whites he commanded erupted alongside him, leaving the undead army devoid of the power to move, rendered entirely into lifeless corpses. The realm of eternal winter resonated with joyous cheers. Subsequently, Xia Changqing and his companions discovered the three-eyed raven and Bran within a cave. Even the Green Seer could not foresee certain developments. Eddard forcefully took Bran away, with the Night King vanquished. Bran no longer needed to fulfill his role as the three-eyed raven. The three-eyed raven remained in stunned silence at the unfolding events. The coalition began to withdraw from the realm of eternal winter. Although the Night King had been eradicated, the frost god remained an immortal deity, suggesting that the whites might one day return, yet that was no longer of concern to Xia Changqing. The human coalition returned to the north, and under the auspices of Xia Changqing's enthusiastic yet authoritative decree, the divisions among the nations of Westeros ceased to exist. A council, composed of representatives from various noble families, was established to deliberate on matters of national significance, reminiscent of the original royal council. Chapter 57. The Bloody Arena. As darkness receded, Xia Changqing opened his eyes to the world. The first sight to greet him was a disheveled, prison-like chamber, barren save for himself and another man of notable presence. The man bore a look of deep frustration, his upper body bare, clad only in leather armor that concealed his lower half. His muscles were well-defined, glistening with a bronze hue, marking him as a formidable warrior. A fleeting thought crossed Xia Changqing's mind regarding the man's strength. Just as he finished surveying his surroundings, the system eagerly presented itself. Name: Xia Changqing. Current world: Spartacus. Mission selected. Become a powerful warrior. Skills acquired: Super Sensitivity, passive. Return of the Dead 6, unavailable. Ice Spear Technique 3, unavailable. Swordsmanship 523, Archery 351, Flame Affinity 235, Shadow Power 176. Xia Changqing pressed his head in mild distress. Spartacus referred to a historical figure, indicating that he had entered a world centered around a personage. Naturally, the protagonist would be Spartacus himself. The narrative of Spartacus unfolds during the era of the Roman Republic, over 70 years before Christ. While the lands of China were under the rule of the Han dynasty, Spartacus, initially a slave, later became a gladiator who led numerous slaves in rebellion against the dominion of Roman aristocrats. In summary, this is the tale. Xia Changqing glanced once more at the system's task requirements, to evolve into a formidable warrior, a notion that lacked a precise definition, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. Moreover, his current predicament appeared rather dire. Lowering his gaze, Xia Changqing observed that he was not only situated in what seemed to be a prison, but was also clad in coarse linen garments, indicative of a lowly status. Coupled with his awareness of the era he inhabited, a vague anxiety began to creep in. Would he be reduced to the status of a slave? To start as a slave, relying solely on reckless audacity. At that moment, a thunderous cheer erupted from above, a cacophony so deafening that the wooden ceiling trembled, sending dust cascading down upon him. Coughing and sputtering, Xia Changqing found himself covered in grime, a rather disheveled sight. He seized a moment to glance at the man sharing his cell, who remained impassive, his expression unchanged. "Hey, brother, what do they call you?" Xia Changqing ventured, hoping to extract some useful information from him. As soon as the words left his lips, they transformed into an unfamiliar tongue, a peculiar advantage of the system that alleviated the burden of language barriers. However, to Xia Changqing's chagrin, the man ignored him, instead pressing himself against the iron bars, gazing intently outside. Fortunately, there was no one else around to witness Xia Changqing's awkwardness. He rubbed his nose, refraining from further conversation, and turned his gaze outward as well. In the distance, he beheld tiers of platforms, densely packed with spectators, all fervently cheering, lost in a frenzy of excitement. In the center of the arena stood a man, dressed in simple garb akin to that of Xia Changqing's cellmate, wielding a sword. His opponent, however, was a professional gladiator, clad in formidable armor, equipped with a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right. This was an exceedingly uneven contest. As anticipated, the professional gladiator swiftly overwhelmed the man, and Xia Changqing noted the flicker of anxiety in the eyes of his companion. "Brother, do you know that man? He is about to lose," Xia Changqing remarked, his tone flat as he stated an undeniable truth. The stranger shot him a glare of anger, which soon transformed into a look of profound sorrow. Their fates were intertwined in a shared inevitability from which none could escape. In a matter of moments, the outcome of the battle was decided, with the professional gladiator emerging victorious, blood staining the arena's soil, a glaring sight that only stirred the audience to even greater fervor. Truly, it was a savage era. Xia Changqing felt a surge of emotion as he contemplated his current predicament. He realized that he might very well become a spectacle for others to gawk at, akin to a jester, which left him feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Cursed system, he silently cursed, lamenting the transition to this world that had stripped him not only of his equipment and weapons, but had also relegated him to a position beneath others. Although engaging in combat with others would allow him to rapidly evolve into a formidable warrior, this was not the path Xia Changqing wished to tread. However, with the situation still unclear, he refrained from complicating matters further. At that moment, the iron bars of the cell swung open, and two Roman soldiers armed with weapons stormed in, tossing a sword to Xia Changqing's unfortunate cellmate. "It's your turn. Move quickly," barked one of the irate soldiers, cracking his whip in the air with a deafening crack. Xia Changqing instinctively clenched his fists as he watched his cellmate, but he did not resist. Instead, he took the sword and proceeded towards the arena as instructed. "Hey," Xia Changqing began to speak, but a whip lashed out towards him. In a flash, he sidestepped to avoid the strike, which landed on the ground with a resounding thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. It was evident that the soldiers had no intention of holding back. "You better behave yourself. It's not your time to die yet," the whip-wielding man said, astonished by Xia Changqing's ability to evade the blow. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind and issued a stern warning. As the iron bars of the cage were closed once more, Xia Changqing glared at the retreating figures of the Roman soldiers, spitting in disgust. Had that whip struck him, it would surely have left him severely injured. Yet, he had no time to dwell on other matters. The battle in the arena was about to commence. To Xia Changqing's utter astonishment, his unfortunate cellmate faced not a single gladiator, but 4 fully armed ones. "This is it for him," Xia Changqing murmured, feeling a pang of sympathy for the unfortunate soul he had just met. With such a stark disparity in equipment and now facing 4 opponents alone, victory seemed impossible. In fact, not only Xia Changqing thought this way. The spectators surrounding the arena expressed their disapproval as well, a chorus of boos erupting that rendered General Grebo, who orchestrated the event, quite embarrassed. Chapter 58. Welcome to Rome. General Grebo, a noble of the Roman Republic, should have had no business with someone reduced to slavery. Yet, the man who would later be known as Spartacus, fighting against 4 adversaries in the arena, was precisely the individual captured and delivered to the Colosseum by General Grebo himself. The enmity between the two was rather straightforward. Spartacus, a Thracian, had joined the ranks of mercenaries to assist General Glabro in battle. Yet, Glabro showed utter disregard for the lives of the Thracians, treating them merely as cannon fodder while depriving them of food and clothing. The irate Thracians, feeling wronged, refused to fight for the Romans any longer and even resorted to slaying several Roman soldiers. However, these men, with their simplistic mindset, failed to grasp the principle of eradicating the root of the problem, and they foolishly returned home. When General Glabro regrouped his forces, he targeted the Thracian tribe, capturing all of them, including Spartacus. Many Thracians had already perished in the earlier skirmish, and now it was Spartacus's turn. Glabro was determined to see him dead, and thus arranged for 4 fully armed gladiators to confront him. The spectators, indifferent to the underlying grievances, merely sought the thrill of an exhilarating gladiatorial display. Yet, it was evident that this battle, marked by a stark disparity in strength, lacked any real spectacle, leading to a chorus of boos from the audience. As anticipated by Xia Changqing, Spartacus found himself swiftly overpowered, brought to the ground within mere moments. Faced with the assault of 4 gladiators, he was rendered helpless, desperately attempting to evade their strikes as he rolled on the ground. However, with the gladiators strategically positioned, his avenues for escape were severely limited, making it impossible for him to avoid all their attacks. Before long, his body was battered and bruised. The gladiators, however, were not in a hurry to finish him off. Gladiators, in essence, were entertainers who engaged in combat for amusement during ancient Roman times. Nothing could rival the allure of their performances. Therefore, the show could not conclude too swiftly. It needed to captivate the audience. The 4 gladiators toyed with Spartacus like cats with a mouse, inflicting wounds upon him intermittently, just when Xia Changqing and the surrounding spectators believed the end was imminent, and that Spartacus was doomed, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. Upon noticing the red serpentine patterns on the gladiators' shields, Spartacus suddenly surged with ferocity, dispatching all 4 gladiators with remarkable efficiency. Xia Changqing was left in utter disbelief. How could this reversal occur? Was Spartacus truly valiant, or were the gladiators simply inept, allowing him to mount a counterattack? A profound silence enveloped the arena momentarily before erupting into a cacophony of cheers. The audience, unfamiliar with Spartacus's name, shouted fervently, channeling their exhilaration. General Glabro, his expression darkened, observed the scene with dismay. After Spartacus triumphed over his 4 opponents, the spectators clamored for his life to be spared. In such circumstances, even General Glabro had no justification to take action against Spartacus. Seated behind General Grebo were 2 gladiatorial arena proprietors, Batidas and Sarones, rivals in constant competition. The 4 slain gladiators in the arena were provided by Sarones, and witnessing his opponent's disgrace filled Batidas with unrestrained glee. He proposed to General Grebo the purchase of Spartacus. In their earlier conversation, Batidas had discerned Grebo's fervent desire for Spartacus's demise, suggesting that orchestrating a death during gladiatorial training was a trivial matter. In mere moments, the slave owners decided the fate of a man as effortlessly as one might conduct a livestock transaction. Within the confines of his cage, Xia Changqing observed the victorious Spartacus, feeling genuine joy for him. Following the recent battle, where he had managed to turn the tables against 4 opponents, Xia Changqing surmised that the man before him was indeed Spartacus. "Well done, Spartacus," he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in praise and introducing himself. "You may call me Xia. I hail from the east." After surviving the contest, Spartacus cast a puzzled glance at Xia Changqing. The name Spartacus had been bestowed upon him by Batidas, and hearing it from Xia took him momentarily aback. Yet, the elation of victory dulled other thoughts, and he paid little heed to Xia's introduction. "To my friend from the east, may you also achieve victory," he replied. Before their conversation could deepen, Xia Changqing was ushered out of the cage and into the arena. Sword in hand, he swung it effortlessly, acclimating to its weight while surveying the throng of spectators, their expressions a myriad of emotions. Under the scrutiny of such a multitude, it was natural to feel a surge of anxiety. However, having faced the White Walkers, Xia had experienced far more daunting scenarios. This modest spectacle would not rattle him. Upon Xia Changqing's entrance, General Grebo and his companions took note of him. Who is that man? He does not appear to be Thracian. Why is there an additional participant? The general's question went unanswered, yet he showed little inclination to delve deeper, considering the man merely as soon-to-be casualty. The elder Anubis then interjected, "Grebo, do not squander time. Have him dealt with." Moments later, Xia Changqing faced his opponent, a solitary figure. He felt no offense. After all, confronting a single adversary would surely prove less arduous. The opponent, armed with a shield and sword, advanced without hesitation, launching an attack with blunt simplicity, devoid of any preliminary probing. Xia Changqing pondered whether his foe underestimated him, as such an assault seemed rather rash. Nonetheless, he could comprehend the rationale behind it. One side is equipped with a shield and armor, while the other is devoid of such protection. If the latter still approaches the confrontation with trepidation and caution, it seems rather futile. Confronted with this sudden assault, Xia Changqing's mind swiftly devised a strategy. The opponent's strikes were heavy, yet alarmingly slow. Xia Changqing even found the leisure to perform a flourish with his sword before raising it to parry the blow. Clang! The swords clashed. And Xia Changqing's strength was not lacking in comparison to his adversary, despite his seemingly frail physique, devoid of any prominent muscle. The gladiator, too, felt a flicker of surprise, not expecting Xia Changqing's strength to rival his own. Nevertheless, his extensive combat experience did not deter him. He lunged forward, his shield aimed fiercely at Xia Changqing's head. Chapter 59. A buy one, get one free offer in the Roman city. Within the gladiatorial arena, a public execution of Thracians was underway. What should have concluded long ago encountered an unforeseen twist. Out of nowhere, a young man appeared, catching the tail end of the gladiatorial contest. The noble and free citizen spectators seated in the stands did not mind prolonging their time to witness how this youth would meet his grim demise beneath the gladiator's sword. This unexpectedly emerging young man was, indeed, Xia Changqing. Amidst the deafening cheers surrounding him, he deftly evaded the gladiator's relentless strikes. Bang! Another sword came crashing down, and Xia Changqing narrowly sidestepped it. He had begun to grasp the pattern of his opponent's attacks and was preparing to counter. The gladiator, concealed beneath his visor, breathed heavily. His prolonged failure to vanquish this seemingly weak foreigner had ignited a sense of impatience within him. He could almost feel his master's disapproving gaze upon him. With a roar, the gladiator lifted his iron sword and swung it towards Xia Changqing. The latter silently shook his head, recognizing the significant flaw in such an attack. He crouched low and executed a small roll, positioning himself behind the gladiator. With a swift motion, Xia Changqing thrust his sword, its blade slicing through the gladiator's unguarded heel, severing a significant portion of his ankle. The gladiator stumbled forward, and with a crack, his ankle shattered, causing him to collapse to the ground. A cry of agony erupted, and the audience's cheers soared to a deafening crescendo. They reveled in this spectacle of the weak overcoming the strong. Kill him! Kill him! Behead this worthless fool! The crowd roared with frenzied enthusiasm, some ladies even tearing their garments in the madness, while the two massive torches swayed violently, blinding those nearby. Xia Changqing, inundated with the shouts of "kill him," felt his emotions sway under the influence of the crowd's fervor. He strode purposefully toward the fallen gladiator, sword in hand. This was the gladiator's fate, to surrender both life and soul to the arena. Xia Changqing exhibited no mercy. He understood that if he did not slay his opponent would undoubtedly bring about his own demise. This was an inescapable truth. All he could do was seize the gladiator by the hair, present his sword, and with a swift stroke, sever the gladiator's throat, thereby ending his suffering. Upon witnessing Xia Changqing's decisive act, the audience erupted in exuberant cheers, as if they had been transported to a euphoric pinnacle. In the noble section, General Grebo found himself perplexed, unable to recall the moment he had apprehended Xia Changqing, who appeared to have descended from the heavens in an unexpected arrival. Who exactly is this man? The general could not help but voice this existential inquiry from the depths of his soul. Grebo's father-in-law, Anubis from the Senate, shot a fierce glare at his son-in-law, harboring a growing discontent towards him. The farcical execution had become a source of embarrassment, entirely attributed to Grebo's blunders. Grebo's expression darkened, having just spared Spartacus's life. He could not possibly command the execution of Xia Changqing. His countenance shifted as he turned toward the prospective buyer, Batidas, who innocently blinked in response to the general's gaze. Batidas, you might as well acquire this man, Grebo articulated, his tone rigid and tinged with an air of coercion. Batidas furrowed his brow, casting another glance at Xia Changqing's frail form. Despite the latter's recent triumph over a gladiator, Batidas remained skeptical of Xia Changqing's potential. Purchasing such a slave would be a foolish expenditure. Reluctantly, Batidas forced a smile, his tone heavy with resignation and bitterness. General, may I inquire as to the price you have in mind for this slave? In an effort to appease General Grebo, Batidas put on a brave front, despite his reluctance. General Grebo shot a disdainful glare at Batidas, huffing in irritation as he rose to his feet. This one is yours for free. Batidas beamed with delight. General, your generosity is truly remarkable. In the arena, Xia Changqing cast aside his sword, appearing remarkably at ease. Even when the Roman soldiers confined him back in his cell, his demeanor showed no signs of distress. He tugged at the shackles encircling his wrists, which had been fastened upon his return to the cell. Was this an indication that they perceived him as a threat? Xia Changqing mused with a sense of inexplicable confidence, recognizing that such shackles could hardly contain him. Unbeknownst to anyone, a small portion of shadow beneath Xia Changqing subtly protruded, slithering along his arm and infiltrating the lock of the shackles. With a faint click, the shackles fell open, freeing him from his restraints. Raising an eyebrow, Xia Changqing resecured the shackles upon himself. He had merely conducted a brief experiment. But now that he had confirmed the shadow power's ability to unlock the shackles, he felt a sense of relief. At the very least, in the face of danger, he would possess some means of self-defense. Subsequently, his attention turned to the lifeless Spartacus, the heroic figure who had led a slave revolt as a gladiator, who was still far from awakening. Xia Changqing settled into a cross-legged position in the corner of his cell, finally finding the leisure to contemplate his situation. Predictably, he would likely join Spartacus in a gladiatorial training arena. He harbored no aversion to this prospect, for the system's task loomed large. To attain strength, rigorous training was indispensable. Although the identity of a slave may render one powerless, compelling one to undertake actions against their will, Xia Changqing resolved to maintain a position that was neither overly conspicuous nor excessively subdued. Merely average would suffice. Furthermore, with Spartacus present, even should he wish to stand out, it would prove difficult. After all, a protagonist who avoids conflict is hardly a compelling one. Before long, a contingent of Roman soldiers arrived to escort both him and the still unconscious Spartacus away from the Roman Colosseum. Spartacus had sustained severe injuries during a 1-versus-4 confrontation and remained in a state of oblivion. The two were tossed onto a cart, journeying toward Capua, where the gladiatorial training ground established by Batidas awaited. Xia Changqing's career as a gladiator was on the verge of commencing. Chapter 60. The gladiatorial training ground. The training arena devised by Batidas perched atop a mountain, sprawling over a vast expanse. The side adjacent to the cliff was encased within walls on 3 sides, providing a training ground where gladiators practiced in the open air. Exiting this enclosure required passage through a narrow iron gate underground. Such stringent security measures were implemented to guard against potential rebellions or escape attempts by the gladiators. Surrounding the training grounds stood Batidas's private mansion, where he often enjoyed observing the gladiators training from an elevated vantage point on the 2nd floor. Upon arrival at this location, Xia Changqing was separated from Spartacus. Given Spartacus's injuries, he required immediate medical attention before he could participate in training, though Batidas would not afford him much time for recovery. Xia Changqing was taken to a solitary dungeon room, and before he could ascertain the purpose of his presence there, slaves entered and swiftly sheared off the long hair he had kept since Westeros. In truth, he had long desired to shorten his hair upon arriving in this place. As the sweltering Roman climate made it increasingly uncomfortable, it was no wonder that the Romans he observed appeared disheveled and unkempt. After the slaves departed, he found himself utterly alone in the confines of the cell. Xia Changqing licked his parched lips, having remained in a state of complete deprivation of sustenance until now. However, judging by the current circumstances, it appeared that no one was concerned about his first meal at the gladiatorial training ground. With a deep sigh, Xia Changqing sought a clean spot, leaned against the wall, crossed his legs, and began to practice his shadow power. At the break of dawn the next day, Xia Changqing was abruptly roused from his slumber by a guard clad in armor, who removed his shackles. Under the watchful eye of the guard, Xia Changqing was escorted to the training arena, where he formally encountered the other prospective gladiators. The batch of slaves purchased by Batidas consisted of 7 individuals, and Xia Changqing found himself with the leisure to observe a few of them. If one were to consider their time of enlistment, these 7 belonged to the same cohort. However, to become a gladiator, one must endure rigorous training, and it remained uncertain how many would survive until the end. The attire of the group was remarkably uniform, with no superfluous garments adorning their bodies, save for a loincloth wrapped around their waists. The 7 newcomers stood in a straight line, awaiting the inspection of their master, Batidas, while opposite them, a gaggle of muscular brutes laughed and jeered at the 7. Yet, after a prolonged wait in the sweltering sun, their anonymity persisted, and they remained unacknowledged. This was a deliberate display of intimidation. Xia Changqing, with a mere shift in thought, discerned the intent behind the training ground's actions. The true target of disdain was likely Spartacus, and they were merely collateral damage in this scheme. Just as the newcomers' patience began to fray, a muscular black man wielding a whip emerged. He was the trainer of the Batidas gladiatorial arena, Docket, who approached the 7 newcomers with a commanding presence, scrutinizing them one by one. Some averted their gazes, others exhibited defiance, while a few remained composed. The spectrum of reactions was varied. "What lies beneath your feet?" The trainer bellowed at the newcomers, spittle flying from his mouth. Pressured by his imposing demeanor, none dared to respond. Nor did any wish to take the risk of being the first to speak. Xia Changqing secretly smirked, fully aware of what was to follow, which would inevitably revolve around the notion of honor. What honor could a group of indoctrinated individuals possess? As Xia Changqing had anticipated, the situation unfolded accordingly. The newcomers bluntly stated that beneath their feet lay sand. Then, the champion of Capua, Cress, stepped forward to deliver a rousing speech about the blood and sweat that had soaked the earth. However, the impact was minimal. Several of the newcomers yet to undergo gladiatorial training remained unmoved, leaving Docket feeling somewhat embarrassed. In the ensuing moments, Docket specifically sought to provoke Spartacus' discomfort. There is no alternative. Spartacus has yet to recognize the harshness of reality and remains obstinately defiant, fitting the description of a troublemaker. To deal with such a headstrong individual, one must not show leniency. Thus, Docutus commanded a duel between Spartacus and Crassus, tossing a wooden training sword before Spartacus, who disdainfully disregarded it. Docutus struck Spartacus with a whip, yet the defiant Spartacus chose to confront the challenge head-on, only to discover that he was no match for the trainer's prowess. Spartacus declared that he would not engage with a training sword. Docutus frowned for a moment before tossing him a gladiatorial sword. However, the idealism of the situation was met with the starkness of reality. Even wielding the iron sword, Spartacus was still no match for Crassus, who mercilessly battered him. Had Crassus not been using a wooden training sword, Spartacus would have met his demise countless times over. Xia Changqing observed with a cold eye, convinced that Spartacus's defeat was inevitable. Crassus was in peak form, while Spartacus was already wounded, his combat skills significantly inferior to those of Crassus. How could he possibly contend with the champion of Capua? As Spartacus fell to the ground, unable to accept his easy defeat, confusion clouded his mind, leading him to impulsive actions that would result in grave mistakes. Gazing at Crassus, who had his back turned and was flaunting his strength to the newcomers, Spartacus, in a moment of heated folly, picked up the iron sword and hurled it at Crassus. The crowd gasped in shock. None anticipated Spartacus would resort to such a treacherous attack. Even Xia Changqing did not foresee this turn of events. Spartacus only vaguely remembered the tale of Crassus, and he was certainly not endowed with divine memory. It is crucial to note that this was a sharpened iron sword. Had Crassus failed to evade the blow, he would either be dead or gravely injured. If harm befell Crassus, Spartacus would undoubtedly face dire consequences as well. In a flash, Crassus heard the fierce wind of the approaching sword and swiftly turned to deliver a counterstrike, fortuitously deflecting the iron sword aimed at him. The sword was sent flying, its edge inadvertently slicing the throat of an unsuspecting newcomer. The unfortunate soul fell silent, collapsing to the ground with a gaping wound deep enough to expose bone. Spartacus stood in stunned disbelief, utterly taken aback by the realization that his reckless act had not only failed but had also resulted in the death of an innocent individual. Chapter 61. Training. Regaining his composure, Crassus was instantly consumed by rage. He had nearly lost his life at the hands of Spartacus. With a furious roar, Crassus lunged at Spartacus, pinning him to the ground. The death of a newcomer elicited a twinge of guilt in Spartacus, yet the others remained unmoved, mockingly deriding Spartacus for his foolish actions. Your foolish actions have squandered a life. Docket gazed condescendingly into Spartacus's defiant eyes. Yet your life can still be redeemed. Extend 2 fingers to signify surrender and implore the arena's master for mercy. Under the watchful eyes of all, Spartacus clenched his fists, exhibiting no intention of capitulation. Crush his skull, Docket commanded nonchalantly. Cress could hardly contain his eagerness to comply. He raised his sword high, preparing to strike down upon Spartacus's head. Cress. At that moment, Petitas intervened, for once the master had spoken, none present could defy his command. Spartacus was allowed to rejoin his comrades, while the unfortunate victim was dragged away by the guards, oblivious to his fate. Be grateful to the merciful master, Docket remarked coldly as he regarded Spartacus, then surveyed the surroundings. Let the training commence. Do you see those wooden pillars? Each of you shall lift one. 7 no? 6 newcomers turned their gaze toward the array of wooden posts, each substantial in size, weighing approximately 60 to 70 pounds. Crack. The air was suddenly filled with the sound of a whip as Docket lashed out into the void, instilling immense psychological pressure upon the newcomers. None dared to hesitate under the authority of Docket's whip, not even Spartacus. Xia Changqing walked in the midst of the group, remaining unflinching. Indeed, in the presence of Spartacus, the others appeared as mere bystanders, disregarded by all. Even though Xia Changqing had single-handedly vanquished a gladiator in the arena, no one in the training ground harbored any faith in this frail foreigner. Indeed, With his exotic appearance, he was simply perceived as a foreigner by others. The initial hours were spent enduring the burden of the wooden posts, and as noon approached, the sun blazed relentlessly. Merely standing beneath its rays left one parched. Let alone engaging in high-intensity training. Xia Changqing nearly faltered, but fortunately, with the aid of his system, the swordsmanship learned from West Arrows indirectly enhanced his physical attributes. During the training, he could distinctly sense his gradual strengthening. Although his attributes such as constitution and strength were not yet manifest in the system, the process of his physical fortification was gratifying. Finally, as the sun began to wane, Dokut declared the training concluded, and the seasoned gladiators surged toward the dining area. Meanwhile, some of the newly trained individuals could no longer withstand the rigors of training, collapsing to the ground, unwilling even to move a finger, following closely behind the elders. Xia Changqing received his lunch from an amputee, a gooey substance resembling mucus that evoked a sense of nausea at first glance. However, Xia Changqing was not so melodramatic as to forego his meals. In such rigorous training, even with the aid of the system, it was unlikely he could endure for long without sustenance. What was even more infuriating was that the one responsible for serving the food, a one-armed old man, took delight in bullying newcomers. A mere spoonful of porridge was poured into his bowl, and the old man sneered maliciously, "Get lost. Off you go." Even someone as mild-mannered as Xia Changqing could not help but feel a surge of indignation. It was clear they did not regard newcomers as human beings. Xia Changqing refrained from uttering any harsh words. In such places, threats were futile, and he would seek an opportunity to retaliate later if possible. He took his bowl, grabbed a piece of hard bread, and found an empty table to sit down. With a vacant gaze, he stared at the contents of his bowl, mentally urging himself to eat. Just as he struggled to swallow the unappetizing food, he suddenly felt a shadow loom over him. He looked up to see Spartacus sitting across from him with a bowl in hand. "You hail from the east?" Spartacus initiated the conversation, as he felt a peculiar kinship with this young man of foreign descent, both having emerged from the arena. Xia Changqing was surprised that Spartacus would engage him. "Indeed, I am from a country in the east called Han," Xia Changqing replied readily. "What brings you to Rome?" Spartacus seemed genuinely intrigued by him. Xia Changqing met Spartacus's gaze and casually recounted the fabricated tale he had concocted. "I wished to see what Rome was like, so I journeyed westward, only to find myself captured by the Romans upon my arrival, as they claimed I lacked citizenship." "How unfortunate," Spartacus finally managed to articulate after a pause. At that moment, a man with golden, curly hair seated himself beside Xia Changqing. "Friend, where do you hail from? It is rare to see someone with your features." The golden-haired man appeared quite talkative. "Xia, from the east," Xia Changqing shrugged, reiterating his origin with a hint of resignation. Vero, the golden-haired man, introduced himself, expressing sympathy upon hearing Xia Changqing's plight, adding that Rome was not a favorable place. It was evident that Vero was more interested in Spartacus. Yet Xia Changqing did not mind forging a bond with both. In the arena training grounds, it was essential to band together for protection against the harshness of the elders. After a brief exchange, the three men formally acquainted themselves. Following a short lunch break, the afternoon training resumed. In addition to resisting wooden implements, they also underwent sprinting drills, mobility training, and one-on-one combat practice. The schedule was filled to the brim, leaving no respite for the individuals involved. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon, and exhaustion began to take its toll, that Dokut finally declared the end of the training session. As dinner time approached, Xia Changqing could keenly feel the ache coursing through his muscles. At that moment, he yearned for a refreshing bath and a moment of respite. However, in this wretched place called Capua, even a tyrant like Batidas denied them the luxury of a bath, let alone the lowly status of the enslaved gladiators. Chapter 62. The oncoming assessment. What pained Xia Changqing the most was the time allocated for bathing after dinner. Though it was termed a bath, Batidas provided scarcely any water, rendering even a simple wipe down impossible. A group of muscular men stood bare in a room, and the comparison of their physiques was imbued with a sense of philosophical inquiry. The thought of enduring such a life for an indeterminate length of time filled Xia Changqing with discomfort. After hastily concluding the bathing ordeal, the 6 newcomers were herded into a cramped cell, deprived of even a semblance of a proper room, reduced to the status of prisoners confined in a cage. Only by officially becoming gladiators and earning profits for Batidas could they hope for an improved living environment. After a grueling day of training, the newcomers, still unaccustomed to their plight, simply leaned against the wall in their cell, too fatigued to move. Yet, Dokut had no intention of granting them mercy. The trainer entered the cell and coldly declared, "Get up. You must prove yourselves as men before you can sleep." Each of the 6 newcomers was filled with resentment, yet none dared voice their grievances. Under the eaves of hardship, one must bow their head. Each of them hoisted a wooden beam and formed a circle, beginning to march. Those who lagged received the unrelenting lash of Dokat's whip. This continued throughout the night. And only when the veteran gladiators rose did Dokat finally relent for a few of the newcomers. The veterans watched with amusement, as if the torment of the newcomers was their sole source of entertainment. The training persisted, seemingly endless, with each day a relentless cycle of exertion. Such rigorous training left little room for contemplation, a prime reason for the susceptibility of gladiators to indoctrination. Spartacus, once a volatile powder keg, had been deftly subdued by Batidas, who exploited Spartacus's vulnerability by promising to seek out his wife, thus restoring a semblance of calm to the training grounds. However, only Xia Changqing understood that this would inevitably culminate in tragedy. Batidas was not so benevolent, and the day Spartacus's wife was found would herald his demise. In regard to this matter, Xia Changqing found himself powerless to reverse the situation. Could he possibly advise Spartacus to prevent Batidas from reclaiming his wife? If he were to utter such words, it would be Spartacus himself who would be the first to turn against him. Training, and yet more training. Xia Changqing seemed to have developed an affinity for the sensation of gradually becoming stronger each day. In time, he began to forget about Spartacus entirely. In truth, there were numerous types of gladiators, each distinguished by their profession: swordsmen, shield-bearers, axe-wielders, and net fighters. However, within the confines of the modest training arena managed by Batidas, there was no meticulous classification. The majority of gladiators wielded a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. Among them, only one net fighter existed. To become a bona fide gladiator, newcomers must undergo a trial. Only those who succeed in this trial are deemed worthy to continue residing there. The trial's nature was straightforward, dictated by Morkot, wherein newcomers fought against veterans in one-on-one combat. As long as they managed to satisfy Batidas, their master, the outcome was deemed acceptable. The defeated, unless slain in the fray, faced the grim fate of being sold into the mines. The time for training passed swiftly. A month slipped away in the blink of an eye. At last, the day arrived to assess the fruits of the newcomers' training. In the afternoon, a narrow platform was erected in the training ground where the gladiators typically honed their skills. Throughout the afternoon, the newcomers refrained from trainings, conserving their energy for the impending trial that evening. As the moment that would determine their fate and even their lives approached, the newcomers inevitably felt a surge of anxiety. Among the 6 newcomers, only Spartacus exuded confidence. Perhaps the token from his wife had bestowed upon him a sense of conviction. In the daily training sessions, Spartacus stood out remarkably. In contrast, Xia Changqing, who had also emerged from the arena, appeared rather unremarkable, attracting little attention from others. This was, in fact, a deliberate choice on his part. His aim within the training grounds was to forge his body. Compared to his previously gaunt appearance, Xia Changqing now exhibited defined muscles. Although he did not appear particularly robust, his latent explosive power was astonishing. Nevertheless, his overall physique remained lean, far from matching the imposing figures of Spartacus and Cress. The increase in strength also brought about a significant enhancement in speed, and Xia Changqing's swordsmanship improved considerably, coupled with his elusive shadowy power, which could prove invaluable in critical moments. Even Morkot, the trainer, might not stand as his equal in the training arena now. A life of extraordinary circumstances requires no explanation. Soon, night descended. Torches flickered around the training ground as all gathered around the platform. With the veterans engaging in light-hearted conversation, their expressions relaxed. A group of 6 newcomers gathered, their expressions tinged with solemnity. Shortly thereafter, the couple Batidas made their entrance on the balcony of the 2nd floor, accompanied by 2 female slaves gently fanning them. Batidas raised his chin, signaling to Dokat that he could commence. Dokat cast a sweeping glance over the newcomers, each displaying a distinct demeanor, and offered them a look of resigned anticipation before declaring the battle to begin. Regardless of whether they were novices or veterans, each combatant was equipped identically with a sword and a shield. However, the sword was a combat blade, sharpened to a keen edge, while the shield was an iron one with razor-sharp edges. This was also a significant reason why the newcomers could potentially meet their demise during the trials. Batidas, a cold-blooded slave master, sought gladiators who could generate profit, not useless individuals. The trials were brutal, and the moment to determine their fates had arrived. Vero, Dokat called out. And the golden-haired Vero was honored to be chosen as the first contender. Taking a deep breath amidst the encouraging gazes of Spartacus and Xia Changqing, he ascended the platform. He picked up the short sword and shield placed upon it, adopting a defensive stance. Dokat nodded in satisfaction among the newcomers. Vero was the one he held in the highest regard, next to Spartacus. In facing an opponent slightly stronger than himself, defense was the wisest strategy. Recklessly attacking would only expose vulnerabilities, granting the adversary an advantage. Chapter 63. My turn. Vero was fortunate. The opponent assigned to him was not a remarkable figure among the veteran gladiators. He chose to proceed with caution, refraining from impulsive attacks, and his opponent, possessing a steady demeanor, engaged in mutual probing before they finally clashed. Yet even this relatively mediocre gladiator proved beyond Vero's current capability. The opponent's combat experience vastly surpassed his own. Vero exerted every ounce of his strength, ultimately achieving only a stalemate. However, as long as Batidas was satisfied, that was sufficient. He loudly proclaimed that Vero had passed the test. This initial victory eased the newcomer's anxious heart somewhat. The next newcomer to take the stage was an unnamed passerby, whose opponent was Bacca, the second most formidable fighter in the training arena, next to Cress. Bacca, a Carthaginian, had survived by slaying his own father in the arena. And shockingly, he took pride in this fact, seemingly having forgotten the hatred towards his father. With his striking long hair, Bacca was dubbed the Beast of Carthage. And in but a single round, he severed the passerby's neck with alarming efficiency. Such a clean and decisive victory elicited a fervent cheer from the veterans. Shortly thereafter, Dokat's voice rang out, "Eastern lad, it's your turn." His gaze swept across the eager veterans before settling on Nias. "Nias, you go." The brawny yet simple-minded Nias broke into a menacing grin, towering over Xia Changqing by a head's height, his gaze filled with contempt. As the sole gladiator in this training arena, Nias ranked among the top 5 in terms of strength, and though he was a net fighter, it did not imply that he was inept with a short sword. In Xia Changqing's eyes, however, Nias was rather easy to contend with. His lack of strategic thinking rendered him reliant on brute force. Should he find himself unable to break through, his impatience would inevitably lead to a lapse in defense. With the encouraging gazes of Vero and Spartacus upon him, Xia Changqing ascended the platform, retrieving a bloodied short sword and shield, adopting a defensive stance as he faced Nias. In response to Xia's guarded posture, Nias raised his shield to his chest, smirking with disdain, and charged at Xia like a bull, intent on shattering his defense. Given the slender frame of the Eastern youth, he was no match for Nias in a direct confrontation. Xia Changqing narrowed his eyes. Having discerned Nias's intentions, he clearly aimed to leverage his physical advantage to overpower him. The constructed platform was already quite narrow, with Nias's imposing figure occupying nearly half the space, leaving Xia with little room to maneuver. Xia flexed his wrist. It was time to showcase his burgeoning strength, laying the groundwork for future victories in the arena and persuading Spartacus to seek freedom. He was weary of enduring this life of servitude. Resolute in his decision, Xia bent his elbows, gripping the shield tightly as he braced himself to collide with Nias. Bang! The two crashed into each other fiercely, Xia stumbling back 2 steps, his left hand tingling slightly. In terms of raw power, he was indeed no match for Nias. Nonetheless, Xia's audacious display of resilience caught the attention of onlookers, sparking their intrigue. What immense strength the Eastern lad possesses, Dackett thought to himself, feeling a hint of regret for underestimating him. Upon impact, Xia quickly regained his balance and, without hesitation, lunged forward, aiming his sword at the slightly dazed Nias. Yet, as an experienced gladiator, Nias's instincts kicked in, and he instinctively raised his shield to deflect Xia's strike. Xia lamented the inadequacy of his weapon. This competition sword felt significantly shorter compared to the one he wielded in Westeros. Meanwhile, Nias had already recovered and launched a counterattack, the two engaging in a back-and-forth skirmish atop the platform. The training arena was enveloped in silence. Before the assessment commenced, neither the newcomers nor the veterans paid much attention to the frail eastern figure of Xia Changqing. However, he soon astonished them all. After a prolonged struggle, Nias grew increasingly agitated, his movements becoming erratic and more violent. In contrast, Xia Changqing remained composed, prolonging the battle into a test of endurance. Batidas observed the scene with keen interest, acknowledging that this Eastern lad had surprised him greatly. As the standoff continued, Batidas signaled to Doctor with a slight nod. The trainer quickly grasped his intent and shouted to the two combatants on stage, "Cease. That is enough." Upon hearing this, Xia Changqing took a step back and sheathed his sword, feeling that he had already made a significant impression. However, it seemed Nias was too engrossed in the fight to heed Doctor's command. Instead, he seized the moment when Xia Changqing withdrew, launching a rapid attack. Doctor's fury erupted as he bellowed, "Nias." Yet, Xia Changqing was not one to remain passive. He swiftly sidestepped and struck Nias's sword with his shield, causing him to lose his balance. Seizing the advantage, Xia delivered a powerful kick to Nias's thigh, sending the hulking figure tumbling from the platform and crashing to the ground. "Enough. I declare the Eastern lad qualified," Doctor shouted in anger, disapproving of any gladiator who defied his orders. In truth, The fight had concluded. Nias lay on the ground, staring vacantly at the sky, realizing he would become the laughingstock among gladiators for failing to defeat the slender Eastern youth. He was heartbroken. The others were indifferent to Nias's plight. Gladiators could find themselves at odds with one another in the arena at any moment, making them adversaries despite sharing the same training ground. As Xia Changqing leaped down from the platform, Doctor scrutinized him, his brow furrowing slightly. "You are Xia, correct?" he inquired, tapping Xia Changqing's chest. "Boy, I shall remember you." Chapter 64. Sweet confidence. Doctor, seasoned in combat, discerned Xia Changqing's concealed prowess, which displeased him. He held the belief that being a gladiator was a sacred vocation, one that should not be sullied by deceit. However, Batitas exhibited no signs of discontent. He cared little whether Xia Changqing had intentionally hidden his strength, as long as this Eastern lad could generate profit for him. The assessment did not halt due to Xia Changqing's unexpected emergence. Following him was Spartacus, whose opponent was the foremost gladiator, Cress. With a confident smile, Spartacus believed that Crixus was no match for him. He beamed at Xia Changqing and Vero, eagerly climbing up to the high platform. However, events did not unfold as Spartacus had anticipated. Within mere moments on the stage, he found himself at a disadvantage, as Crixus deftly disarmed him of both sword and shield. Ultimately, it was only when Crixus inadvertently stepped on a strap left by Spartacus's wife that Spartacus seized the opportunity to pull the strap, causing Crixus to lose his footing and tumble from the platform. Regardless of the cunning employed, Crixus's fall was an undeniable fact, thus securing Spartacus's victory. The assessment of the 6 newcomers concluded swiftly, with 4 of them successfully passing the test, 3 alongside Xia Changqing, and an endearingly foolish individual marked on the forehead. Tragically, the remaining 2 perished during the ordeal, a stark testament to the brutality of gladiatorial combat. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Upon becoming official gladiators, they would need to prepare for the forthcoming gladiatorial exhibitions. Each performance claimed numerous lives, and audiences would be left dissatisfied if a show did not witness bloodshed. However, such matters lay ahead. For now, the 4 victors were required to brand their arms with the insignia of the Batitas family and take an oath. Xia Changqing felt a deep-seated rejection towards this mark of slavery, yet he knew that the time for rebellion had not yet arrived, compelling him to endure. A sharp gasp escaped him as the heated iron seared his flesh. His teeth clenched tightly while he silently cursed Batitas. One day, he vowed, he would slay that cold-hearted slave owner with his own hands. For a ruthless master like Batitas, a swift execution was the most fitting retribution. After the oath, Batitas encouraged the 4, painting grand visions of their future. "As long as you bring wealth and glory to the Batitas family, I shall not be stingy with rewards. Be it gold or women, I will fulfill your desires. Forge ahead, my warriors." Only a fool would take Batitas' words to heart. Yet, the ranks of brainwashed gladiators were vast. Even Spartacus clung to illusions of Batitas, relying on him to help reclaim his wife. Xia Changqing looked around, feeling utterly alone in his aspirations. The path to rebellion was daunting and fraught with challenges. This cursed life of servitude. After becoming an official gladiator, he continued with the daily rigors of training. The life of a gladiator was one of relentless preparation, honing their skills to enhance their chances of victory in the arena. Before long, Spartacus began to frequently murmur his desire to enter the arena and engage in combat. Only by participating in the gladiatorial performances could Spartacus earn the means to secure his and his wife's freedom, allowing them to live a liberated life. Xia Changqing refrained from shattering his unrealistic aspirations, for with Batitas' character, it was inconceivable that he would ever truly grant any gladiator their freedom. The long-awaited battle that Spartacus yearned for finally approached, heralding the dawn of opportunity. In a few days, the Forge Festival would arrive, a day dedicated to invoking blessings from Hephaestus, the god of fire. The governor of Capua intended to organize a gladiatorial contest, a task assigned to Batitas, as he and Salonis were the only 2 prominent figures managing substantial gladiatorial training grounds in the small city of Capua. Given the better rapport between the governor and Salonis, this burdensome task fell upon Batitas. Batitas, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Salonis, found himself in dire financial straits, besieged daily by creditors demanding repayment. He desperately needed a victory to secure some funds. Consequently, Batitas planned to send 20 gladiators to compete in the contest, selecting 2 champions to serve as the main attractions. One of these champions would undoubtedly be Cress, as no one else in Capua was more suited for the role. The choice for the second champion remained tentative, as Batitas needed to deliberate further. Spartacus sensed that his moment had arrived. Should he become a champion and triumph over Cress in the contest, he would achieve fame and acquire substantial wealth. His fervent desire to gain freedom for himself and his wife had clouded Spartacus's judgment. rendering him impervious to reason as he fixated on becoming a champion. However, Dokkat perceived that Spartacus was still too inexperienced. Should he confront Cress in the arena, he would surely be overwhelmed. Furthermore, it was a long-standing tradition that no newcomer had ever ascended to the rank of champion in their inaugural battle. And Spartacus was not even on Batidus's or Dokkat's radar. Spartacus, do not act impulsively. You are not yet Cress's equal. If you recklessly confront him, the only one who will suffer is you. As a friend, Xia Changqing felt compelled to caution Spartacus. Although Spartacus brimmed with confidence, Xia could discern that he was no match for Cress, especially in terms of combat experience, where Cress excelled. Have you forgotten? During the assessment, I personally defeated Cress. I have significantly improved since then, making it even less likely for him to be my opponent. Spartacus's unwarranted confidence was perplexing, as he firmly believed he could overcome Cress. It was indeed difficult to advise a stubborn spirit, and Xia Changqing could do little but hope that Spartacus's protagonist aura would shine through, allowing him to survive the impending gladiatorial contest. As the time drew near for the competition, Dorkat announced the list of 20 gladiators who would face off. Among them, Cress, a valiant warrior, was set to battle another formidable opponent, Nias. Spartacus, on the other hand, was slated to confront Vero, and notably, their match was the first of the day. It was only the weakest of fighters who would be relegated to the opening bout. In Chapter 65, the seeds of rebellion had already been sown. On the list of combatants, the name of Xia Changqing prominently appeared, matched against the unfortunate soul marked with an inscription on his forehead. The 4 newly minted gladiators were fortunate enough to secure the first and second matches of the day. Xia Changqing cast a glance at his opponent, who averted his gaze, clearly hesitant to meet his eyes. Shaking his head, Xia Changqing chose to disregard him and approached Spartacus and Vero instead. I aim to contend for the position of a valiant warrior, Spartacus declared, clenching his fists, his resolve to confront Cress unwavering. Xia, Vero, I need your assistance. If I face Vero, regardless of the outcome, it will be a situation none of us wish to witness. Spartacus's sentiment was indeed valid. Within this gladiatorial training ground, he shared a closer bond with Xia Changqing and Vero, and he certainly hoped for the safety of either. Xia Changqing subtly glanced at the jubilant Nias. For Spartacus to challenge Cress, he first needed to address this dim-witted giant. It was precisely Nias' simplicity that made him the most manageable foe. The following day, in the training arena, everyone engaged in their final preparations before the competition. Nias, selected as a valiant warrior, felt the weight of expectation as he repeatedly wielded his fishing net. Spartacus, go? Your opportunity has arrived, Xia Changqing whispered, seizing the moment while Dorkat was absent. A prime chance to provoke Nias. Upon hearing this, Spartacus's gaze hardened with determination as he stepped forward, swiftly inciting Nias' ire with just a few words. The simpleton that Nias was, he charged at Spartacus like a bull enraged. Spartacus, having anticipated Nias' reaction, deftly sidestepped, causing the giant to crash headlong into a wooden pillar. Xia Changqing inhaled sharply, witnessing Nias spit blood and collapse. Just observing made him wince in sympathy for the pain that must have ensued. Vero exchanged a look with Xia Changqing, both wearing expressions of disbelief. They understood Nias' simplicity, but had not expected such stubbornness. At that moment, hearing the commotion, Dorkat emerged. Spartacus hesitated momentarily before explaining, Nias has been driven mad by the sun, charging at me like a frenzied goat. Vero quickly chimed in. I noticed the madness and hunger burning in his eyes. Dokat's gaze shifted, and Xia Changqing nodded in affirmation. The matter concluded without resolution. Nias was carried inside to rest. And with that, he had forfeited his opportunity to become a valiant champion and participate in the games. Dokat and Batidas were now tasked with selecting another champion, opening the door for Spartacus. As the games approached, Batidas planned to host a pre-match banquet at his residence, inviting the nobility of Capua to witness his gladiators and place wagers upon them. Therefore, on the eve of the banquet, the gladiators were instructed to cleanse themselves thoroughly and assemble in the hall, where they would be displayed for the amusement of a gaggle of loathsome nobles. Damn it! Xia Changqing cursed vehemently, showing no restraint in his disdain for the situation. Vero glanced at him. Xia, are such things unheard of in your eastern lands? Damn it! Xia Changqing cursed again. One day, I shall rid this world of those nobles. Lower your voice, eastern man. Vero's expression shifted dramatically as he whispered, Xia. Do you wish to condemn us all? Xia Changqing fell silent, casting a glance at Vero, who had voluntarily sold himself into slavery due to his debts, with a singular goal of accumulating enough wealth to become a gladiator. The notion of rebellion had never crossed Vero's mind. Thus, Xia Changqing saw little point in engaging him further. In contrast, Spartacus, upon hearing their exchange, displayed no change in expression. He harbored seeds of defiance deep within his heart. Without further ado, the group of gladiators, now polished and presentable, marched in under the watchful eyes of guards. Entering the hall, this marked the first occasion in a long while that Xia Changqing stepped out from the training grounds into the hall. Inside, the nobles congregated in small clusters, critiquing the incoming gladiators. The noblewomen, typically demure in their homes, eagerly approached the gladiators, their robust physiques and well-defined muscles proving irresistible to these ladies of high society. However, Xia Changqing's attention did not linger on the scantily clad noblewomen. Instead, it was drawn to a long sword hanging upon the wall, distinct from the Roman gladius. The unique inscriptions upon it immediately led him to recognize it as his Valyrian steel sword, Winter. He had assumed that nothing had accompanied him during his transition to this world, only to discover that Winter had been obtained by Batidas. Retracting his gaze, Xia Changqing stood resolutely in place, striving to ignore the passing noblewomen, lest he succumb to the urge to crush their skulls. More troubled than anyone else was Spartacus, who had risen to fame in the Roman arena, garnering the interest of many noblewomen due to his Thracian heritage. Xia Changqing deliberately broadened his perception, faintly overhearing Batidas discussing Spartacus's potential appointment as a champion with Ducote. "Spartacus, it seems your prospects of becoming a valiant commander have dimmed," Xia Changqing whispered to him. Before he could cast a puzzled glance in response, Xia continued, "All right, perhaps not. Market has declined your appointment as commander." "Xia, are you jesting at my expense?" Spartacus muttered in complaint, falling silent as the mistress, Lydia, and General Grebo's wife, Alicia, approached him. Upon seeing Spartacus, Alicia's countenance darkened visibly, for the enmity between Spartacus and General Grebo had rendered her prejudiced against him. The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense, prompting Alicia to declare her intent to leave, as the gathering held no allure for her. However, Lydia, having painstakingly invited the general's wife and the elder's daughter, was not willing to let her depart so easily. "You, come with me," the mistress commanded, gesturing towards Vero to follow her. Vero, bewildered, instinctively glanced at Xia Changqing and Spartacus, who exchanged looks of mutual resignation. Chapter 66. The advancing Spartacus with Lydia leading Vero away, a significant portion of the nobility followed suit, departing from the hall. "Spartacus, what do you think Lydia has summoned Vero for?" Xia Changqing asked, a faint smile gracing his lips. The nobles of Rome during this era were known for their revelry, particularly those like Vero, a robust gladiator, who captivated the attention of the noblewomen. Regrettably, Spartacus remained preoccupied with thoughts of how to attain the title of commander. Dismissing Xia's jest, "Boring," Xia muttered under his breath, extending his senses. He caught wind of a disconcerting sound emanating from the already departed Vero, causing his expression to sour. Vero was a person, not a mere plaything for their amusement, and the fact that the nobles derived entertainment from such matters was utterly disgraceful. When Vero returned to the group, he was drenched in sweat. "Vero, are you all right?" Xia inquired with concern. Pondering how he would react if he were subjected to such treatment, he could hardly fathom enduring it without losing his temper. Vero gasped slightly, feeling discomfort from being compelled to perform under the watchful eyes of the nobility. Casting a grateful glance towards Xia, he turned to Spartacus and said, "Market and Batidas are deliberating the candidates for commander, but alas, you are not among them." Upon hearing this, Spartacus exhibited a contemplative expression. Noticing that his message had been conveyed, Vero relaxed slightly and shared a wry smile with Xia. "This is our fate as gladiators. We must simply accept it." "Why must we accept it? Vero, have you never contemplated rebellion?" Vero's expression was one of bitterness. "Xia, you know my purpose as a gladiator is solely to repay my debts. This was a choice I made willingly. How could I possibly resist?" Xia Changqing replied, "Vero, have you ever considered that as a gladiator, you truly have no control over your own fate? Your first battle is imminent, and should you perish in the arena, you will receive not a single coin. Then let us fight with all our might, achieving victory after victory." Observing Vero's reaction, Xia Changqing chose to halt the conversation, planting a seed of thought in his mind without pushing too hard, as to avoid provoking Vero's disdain. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention?" As the banquet neared its conclusion, Batidas stood to introduce the valiant warriors who would take the stage the following day. The undefeated champion of Capua, the indomitable Cress. Batidas proclaimed with fervor, eliciting cheers from the nobles. Just as he prepared to introduce the next champion, an unexpected event unfolded. Spartacus suddenly lunged from the ranks, tackling Cress from behind and mounting him, unleashing a flurry of punches. The hall erupted in chaos as Cress and Spartacus became entangled in a fierce brawl. This blatant act of defiance incensed both Batidas and Ducote, yet the nobles relished the spectacle, particularly Alicia. Her eyes alight with excitement as she watched the gladiators exchange brutal blows, stirring her emotions. However, Batidas could not allow this scuffle to continue. as it tarnished his family's reputation. Yet Spartacus's boldness placed Batidas in a precarious position. If he announced that the warrior set to fight the next day was anyone but Spartacus, the nobles would surely be displeased. With no other option, Batidas reluctantly declared that the champion for tomorrow's battle would indeed be Spartacus. Only then did the nobles leave, satisfied and eagerly anticipating the gladiatorial contest. Batidas forced a smile as he bid farewell to the nobles before turning in a fit of rage to order the gladiators back into their confines. In the dank dungeon, Xia Changqing leaned against the cold wall, the chill offering a slight comfort against the oppressive heat of Capua, which lingered even into the night, causing irritation. Once more, the four newly minted gladiators found themselves in a single cell, with Spartacus beaming with satisfaction at his new status. A smile gracing his face as he toyed with the cloth he had once gifted to his wife. Spartacus, do not rejoice too soon. A man of great renown is not without merit. Should you underestimate Cress, I assure you, the outcome will be disastrous, Xia Changqing cautioned. Unable to resist dousing the triumph of Spartacus with a splash of cold reality. Crescens has garnered a significant reputation in Capua over time, demonstrating true martial prowess evident in his daily training. Spartacus, however, has underestimated his opponent. Fear not, Xia, Spartacus declared with unwavering confidence. Have you forgotten? During the assessment, had it not been for Batidus's intervention, I would have already claimed his head. If I could defeat him once, I can surely do so again. Xia Changqing closed his eyes, ceasing his attempts at persuasion. A stubborn individual like Spartacus is impervious to counsel until he has faced the consequences of his own folly. It remains uncertain whether Spartacus might meet his demise in the arena at the hands of Crescens. Nonetheless, even if Spartacus were to perish, it would not hinder Xia Changqing's plans. Once he secures victories in the arena and hones his combat skills, he, too, shall depart the gladiatorial training grounds. Regardless of Spartacus's fate, his attempts to persuade Spartacus and Vero were merely efforts to enlist allies. Deep down, Xia Changqing regards Spartacus and Vero as friends, wishing to assist them despite being merely a transient in this world. Yet, Spartacus's reckless bravado and stubbornness render him impervious to reason. The fleeting night passed swiftly. Before dawn broke, Dacot summoned the gladiators scheduled to compete. They boarded the carriages in groups, en route to the Capuan arena. Some would achieve fame today, while others might meet their end. Anticipation, excitement, and confusion filled the gladiators' minds. Yet the wheels of the carriages continued to turn, and before the sun had fully risen, all the gladiators arrived at the arena. Once again, Xia Changqing set foot in the familiar confines of the holding cells in the expansive arena. Having been away for several weeks, he returned to the blood-soaked grounds. Chapter 67. An easy victory. The forging of divine festivals holds immense significance for the Roman populace. And on such occasions, nothing is more fitting than witnessing a gladiatorial exhibition. Sacrificing blood and life to the gods brings them joy. On such an important day, the local magistrate would also be in attendance, and the stands surrounding the arena would be teeming with spectators. Batidas, seated in the nobles section, wore a pained expression. For while many flocked to witness the spectacle, he would gain not a single coin from it, all the while risking the lives of his gladiators, a source of profound frustration. However, upon the arrival of the magistrate, Batidas swiftly donned a facade of servile cheerfulness. Once the crowd had reached its peak, Batidas forced a smile and announced the commencement of the gladiatorial matches. A total of 10 gladiatorial contests are to be held. The newly minted gladiator, Xia Changqing, along with Vero and others, has been assigned to the forefront. Unlike Xia, Vero is set to face an opponent with some experience in the arena, adding a touch of anxiety as he prepares for his inaugural match. Prior to the commencement of the contest, Vero closes his eyes in prayer, beseeching the divine deities for victory. Once his supplication is complete, he dons a tightly fitting iron helmet, which offers ample protection yet allows for a narrow view through a fine mesh, enabling him to perceive his surroundings. Additionally, Vero wields a broad rectangular shield, which, by slightly crouching, allows him to conceal his entire form behind it. However, he is not clad in armor. Instead, his upper body remains bare, as the audience revels in the spectacle of bloodshed. As Vero enters the arena, he remains an unknown entity, just like his opponent. Consequently, the appearance of these two novices fails to evoke any excitement among the spectators, who yearn for the epic clash between Spartacus and Crixus, rather than a mere skirmish between fledgling fighters. Nevertheless, the contest proceeds as scheduled. From the outset, both gladiators unleash their full vigor in a fierce assault. Although they share a training ground, their relationship in the arena is one of mortal enmity. They exchange blows, delivering a performance that, while not extraordinary, captivates the audience, ultimately culminating in divine favor as Vero triumphs over his adversary. However, upon his return, He bears the marks of battle, his face bruised and pained. Following Vero, it is Xia Changqing's turn to enter the fray. May the gods also bestow their blessings upon you for victory. Vero offers his well wishes. Xia selects a small, lightweight shield, grips his short sword in his right hand, and turns to Vero with a smile. I am of the East. Your deities shall not shield me. With that, Xia secures his helmet and adjusts to the unique perspective afforded by the mesh visor, striding confidently toward the center of the arena. Hailing from the enigmatic East, he possesses an unfathomable strength, embodying the might of the Eastern warrior, Xia. Batitas passionately narrates Xia Changqing's backstory, embellishing it with a hint of exaggeration to captivate the audience's interest. After all, a narrative devoid of embellishment would fail to engage the crowd. In truth, Xia's Eastern origin piques the curiosity of many. Some recall that Xia, like Spartacus, emerged from the arena of the Anubis elders, igniting a wave of cheers from the spectators. Eagerly, they anticipate the performance of this young man from the East. With Batitas concluding his introduction, the announcement for the commencement of the match is made. Xia Changqing gripped his shield and short sword tightly, gazing at his opponent, who had assumed a defensive stance. He had no intention of prolonging the contest. He aimed to conclude the match swiftly, showcasing his prowess. Only by demonstrating his strength could he prepare for more formidable adversaries. The system demanded that he evolve into a powerful warrior, and mere training would not suffice to attain such prowess. It was only through the crucible of blood and fire that true growth could be achieved. Unlike his modest demeanor in the training grounds, Xia Changqing's current strength could not be honed through drills alone. He resolved to secure a swift victory in this inaugural battle. With purposeful strides, he advanced toward his opponent. Initially, his pace resembled a leisurely post-meal stroll, yet as he closed the distance, his speed escalated rapidly. His opponent, Kuze, marked by the inscription on his forehead, was well aware of Xia Changqing's capabilities, having trained alongside him. Although Xia Changqing had only revealed a fraction of his true potential, Kuze believed he was not a match for him. After all, Kuze had barely passed the assessments, while Xia Changqing had triumphed over the formidable Nias. Thus, upon witnessing Xia Changqing's charge, Kuze prudently adopted a defensive posture, positioning his broad rectangular shield in front of him, exposing merely a small portion of his face as he fixed his gaze intently on Xia Changqing's movements. Xia Changqing did not conceal his intentions. He raised his small shield and collided forcefully against Kuze. The sound of the impact echoed violently, and Kuze was taken aback by the sheer strength of Xia Changqing. The force of the collision rendered him unable to control his shield, which flew from his grasp and struck him, sending him crashing to the ground. With a pained gasp, Kuze's bare back scraped against the coarse sand of the arena, eliciting a sharp ache. Before he could recover, he felt a chilling pressure at his neck. Xia Changqing had already positioned his sword against it. Kuze dared not move. Though clad in a helmet, his neck was unprotected, and a mere slight exertion from Xia Changqing could easily sever his throat. The entire match transpired in a mere 2 minutes, leaving the audience in a state of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the rapid conclusion of the contest. Moments later, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd, while some spectators speculated whether Kuze's inadequacy was the reason for his swift defeat. Xia Changqing's overwhelming victory captured the attention of many, drawing intrigue toward the enigmatic Eastern warrior. In the stands, Batitas was equally astonished. He had only just taken his seat following his speech, and the battle had already concluded. However, upon observing the 2 fingers extended by Koz, a gesture signifying surrender, Batitas nonetheless rose to his feet and offered a few dry compliments to Xia Changqing. Chapter 68. A disastrous defeat in the stands. Batitas wore an expression of conflict. What was happening? Had the battle already concluded? Very well. Let us extend our gratitude to Xia and Koz for the splendid spectacle they provided. In truth, this match was far from splendid. It concluded all too swiftly. Regardless, Xia Changqing had at least gained a measure of fame among the spectators of Capua, with some beginning to take notice of this Eastern figure. Returning to the confinement below the arena, Xia Changqing noticed Vero touching the wounds on his face, gazing at him in disbelief. What is it, Vero? Are you astonished by my prowess? Xia Changqing inquired with a smile. Nonsense. Had it not been for Ko's incompetence, how could you have achieved victory so effortlessly? Vero retorted stubbornly, unwilling to concede that Xia Changqing's strength was formidable. As the two exchanged barbs, the battles within the arena continued unabated. In stark contrast to Xia Changqing's overwhelming victory, the other matches were far more gruesome, with inevitable casualties on both sides. The bodies of fallen gladiators were dragged away by the arena slaves, and this brutal scene elicited rapturous cheers from the audience, who were utterly enthralled. The matches progressed in succession, soon arriving at the final bout, a clash of valiant champions. One side featured the undefeated King Capua's champion, Cress. The other was the renowned Thracian, Spartacus. Their confrontation promised to be a thrilling spectacle. As Batidas announced the commencement of the match, Spartacus launched a ferocious assault on Cress. Watching from the periphery, Xia Changqing furrowed his brow slightly. Spartacus was far too impulsive. His approach was flawed, and he would surely suffer for it. Isn't Spartacus in the advantageous position? Vero remarked. Look, he is on the offensive while Cress remains entirely defensive. Xia Changqing shook his head. You only see Cress in defense, yet you fail to perceive his relaxed demeanor. Once Cress truly exerts himself, Spartacus will find himself in dire straits. To Xia Changqing's astonishment, no sooner had he spoken than Spartacus, after expending considerable energy in his reckless attacks, found himself vulnerable. Cress seized the opportunity, executing a nimble turn, and with the force of his rectangular shield, delivered a crushing blow to Spartacus. Spartacus collapsed onto the arena floor. The exertion from his previous attacks had drained him, and now, after being struck down by Cress, he lay motionless, unable to rise. Fortunately, Cress did not pursue the advantage. He had not anticipated that Spartacus would be so easily vanquished. He removed his helmet. Standing proudly in the center of the arena, relishing the cheers of the crowd, Spartacus lay on the ground for an extended period before finally rising to his feet. Defeated and reckless, he found himself in a perilous situation, uncertain whether he could relinquish his pride and surrender to Crassus. It seemed highly improbable. Spartacus was a proud individual, preferring to perish in the arena rather than submit to Crassus. Vero recalled Spartacus's resolute words during training, which still resonated vividly in his mind. He had declared he would never concede, a statement that had led to his being unceremoniously thrown into a dung pit by Daucus. On the other side, after a prolonged period of passive defense, Crassus finally launched his counterattack, his strikes descending upon Spartacus like a torrential storm. No one had anticipated that the confident Spartacus, who had exuded self-assuredness before the match, would prove to be no match for Crassus in the arena. Thus, the Battle of Champions concluded in a dramatic fashion. Spartacus fell to the ground, utterly defenseless, as Crassus squatted down, seizing Spartacus by the hair, his blade poised at Spartacus's throat. Crassus cast a glance toward Batidas. With a mere command from him, he would not hesitate to sever Spartacus's throat. The audience cheered for Crassus, while those who had placed their bets on Spartacus's victory hurled the most venomous curses at him. Kill him! Slay this coward! Such cries echoed incessantly. The spectators demanded Crassus to execute Spartacus, their disappointment in him reaching a nadir. Batidas, torn in his emotions, did not wish for Spartacus to perish in this inaugural gladiatorial match, having invested a considerable sum in him. At that moment, under the watchful eyes of the audience, Spartacus slowly raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers. This gesture signified his intent to surrender. Batidas exhaled in relief. He now had a way out. Thanks to Spartacus and Crassus for such a splendid performance. Spartacus has excelled. Let us spare his life for a rematch in the future. However, the audience responded with jeers. They were far from appeased. Spartacus's actions had cost them a fortune, and few were willing to accept that he could survive. Consequently, the populace of Capua was gravely disappointed with Batidas for sparing Spartacus's life. As the gladiators returned to the training ground, it was evident that Batidas was in a furious state. Let us observe a moment of silence for Spartacus. Xia, have you heard? Batidas intends to send Spartacus and Cosas to the underground arena. The underground arena? Xia Changqing cast a perplexed glance at Vero. Indeed, the underground arena, a graveyard for gladiators. Unlike the formal matches, there are no rules in the underground arena. The sole rule is to fight until death. Vero's expression was one of reminiscence. He had previously witnessed matches in the underground gladiatorial arena, a chaotic realm that inadvertently revealed the primal restlessness within. If Spartacus were to find himself in the underground arena, he would truly have no chance of survival. Vero sighed, exchanging a silent glance with Xia Changqing. Both understood that Batidas had suffered a significant embarrassment at Spartacus's expense. And with his current debts mounting, he would undoubtedly exploit Spartacus to the fullest. Meanwhile, Spartacus remained fixated on persuading Batidas to help him reclaim his wife. Too fearful to defy Batidas's decisions, Xia Changqing, Vero, and the others resumed their usual training, while Spartacus and Cos were taken by Batidas to the underground arena following their defeat. They were to exert their final abilities to bring some monetary gain to their master. On the first day of Spartacus's descent into the underground arena, he set out alongside Cos, but upon returning, he found himself alone. Cos had not survived even a single match. Spartacus was covered in blood and bore significant injuries. Yet, Batidas showed no signs of relent, as Spartacus's victories had filled his coffers with dinars. After a brief respite, Batidas once again led Spartacus back to the arena. From Xia Changqing's perspective, Spartacus's condition deteriorated daily, and it seemed inevitable that he would soon meet his end, perhaps even perish in the arena. However, unexpectedly, Spartacus's fate took a turn. An assassination attempt was made on Batitus in the underground arena. Outnumbered and caught off guard, Batitus was injured, thanks in no small part to Spartacus's timely intervention, which saved his life. Grateful for his survival, Batitus permitted Spartacus to rejoin the ranks of the gladiators. Truly, Spartacus embodied the protagonist of this era, blessed with fortune and resilience. After enduring the trials of the underground arena, he seemed to have matured, becoming markedly more composed. Bang! Bang! The sound of training swords striking wooden shields echoed incessantly. The weather was sweltering, showing no signs of rain. Gladiators faced each other, engaged in rigorous training. Sweat streamed down their bodies, soon pooling at their feet. Stop! Take a moment to rest before continuing, commanded Mokte. And the gladiators eagerly dashed into the shadows to relish the rare coolness. This infernal weather is truly unbearable, Vero complained, glancing around and licking his parched lips. Does anyone have water? Hurry, I feel as though I might perish from thirst. Vero, your greed knows no bounds. You even wish to drink water, while I am left with naught. Spartacus jested, but as he uttered these words, a sigh escaped his lips, parched and weary, devoid of the desire to speak further. Look at Xia. He has no complaints whatsoever. Xia Changqing languidly reclined in the corner, eyes closed in serene meditation, resembling a venerable monk in deep contemplation. If you all spoke less, you could conserve your strength. The day is still long, he remarked, his tone languid, never once opening his eyes. Everyone, rise, training resumes. After a mere 10 minutes of respite, Doctor urged them to continue, for none wished to experience the sting of the whip. The gladiators emerged from the shadows in small clusters, forming ranks to persist in their training. Yet, gazing at the weary gladiators, Doctor felt a twinge of concern. Prolonged dehydration could spell calamity for these warriors enduring rigorous training. Alas, the heavens offered no rain, and he was powerless to intervene. Before the thoughts in his mind could dissipate, Doctor witnessed a gladiator collapse during training. He refrained from permitting water to the unconscious fighter, opting instead to have him carried indoors. Water was far too scarce, and every drop counted. Although one gladiator had succumbed, the training must go on. Amidst their efforts, a voice suddenly resonated from the balcony above. Batitus had arrived. He commanded the gladiators to halt their training, for the magistrate had delivered a new assignment. Xia Changqing calmly set down his sword and shield and exchanged a knowing glance with Vero, their eyes silently conveying the same message. Surely, another gladiatorial match was imminent. As Xia had surmised, the magistrate of Capua sought to appease the gods above for rain by orchestrating a special gladiatorial contest, intending to delight them with bloodshed. The magistrate's purpose in approaching Batitus was to select a valiant champion to face the formidable Death Shadow, dispatched by Cerones. The mere mention of Death Shadow struck terror among Capua's gladiators. Of all who had fought him, only the current trainer, Doctor, had survived, while the rest had perished. Batitus recognized the inherent unfairness of the match. Yet, Cerones had anticipated this, proposing that Spartacus and Cress unite to confront Death Shadow. Should Batitus still harbor fears, he was advised to withdraw from the contest. Without hesitation, Batitus acquiesced, agreeing to have Spartacus and Cress face the formidable foe. This decision was not merely a response to Cerones' provocation, but rather due to the bountiful rewards promised for this contest. Regardless of the outcome, Batitus could clear his debts and still have ample surplus. Such a tempting offer left Batitus with no option but to accept. Regarding the fates of Spartacus and Crixus, they were merely gladiators, and Batitus hardly regarded their lives or deaths with any concern. When this news was announced in the training grounds, the other gladiators gazed at Spartacus and Crixus with expressions filled with sympathy. Soon, night descended. Batitus Master, Spartacus, and Crixus were no match for the shadow of death. Let me take the stage. I once suffered defeat at the hands of Theocles, and this is my opportunity for redemption. The speaker was trainer Dokit, who had not participated in a gladiatorial match since his defeat by the shadow of death. After narrowly escaping the clutches of mortality, he became a trainer. Only Dokit understood the true terror posed by the shadow of death. Enough, Dokit. My decision is resolute. You have achieved your own glory. Do not dwell on the notion of entering the arena again. Manage the training ground well. You are the only one I trust. Dokit replied, but Master, Spartacus and Crixus are no match for Theocles. Their participation would merely be a death sentence. Batitus coldly retorted, then let them die with some semblance of glory. With that, Batitus strode away. A chill ran through Dokit. Batitus' words were so devoid of compassion. He knew this was a path to death. yet still insisted on sending Spartacus and Crixus into the arena. Reflecting on his own circumstances, Dokit experienced a moment of clarity. If his death could yield significant benefits, Vatitus would not hesitate to sacrifice him. However, Dokit quickly shook his head, dismissing such treasonous thoughts. His life belonged to the Vatitus family. If it came to that, he would not mind offering himself. Yet the feeling of coldness in his heart was not something Dokit could easily forget. Chapter 70. The unfortunate Xia Changqing, you have greatly disappointed me. Dokit, wielding twin swords, overpowered Spartacus and Crixus, leaving them in disarray. His combat prowess was unmatched by the two. Even so, Dokit was still no match for the Shadow of Death, given Spartacus and Crixus' current condition. Entering the arena would be tantamount to courting death. It was the Thracians who hampered my progress. Crixus exclaimed loudly. I was merely lending you a helping hand. Spartacus retorted indignantly. That was utterly superfluous. Crixus scoffed. Silence. Dokit interrupted their exchange, brandishing his training sword and thrusting his dark visage before Crixus. Crixus, do you truly believe yourself to be an invincible champion? To me, you appear to be nothing more than an arrogant fool. Dokit's eyes blazed like copper bells as he glared at Crixus. What, are you not satisfied? Crixus remained silent, fixated on Dokit, fully aware of his own discontent. Very well, I shall ensure you are thoroughly convinced today. Dokit suddenly turned to the crowd gathered nearby. Xia, step forward and face Cress. Me? Xia Changqing exclaimed, pointing at himself in disbelief, as if the situation had descended from the heavens. Dokit, you cannot be serious. Indeed, I am not jesting. Dokit replied earnestly. Unleash your true strength. If you are defeated by Cress, do not blame me for wielding my whip. Hey, Dokit, this is utterly unreasonable. Before Xia Changqing could interject, Viro stepped forward, defending him. Viro, I did not summon you to intervene. Dokit shot Viro a dangerous glance. Not allowing Viro to speak further, Xia Changqing patted his shoulder, offering him a reassuring look. He was not particularly surprised that Dokit had discerned his concealed abilities. An experienced gladiator. Dokit's seasoned insight explained why he was trusted as a trainer by Baptiste. In truth, Xia Changqing did not harbor much aversion to showcasing his prowess. Humans inherently tend to submit to the stronger. Revealing a fraction of his strength now could lay the groundwork for leading a gladiatorial uprising in the future. As you wish. Dokit. Xia Changqing stretched his neck and advanced to retrieve 2 training swords, intending to employ a dual-wielding technique to vanquish Cress. Cress observed the prepared Xia Changqing, then glanced at Dokit, his face immediately contorting with a mix of shame and anger. Given that Xia Changqing had been so understated, he had barely registered on Cress's radar. As the reigning champion of Capua, Cress felt insulted that Dokit believed he could be outmatched by an Eastern opponent. Dokit, I shall prove you wrong. Oh, then let us await the outcome. Dokit dismissed him casually, crossing his arms as he stepped aside, leaving the training ground for Xia Changqing and Cress. Boy, are you ready to be thoroughly trounced? A fire burned within Cress. He was eager to vent his frustrations, and with Dokit's selection of Xia Changqing as his opponent, that fire would be unleashed upon him. I can only say that the world is unpredictable. Cress, do not be overly confident. Xia Changqing gripped his training sword, positioning his right arm above and his left below, adopting an offensive stance. Cress, on the other hand, chose to employ his tried-and-true sword and shield combination, preparing for an assault. With a roar, Cress launched his attack, swinging his training sword downwards towards Xia Changqing. Cress failed to perceive how Xia Changqing evaded his strike. To the onlooking gladiators, it appeared as though, just as Cress's attack approached, Xia Changqing pivoted, his body deftly rotating to Cress's side. At that moment, seizing Cress's forward momentum, Xia Changqing swung his training sword horizontally toward Cress's back. A crisp sound echoed, resonating with the beauty of a finely crafted blade. Cress was sent flying by a sword strike, his body that was just about to halt its forward momentum now pitched headlong to the ground, landing awkwardly face down. A gasp of disbelief rippled through the crowd. How could it be? Cress had actually been defeated. The astonishment echoed relentlessly. Fellow gladiators in the training arena had failed to recognize that this young man from the East possessed extraordinary prowess. On the other side, Cress sustained little injury. He rolled forward and swiftly regained his footing. Yet, his gaze towards Xia Changqing was now laden with shock. Spitting out a mouthful of sand, Cress muttered, I underestimated you. Eastern lad, it's time for me to get serious. Xia Changqing stood tall, a faint smile gracing his lips. His right sword pointed to the ground while his left sword rested behind him. The water dance sword technique, passed down from bravos, was a discipline even elite assassins. The faceless men were compelled to master, emphasizing agility. Having learned the water dance from Arya and refined it through systematic training, Xia had transcended the original power of the technique. Now, Cress harbored no thoughts of underestimating his opponent. He refrained from reckless assaults, instead raising his shield defensively and carefully probing for openings. After exchanging several blows, Cress grew increasingly alarmed. This young man from the east seemed to evade his strikes with mere inches to spare, an occurrence that could hardly be attributed to luck. Only someone with exceptional bodily control could dare engage in such risky maneuvers. Thus far, Cress had been the aggressor. Yet he hadn't even grazed the hem of Xia Changqing's attire. Cress's breaths grew heavier, a slight pause creeping into his attacks. At that moment, Xia Changqing executed a swift strike, his sword gliding past Cress's shield, landing sharply on his chest. Cress instinctively stumbled back 2 steps, cold sweat trickling down his forehead in the sweltering heat. He could feel the icy sensation of perspiration. Xia Changqing flashed a grin at Cress, launching a flurry of strikes. The swords alternated, each blow targeting the same spot on Cress's raised shield. Cress felt an overwhelming discomfort, his feet retreating further as sweat covered his brow. Although the frequency of Xia Changqing's attacks did not seem particularly swift, Cress found himself unable to retaliate, forced into a defensive stance. Moreover, due to Xia's relentless focus on the same area of the shield, Cress felt the weight of the shield becoming unbearable, ultimately losing control as it was cleaved away by Xia's sword. With a resounding strike, Xia Changqing's next blow descended upon Cress's head. Chapter 71. Future Champion of Capua, thank you for the match, Cress, Xia Changqing said, extending a hand to help him up. Cress, momentarily dazed, rose to his feet. Lost in thought. Who am I? Where am I? What am I meant to do? Within Cress's heart, a profound question of the soul emerged. He had never anticipated that his defeat would come so swiftly. Dorkit, Cress, what do you think now? Are you beginning to comprehend that there are realms beyond your understanding and people beyond your reckoning? Shaking off Xia Changqing's hand, Cress remained indifferent to his concern. Yet Xia Changqing was unconcerned, for Cress was undoubtedly a man of immense pride. And it was no wonder that he found it hard to accept his defeat at the hands of another. Dorkit, I refuse to accept this. I demand another match. Cress exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at the helpless Xia Changqing, his heart brimming with indignation. I believe it is unnecessary to compete again. Cress, even if you teamed up with Spartacus, you still might not stand a chance against Xia. Dorkit flatly dismissed Cress's insistence, adding, if you and Spartacus continue to collaborate in this manner, you both are certain to meet your demise in the arena. What you need to focus on now is how to synchronize perfectly with Spartacus. After absorbing Dorkit's words, Cress regarded Xia Changqing for a moment longer before reluctantly returning to practice alongside Spartacus. As Xia Changqing rejoined the gladiator troop, all who crossed his path instinctively parted ways, even though they posed no obstruction to him. Remarkable, Xia? Have you been possessed by the gods? Vero exclaimed, his eyes wide with admiration as if he were encountering Xia Changqing for the first time. The deities in the heavens do not bestow their favor upon an Easterner. And besides, I do not worship them, Xia Changqing replied, shrugging off the compliment with a jest. What deities do you Easterners revere? I might consider changing my faith. Vero teased, you dare utter such words without fear of divine wrath. The gods have neither the time nor the inclination to concern themselves with a mere gladiator. Vero replied nonchalantly. Xia Changqing and Vero shared a hearty laugh, standing side by side as they watched Cress and Spartacus undergo Dorkit's rigorous training. Although Xia Changqing had showcased a fraction of his prowess by decisively defeating the formidable Cress, Vero felt nothing but joy for him, devoid of any sense of distance. However, to Xia Changqing's surprise, he soon received word that Batitus wished to summon him. The messenger was Ashur, and Xia Changqing cast a knowing glance at him. He was certain that the swift transmission of news regarding the training session to Batitus was largely due to Ashur's influence. Once a gladiator himself, Ashur had been ill-fated in his combat abilities, and following a leg injury, he was unable to partake in training. Nevertheless, Ashur possessed a cunning intellect, or perhaps sly and treacherous would be a more fitting description of his character. Consequently, Batitus held Ashur in high regard, entrusting him with many of the darker dealings. Ashur was a duplicitous individual, akin to a venomous serpent, capable of delivering a venomous bite when least expected. Brother Xia, your victory over Cress has brought great joy to Master Batitus, who has summoned you with special urgency. It appears that fortune is smiling upon you. Ashur chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits, presenting a seemingly harmless demeanor, while flattering words flowed from his lips as if they cost him nothing. Once you rise to prominence, do not forget to lend a hand to your brothers. If there is anything you desire, do not hesitate to express it. Ashur will do his utmost to fulfill your request without reluctance. This was a sentiment Ashur had likely voiced to countless others. and Xia Changqing certainly would not offend such a person without cause. He responded with a smile, appearing earnest and sincere, though his true thoughts remained known only to himself. Under Asher's guidance, Xia Changqing arrived at Petita's office, where 2 guards stood at the entrance, subtly flanking him. Given this situation, no matter how grandiloquently Petita spoke, his distrust of Xia Changqing was palpable. Petita raised his head from the table, revealing a smile that he believed to be benevolent. This smile, sincere in its own right, was reserved for the gladiator who could bring him profit. Xia, is it? I hear you hail from the east? Indeed. Ah, the distant east, the mysterious east. How delightful. Petita exclaimed in a lyrical tone, rising with enthusiasm. Today, I learned that your prowess rivals that of Cress. Might you be of noble lineage in the east? I am curious about how you came to find yourself in Rome. That is of little consequence, is it not? Xia Changqing raised an eyebrow. Having grown weary of fabricating excuses. You are correct. Such matters are indeed trivial. Petita feigned enlightenment, though it was unclear what he truly comprehended. A mysterious figure from the Far East, he could very well be the son of a noble, a general, or perhaps even a prince. Perhaps a rebellion forced you to flee to Rome. What a moving tale that would be. The noble women of Rome would swoon for such stories. In a brief moment, Petita had mapped out Xia Changqing's future path with remarkable clarity. Your imagination is quite vivid, Xia Changqing remarked, somewhat speechless, as he began to grasp Petita's motives. To those in the training grounds, it appeared that both Cress and Spartacus were doomed in the upcoming gladiatorial duel. Once these two fell, Petita would be left without formidable gladiators. Thus, upon hearing of Xia Changqing's effortless triumph over Cress, his excitement was understandable. Xia, you are destined to be the next champion of Capua. As long as you bring victory to Petita, I shall grant you whatever you desire. Wealth, beauty, and a comfortable abode. Everything you desire can be yours. Petita spoke with fervor and impassioned enthusiasm. Yet, despite the allure of such things, they did not resonate with Xia Changqing's aspirations. He yearned for freedom, a request that Petita would never acquiesce to. Xia Changqing could confidently assert that if he were to propose the condition of his release, Petita would undoubtedly turn hostile, potentially even threatening his life. Xia Changqing gazed at the exhilarated Petita and responded with a composed demeanor. As you wish. I would prefer you to address me as your master, Petita remarked. His smile fading, his expression becoming somewhat grave. Xia Changqing furrowed his brow slightly, but it soon relaxed as he looked at Petita and reiterated, As you wish, my master. Excellent. Petita exclaimed, his spirits lifted. I eagerly anticipate your forthcoming performance. Subsequently, Xia Changqing returned to the training grounds with Asher, diligently memorizing the routes along the way. He remained uncertain of their utility, yet felt it prudent to commit them to memory. The days at the training arena unfolded as usual. Following their previous conversation, Xia Changqing did not receive any special privileges. A man like Petita, driven by profit, would not extend favors until Xia Changqing provided tangible benefits. Time passed swiftly, and the day of the gladiatorial combat arrived in the blink of an eye. However, Multico remained troubled, as the synergy between Cress and Spartacus was far from flawless, rendering the outcome of the arena uncertain. For this highly purposeful gladiatorial contest, the governor had prepared extensively, offering substantial rewards to appease the gods and invoke their favor for rain. In addition to Spartacus and Cress, who would face the shadow of death, Petita had dispatched 10 gladiators from his training grounds to challenge the gladiators of the Cerones family. Naturally, Xia Changqing was among those to compete. However, unlike his previous match during the Festival of Forging, he was assigned to enter the arena last among the 10, preceding Spartacus and Cress. The moment of revelry soon approached, and upon the governor's entrance, he officially declared the commencement of the games. The first gladiator sent forth by Petita was Vero. Although Petita recognized Vero's potential, he was indeed a novice, primarily focused on gaining experience. Vero, dissatisfied with his meager reward for leading the charge, had no choice but to obey Petita's command. Stepping into the arena under the encouraging gaze of the crowd, Vero grasped his sword and shield. The battle lasted approximately 20 minutes, culminating in Vero's victorious return, bearing only a single wound at his waist. The gladiators took turns entering the arena, and aside from Spartacus and Cretus, who were receiving guidance from Dr. The others anxiously observed the unfolding events. Among the gladiators, there were both victors and vanquished. The winners basked in cheers and applause, while the losers faced the grim specter of death. This was a reality that every gladiator accepted with fortitude. The possibility of dying in the arena was a shared understanding. Xia, it is your turn to enter the fray. Velo called softly. Xia Changqing, who had been resting with closed eyes, leisurely opened them, grasped his short sword, and made his way toward the arena. Young lad from the east, do not perish in the arena. I am eagerly awaiting the day I can best you myself. Cretus could not resist calling out as Xia was about to step through the iron gates. Turning back, Xia retorted, Cretus, perhaps you should focus on how to conquer the shadow of death first. With a dismissive wave, Xia departed from the waiting room without a backward glance. Xia Changqing's opponent was the renowned gladiator Cynatus from the Saloni's training grounds. Cynatus's entrance elicited a roar of applause from the audience. His fame far overshadowed that of the relatively obscure Xia Changqing. In the stands, Batitas and Salonis, as per tradition, introduced their respective gladiators. Once seated, Salonis discreetly jabbed at Batitas. Batitas, has your training ground run out of gladiators? Sending such an unknown to face Cynatus is a grave miscalculation. If the gods are displeased with this match, the fault lies with you. Batitas' expression shifted immediately upon hearing this. He covertly gauged the administrator's reaction before quickly retorting. Salonis, revel while you can. When Cynatus is defeated, let us see if your joy endures. Oh, it seems you possess considerable faith in this lad from the east, Batitas. Shall we place a wager? Very well, I shall bet 10 denarii on the Eastern youth's victory. Batitas glared at his rival, resolute in his stance. Unbeknownst to Xia Changqing, Batitas had staked 10 denarii on his behalf, a significant sum for him at this juncture. He could only hope for Xia to secure a decisive victory. For Xia, however, time was of the essence. He was intrigued by the ominous shadow of death that instilled fear in all gladiators and was eager to witness its manifestation. As the official signal for the match to commence, Xia and Cynatus surged forward in unison. Just as Cynatus anticipated a straightforward collision, believing his overwhelming strength would guarantee victory, Xia executed a maneuver that took him utterly by surprise. As the two figures seemed poised to collide, Xia Changqing forcefully stamped his foot on the ground, bending his knees and propelling himself into the air. Cynatus instinctively raised his shield, anticipating that Xia would deliver a downward strike from above. However, to his astonishment, Xia soared directly over Cynatus' head, executing a flawless mid-air turn and slash amid the gasps of the onlookers. When Xia finally landed, kneeling to absorb the impact of his descent, Cynatus, propelled by inertia, continued to charge forward. With one step, then another, Cynatus suddenly collapsed, blood gushing from the back of his neck and swiftly staining the arena floor crimson. How could a person leap so high? In his final moments, this singular thought consumed Cynatus' mind. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into frenzied cheers. Splendid. Well done. Batitas clenched his fists, his face alight with excitement, utterly at a loss for words to express his elation. He then cast a taunting glance at Salonis, and upon witnessing his rival's grim expression, Batitas' delight only intensified. In the arena, Xia Changqing did not linger to bask in the audience's adulation. Instead, he turned and strode toward the locker room. His cold and commanding demeanor captivated many spectators. Chapter 73, Narrow Victory. Haha, Xia, that was magnificent. As Xia returned to the locker room, Vero rushed up to him, playfully punching his chest and exclaiming excitedly, your sword strike was truly miraculous. All right, Vero, please don't stand so close. I have no interest in men. Xia replied with a grin, feigning disdain. Get lost. I'm not interested in men either. Vero retorted, somewhat taken aback. The other gladiators, who were not particularly familiar with Xia, regarded him with a mixture of complexity and awe. Even Cress could not match such extraordinary skill. Gladiators, by nature, bore considerable weight. No amount of jumping ability could allow them to leap over another's head while executing such intricate maneuvers. Amidst the crowd, Cress pressed his lips together, his eyes filled with frustration. The prospect of defeating Xia Changqing seemed increasingly elusive. Yet, whether he could defeat Xia was a matter for another time, for he and Spartacus were about to make their entrance. In the arena, the audience swiftly forgot about Xia Changqing as the highly anticipated main event approached, turning their cheers towards Cress. As the champion of Capua, Cress was already a well-known figure, and the audience's familiarity with him brought him a momentary reprieve from thoughts of Xia's troubling prowess. Capua. Christ laughed heartily, calling out with exuberance. Yet, as the shadow of death made its entrance, the cheers in the arena abruptly ceased. The shadow of death, Theokos, stood an imposing 2 meters and 40 centimeters tall, resembling a small giant. In his hands, he wielded 2 swords, significantly longer than the usual combat blades, yet he bore no armor upon his bare torso, which was marred with grotesque scars, a testament to the horrific battles he had endured. As he strode into the arena, his commanding presence silenced the crowd, rendering them breathless, as if even air itself dared not disturb the stillness. Strangely enough, with the shadow's arrival, the sky seemed to darken ominously. Capua. Theokos suddenly raised his swords and bellowed, revealing fangs akin to those of a beast. The audience erupted in excitement, their fervent cheers echoing, heedless of their hoarse throats. Begin. with the official's command. The battle commenced in earnest. Theokos charged forth with a roar towards Spartacus and Chryse. His colossal swords whirled through the air like spinning windmills, striking against their shields with a thunderous clamor. Chryse and Spartacus exchanged a glance, and together they launched their attacks from either flank. Despite the ferocity of Theokos' onslaught, his defenses were notably weak. Before long, Chryse and Spartacus seized the opportunity, inflicting numerous wounds upon him. Blood splattered freely as the three gladiators roared in fury, and the sky appeared to darken further still. In a moment of synchronized brilliance, Spartacus and Chryse capitalized on an opening, leaving two ghastly gashes across Theokos' chest. He crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Cheers erupted as Chryse and Spartacus removed their helmets, laughing heartily in the glory of victory. Astonished at how easily they had dispatched the shadow of death, finding him utterly feeble. However, the cheers were short-lived, as the gasps of astonishment from the audience caught their attention. When Spartacus and Chryse turned to look, they beheld Theokos gripping his swords once more, rising defiantly. The two wounds on his chest continued to bleed, yet they seemed to have no effect on him. He bared his fangs and roared like a wild beast. Capua. Is it my turn to strike? The inhuman physique granted Theokos extraordinary combat prowess. Faced with renewed aggression, Chryse and Spartacus found themselves flustered. Their discord began to influence the battle's dynamics. Chryse, frustrated by Spartacus' presence, decided to engage Theokos alone. Initially, Chryse found himself gaining the upper hand, piercing Theokos' abdomen with a thrust of his sword. Yet, to Chryse's utter astonishment, the shadow of death seemed oblivious to his injuries, instead using its body to ensnare Chryse's short sword. With a resounding thud, the shadow of death delivered a powerful headbutt to Chryse's skull, leaving him reeling as if struck by lightning. The shadow let out a hearty laugh, effortlessly withdrawing the short sword embedded in its abdomen and slashing it across Chryse's chest. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Chryse found his thoughts frozen, incapable of mounting any defense or counterattack. The shadow of death struck again, this time cleaving into Chryse's back, sending him sprawling to the ground like a rag doll, teetering on the brink of death. Theokos, Spartacus roared, intervening just in time to prevent the shadow from severing Chryse's head. He resembled a valiant warrior making a final charge, leaping towards the shadow of death with all his might. However, even with the two of them attacking, they were no match for the shadow, let alone Spartacus alone. Within mere moments, Spartacus found himself at a disadvantage, unable to retaliate. In that critical moment, Chryse, struggling to act, did the only thing he could. Sunlight pierced through the gaps in the clouds, and he seized the helmet that had fallen beside him, redirecting the sunlight into the shadow's eyes. Suddenly blinded by the brilliant light, the shadow felt a sharp sting in its eyes, rendering its vision a golden blur. Seizing the opportunity, Spartacus executed a nimble roll and positioned himself behind the shadow. Spartacus roared, delivering a horizontal slash with his short sword, severing one of the shadow's legs with a decisive blow. The agony of the severed limb elicited a furious roar from the shadow, yet it found no opportunity to retaliate. Spartacus swiftly followed up with another strike, cleaving off the shadow's other leg. Once towering over Spartacus, the shadow was now forced to look up from the ground, diminished. Die! Spartacus cried out, leaping with fervor, his short sword raining down upon the shadow's neck. In a matter of moments, the shadow's throat was reduced to a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. Kill him! Kill him! The audience, having witnessed the thrilling spectacle, clamored for Spartacus to finish off the shadow. Without hesitation, Spartacus acted, recognizing that the shadow's fate was sealed. It would be merciful to grant it a swift end. Chapter 74. For freedom. Xia Changqing never anticipated that the moment Spartacus struck down the shadow of death, rain would suddenly begin to fall from the heavens. After months of drought, Capua was finally blessed with the nourishing downpour. That evening, in the training grounds of the gladiators, all the fighters erupted in cheers for Spartacus. The victor claimed everything, and Spartacus was awarded several new titles: the Messenger of Rain, the Hero of Shadows, and Capua's new champion. Everyone was cheering for Spartacus. And for a moment, no one remembered the ailing Chryse. Batidas, brimming with excitement and wealth, was eager to forge new armor and weapons for Spartacus. The ambition to mold Xia Changqing into the next champion of Capua had long been cast aside by Batidas. Xia, Vero, I bear good news, Spartacus exclaimed, his spirit soaring. Batidas has retrieved Sulla. We shall soon be reunited. Xia Changqing and Vero exchanged glances, both sharing in the joy for Spartacus. Congratulations. While Xia Changqing was aware that this matter would culminate in tragedy, he felt powerless to intervene. He was oblivious to Batidas's plans or the day Sulla would arrive, making it impossible to prevent the impending events. Spartacus regarded him and Vero as his closest friends, and Xia Changqing was reluctant to allow tragedy to unfold. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Changqing finally spoke. Have you considered that Batitus may not be so benevolent as to allow your reunion? Spartacus looked at him. Astonishment mixed with a hint of gravity in his gaze. I am fully aware that Batitus intends to use Sula to manipulate me. Therefore, I have resolved that on the day Sula arrives, I shall flee with her. I will not allow her to become a slave. Facing his two dear friends, Spartacus slowly articulated his plan. Xia Changqing had anticipated this development, yet Vero was taken aback. Spartacus, are you mad? With so many gladiators and guards, and without weapons, how could you possibly escape? Vero urged softly. Vero, I am resolute. There is no need for persuasion. I will not permit Sula to become a slave. Spartacus's determination was unwavering. For the sake of freedom, he was prepared to take the risk. Xia, you must convince him, Vero implored, casting a worried glance at Xia Changqing. However, observing Spartacus's resolute demeanor, Xia Changqing nodded in agreement. I support Spartacus's course of action. Xia? How can you? Vero's words were cut off as Xia Changqing waved his hand. Spartacus, I wonder if you're willing to trust me? Xia, why do you say that? I certainly trust you. Otherwise, I would not share such matters with you. Listen to me, Spartacus. Batitus will not allow you to reunite with your wife. Witnessing Spartacus's unwavering trust, Xia Changqing could no longer withhold what he knew. That is impossible. Batitus has informed me that Sula is on her way to Capua. Xia Changqing slowly shook his head. Batitus has merely agreed to your reunion. He has not assured you that Sula will be alive to join you. Xia, are you suggesting that Batitus intends harm towards Sula? The thought struck Spartacus, and his complexion drained, shifting from one shade to another. The astonishment in Vero's eyes was unmistakable. Xia, surely you jest. How could Batitus dare to act in such a manner? What is it that Batitus would not dare to do? He retorted. His desire to dominate Spartacus means he would never permit you and Sula to reunite. After all this time training, do you not understand the nature of Batitus? What should I do? I cannot allow any harm to come to Sula. Spartacus muttered, utterly flustered. I must confront Batitus and demand the truth from him. Witnessing Spartacus in such a state, Xia Changqing could not help but scold him. Have you lost your senses or succumbed to madness? Batitus would never reveal the truth to you. Then I shall seize him and threaten him with his life. Spartacus replied through gritted teeth. Spartacus, do not act impulsively. What Xia says may not necessarily be true. You must remain calm. Vero urged. No, Vero, Xia's words bear weight. The safety of Sula is at stake, and I cannot afford to take such a gamble. Xia Changqing interjected. Wait, Spartacus, Vero is right. Do not act rashly. With so many gladiators and guards around, success is impossible, and you would only be sacrificing your life. Even with my assistance, we must devise a thorough plan. Spartacus looked at Xia Changqing with gratitude. Xia, this is my own matter. How could I allow you to take such risks? Xia waved his hand dismissively. Spartacus, you are mistaken. My motivations are not solely for you, but for my own freedom. Freedom? Vero echoed the term, realizing its true value only after experiencing its loss. So, Vero, will you join us? Upon hearing Xia Changqing's question, Vero's face displayed uncertainty. He had willingly sold himself into slavery as a gladiator. Vero, you need not respond immediately. Take your time to ponder this. However, I hope you understand that Batitus is no benevolent figure, and being a gladiator is fraught with peril. Of course, should we escape, the dangers may be even greater. It is for you to decide. Regardless of your choice, we shall remain the best of friends. Xia Changqing reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Vero's expression still bore the mark of hesitation. He truly needed to contemplate his decision. Xia, are you genuinely willing to assist me? Spartacus asked once more, his sense of security wavering. Spartacus, I have stated that my motives are rooted in my own quest for freedom, not solely to aid you. Moreover, we must strategize carefully. Uniting the strength of the majority of gladiators, alone, we could achieve nothing. However, Spartacus shook his head anxiously. No one will support us. The risk of death looms over us at any moment. Xia Changqing smiled noncommittally, countering, gladiators also face imminent death. There is not a single slave who does not yearn for freedom. Freedom is akin to a sweet poison, an alluring substance that draws people irresistibly towards it. Chapter 75, Better Dead Than Unfree. Following that fateful conversation with Spartacus, Xia Changqing commenced preparations for his departure. Since he would inevitably leave, he resolved to assist Spartacus in the process. To facilitate their escape, they required the aid of allies. However, within the confines of the training grounds, potential allies were few and far between. Most gladiators were content with their lot, indulging in hedonism at any opportunity, resigned to the possibility of meeting their demise in the arena one day. Originally, Cress could have been a valuable ally. for he had developed a fondness for the slave girl accompanying Lydia and harbored resentment towards Lydia's incessant demands. Unfortunately, during the match against the Shadow of Death, Cress sustained severe injuries, leaving his ability to recover uncertain, thereby disqualifying him as a potential ally. After a thorough observation, Xia Changqing's gaze fell upon another formidable figure within the training arena, the Carthaginian beast, Bacca. Bacca yearned for freedom with an unwavering resolve, and in this competition, he had won a substantial sum from Ashur, sufficient for him and Pyros to purchase their freedom. Pyros, also a slave, served as an assistant to the trainer, Dakotas, while simultaneously being Bacca's beloved. Xia Changqing bore no prejudice against same-sex relationships. He understood that Bacca's singular focus on emancipation and freedom could lead him to the abyss. And thus, Xia Changqing was willing to extend a helping hand. In truth, Ashur lacked the funds to lose to Bacca. Under Bacca's relentless pressure and after hearing some unexpected news, the cunning Ashur devised a nefarious scheme. When Xia Changqing approached to discuss matters with Bacca, he unexpectedly encountered Ashur standing just outside Bacca's door. Xia Changqing chose not to raise alarm. Instead, he concealed himself in the shadows until Ashur departed. And then he revealed himself, stepping forward to knock on Bacca's door. "Who is it?" Upon hearing the knock, Bacca was momentarily startled. The conversation he had just shared with Pyros was a closely guarded secret. Should an outsider divulge it to Petitas, the consequences could be dire, not only for their freedom but for their very lives. "Bacca, it is I, Xia. Will you not let me in for a moment?" Xia Changqing called out from outside the door. "Xia?" Bacca exchanged a glance with Pyros, both expressing their confusion, as they had no prior dealings with individuals from the east. The door creaked open, and Xia Changqing entered the room, leisurely surveying his surroundings before making a startling revelation. "I just saw Ashur standing outside your door. He appeared to leave in haste, though I am uncertain of what he may have overheard." "Ashur?" Bacca's expression darkened rapidly. What had he heard? What mattered most was what you had said. "Bacca, to my knowledge, you won a significant amount from Ashur, intending to purchase your and Pyros' freedom. How did you come to know of these matters?" Bacca regarded Xia Changqing with a wary gaze, momentarily perplexed by his intentions. "Bacca, I am privy to many things. I also know that Ashur has no funds to compensate you. Your plan for redemption is utterly unfeasible. Did you come here merely to mock me? The matter of Ashur's inability to pay is between him and me. It does not concern you, does it?" Bacca's expression was one of resolute dismissal. "Do not be agitated. Bacca, although I find myself with little to do, I would never come solely to deride you. On the contrary, I am here with the intention of saving your life." "Save my life. I am not in any peril," replied Bacca, bewildered. Xia Changqing chuckled lightly. While Bacca might be a formidable gladiator, his disposition was somewhat naive. "You must surely understand that Ashur has overheard something. If this information were to reach Petitas, what do you suppose would be his response?" Xia Changqing spoke plainly, laying bare the gravity of the situation. Bacca's countenance shifted dramatically. Even with his simplicity, he could grasp the underlying implications. "Impossible. My master Petitas would believe me." "Believe you?" Xia Changqing challenged. "Are you deluding yourself, Bacca? After spending so long in Petitas' company, surely you recognize the kind of man he is. The moment Petitas harbors the slightest suspicion, he will ensure you do not leave alive." Without hesitation, Xia Changqing shattered Bacca's illusions. "Do you not understand, Bacca? Trouble arises from one's own words. Even without this incident, how could Petitas ever grant you freedom so easily? Freedom is not something bestowed upon you. It is something you must earn for yourself. What should we do, Bacca? Perhaps we should go and explain things to Master Petitas." At this juncture, Pylos was utterly flustered, gazing at Bacca with anxious anticipation for a decision. "Xia, tell me your purpose for coming here. I cannot believe you are genuinely so benevolent." Bacca regarded Xia Changqing with skepticism. In response, Xia Changqing shrugged, hesitating briefly before revealing a fragment of his intent. "You seek freedom, and I, too, seek freedom." His voice was deep and sincere as he looked earnestly at Bacca. "We are united in this pursuit. Without freedom, one might as well perish." "Freedom, indeed. What are your plans, and how many support you?" Bacca felt a stirring within, reluctantly acknowledging the truth in Xia Changqing's words. Given Petitas' nature, should he detect even the faintest hint of betrayal, Bacca would certainly face dire consequences. "Bacca, let us collaborate. Spartacus is also our ally. After training for so many years, you must have garnered the support of numerous individuals." "Spartacus?" Pylos exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom such an alliance. "He has just become the champion of Capua. How could he possibly agree to this?" "Nothing is impossible. You are aware that Petitas agreed to reunite Spartacus and his wife. However, you remain oblivious to the fact that Petitas intends to eliminate Spartacus's wife in advance." The expressions of Bacca and Pyros betrayed their astonishment. as they had not anticipated that the current champion of the training grounds harbored rebellious thoughts. Nevertheless, if Batidas truly pursues this course of action, Spartacus's response would be entirely understandable. Bacca regarded Pyros, contemplating that if Batidas posed a threat to Pyros, he too would undoubtedly nurture thoughts of rebellion. No, he had already succumbed to such sentiments. Xia, I shall persuade several gladiators to join our cause. However, I cannot guarantee the number. No problem. Quality is more valuable than quantity. Yet, this endeavor must remain clandestine, and be cautious of Ashur. He will surely inform Batidas of our plans. I cannot assure that we will be adequately prepared by then. Chapter 76. Undercurrents in Truth. Xia Changqing's assessment of Ashur was remarkably astute. As Batidas extended an invitation to the magistrate for a personal visit, an anonymous letter was delivered to this location. The letter disclosed the sighting of the magistrate's surviving nephew outside the city of Capua. This was undeniably a conspiracy. When Batidas escorted Spartacus to the underground arena, he was ambushed by two unfamiliar slaves, which incited his wrath. Consequently, Bacca and Ashur's investigation successfully pinpointed the lead to the magistrate's cousin. Avidus, the magistrate's cousin, also happened to be Batidas's creditor. Because Solanus had financed this debt, Avidus was compelled to fund the employment of the unfamiliar slaves to assassinate Batidas at his behest. Upon uncovering the identity of the mastermind, Batidas, being ruthless, accompanied Bacca on a dark and tempestuous night to eliminate Avidus's entire family. Naturally, Avidus's son was among the victims, as Batidas had explicitly ordered Bacca to execute the child. Now, however, a sudden letter bearing news that the child was still alive plunged Batidas into a state of panic. The child had seen the faces of both Batidas and Bacca. Should he reveal Batidas's identity, the wrath of the magistrate would be inescapable. Yet, this entire scheme was Ashur's design. He had inadvertently overheard the conversation between Bacca and Pyros, leading him to concoct a nefarious plot. As Batidas found himself engulfed in rage and fear, Ashur subtly redirected the focus onto Bacca, while Ashur busied himself executing his treacherous plan. A current of unrest quietly surged within the depths of the training grounds dungeon. Bacca enjoyed immense prestige at the training arena prior to Spartacus's arrival. He was second only to Cress. Moreover, most gladiators were aware of Bacca's yearning for freedom. Bacca persuaded some of his staunch supporters to join him in the pursuit of freedom through their own efforts. It became evident that individuals like Ashur were but a minority among the gladiators. Unbeknownst to them, a phrase had begun to circulate among the majority: better to die than to be unfree. They were willing to take action for this cause. They would rather perish fighting against the Romans than meet their end like mere beasts in the arena. The succinct declaration, better to die than to be unfree, subtly emerged as the new creed of the gladiators. They no longer sought the elusive glory that accompanied their status, but instead yearned to fight for their freedom. Unfortunately, at that moment, Cress was in a dire state, and a significant faction of the training ground remained loyal to him. Spartacus had not been present at the training grounds long enough, and due to his temperament, he appeared out of place among the other gladiators, failing to earn their unwavering loyalty, even after becoming Capua's new champion. These factors weighed heavily on the situation. Prior to this, Batidas had already heeded Ashur's malicious counsel, fostering suspicion towards Bacca. Ashur understood that directly questioning Bacca would yield no truth. Thus he advised Batidas to first inquire of Pylus. The relationship between Pylus and Bacca was well known, and Pylus, possessing a kind heart and lacking guile, would be easily compelled to speak. Batidas, embodying a nefarious demeanor, summoned Pylus. Facing the innocent youth, Batidas began his performance as an actor. His skills fell short of those of a leading man, yet they sufficed to manipulate a pure-hearted boy. However, under the reminder from Xia Changqing, Pylus, despite his innocence, was aware of the grave consequences of speaking inappropriately. Batidas, feeling a pang of guilt, expressed to Pylus his regret over having instructed Bacca to kill the young son of Avidus, which weighed heavily on his conscience. Master, it is truly unfortunate. Bacca has also mentioned this to me, yet he harbors no regrets, for it was your command, and he remains forever loyal to you. Pylus's expression bore a hint of sorrow. His acting was evidently lacking, yet Batidas remained oblivious to this flaw. Indeed, Bacca had taken the life of that child, but he had chosen to lie in order to spare Pylus's feelings. However, with Xia Changqing's prompting, Bacca had aligned his narrative with Pylus. Pylus, are you certain that Bacca said this? Could he have intentionally let that boy go? Batidas inquired anxiously. Master, Bacca would never dare defy your command. He did indeed kill that poor boy. Although I too struggle to forgive him, this is the truth, Pylus replied, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes as he mourned for the unfortunate child. Upon hearing the words of the honest and benevolent Pylus, Batidas appeared somewhat bewildered. He waved his hand to dismiss Pylus and turned his gaze intently towards Ashur. The pair of master and servant exchanged a glance. And Ashur's eyes were equally filled with confusion. The script was not aligning with the narrative he had heard. Had he misinterpreted the events? Ashur's expression shifted restlessly. Ashur, Baka has not betrayed me. I require you to investigate the truth behind this matter, Batitas commanded. My master, perhaps Pylus has spoken falsely? Ashur replied, growing anxious. The authenticity of this situation would soon reveal itself, and if Baka were not silenced now, such an opportunity might never arise again. My lord, there is indeed a matter concerning Baka's desire for emancipation, and he may very well have deceived us regarding this issue. The topic of emancipation struck a nerve with Batitas. He was not a man of kindness. As long as Baka could generate wealth for him, he would not easily grant him freedom. The very aspiration for liberty was inherently an act of betrayal. Batitas' expression flickered between darkness and light, and ultimately, a chilling resolve emerged in his eyes. If Baka harbored thoughts of freedom, he could not afford to show mercy. After all, Baka was privy to too many of Batitas' secrets, which rendered Batitas unwilling to grant him his freedom. Ashur, summon Baka to me. I wish to interrogate him personally. Ashur bowed his head, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He had anticipated that the subject of emancipation would strike a nerve with Batitas. Baka was rather naive. A slave who knew many of his master's secrets dared to dream of freedom. Chapter 77. Escaping calamity. Ashur descended into the cage below the training grounds, where all the gladiators were currently gathered in the bathhouse. Doubts about Baka had begun to stir within Batitas, and perhaps Ashur's deceit would soon be unveiled. However, the gladiators were growing impatient, especially Spartacus, who yearned to reunite with his wife. Inside the bathhouse, the gladiators, who had been conversing in hushed tones, fell silent upon Ashur's entrance. They harbored a disdain for Ashur and naturally did not trust him. Ashur sensed an unusual atmosphere in the bathhouse, but his singular focus on eliminating Baka's strong intent prevented him from dwelling on it further. He approached Baka directly. Baka, my master requests your presence. His mood is quite favorable this evening. Should you seize this opportunity to seek your emancipation, your chances of success will be significantly heightened. With a smile gracing his features, Ashur's sweet words concealed a venomous intent. He was certain that if Baka were to broach the subject of emancipation, Batitas would not easily let him escape. What does my master require of me? Baka inquired. Baka's expression remained unperturbed from the moment Pylus was summoned away. He realized that Xia Changqing's prophecy had indeed come to fruition. Ashur was utterly untrustworthy. Whatever he claimed, Baka resolved to do the opposite. Although I was unaware of my master's intentions, tonight presented a fortuitous opportunity. I shall assist you in elucidating matters to our master, and should our endeavor succeed, what if I were to reduce your debt by half? In an attempt to justify his unexpected benevolence, Ashur brought up the issue of his debts. However, Ashur was entirely oblivious to the fact that Baka had long since discerned the true nature of his scheming. Summoned by the master, Baka dared not refuse. His gaze instinctively drifted towards the direction of Xia Changqing. In response to Baka's look, Xia Changqing nodded slightly, confident that as long as Baka did not act recklessly, he could navigate this predicament successfully. Under Ashur's guidance, Baka entered the main hall, where he encountered Batitas lurking in the shadows. I have heard you wish to redeem your freedom? Batitas' tone was flat, yet tinged with a chilling undertone. Baka's heart stirred momentarily. He entertained the fleeting fantasy that Batitas might grant him his freedom outright. However, this notion was swiftly cast aside. He was no fool. The earlier summons of Pylus had already hinted at Batitas' growing suspicions. Baka was resolutely convinced that this entire affair was a result of Ashur's machinations. Thus, before responding, Baka cast a meaningful glance back at Ashur, who failed to grasp its significance and merely offered Baka a smile of encouragement. Turning back, Baka stated plainly, "That is not my intention, my master. I take pride in being a gladiator of the Batitas family. I shall devote my soul and blood for the glory of Batitas." Upon hearing this declaration, Ashur, standing behind Baka, was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why Baka would so boldly reverse his stance at such a critical juncture. As his expression fluctuated, Ashur opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, Baka continued, "My master, I am curious as to the source of this rumor. This individual surely harbors malicious intent, seeking to sow discord between us." Ashur's countenance shifted between uncertainty and agitation. Baka's words were clearly laden with implication. After listening to Baka, Batitas' icy demeanor finally softened, revealing that Baka did not, in fact, intend to seek his freedom. Yet, what explanation could be offered regarding the continued existence of Avidus' son? Baka, I certainly trust you. However, could you elucidate why Avidus' son is still alive? Barca's expression shifted to one of dawning realization. All of Xia Changqing's suspicions had been validated. Ashur was indeed using this matter to frame him. It is impossible, my master. I personally severed the child's throat. I am quite certain he is dead. The administrative officer was hastily on his way to meet him. The child, Batitas, had not finished speaking when he was interrupted by the frowning Baca. Though such behavior was rather unreasonable, Baca understood that he needed to seize the initiative. My lord, I am uncertain how the administrative officer received the news, Batitas responded, taken aback by the inquiry. Without a moment's hesitation, he added, at the banquet just now, someone delivered a letter. Baca, what do you wish to convey? The administrative officer could arrive at my mansion with his men at any moment. My lord, did you happen to notice the messenger? Baca inquired, probing for loopholes in the matter. The people of Capua were well aware that the administrative officer's cousin's family had perished. It was not inconceivable that a stranger could deceive the administrative officer with a fabricated letter. Upon grasping the intricacies of the situation, Baca spoke confidently. It is impossible. Who would have the audacity to deceive the administrative officer? Batitas firmly refuted. Indeed, my lord. No one dares to deceive the administrative officer. If that child were truly alive, would not the messenger seize the opportunity to demand a reward? I cannot believe he would act so benevolently. The messenger? He appeared to be a slave of the administrative officer's household, or perhaps not. I have never seen him, Batitas replied, his expression now tinged with doubt. Baca's remarks had indeed cast a shadow of suspicion over the matter. My lord, Baca continued, did the letter indicate where that child was found? It seems he was discovered north of Capua. My lord, please consider this carefully. A child so small, even if he were alive, how could he possibly traverse such a distance alone in this torrential rain? Baca, do you imply that the letter is a forgery? Without a doubt, my master. Baca replied respectfully. After hearing these words, no one noticed the tempestuous turmoil in Ashur's gaze. He had never anticipated that Baca could possess such intelligence. Yet, Ashur remained oblivious to the fact that Baca's cleverness was not innate, but rather a result of guidance from Xia Changqing, who had foreseen the plot. Nevertheless, the matter remained shrouded in uncertainty. Who had forged the letter, and what was their motive? These questions lingered unanswered. Ashur wished to voice something further, but the multitude of surprises he had encountered that night left him in a state of shock. What had once seemed a foolproof plan to eliminate Baca now bore significant flaws. He was perplexed as to why both Baca and Pylas had altered their stances. Chapter 78. This very night, as he walked along the dim corridor leading to the cage, Ashur could no longer restrain himself and cautiously approached Baca. Baca, have you not long desired to redeem yourself? Why not speak to our master? Upon hearing this, Baca felt a surge of anger rising within him. He no longer felt the need to control his emotions. In a swift motion, Baca seized Ashur by the throat and pinned him against the wall. Ashur, do not presume that your actions go unnoticed. Should you dare to make any further moves, I shall break your neck. Ashur raised his hands in a gesture of harmlessness, though tumultuous waves surged within him. Yet, he refused to acknowledge his misdeeds. Be gentle, Baca. My neck is at risk of breaking. I am unaware of what I have done to provoke such wrath from you. If this concerns my debts, rest assured, I shall repay you in full without delay. Confronted by Ashur's evasive responses, Baca chose not to press the issue further. However, should their fellow gladiators rise in revolt, he would not hesitate to personally execute Ashur. With a disdainful snort, Baca released Ashur and retreated to the bathhouse, as he had yet to complete his cleansing ritual. Watching Baca's departing figure, Ashur's expression darkened, and his murderous intent towards Baca intensified. Inside the bathhouse, Xia Changqing observed the successful return of Baca, recognizing that he had narrowly escaped peril. Baca, how did it go? Xia Changqing inquired. Baca leaned closer to Xia Changqing, whispering, as you suspected, Ashur was indeed scheming within. Had it not been for your warning, I might have fallen victim to Batitas' wrath. Do not worry, Baca. You will have your opportunity for vengeance, Xia assured. When shall we act? Baca asked eagerly, yearning to taste freedom, even if it led him to the abyss. Time is of the essence. We shall strike tonight, Xia Changqing replied, casting a decisive glance at Baca. Tonight? Is that not rather hasty? What about our weapons? And what of Cress? The Gauls will only follow Cress. Moreover, we lack the keys to the cells and cannot escape. Baca voiced his concerns. Then we shall take Cress with us. Inform the Gauls that Batitas has abandoned Cress. If they wish to save his life and attain freedom, they must not hesitate. They must join us in our revolt. As for the other matters, leave them be. Instruct the others to eliminate all guards. Understood, Xia. Baca nodded, indicating his comprehension, and set off to relay the news to each gladiator. All the gladiators had readied themselves, poised to unleash the first strike of the slave uprising. As time passed, Midnight swiftly approached. None of the gladiators succumbed to slumber. Spartacus drew forth the dagger he had hidden and approached Xia Changqing. Xia, I am prepared. What are our next steps? Xia Changqing opened his eyes and glanced at Spartacus and Vero, who shared his cell, nodding at them. Freedom beckoned, as Xia Changqing and Spartacus rose. The surrounding gladiators responded in kind, gathering at the entrance of their confinement, quietly observing Xia Changqing and Spartacus. Xia Changqing nodded at Spartacus, recognizing that the moment was ripe. The night was tranquil, and the guards had succumbed to slumber. If the gladiators could secure their weapons, they would effortlessly seize control of Batitus's mansion. All eyes were fixed upon Xia Changqing, who had previously assured the gladiators that he possessed the means to unlock their cage. Unlocking the cage was the initial step of the uprising. Failure to do so would render the gladiators' aspirations a mere jest. Indeed, Xia Changqing had a method. He approached the door of his own cage, glanced at the surrounding gladiators, and casually plucked a strand of his hair. The moment of miracle had arrived. He theatrically inserted the hair into the keyhole, and from an angle unseen by the gladiators, it appeared as though the strand possessed a life of its own. Writhing into the lock. With a crisp click, the lock yielded. The gladiators stood in astonishment, their brows furrowed in confusion. Was this the mysterious power of the Easterners? Unlocking a door with a hair? Truly remarkable. Xia Changqing pushed the cage door open with ease, gesturing for Spartacus and Vero to follow. Taking a deep breath, Spartacus and Vero exchanged a glance. Stepping through this door meant there would be no turning back. Yet, without hesitation, they followed in Xia Changqing's footsteps, emerging from the cage. Though this was but a small step for one man, it was a monumental leap for all enslaved souls. Xia Changqing opened the gates of the underground prison one by one, and the gladiators poured out, gathering around him and Spartacus, their eyes glowing with fervor. This night, they would fight for their freedom. Let us retrieve our weapons, Xia Changqing whispered, leading the way toward the armory. The gladiators fell into silence, their footsteps echoing in the stillness, an intangible aura of menace gradually enveloping them. The lock of the armory posed no obstacle to Xia Changqing's shadowy prowess. As the wooden door creaked open, the gladiators filed in, seizing short swords and shields, not the training swords they were accustomed to, but authentic weapons meant for combat. Regrettably, there was no armor within the armory. Although the gladiators were accustomed to fighting without armor, Xia Changqing believed that donning it would offer greater safety. Spartacus, however, donned the armor specially crafted for him by Batitus, exuding an imposing presence. With a short sword in hand, Xia Changqing surveyed the eager faces of the gladiators. They had endured oppression for far too long. It was time for the nobility to witness the fury of the gladiators. The objective was to eliminate the guards quietly and swiftly, seizing control of the entire mansion. Spartacus, Vero, we will apprehend Batitus. Bacca, take your men to keep a close watch on Morkit. Ensure he does not leave his room. Furthermore, let us refrain from the senseless slaughter of innocents. For slaves may one day become our allies. Should I discover anyone engaging in unwarranted bloodshed, do not blame me for my unforgiving blade, Xia Changqing whispered, ensuring that every gladiator comprehended his words. The gladiators, known for their wild and untamed nature, proved difficult to control. Xia Changqing harbored grave concerns that their fervor for killing might lead to the complete annihilation of the mansion. Chapter 79. Interrogation. Do you all understand your purposes? Xia Changqing inquired once more, to which the gladiators silently nodded. At least for now, they were still obedient to his commands. The circumstances following their escape were not a matter for current contemplation. Let us depart. Leading the charge, Xia Changqing and the gladiators approached the iron gate leading to the mansion. Without hesitation, Xia Changqing stepped forward to unlock it, and from this moment forth, the path to the mansion lay unobstructed. As the grand door swung open, the gladiators transformed into ferocious tigers breaking free from their confines, scattering in search of their prey. A silent slaughter commenced within Batitus's mansion. Xia Changqing cast a glance at Spartacus, and the group, shrouded in silence, proceeded toward the location of Batitus's bedroom. Navigating through the back hall and into the front hall, Xia Changqing's eyes fell upon his long sword, Frostwinter, which had been hung upon the wall as mere decoration. He stepped forward to retrieve Frostwinter, and the group hastened toward Batitus's quarters. Yet, before Xia Changqing could reach the threshold of Batitus's door, a piercing scream suddenly echoed through the air. This was soon followed by a cacophony of shouts and cries. Xia Changqing was unaware of the turmoil among the other gladiators. All he could do was rush to subdue Batitus, urging his companions to quicken their pace. At the doorway to Batitus's bedroom, restless slaves stood guard. Upon seeing Xia Changqing and his fierce companions brandishing weapons, the slaves instinctively opened their mouths to scream. In unison, Xia Changqing and Spartacus lunged forward. forcefully pushing the slaves aside as they stormed into Batita's chamber. Neither Xia Changqing nor Spartacus wished to harm these unarmed slaves. They too were victims of circumstance. Even if Batita's were to awaken at the sound of the slave screams, it would not hinder the unfolding events. As Xia Changqing and Spartacus entered the room, swords drawn, Batita's remained in a dazed state, momentarily oblivious to the chaos around him. It was only when the blade was pressed against his throat that Batita's jolted back to reality, a cold sweat beginning to bead on his brow. Spartacus? Xia? What do you intend to do? A scream erupted from beside them, prompting Xia Changqing to deliver a swift punch to the face of the screaming Lydia. Silence. If you dare to scream again, I shall sever your throat. Xia Changqing growled menacingly. How dare you, wretched slaves, betray me? Listening to the cacophony of anguished cries and the clamor of battle within the mansion, Battitus grasped the gravity of the situation. He turned to the two before him and admonished them sharply. In Rome, the law imposed severe penalties on slaves who betrayed their masters, and Battitus could scarcely fathom that Spartacus, who had just ascended to the pinnacle of glory as the champion of Capua, would dare to betray him. Battitus had no time to contemplate how the gladiator had escaped his confines, for Spartacus had already delivered a punch that sent blood gushing from his nose. Battitus, spare me your words and tell me where Sulla is. Spartacus demanded. Ah, Spartacus, so you wish to discover the fate of your wife? Then remove the sword from my throat. Battitus retorted. Battitus, Xia Changqing interjected coldly. Do you not comprehend the dire circumstances we face? With a glance at Xia Changqing, Battitus then addressed Spartacus. If you kill me, you shall never see your wife again. I shall be forthright with you, Spartacus. Your wife will arrive here tomorrow, but you will only behold her lifeless body. I have already commanded her death en route. Scoundrel! Spartacus seethed, unleashing a flurry of blows upon Battitus's face, leaving him battered and bloodied. Battitus, he bellowed, do you wish to witness your wife's demise? Calm yourself, Spartacus, Xia Changqing cautioned, attempting to restrain the furious gladiator. He reached for Lydia's hair, intending to use her as leverage against Battitus. However, to his surprise, he grasped a handful of wig instead, revealing that Lydia was wearing a false mane. In such a grave situation, the awkwardness of the moment was nearly laughable, and Xia Changqing had to stifle a chuckle. Reaching out once more, this time he felt a solid grip and pulled the screaming Lydia before Battitus. Choose. Will you reveal the whereabouts of Spartacus's wife? Or do you prefer to witness her perish before your very eyes? In the face of Xia Changqing's threat, Battitus merely scoffed, disdainfully replying, whether I speak or remain silent, death is inevitable. I intend for Spartacus's wife to accompany us in death. Xia Changqing's expression hardened, astonished by Battitus's defiance and utter lack of fear in the face of his threats. As Battitus had asserted, without divulging the whereabouts of Spartacus's wife, the gladiator would never easily resort to killing them. Xia Changqing furrowed his brow in contemplation before resolutely stating, Battitus, Spartacus and I swear by the gods that if you reveal Sulla's location, we shall grant you your life. Absolutely not, Xia. I vehemently oppose this. Spartacus interjected, expressing his dissent before Battitus could even respond. Spartacus, do you wish for your wife to die in vain? Reuniting with her has always been your dream. Listen to me. I shall take charge of this matter. Xia Changqing stated resolutely, pulling Spartacus along. He then turned to Battitus and inquired, well, Battitus, I have demonstrated sufficient sincerity, one life in exchange for two. Will you engage in this transaction or not? Battitus, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, contemplated his imminent demise. Naturally, he wished to evade such a fate. Gazing into Lydia's pleading eyes, his heart wavered. Battitus, what are you hesitating for? Know this. Your lives and Lydia's rest in the balance of our decision, and you possess no alternatives. Spartacus and I are not like you. We shall steadfastly uphold our oaths, granting you your lives as promised. Battitus's gaze flickered wildly as he grappled with his inner turmoil, yet, confronted with the specter of death, even the faintest glimmer of hope compels a human to grasp it desperately. You swear. Upon hearing Battitus's tentative tone, Xia Changqing exchanged a glance with Spartacus, and the two began to swear in the name of Jupiter. Chapter 80. A difficult choice. In Roman mythology, Jupiter is the king of the gods, and by swearing in his name, Xia Changqing and Spartacus successfully instilled trust in Battitus. Ultimately, faced with this slender chance of survival, Battitus capitulated, revealing the position through which Sulla would pass the following day. However, he had already given the order to eliminate Sulla before arriving in Capua. If Spartacus wished to save SUC, he needed to act before Battitus did. With a bit of time remaining before dawn, Spartacus still possessed ample opportunity to rescue Sulla. However, observing Spartacus's anxious demeanor, Xia Changqing recognized his urgency. They proceeded toward the door, eager to conclude the conflict within the mansion and depart this place as soon as possible. As they walked away, Batidas and Lydia could not help but embrace each other, exhaling a profound sigh of relief. Xia Changqing had indeed honored his oath and spared their lives. What foolish slaves! Batidas thought bitterly, his eyes brimming with hatred. He vowed never to forgive these wretched slaves, intending to crucify them all. Upon reaching the doorway, Xia Changqing suddenly turned to gaze at Batidas, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. "Vero, I entrust Batidas to you," Xia Changqing said, gesturing slowly with a throat-cutting motion. Vero instantly comprehended his intent, drawing his sword and stepping into the room. "Xia Yu?" Spartacus exclaimed, astonished at Xia Changqing's actions. Xia Changqing smirked coldly. "Spartacus, are you questioning whether we not swore to Jupiter to spare Batidas? Indeed, we did swear. But Vero made no such oath. It is Vero who will slay Batidas. What concern is it of ours?" Spartacus gazed in astonishment at Xia Changqing, astounded by such an unexpected maneuver. Upon reflection, he realized that Xia's words bore no flaw. Amid their conversation, the agonizing screams of Batidas and Radia echoed through the room, accompanied by their venomous curses directed at the treacherous duo. Xia Changqing merely chuckled dismissively. After all, it was but a curse. This was not a realm of mystique. And who would take such matters to heart? Spartacus, do not dwell too much on this. Swiftly conclude the affairs here, and you shall reunite with Sulla sooner. At the mere mention of Sulla's name, Spartacus ceased to be troubled by the situation. Once Vero emerged wielding a bloody dagger, the three departed, leaving behind the unblinking gaze of Batidas and Radia, fixated on their retreating figures. The tumult of battle within the training grounds was nearing its conclusion. The gladiators' sudden onslaught rendered the slumbering guards akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly defenseless. Though there were minor setbacks, they were inconsequential. The guards were soon decimated by the gladiators. All the slaves were gathered together, huddled in the hall, as if seeking solace in their proximity. Surrounding them were the bloodied gladiators, who, under Xia Changqing's command, refrained from harming the captives. "Xia, we must take these individuals with us. Remaining here leads to certain death." Spartacus's heart swelled with compassion as he beheld the congregated slaves. It must be said that Spartacus was a man of profound empathy. Otherwise, he would not have instigated the most significant slave uprising in Roman history. "Spartacus, may I inquire about your intentions? Do you wish to find Sulla and retreat into the mountains to live as a recluse? Or do you aspire to lead these gladiators in a noble endeavor, liberating more slaves?" Xia Changqing regarded Spartacus, eager to discern his thoughts. At this juncture, Sulla was still alive, leaving Xia uncertain of Spartacus's true desires. "Spartacus, follow your heart. If your only wish is to hide away with Sulla, then there is no need to concern yourself with these slaves, for while you may save them for a moment, you cannot secure their freedom for a lifetime. However, should you choose the latter path, you will require the support of these slaves." Xia's inquiry left Spartacus momentarily bewildered. His singular focus had been on reuniting with Sulla, and he had not contemplated the matter so deeply. I have not thought about it," Spartacus replied, his expression one of confusion. Suddenly, he turned to Xia Changqing. "And what of you, Xia? In my eyes, you have always been a figure shrouded in mystery. What are your plans?" As he met Spartacus's gaze, Xia Changqing offered a nonchalant smile. "Spartacus, do not forget, I hail from the East. I harbor no interest in toppling Roman rule. Nor will the slaves trust one from the East. Thus, the liberation of more slaves rests solely upon your shoulders, Spartacus." Xia Changqing's observations are indeed astute. He harbors profound respect and admiration for Spartacus. Yet, he refrains from treading the path of Spartacus, recognizing the arduous nature of liberating slaves and the formidable likelihood of failure. Throughout the annals of history, both ancient and modern, instances of successful uprisings by the oppressed are exceedingly rare. Were Rome embroiled in fragmentation and turmoil, the prospect of a slave revolt might hold a glimmer of hope. However, the present reality reveals Rome's overwhelming strength, bolstered by a well-trained army. While the slave insurgents are but a disorganized multitude, plagued by internal strife, their defeat is all but inevitable. Nonetheless, Xia Changqing understands that Spartacus's choices remain unaffected by his own apprehensions. Spartacus's greatness lies in his willingness to pursue a seemingly futile endeavor. Furthermore, I must candidly express that the chances of successfully liberating slaves in Rome are exceedingly slim. Countless lives will be lost in the struggle, including perhaps your own or Sulla's. This arduous journey is predestined, contingent solely upon one's choices. Spartacus finds himself beset by doubt, his thoughts in constant flux. He has yet to solidify his convictions, having not yet grappled with the deaths of his wife and friends. "I am uncertain how to choose, Xia," he confides. "But I shall not allow these individuals to perish here in misery. If I must die, I shall do so as a free man. Spartacus, I respect your decision." Xia Changqing knows well that Spartacus will not easily abandon these slaves. Go, persuade them. He urges, this is no mere fantasy. Perhaps you wish to escape with everyone. Yet they may not share your desire. A forced alliance bears no sweetness. Xia Changqing comprehends this truth deeply. Chapter 81. Persuasion in the Mansion of Batidas. The carnage is drawing to a close, and the gladiators gradually gather in the hall. All the slaves have been herded together, trembling in fear. With a heart full of compassion, Spartacus draws his sword and approaches the slaves, passionately inspiring them to embrace the freedom that awaits. Xia Changqing and Vero stand in a corner of the hall, quietly observing Spartacus's silhouette, compelled to acknowledge his undeniable charisma. He is a natural leader. After a moment's reflection, Xia Changqing diverts his gaze, aware that numerous matters remain unresolved. Vero, where is Baka? He inquires. Baka? He is currently preoccupied. He must be tormenting Ashur. Vero replies nonchalantly. He must hasten. We cannot afford to linger here. Xia Changqing commands, casting his gaze around swiftly, landing on Pyrrhus. Pyrrhus. Gather the brothers and retrieve the weapons and leather armor from the mansion. We shall need them. Also, find someone to inquire where Batidas has concealed his gold coins. No problem, leave it to me. As Pyros, who was initially observing the commotion, readily agreed. He promptly led a few gladiators to search for money and valuables within the mansion. Although the gladiators had grown accustomed to fighting without armor, Xia Changqing believed this was an unwise habit. Many battles lay ahead, and the assistance provided by armor would prove invaluable. Xia, you should come and see. Dukat is in a furious rage. What are we to do about him? A gladiator hurried over to Xia Changqing, interrupting his quest to discover where Batidas had hidden his wealth. Following the gladiator's lead, Xia Changqing arrived outside Dukat's room, where a gladiator was firmly blocking the door, preventing Dukat from emerging, while Dukat raged within. Dukat, calm yourself. Xia Changqing called from outside. Xia? Dukat's tirade paused. Let me out, Eastern brat. What have you all done? Does my presence at your door not signify something? Dukat, I can release you, but you must first choose. Will you be our enemy or our ally? You have indeed betrayed the Batidas family in the honor of being a gladiator. Dukat shouted vehemently. Xia Changqing smirked coldly. The truth is, gladiators possess no honor. We are merely pitiful creatures for the amusement of the Romans. Dukat, declare your choice. My patience is finite. Xia, you know nothing of a gladiator's honor. You shall never become a true gladiator. As you say, I have no desire to be a gladiator. I would rather be a free fighter. Better to die than to live unfree. Xia Changqing proclaimed loudly, recognizing Dukat as an exceptional combatant, whose allegiance would be invaluable. Better to die than to live unfree. Echoed the gladiators surrounding Xia Changqing. Their voices pierced through the wooden door, momentarily silencing Dukat, the gladiator trainer. Dukat, do you hear? This is the call of freedom. We have embraced a new faith, one of liberty. We no longer worship the gods. Freedom shall be our lifelong pursuit. Even in death, we will fight for freedom. The allure of freedom was profoundly enticing for the slaves and gladiators alike. Inside the room, Dukat remained silent for an extended period. As time slipped by and Xia Changqing's patience waned, Dukat finally spoke. Xia, I must concede, the notion of freedom you present is indeed compelling. I accept your offer. I will fight alongside you for liberty. However, should I discover that you betray this belief, I will leave without hesitation. A smile graced Xia Changqing's lips. He had discerned that Dukat's true nature was not one of resignation, but of rebellion. He nodded to the gladiators to open Dukat's door. Dukat, welcome to the ranks of the free fighters. The door swung open, and Doctor emerged from the room, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Xia Changqing, as if he were encountering him for the very first time. Xia, I must confess I underestimated you. Where is Batidas? Did you kill him? Rest assured, Doctor. Both Batidas and Lydia have surrendered to the embrace of the goddess of death. Gather your belongings. We must depart swiftly. Doctor had little to pack. Clad in his muscle armor, he stood in the home he had inhabited for many years, his gaze fixated on the whip he had wielded during training. With a sense of detachment, he turned away. The whip symbolized his identity as a trainer of gladiators. Now, by discarding it, he relinquished that identity, becoming merely a free fighter. Doctor, he hastened to Xia Changqing's side. What are your plans? After tonight's upheaval, the magistrate will not let this go lightly. Doctor, our first priority is to leave Capua and locate Spartacus's wife. Batidas explicitly confessed he ordered her death before Sulla's arrival in Capua. Our time is limited. Upon hearing this, Doctor's expression darkened, though his typically somber demeanor masked any visible change. Yet, a pressing concern soon surfaced in his mind. He inquired urgently, what about Cress? He is gravely injured and unconscious. Leaving him here spells certain death. Xia Changqing felt a fleeting pang of discomfort. Cress had been in training for far too long. earning the unwavering loyalty of most gladiators, even capturing the concern of Doctor, his trainer. Were it not for these ties, Xia Changqing would have readily abandoned Cress. A single leader suffices in a group, and too many voices inevitably invite discord. Regrettably, the majority would vehemently oppose forsaking Cress. We take Cress with us. He is our brother, and we cannot abandon him, Xia Changqing declared with gravity. Internally, he smirked at the hypocrisy of his words. However, he did not deem his thoughts erroneous. Without Cress, the ranks of the insurgents would likely fracture. Yet, even with Cress in tow, Xia Changqing harbored doubts about his survival during their escape. Chapter 82. Divergence. Upon returning to the hall of the mansion, Xia Changqing found Spartacus concluding his impassioned address. The eyes of all the slaves alight with a newfound fervor. It was a yearning for freedom, a path fraught with challenges and thorns, yet irresistibly enticing. The hidden dinars of Batitas had been unearthed, turning the mansion upside down. Gladiators donned ill-fitting leather armor meant for guards, and Xia Changqing ordered the collection of the guards' weapons, most of which were long, spear-like implements. The spears were allocated to the slaves, and their lack of martial prowess was inconsequential when faced with peril. They could merely thrust the sharp tips down with ferocity. Should they fail even in this, Xia Changqing saw little merit in their salvation. Spartacus, let us depart. The gladiators reassembled, swinging open the grand doors of the mansion, striding forth as their figures swiftly melded into the shadows. Behind them, fierce flames raged, completely consuming the estate of the Batitas family. The rainy season in Capua had just commenced, with torrential downpours cascading from the heavens. Yet these deluges could not extinguish the inferno devouring the mansion. Situated upon a small hill in a somewhat secluded area, the Batitas' residence was seldom visited by anyone. By the time the estate was discovered to be nothing but ash, 5 days had elapsed. No one would associate this devastation with a slave uprising, for such a large-scale revolt had yet to occur in Rome. Moreover, the magistrate was disinclined to intervene, as the brutal murder of his cousin's family remained unresolved. Serendipitously, this allowed Xia Changqing and Spartacus ample time to distance themselves from Capua. During this interval, Spartacus successfully reunited with his wife, Sura, having endured numerous trials to achieve this reunion. Contrary to expectations, no formal Roman legions had yet come in search of them. Reflecting on the current circumstances, Xia Changqing mused that as long as they remained discreet and refrained from attempting to liberate more slaves, they might have a substantial chance of living freely. This sentiment resonated with many slaves, for humanity is inherently selfish. As long as one can secure their own well-being, few concern themselves with the fates of others. Unsurprisingly to Xia Changqing, Spartacus was resolved to leverage his abilities to rescue more individuals, embodying the spirit of a hero. Sura wholeheartedly supported his endeavors, for their shared experience of enslavement allowed them to deeply comprehend the sorrows of their condition. Thus, within the ranks of gladiators emerging from the Batitas' training grounds, divisions began to surface. A faction led by Bacca argued that since they had attained freedom, there was no need to court trouble. Was a stable life not sufficient? Furthermore, after enduring considerable time, Cress's injuries had worsened, and it was uncertain how much longer he could endure. Bacca was unwilling to follow Spartacus into a life of peril. On the other hand, those who supported Spartacus included Docet and Vero, yet their numbers were regrettably meager. The majority of slaves aspired to escape into the eastern forests, where they could live far from conflict, engaging in hunting and cultivation, a most desirable existence. Xia Changqing observed with a cold gaze, his heart tinged with a hint of melancholy. The destined failure of the slave uprising was not without cause. Just as they had escaped from their confines, the group had already splintered into two factions, lacking a unified voice, making failure inevitable. Although Spartacus's ideals were noble, Xia Changqing harbored doubts about his success. Nonetheless, he would not hinder Spartacus's endeavor. What took Xia Changqing by surprise, however, was that both factions sought to garner his support. Yet, he had no inclination to align himself with either side. He was destined to be a solitary wanderer, a mere traveler in this world, incapable of aiding Spartacus in establishing a realm of freedom and equality. Of course, the bond between the two men was genuine. Xia Changqing was not devoid of compassion. When Spartacus needed assistance, he would not hesitate to lend a hand. One night, Xia Changqing sought out Spartacus. "Xia, I thought you were in support of me," Spartacus remarked, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Upon Xia Changqing's silence, he sensed that their thoughts diverged. Xia Changqing simply shook his head in response. "Spartacus, I am an Easterner, as I have previously conveyed. I am destined to be a solitary wanderer. I have journeyed from the distant east to understand Rome. My enslavement was merely an incidental occurrence." Xia Changqing gradually articulated the excuse he had previously employed, and disappointment was evident on Spartacus's face. "Are you returning to the east?" Spartacus inquired with a hint of regret. Indeed, Xia Changqing affirmed. In truth, whether it was the Eastern Han or Rome, there was little distinction for him. Xia Changqing had resolved to part ways with Spartacus, having gained considerable strength through gladiatorial training, meeting the system's requirements. Nevertheless, recalling his friendship with Spartacus and Varro, Xia Changqing wished to find a way out for Spartacus. Liberating slaves and leading the revolt was Spartacus's aspiration. Xia Changqing would not dissuade him. Perhaps Spartacus might heed Xia Changqing's counsel to retreat into seclusion. Yet such a thought would weigh heavily on his conscience. While Xia Changqing did not intend to obstruct Spartacus's path, he would attempt to devise an escape route for him. Upon hearing Xia Changqing's resolute answer, a shadow of sadness crossed Spartacus's visage. Xia, when do you intend to leave? Do you not know if we shall have the chance to meet again in our lifetimes? As long as fate allows, we shall surely meet again. Xia Changqing responded with certainty. Rest assured, I shall not depart silently. I will inform you before I go. Xia Changqing furrowed his brow, contemplating the historical reasons behind Spartacus's eventual failure in the uprising, striving to discern any cautionary lessons therein. Spartacus, heed my words. If you aspire to liberate the slaves and lead them to a successful uprising, you must pay close attention to the following counsel. Spartacus, with a serious demeanor, listened intently to Xia Changqing's advice. Chapter 83. Diverging Paths. Spartacus, whether you believe it or not, an army composed of slaves stands no chance against the Roman legions. While the gladiators possess formidable individual combat skills, in large-scale battles, personal strength pales in comparison. To achieve victory, you must organize the combat-capable slaves and train them as one would a conventional army, harnessing the power of teamwork rather than relying solely on individual valor. Furthermore, there must be but one voice in the ranks, that of you, Spartacus. You may heed the opinions of others, yet remember, the leader must be you alone. As soon as Xia concluded this point, Spartacus furrowed his brow. Xia, I believe we are equals. If I command others to follow my orders alone, how am I different from the Roman aristocrats? Spartacus, are you not thinking clearly? You are not coercing them into actions they oppose. Thus, you are indeed different from the Roman nobility. Listen to me. An abundance of voices within will surely lead to the failure of the uprising. That is my counsel to you. Moreover, Spartacus, do not allow your hatred for the Romans to cloud your judgment. Not all Romans deserve death. Among them are virtuous individuals and ordinary civilians. You may slay the oppressors, but indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent is intolerable. This is a crucial point, for otherwise, you will find the entirety of Rome harboring animosity towards you, and no one will be willing to assist you. At present, no Romans are willing to aid us. Spartacus replied, frowning. Xia Changqing waved his hand, signaling Spartacus to refrain from interrupting, and continued, as your numbers swell, you will require a stronghold. A life of wandering will only lead the Roman forces to gradually erode your ranks. Additionally, you must pay heed to the internal sentiments. Spartacus, human emotions are intricate. Not all slaves yearn for freedom, and you must remain cognizant of this fact. Xia Changqing strained to recall the knowledge he had previously acquired, hoping to assist Spartacus. Whether Spartacus chose to listen or act upon this advice was beyond his concern. That night, Xia Changqing and Spartacus remained awake, engaging in profound discussions about the potential challenges that lay ahead and deliberating various solutions. When dawn broke, it was Sulla who interrupted their discourse. Xia Changqing then realized that he and Spartacus had conversed throughout the night, and upon being interrupted, fatigue washed over him. He waved his hand dismissively, rose to his feet, and stretched his weary body. Spartacus, I have conveyed all the inquiries that have occupied my mind. As for the unfolding of future events, I can only wish you the best of luck. Xia, are you truly about to depart from me? Spartacus exclaimed, his face etched with reluctance. Must you speak in such an ambiguous manner? Xia Changqing replied with disdain, stating that if she were to leave, she must first indulge in a good sleep. After uttering this, she disregarded the embarrassed expression on Spartacus's face and swiftly retreated into her chamber. Their current location was an abandoned estate in Capua. However, it was certain that this would not be a place for prolonged stay. When Xia Changqing awoke, the time had already drifted into the evening. As she opened her eyes, the cacophony of sounds from outside her room reached her ears. Rising to her feet, she adjusted her leather armor, secured her sword, lindong, at her waist, and stepped outside. In the central hall of the dilapidated estate, where the roof had long since vanished, the relentless rain had finally relented, allowing the sun's gentle rays to stream through. The hall was divided into two factions. Bacca and his companions were laden with various supplies, and behind him stood gladiators bearing the burden of cress. They were clearly preparing to depart. Upon seeing Xia Changqing emerge, Bacca could not resist urging her once more. Xia, have you truly considered not joining us in our departure? Yes, Xia, come with us. Pilros, nestled beside Bacca, chimed in eagerly. Yet, Xia Changqing merely shook her head. Baka. Pilros, you have your own lives, and I have my own aspirations. Let us part ways here, and I wish you both all the best. Very well, Xia. I too wish for your swift return to the east, to your true home, Baka replied, then turned his gaze towards Spartacus. Spartacus, I admire your courage and conviction. Yet I cannot endorse your course of action. Nevertheless, I hope you remember, we are not traitors, should you find yourselves in dire straits. Do not hesitate to seek us out. Spartacus nodded in acknowledgement. No one will deem you traitors, Baka. May the gods bless you with success. Spartacus, have you forgotten? We no longer worship the gods. Our belief now lies in freedom. Baka laughed heartily, waving his hand as he led those who wished to seek refuge away from the abandoned estate. With their departure, the surroundings grew noticeably quieter. Xia Changqing took a deep breath and approached Spartacus. All gatherings must eventually disperse. Spartacus, Vero, Dokot, it is time for us to bid farewell. Xia Changqing, resting her hand on the hilt of her sword, knew it was her moment to embark on a more arduous journey. Xia, can't you reconsider your departure? Vero suddenly felt a twinge of sadness, his heart heavy with reluctance. Xia Changqing shook his head gently and embraced Vero, for among the trio, their bond was the strongest. Vero, I have my own path to tread. Fear not, destiny shall reunite us. Releasing Vero, Xia playfully thumped his chest. And do remember to reunite with your wife and son soon. In truth, Xia abhorred the melancholic emotions that accompany farewells, thus he refrained from saying more. With a resolute nod to the two, he turned decisively and strode away. The location of Capua corresponds to what is now Italy, not far from the coastline of the Mediterranean Sea. Xia Changqing's destination lay across the waters, where lawlessness reigned supreme. The vastness of the sea was boundless, and even the Romans held limited power over it. The ocean was a haven for pirates, a band of unruly souls, and the rules governing piracy were simple. The strongest would command respect. Xia believed his own strength was formidable enough to earn him a place among them. Chapter 84. Pirates. As the rainy season descended, incessant downpours rendered the roads muddy. Although Rome boasted an advanced drainage system during this period, it still posed challenges for the city. Battling the elements in the wilderness, Xia was vexed by the relentless rain, and at that moment, an audacious bandit sought to rob him. History has shown that the professions of robbers and bandits, regardless of time or place, always seem to flourish. To Xia's delight, under his persuasive influence, the benevolent bandits led him to their hideout. Though it consisted of rudimentary wooden shanties, it provided a refuge from the storm. With patience, Xia persuaded the bandits to indicate the route to the seaside. It was somewhat embarrassing for him to admit that he had lost his way, but the goodwill of these kind-hearted individuals ensured his safe arrival at the shore. Pirate activity in the Mediterranean was rampant, with many fishermen secretly moonlighting as pirates. However, this was not Xia's intended pursuit. He sought those who embraced piracy as their primary vocation, not mere part-time fishermen. After considerable effort, Xia finally discovered the presence of pirates. While these marauders made their living on the sea, they inevitably needed to come ashore to manage their plundered goods and restock supplies. Such needs naturally created venues for them to conduct these activities. Upon entering a nameless village not far from the coast, Xia knew he had found the right place. This village truly bore no name. It was unrecognized by the Roman Republic and existed entirely outside the law. As Xia stepped into the village, he noticed that most of the individuals on the streets were armed and menacing in appearance, unmistakably not of good character. In a narrow alley devoid of any company, the handsome figure of Xia Changqing, with his strikingly exotic features, stood out in stark contrast to his surroundings. Upon his arrival in the quaint town, he quickly sensed that he was being followed. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he leisurely strolled through the streets until his pursuers, growing impatient, finally revealed themselves, prompting him to pause. Xia Changqing had deliberately chosen this secluded spot, adjusting the long sword at his waist with a curious gaze fixed upon the individuals who sought to confront him. A subtle shift in his eyes indicated that he had noticed someone blocking his retreat. "Who are you?" he inquired, his tone laced with anticipation, hoping for an unexpected twist. "That's none of your concern. You look unfamiliar, boy. Where do you hail from?" "I am from the Han Dynasty in the East, and indeed, this is my first visit here. By the way, could you enlighten me about this place?" Xia Changqing feigned innocence, his words clearly conveying that he was a newcomer, an unsuspecting lamb ready for the slaughter. As expected, the two nefarious individuals flanking him exchanged sinister smiles, their intentions laid bare. "Hasn't your guardian warned you not to wander about aimlessly?" One sneered, brandishing a short sword with disdain. "Naris, this lad resembles a nobleman. An exotic face like his would fetch a handsome price as a slave." At this, Xia Changqing's displeasure flared. "You are the ones who would be in demand. Your entire family would be sought after. So, you are slave traders?" No, we are pirates. This land belongs to us, boy. You are unfortunate to have crossed paths with us. A wave of disgust washed over Xia Changqing, initially inclined to engage them in conversation to glean more information. He now felt compelled to assert that it was they who were truly unfortunate to have encountered him. A swift sound cut through the air, a flash of brilliant steel, captivating the pirates and rendering them momentarily dazed, as if they had forgotten the very notion of evasion. Naris? What the hell have you done to Naris? The pirate behind Xia Changqing, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events, caught sight of Xia's drawn sword. In a fit of desperation, he lunged forward. Don't move. Xia Changqing's icy voice rang out, causing the pirate to freeze in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had not even seen how Xia had drawn his sword before he felt a chill at his throat, immobilizing him with fear. His lips trembled as he attempted to inquire of his companion what had transpired, but in the next instant, his eyes widened in shock. The pirate's gaze, crossing over Xia Changqing, settled upon his companion. To him, Naris appeared almost dazed, standing motionless in place. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, causing Naris to topple backward. You killed him, the pirate stammered. For one of his ilk, murder was a commonplace affair. Yet this stealthy method of killing had instilled fear in him. Isn't it obvious? Xia Changqing shrugged nonchalantly. Now, Mr. Pirate, may we converse in a calm manner? Of course. As you wish, sir. Feel free to inquire about anything. Magnus speaks without reservation. A ghastly smile tugged at the corners of the pirate's mouth, fearful that a tremor of Xia Changqing's hand might lead to his immediate demise. Do not be anxious, Mr. Magnus. I merely have a question for you. Please. Go ahead. Magnus nodded vigorously like a frightened chick. Are the entrance standards for you pirates particularly stringent? Xia Changqing inquired earnestly. What? Magnus stared at Xia Changqing, momentarily bewildered by the question's implication. What I mean is, do you think someone like me could become a pirate like you? A pirate? Do you jest, sir? Surely. You jest. Xia Changqing's expression hardened. Who do you think you are that I would need to amuse you? And no, I was jesting. You could undoubtedly become a formidable pirate, even surpassing our captain. Now that is music to my ears. Now, divulge your circumstances. Xia Changqing's countenance darkened as he menaced the unfortunate pirate. In the dimly lit alley, long neglected, Xia Changqing had ample time to delve into the life of his newly acquainted pirate friend, Magnus. Submitting helplessly to Xia Changqing's intimidation, Magnus disclosed the entirety of his situation. His pirate faction boasted merely 3 small ships, with a total of no more than 30 men. They lacked the capability to raid powerful merchant fleets and could only prey upon fishermen and petty traders along the Mediterranean coastline. In essence, they were a band of weaklings who thrived on the vulnerable. This suited Xia Changqing perfectly. He had feared that these pirates might be defiant hard cases, which would complicate his ascension. Now, having heard Magnus' account, he felt entirely at ease. Under Xia Changqing's threat, Magnus, with a face of despair, reluctantly led him to the pirates' gathering place. Such small-time pirates were characterized by a live-for-today mentality, spending their loot on shore as soon as they had plundered it. After squandering the riches obtained from their previous plunder, these pirates set sail once more. Magnus and the deceased rogue arrived at the nameless town with a modicum of coin, having spent all their money in the brothels. Consequently, they fixated on the unfamiliar Xia Changqing, hoping to extract further wealth from him. Alas, their plans were thwarted, and they found themselves intercepted by Xia Changqing. The corpse of the fallen pirate was left behind, as death was a commonplace occurrence in such lawless territories. Once the valuables were stripped away, the body would inevitably find its way to the sewers. Magnus guided Xia Changqing through the narrow alleys, traversing the nameless town towards the coastal port. Although referred to as a port, it was merely a haphazard assembly of stones along the shoreline, sufficient only for shallow-drafted small vessels to dock. The Magnus pirate crew's 3 single-masted ships were anchored here. Along the coast, tents constructed from canvas provided shelter, with hands on deck every time a ship arrived. After all, the vessels were the most prized possessions of these pirates, should one be stolen. They would have nowhere to lament their loss. At that moment, in the campsite, a dozen pirates were gradually returning, loitering about. In the center of the crowd, 2 burly men were engaged in combat, cheers erupting from the onlookers. Remarkably, Magnus and Xia Changqing's arrival went unnoticed for a time. Some pirates did catch sight of the newcomers, but merely glanced before turning their attention back to the fray. Magnus offered Xia Changqing an awkward smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. What a ragtag bunch, Xia Changqing mused. Having already formed an opinion of these pirates, the arrival of strangers had elicited no inquiries whatsoever. Where is your captain? Xia Changqing inquired of Magnus. As the captain, he ought to be the most formidable among these scoundrels, and Xia wished to gauge his mettle. Magnus sighed. Having witnessed the swiftness of Xia Changqing's blade, He dared not act recklessly until he was certain of his escape. These wretched pirates, had they not noticed his predicament? Magnus cursed his companions inwardly. Hey, Vit, where's the captain? Magnus said, his tone sharp. Pay attention to me, will you? For heaven's sake, look my way. He silently screamed in frustration. However, upon hearing Magnus' question, Vit merely shot him a glance and casually gestured towards the center of the camp. Magnus felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He looked at Xia Changqing, forcing a smile while treading carefully, wary of making any sudden moves. Xia Changqing, standing behind the pirate, gave him a gentle push, indicating that he should lead the way. Magnus, feeling helpless, silently cursed the women of the Wei family in his mind while his body obediently led Xia Changqing towards the captain's tent. The captain? Magnus lifted the curtain and stepped inside the tent. Magnus, what brings you here? The captain, as referred to by the young pirate, was a rugged man in his 30s or 40s, sporting a thick beard that gave him an intimidating appearance. Upon hearing Magnus' call, he raised his head from the desk, glanced at Magnus briefly, then immediately shifted his gaze to Xia Changqing. Magnus, might you introduce me to your friend? Oh, certainly. This is, Magnus' voice faltered. It occurred to him that he was still unaware of the true identity of the person who had threatened him. Pardon me, allow me to introduce myself. I am Xia. Hailing from the east. Magnus felt a slight headache as he observed the courteous Xia Changqing, questioning in his mind if this was indeed the same individual who had just threatened him with a sword. Indeed, this is Xia. He is here to, well, he is here to join us. The captain's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. No, Xia Changqing interjected, to be precise. I am here to be your new captain. Frankly speaking, your current lifestyle is rather meager, and I am confident I can provide you with a much better life. Magnus only wished to flee, knowing the captain would surely be enraged. This young man was doomed. Would the captain blame him afterward? He needed to contemplate how to explain this predicament. Ignoring Magnus' inner turmoil, the captain's smile vanished upon hearing Xia Changqing's audacious proclamation. My friend, are you jesting? Not in the slightest, Xia Changqing replied, raising his hands to signal his seriousness. Are you seeking death? The captain sneered, a man who could become a pirate captain, no matter how genteel his facade, concealed a ruthless and cold nature. Grabbing a short sword leaning against the desk, the captain silently lunged at Xia Changqing. We're doomed. We're doomed. Magnus realized that confrontation was inevitable. Seizing the opportunity, he ducked and slipped out of the tent, while the captain alone might not pose a significant threat. There were still over a dozen brothers in the camp. Xia Changqing caught a glimpse of Magnus attempting to sneak away but paid little heed, confident that he would not falter against a mere rabble. Chapter 86. Subduing the pirates, just as the short sword was mere centimeters from his head. Xia Changqing finally sprang into action, tilting his head slightly and sidestepping effortlessly to evade the strike. Xia Changqing extended his right hand, grasping the hilt of his sword, Rindong, which unsheathed with a swift motion. At that moment, the captain had just retracted his own blade, yet Rindong was already hovering ominously above his head. The captain dared not make a single move. His gaze was fixed, dazed, upon Xia Changqing, his mind consumed by one thought. What a swift sword. Clang. The short sword clattered to the ground as the captain raised both hands in surrender, signaling his intention to cease resistance. Friend, let us converse amicably. Xia Changqing sighed, initially seeking a civil dialogue, yet the captain's insistence had compelled him to draw his sword, a needless escalation. Captain, might you share your name with me? Of course. It is Beltis, a Gaul, the captain responded readily. Excellent. Beltis, may I address you as such? Beltis swallowed nervously, casting a furtive glance at the glimmering blade of Rindong, and hastily replied, You may do as you wish. Xia Changqing nodded in satisfaction, retracting Rindong once more. He then inquired, Do you now believe I could serve as your new captain? Certainly. Beltis replied with remarkable alacrity, thinking it wise to appease the situation for the moment. Suddenly, Xia Changqing's expression shifted. He sensed the gathering of pirates outside the tent, armed and approaching. Beltis, let us step out together and make an announcement. He proposed to the former captain. Very well. Beltis eagerly complied, keen to escape the wretched confines of the tent, rushing out without waiting for Xia Changqing's urging. Xia Changqing chuckled softly, unperturbed. He understood well that while these pirates were a disorganized mob, they would not easily submit to a stranger. To earn their respect, he would have to assert his strength. Thus, he followed Beltis outside at a leisurely pace. As anticipated, upon parting the tent flap, he found himself encircled by the snarling pirates, with Beltis already lost among the throng. Xia Changqing let out a deep sigh. Disappointment etched across his face as he regarded Beltis. Beltis, do you intend to disregard our agreement? I care not for your agreement. Beltis shouted, pointing at Xia Changqing. Kill him. The pirates exchanged glances, rallying loudly as they charged towards Xia Changqing. Moments later, the ground around him was littered with fallen pirates, their wails echoing distressingly in the air. Silence! Xia Changqing commanded sharply, and instantly, the world around him fell silent as if the film had been muted. With a nod of satisfaction, he approached Beltis, sword in hand. Before he could utter another word, Beltis proclaimed loudly, "Captain, you are indeed our new captain." Upon hearing this, Xia Changqing turned to the other pirates sprawled on the ground, who, surprisingly, seemed to grasp the situation keenly. "Indeed, you are our captain, Captain." Hearing the continuous calls for the captain echoing in his ears, Xia Changqing felt a sense of satisfaction. His expression grew solemn as he raised his sword, the winner. Amidst the fearful gazes of the pirates, with a swift motion, he drew his hand across the blade. Suddenly, a spark ignited, and flames erupted fiercely along the length of the winner. My heavens! What is happening? By the gods, his sword is aflame. Silence, we all bear witness. Is this a divine manifestation from the god of fire? Xia Changqing reveled in the pirates' reactions. Had he merely subdued them by force, some might have harbored resentment. However, introducing an element of mystery, possibly touching upon the divine, made it effortlessly simple to intimidate these pirates. As you can see, he proclaimed loudly, and the pirates ceased their fidgeting, their eyes filled with awe and curiosity, as if they were receiving an oracle. This is a gift from the god of fire. As long as you remain loyal to me, I too can bestow upon you the power of flames, rendering you invincible in battle. Yet, should anyone harbor treachery in their heart, they shall be scorched by fire, their souls eternally tormented. Upon hearing these words, the breath of the pirates caught in their throats, captivated by the prospect of wielding the power of flames. During this era, belief in the divine was widespread. Regardless of their origins, all held faith in their own deities, none doubting their existence. Praise the god of fire, praise Captain Xia. Magnus, his eyes gleaming, suddenly shouted, and upon catching Xia Changqing's approving gaze, he felt an exhilarating rush. He could already envision himself, favored by Captain Xia, wielding a blazing weapon, cutting down foes with ease. Now, their captain was none other than Captain Xia. Any who dared contest this would face Magnus' wrath. Praise the god of fire, praise Captain Xia. The pirates cheered in unison, fully convinced that under Captain Xia's leadership, their lives would undergo a profound transformation. As for Bertus, who was that? They recognized only Captain Xia. After winning over the assembled pirates, the subsequent events unfolded smoothly. When the crew members, who had gone ashore for leisure, gradually returned, they were astonished to find their home had been usurped, and a new captain had taken command. Even more astonishingly, most of the crew had already pledged their allegiance to the new captain. Bertus, the former captain, was now eagerly trailing behind the new leader. When a recently returned crew member addressed Bertus as captain, he erupted in anger, harshly reprimanding the unfortunate pirate and issuing a stern warning. There is but one captain, and that is the illustrious Captain Xia. Sometimes, matters are remarkably straightforward. Xia Changqing effortlessly amassed a cadre of subordinates, acquiring 3 vessels under his command. Although these boats were merely small crafts, approximately 10 meters in length, and rather modest with only a single mast, they nonetheless represented a significant beginning. Every journey has its challenges, and the future remains unpredictable. A few days later, all the crew members returned, and at the fervent insistence of the new sailors, Xia Changqing showcased the miraculous spectacle of igniting his long sword, eliciting yet another round of cheers from the crowd. It was time to set sail.